Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Boy Named Psy. /*, the starting 140 to 150 chapters will be a cringe fest as I am new to this, but I can promise you that there will be changes in conversations and way of writing as chapters go by. I am a noob author, so I am still learning. And until New York War there will be no change in the story */ year. What is this being we are speaking about? I mean, is it a human being? An alien? What is it? Tony asked. It's just an entity that devours universes. It doesn't have any shape or form and very little is known of it. When it comes, black snow falls and everything the black snow touches gets obliterated to nothingness. John replied. You said, I will kill the black winter. Can we get to know how? Thor asked, as this was the main question for all. They wanted to know the process of defeating it. John hesitated for a bit before uttering a spell. This spell would stop anyone from hearing their conversation. Not even the Watchers would be able to hear the next words of John. What did you do? Arthur asked. I just used magic as a protection to stop anyone from listening to our conversation. There can be many people listening to us right now. That war against the multiversal beings is sure to wake up many other entities in all of the multiverse. Everybody nodded as they understood. Before explaining the defeat of Black Winter, let me tell you a story. Present time. Sai, an 18-year-old, only child of the family, living in Bengaluru, India. He had just come out of the movie theater with his friends after watching the latest Marvel movie Eternals. Before he had gone for the movie, he was excited because of the fact that after a long time, he watched MCU movie, and as an avid MCU fan he loved it. Despite that, after watching it he felt that the movie needed a more emotional aspect, yet he didn't have any prejudice against the story being an origin movie. Marvel hasn't produced any good origin movies recently except for Shang-Chi, which was debatable. Eternals could have been a good one, but it needed more depth. As Sai and his friends headed out laughing and discussing about the movie, they took the path to the nearest restaurant to have dinner, as the movie was a late-night show. With his friends Robin and Akash found their way to a nearby anime-themed restaurant, which has been a new addition as anime or such genre is not so popular locally in the country as opposed to Japan. Man, MCU has finally stepped on the gate of gods. Sai said excitedly. Yes, and I can't wait for Galactus, if they have finally decided that it's time for him. Robin added, being a great fan of Galactus. The anime-themed restaurant had many posters of classic animes such as Naruto, Bleach, One Piece, and even recent anime like Kobayashi-san Chi-no made dragon posters outside the shop. As they were about to enter the restaurant, they suddenly heard a loud screeching noise. All of the three boys instinctively turned back to see what the noise was about, but what surprised them was the view of a yellow Porsche Cayenne speeding very fast on its way towards their direction. At that moment, maybe it was his instincts or maybe because Sai was a kind-hearted guy who thought more for others first, pushed the other two boys out of their way to save them. The car rammed Sai in high speed over the pavement and Sai was thrown away towards the restaurant. That glass doors of the restaurant shattered and he was slammed down. Before he could even experience the pain, he saw his vision blurring and cries from the friends and the people nearby. All he could think about before he closed his eyes was that he couldn't bid farewell to his parents, as he already assumed that he was going to die soon. But little did he know that his death will start a storm in the multiverse that nobody could have imagined. Chapter 2, Traveling to a New World. New York. An 11-year-old boy named John woke up from his sleep early in the morning. At first, he felt light-headed and confused. He saw an extravagant bedroom with a king-sized bed on which he was sleeping. Posters of many newspapers on the walls with clickbaiting headlines can be seen from those newspapers. As the images of the room became clear, he turned his head to the right and saw a family photo beside his bed with the image of a typical Western middle-aged man with black hair and little white sideburns holding the hands of a small boy who had some characteristics of the middle-aged man. What happened? Wasn't I hit by a car? Where am I? Where is Akash and Robin? What is this place? Am I not dead? Did I survive the crash? The boy exclaimed in his head. He was panicking inside because he saw his body had changed and was a young boy. He was pretty sure he died, but he wasn't sure how he ended up in a bedroom with weird articles all around. He sat on the bed and noticed a newspaper on the nearby table. He picked it up and he was dumbstruck after what he just saw. The date on the newspaper's top right side depicted a year which was impossible for him to be present in that year. It was October 1st, 2001. But that was not the most astonishing part. What was more surprising was the name of the newspaper. On the heading it was written, Daily Bugle. He shuddered because he knew what the name represents, but he couldn't believe it. While he was holding the newspaper, he noticed that his hands and body were significantly smaller for a typical 18-year-old. Did I just get iSky to Marvel or am I just dreaming? If it is really Marvel, which Marvel universe is this? The old Spider-Man universe? Or the MCU? The boy screamed in his heart. He felt his heartbeat racing. In his previous life he had watched the anime, that time I got reincarnated as a slime, so he knew what iSky was. Adding to the fact that he read many Chinese novels of iSky who traveled to many worlds and made their own story. Shit. What if I really got iSky? I should have a system at least, like all the other protagonist travelers in the universe. System. Are you there? He wasn't sure how he got iSky, but he could only scream in his heart, Doctor Strange. Did you mess this up? Ding. The boy suddenly heard a sound in his head. System loading. 10%. 20%. 50%. 89%. 100%. System loaded. The boy was so excited that he almost jumped in his bed. Hello, host John. It has come to our notice that you have traveled to the MCU 19999. Would you like to load the previous memory of the original body? The boy said, yes. And then suddenly he was branded with many memories in his head. Information. It turned out that the original owner's name was John Jonah Jameson, son of Joan Jameson and J. Jonah Jameson. His mother died early due to cancer and his father is the owner of the famous newspaper company, Daily Bugle. He turned 11 years old this year. He could only lament on the fact that all the initial letters of his family name start with J. So it's 2001. There is still 7 years to develop myself before Tony Stark makes an announcement in the press conference that he is Iron Man. After that the trajectory of this world will basically take the route of arithmetic progression. Sigh. What a headache. System. The only function you have isn't just some memories, right? Ding. The host can rest assured that the system is very powerful and can even make the host as powerful as the so-called gods in this universe instantly. All that depends is, in the hands of the host and his hard work. Okay. So what are your functions? The system can make the characters and powers of the animations, movies, and games of the host's previous world come to life. And the host can take over the summoned characters as himself whenever he wishes to. What? John screamed out loud this instead of saying it in his heart. He knew what this represents. It represents he will have powers that the world has never seen. But soon the system poured a cold water on his excitement with its next sentence. The host can make the powers and characters and even the whole world depicted in the previous come to life under certain conditions. What are the conditions? The condition is reaching the desired fan value. For example, the host makes a movie and if the fan value, that is, the number of people that love the movie exceed a certain number, then the characters or the powers can come to life as desired by the host. You said the characters and even the world can come to life. Won't the villainous characters cause havoc after coming to life? John complained in his heart. The host can rest assured that all the characters that the host summons will only take orders from the host and nobody else. What? Ha 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 ha. John laughed in his bed. He lied on the bed, stared at the ceiling of his room and kept on smiling. All he could think was about the world that he was going to spin around once he reached his fan value. He was getting prepared. Chapter 3, Getting a Hang of the New World. As Sai, now John, was mapping out his scheme, the door of the bedroom was suddenly flung open and a woman who looked like she was in mid-30s walked through the door. She looked quite beautiful and had the characteristics of a South American living in the USA. From John's memories he knew she is his nanny, Valentina. She was hired after his birth. She basically saw him grow up from an infant and love him equally like her own son. After John's birth and death of his mother, Valentina looked after him for all his needs. After his mother's death his father flung himself to work to forget the pain of loss and John was handed over under the care of Valentina. John, are you all right? I heard you screaming. Is this one of your nightmares again? Valentina asked him worriedly after coming inside. No Val, I am fine. Just had an exciting dream about something which is going to turn into reality soon. This world is so beautiful. John said with grin. Val, that's the name he calls her by normally. Valentina was confused by what he meant but she didn't care. It was 8 in the morning. Your dad is waiting for you at the breakfast table for you. You should go. Val continued. Yes, I have lots of things to tell him. John said. Even though he wasn't close to him but being his dad he has some understandings. Hi Dad. Good morning. John said after coming to the table. His dad was having his breakfast which had eggs and sandwich. John realized that due to the merge of memories from the previous self, his accent was a perfect American. It helped him avoid the change of accent from his previous self. Though he couldn't figure out how his consciousness took over the previous owner but he guessed it is probably because of the system which helped him take over the body without any particular hindrance. While joining his father for breakfast, he was thinking of the system and how to propagate the works of animation and movies to the world to acquire the fan value. As for games, it can be shelved for later period of time as the technology of 2001 won't allow him to show his ideas on the games. Even though John played many games in his previous life, he wasn't a gaming nerd and has very less ideas about games. Val served him his breakfast, and while eating he started formulating ideas for his future plans and action and how to gain a foothold in this new world. "Dad, I have a business proposal. Would you like to hear me?" John asked his father. "Business proposal? What kind of proposal?" "A kid of your age has business ideas that you want to share with me." "Well, that's a nice joke," Jameson said with a hint of sarcasm, as he was pretty sure a kid like John wouldn't have any good ideas that can influence him. "You will be surprised, Dad. Don't worry. In a few days I will give you a story with avid drawings. If the story and drawing is good, promise me that you will help me make an animated movie," John said with confidence. Jameson was surprised by what he just said. He looked at his son and felt odd. It was as if there has been a change in his attitude, but he didn't give much thoughts to it. "You could even know how to draw. I have never seen you take drawing classes. And what kind of story a kid like you is going to create? That will be a surprise for you. Trust me, Dad, I can draw and you will see it soon. Just promise me that if you like the story you will help me make an animated movie," John said. "I don't have that much money to sponsor your such weird fantasies, kid," Jameson said. "Dad, please. I know you have such a huge company and you also have connections of Hollywood. Just this once introduce the story to a producer and a director," John pleaded. Jameson looked at his son and said, "Okay, fine, kid, if you can create some good drawings and a good story, I will consider." The truth was, Jameson couldn't help but feel a pit of guilt in his heart every time he looked at his kid. He couldn't take care of him much when he was little, but recently he couldn't help but feel like he should do something before it was too late. Letting out a deep sigh, he knew that no matter what his son came up with, he would at least give it a try. Maybe this would help make up for how things were just a little bit. Besides, it's not like it would do anything harmful, and he deserved a bit of creative freedom. After finishing the breakfast, he got ready for school, and his father, who was already in his iconic suit, left for work after saying his farewells to his son and Val. John now has a lot of work to do in the upcoming days, and he already has a plan in his head. Since he is 11 years old, he has just enrolled into the middle school. As soon as he left home, he could see tall buildings and wide streets with cars everywhere. In his previous life, he had always wanted to come to New York and travel around the world, and now if he can become powerful enough, let alone traveling the world, he can travel to the far-reaching universe. The weather outside was quite pleasant and it felt like he was back in his old city. But he knew that New York even receives snow, and his old city of Bengaluru never had such luck in this regard. He really thanked the gods for giving him another chance with life and looking forward to what the future holds for him. Chapter 4, School and Work. Lower Manhattan Community Middle School, that was the name of the school that John was attending. He lived in Manhattan, so the school was pretty nearby. It was among one of the prestigious schools in the city. At school he met his friend Jeremy, whom he had met recently and sat by his side in the class. He remembered him from the actual memory of owner of the body. Since they had met only recently, they weren't so close, but it was fine by John as he has lots of other plans and wasting his time with the kids was just going to bore him out. Even though physically he was 11 years old, mentally he was 18 years old, and he was pretty sure the class lectures for 11-year-old kids would just be very boring. So all he did during the class hours was not pay attention to the class, and eventually he was bored as his knowledge was way ahead of his age. He had already started making plans meticulously in his mind and took required notes that he needed to take up in the upcoming years. On the way back home he bought big canvases and art materials from his pocket money. In his previous life he was a very good artist and a decent singer. In fact, he could even copy the manga drawing in his previous life. So he was confident that he could draw pretty good relying on his previous life. After coming back home he went directly to the computer. The computers of 2001 were a little old for his taste, but he didn't care much and started searching if there is any company named Disney. John soon found out that there is no such company, and he then put his mind to rest. Then suddenly John's eyes sparkled. Since there is no Disney in this world, I can bring all the works of Disney of my world to life here. He thought to himself. System, can you use the fan values generated from one work and then transfer to another work? Ding. The host can be rest assured. The number of fan values are calculated in total and not individually. That's awesome. I can directly use all the Disney works that I remember. Well, it's sad that I can't remember all the Disney animations from my previous life. Ding. The host can bring previous life's animation, games, movies, and animes to this life at the expense of fan values. Really? That's awesome. Many of my concerns can be waved away by this. Okay, now it's time to get to work. After sitting down with the canvas he started drawing a beautiful sunrise and many animals. After drawing the animals and showing that they were traveling to a particular direction, he drew a majestic lion. Yes. John is drawing the famous Lion King. Even though the Lion King came in 1994, in his previous life there was no such movie in this world. He was pretty sure that with all the music he remembered from his previous life and with the advancement of animation, the movie would be more majestic now in 2001. As for his dad rejecting his work, he never considered it because John was pretty sure that his dad will support him on this, as the story itself is particularly rich and vivid and it will call to all the audiences, be it both a child or an adult. He knew that this drawing will take lots of time, but he was excited to complete it. At night when Jameson came back from work, he noticed that his son John was busy in his room as opposed to coming forward and greeting him. He went to his son's study only to see him drawing diligently. When he came forward to see what he was drawing, he was astonished to see that there were many beautiful drawings made in the way of comics, but it looked more vivid and real. He didn't want to disturb his son in his work. Soon he remembered the conversation he had with him in the morning. Now, after looking at the drawing, Jameson was looking forward to the story he was going to produce with the arts. "Val, since when has he been working?" Jameson called Valentina over and asked. "Mister, he has been working like this since he came back from school. He did nothing else and is cooped up in his room." She was worried that he will work too hard in this small project of his and miss the time to play and have fun. Jameson, on the other hand, was proud of his son after seeing his art. Even if he doesn't come up with a good story, he can boast about his son's extraordinary talent of art to his old colleagues. Now he was only waiting for John to complete his work of art. Chapter 5, Finishing the Lion King. October 9th. It took 15 days to finish all the drawings and pages and writing the conversations between all the characters. Even though it lacked vividness in the drawing, but it looked awesome nonetheless. At night when John's father came back from work, John took the whole bunch of drawings to Jameson to evaluate. Even though John knew his work was near perfect to the story of Lion King of his previous life, he was scared. Scared for the fact that he wouldn't be able to convince his father. "This is astonishing. John, you really surprised me. At first I was proud of your arts and your diligence. And now I am in awe with your work and creativity." Jameson praised him without holding back after going through the whole set. John became shy as he knew there is nothing creative he did, as all his works are by riding the shoulders of his predecessors. "So Dad, can you help me make an animation movie out of it?" John asked him with eagerness, as all his work and his future depends at that moment. "Sure. Why not? This work is fantastic. And I have a hunch this will generate great money," Jameson said with sparkles in his yes. Even though Jameson had enough money, nobody would say no to some more money. "Dad, before everything starts, I would like to meet the director of the movie. You can be one of the producers too. You can keep the money for later uses, as I have other needs for the money," John said. "Sure. But do you have other ideas such as this?" Jameson asked with some suspicion. "Dad, I have so many ideas and things to do, but it will take time to bring all these ideas into reality. This world is more colorful and dangerous than you think," John said to his father with a hint of a smile in his face. Even though Jameson isn't really his father in a sense, but he could feel his father's love for him in the past few days. "Kid, just because you just drew a story, don't think you can ride my head. I know more about the world than you," Jameson said with some mock anger on his face. John shrugged his shoulders, refusing to argue on this topic, as he himself knew that 18 years of mental age doesn't really count to anything in this vast world. October 14th. It was a nice Sunday evening when John and Jameson walked into their scheduled meeting with the director. Jameson decided to tag along to oversee the meeting too. He trusted his son, but he was still a kid. A bit nervous at first, when the clock pointed 6 p.m. they finally headed in to get things started. "This is the original drawing for the animated movie, and I would like if the animation would be realistic and please pay proper attention to the emotions to be involved in the whole story," John said to the director. "Don't worry, John and Mr. Jameson. We are professionals and we will give our full effort in this project," Rob, the director, said excitedly. At first, when he heard that Mr. Jameson, a media tycoon, is looking for directors to shoot an animated movie, he jumped on the bandwagon immediately. He used various channels to have a meeting with Mr. Jameson, and the time was decided today. What surprised him was the fact that the story has already been decided, and it was created by Mr. Jameson's 11-year-old son. He was very downhearted on his way to the home of Jameson and was making up excuses and had to reject this project later. But after reading the whole plot and seeing the drawing, he changed his mind immediately. He saw a huge potential in the storyline. "Mr. Rob, I have another blatant request. I hope you will accept it," John added. "Huh? John, you want anything more to the story?" Jameson was skeptical and hoped that adding more would not ruin the story. "Don't worry, Dad. It's nothing bad. I just composed songs related to the movie and I am confident that it will add more to the story," John said with a smile. "You can compose songs too. When did you learn that?" Kid, what more secrets are you hiding from me? Spill it out. Jameson asked him with raised eyebrows. John just replied with a smile. Rob on the other hand was little worried because he felt John was too small to compose music. John could see the director's worry, so he said hurriedly, "Don't worry, Mr. Rob, I will just give the lyrics and add my ideas for the song. I won't be hampering on the movie's original work." Rob was grateful for this, and after discussing all the ins and outs of the matter, left late at night. The production process was set to start, and it was going to take time to finish the whole movie. Chapter 6, Global Turnover. March 22nd. The past few months went in like a storm for John. With all the running from school to the movie director and the music director, day in and day out was exhausting for an 11-year-old kid. Even though he was mentally older, at the end of the day it was the body which had to do the physical work. After months of hard work and some help, using the proper sound, background score, music and voice for the movie, the production finally ended on March 22, 2002. John was excited for the movie to be released, as he knew that after its release he will finally gain some foothold in this world. Even though that would only mean in terms of money, it was still good for John. Didn't Tony Stark always flex on the fact that he is handsomely rich? Didn't T'Challa, King of Wakanda, flex on the fact that he is outrageously rich in comics? Even though his money won't really matter in the grand scheme of events, but it will still be a start, and he had enough ideas of what to do with the money. On June 1st the movie was finally released after going through lots of post-production process. The director, Rob, was very happy with all the work. He gave his 100% to the movie, and John had helped a lot in this regard. At first, when he used to join him to see the movie production, he was skeptical, as he felt that a kid shouldn't indulge in works of elder people, but pretty soon he was proven wrong. He soon realized that his inputs were extremely helpful. Especially during the post-production process when the final cut was being made, his input was almost equivalent to gold. At some point Rob even felt that John had already watched the movie before and was directing the work like a prophet, but he knew this thought was hilarious. John would be astonished if he could read Rob's thoughts. Jameson would join in the production process whenever he had time, but never interfered in any process, as he knew that movie making is for professionals and not an old cod like him. As there were no proper internet and communication, the movie couldn't be publicized globally like the movies in the 2020s. Jameson still made sure that there was enough publicity in the States. On the night of June 1st, all big wigs came to the premiere of the movie in LA, as that is the home of the Hollywood. It was also John's first time outside the city of New York, and Jameson made sure that prominent Hollywood people joined for the movie. Being a media tycoon, he had a strong partnership with the people of the media company. John also invited his friends from school for the movie. Even though he has had very less interactions with them, he had not forgotten them. Many people were surprised by the fact that the story and many other works had the hand of John. They looked at Jameson to confirm if this was really true. After knowing this fact, many people had weird looks on their faces and were instantly skeptical about the movie, but still didn't think much on it. John knew instantly that not many people were positive about it, but it didn't matter to him at that point. He just wanted to end it soon so that his plans could be set in motion. In the movie theater there was a podium where he could speak out before the start of the movie. "Hello everyone. At this point many of you know who I am. Thanks to my dad," John said with a laugh. Hearing him, the audience also gave out small laughter. "But I want to leave my name in this world not by being the son of J. Jonah Jameson, but as John Jameson. I know it sounds ambitious for my age, but I still want to try my best to achieve success. And today being my birthday, I would like to take my first step towards my dream. I have come this far with the help of many people, and I hope you all will continue to help me, and I will return your goodwill to you in many folds. Thanks to all for taking this journey with me, and I look forward to cooperating with you all for many years to come. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, the Lion King." John got a standing ovation for his speech, as what he said was way too mature for a kid of 12 years old, and he already had grand plans to set in motion. Soon the movie started, and unsurprisingly it moved everybody with its storyline, music, sound, and depiction. The animation was much better than the 1994 original version, so the movie was more vivid and colorful. Soon after the movie ended, people started discussing among themselves about the movie, and in a few weeks the movie exploded globally. The turnover was unprecedented. Chapter 7, First Step to World Dominance. The initial budget of the movie was $45 million, with his father investing almost $30 million in it. By the end of July, the global turnover reached almost $1.8 billion. This reaction from the general audience surprised even John. As far as John remembered, the total turnover of the 1994 movie was little over $1.2 billion. But John forgot the fact that in 1994 there weren't many movie lovers as were in 2002. This helped him a lot. After such global success, many people started discussing on the fact that The Lion King might get Oscar this year as the best animated movie, and even awards for the best background music and other such related categories. Now by the end of October, Jameson realized he was sitting on a golden egg because he had already earned more than $1 billion and that too by not having done anything. It was also because of the fact that John gave him ideas to commercialize by using toys, merchandise, and other stuffs, and that helped him earn more money. Jameson really thanked the stars for such a wonderful son. His ideas were so impressive that it even shocked him. He was so happy that he even smiled when asleep. The only person who wasn't happy at home was Valentina, because she noticed that dealing with all this stuff had hampered the studies of John and his everyday life. He hardly went to school, and he was able to sneak away from the authorities of school just because of the fact that he was the top student in his class, and also because he had produced such an awesome movie that even the school felt proud. The school felt so proud of John that at their school gate they put up a huge banner saying, "The school which produced the Lion King." Although it was blatantly wrong, as the school had nothing to do with his success, but at least they gave him free reign of not attending school. John even told the principal that he would be producing more movies such as this, and in future he would be constantly absent. The principal agreed upon as long as he achieved excellence in his studies and worked hard to get into a good high school. Though he wasn't sure about how tough the exam would be, but he was confident that his knowledge about science from his previous life, as John in his previous life too was excellent in studies. Furthermore, John in this life really didn't have any thirst for science, as he would prefer magic over science. The science stuff could be left to Tony for research. Ding. The fan value acquired by the host is 102 million. Fan value required to bring the character Simba to life, 1 million. Fan value to change the host to Simba, 500. This change will entirely depend on the wish of the host and can interchange between Simba and the main body. Fan value required for the character Timon, 250. Fan value to change the host to Timon, 125. Fan value for the character Zazu, 400. Fan value to change the host to character Zazu, 200. Urging the host to work hard. Wow, so much fan value from a simple movie. Well, I guess I should save the fan value, as the movies I have in mind for the future aren't so good and the fan values would be required for future purposes. Well, at least I can try this character Zazu and fulfill my wish to fly. System, I would like to change myself to Zazu. John said in his heart. Ding. The command has been accepted. Remaining fan value, 101,800,000. As soon as the statement ended, he soon realized that in his mind there is one small ball. It astonished him, as before this he could never see inside his consciousness, and it felt magical. The small ball had the markings of a hornbill bird, and as soon as he tried to touch the ball he realized that he had turned into a bird in real life. A majestic hornbill with big wingspans appeared in his place, and he could feel that he could fly. After seeing this he couldn't stop himself. It had been almost a year that he had been in this world and finally got the fruits of the labor. He flew out from the open window in the room without any difficulty. He flew out of the home, which was in Manhattan, and flew over the top of the buildings. Even though there was wind in the topmost part, it didn't stop him, as he felt free for the first time in his life. This freedom gave him joy and eagerness to make all his previous dreams come true. He even got to see the famous Stark Tower from far, but he didn't go too close as he wasn't sure if Jarvis is already online. If he was, then it would be a headache. So he returned home after a few minutes. Chapter 8, Acquiring Companies. November 28th. It was Thanksgiving Day. John and Jameson were supposed to have a sumptuous dinner at home. But John insisted on going to California on this day. Jameson and Valentina accepted his insistence and took John to California. John came to California only for one purpose, and that is to buy companies. Even though John didn't say anything to his father, but he did ask him to contact a local business lawyer so that he could make contracts easily and fast. After landing in San Francisco, they went to Silicon Valley. After coming into this world, John wasn't sure of what happened, but he soon realized that the internet has not evolved as the same as in his world. Even though there is Google in this world, but it hadn't evolved the way it should have. Well, it didn't matter, as there was the company of Google in Silicon Valley, and he could inject some ideas onto Larry Page, the current CEO of Google. After coming to the office, which by the standards of Silicon Valley was a small one, he had already asked the lawyers before to arrange up a meeting with Larry in the afternoon. J. Jonah Jameson, John, Larry, and the lawyer sat in the meeting room sipping coffee. Mr. Jameson, it is my honor to meet you and Mr. John, the avid creator of The Lion King. Larry said, smiling. Huh. Has the story of me being the creator reached here too? I don't think I have done such a huge work to gather the praise of an IT company's CEO. John replied. You must be joking, Mr. John. Even though your career path doesn't coincide the path of our company, but just the fact that you could create such an awesome masterpiece with such high imagination, you, Mr. John, is worthy of respect. Larry said. Thank you, Mr. Page, but you do forget that I am just a 12-year-old kid. John said. Well, if you want to be a big company like the other IT companies here, then I can take your companies to new heights. The heights that even you can't imagine in your life. John added with a smirk. Now it was the turn of Jameson and Larry's expression to change. Jameson felt surprised because he knew this smile of John. It meant he had a wonderful idea and it might bring a huge change, and Larry was surprised that John could even say such thing because he felt that a kid of 12-year-old shouldn't know much of IT even if he is famous all over the world. All Larry cared about is if Jameson could invest money in his company and help the company become bigger. "Mr. Larry, I have a proposal for you. I would buy your company 70% stock and inject an amount of $200 million based on the fact that you will follow my ideas and execute it accordingly," John said with solemnness. Jameson and Larry were again astonished by this statement because Jameson felt that such a small company shouldn't be evaluated so highly, and Larry felt that it was like an angel serving him a golden platter. Even though Larry wasn't sure of why John came to him with such extravagant proposals. As long as he could get the money and do nothing illegal, he would be fine with it even if the ideas proposed by John were total bogus. "But Mr. John, why did you come to me? We are just a small website creators and don't have such high value," Larry asked hesitatingly. "Because Mr. Larry, in this whole world only you have the knowledge to execute my ideas. Don't get astonished, Mr. Larry. This is the truth. I have a bunch of ideas in my head and only your company can execute it efficiently. But I wish to settle the contract before we further advance into the negotiation," John said. After much thought, Larry asked to excuse himself as he had to ask the co-owners of the company. After about half an hour of discussion while John and the others took a walk around the office, they came to the meeting room again. "Mr. Jameson, we would like to accept the proposal of Mr. John. I hope it would be possible," Larry said as he knew the last word in this whole negotiation were the words of Jameson. Jameson looked at John, who was smiling at him. He shook his head in reluctance and said, "Sure, Mr. Larry. Shall we sign the contracts?" The contracts were drawn upon and soon all the required procedures were processed. It was said that the whole process could take quite a few days and John had no idea of the company's ownership. It was better to leave it to his father. Chapter 9, Acquiring Companies, 2. After the contracts were drawn open, John asked for privacy with Larry as he didn't want his ideas to leak outside the company. Larry understood this and made sure there weren't any hidden recordings or cameras. John then drew his ideas on the page with the most basic idea of using a search engine and showed how the engine should work. Even though John doesn't understand all the codes and various things required for the search engine, he could generally point it out to him. Larry, being an experienced guy, understood the main points instantly and probably got an inspiration because the other version of him in another universe had already made a technological giant out of a search engine. John also spoke about the introduction of YouTube, but he warned them not to introduce it early. At least till the point where Google has a strong platform and then they can work on other assignments. Larry was very grateful to John for sharing his ideas as he could already envision of what his ideas was going to bring in this world. It was night by the time the whole process was done. All three of them went to a presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. Valentina went to order food as it was traditional for the Thanksgiving day. John and the rest were tired after all the traveling the entire day, and after having a sumptuous dinner and thanking the gods, they all went to sleep with John sleeping by his father's side for the first time. Even though it felt weird to sleep with someone else, John was too tired to care about as it was his father's request. The next morning, the Jameson family took a flight to Massachusetts as he had another appointment with another famous guy on another universe. November 29th. Being the morning just after the Thanksgiving dinner, it was lazy with many people sleeping in their dormitories. But among them a young guy named Mark was eagerly waiting in a cafe shop outside the Harvard University. Soon two people walked into the cafe and sat beside Mark while greeting each other. "Hello, Mr. Jameson and Mr. John. To what do I owe the pleasure to meet you all?" Mark asked with a huge grin. John was looking at him from head to toe and trying to figure out if Mark was an alien because there was an ongoing meme in his previous life which said that Mark was an alien as he looked weird. Well, John couldn't figure out if it was true or not, and it won't matter to him even if he were an alien. Yes. The Mark. Here is the famous Mark Zuckerberg of his original world. "Mr. Mark, we are here to propose business to you. Are you interested in hearing us out?" John said as Jameson was sipping his coffee. Truth to be said, he was pretty angry at that point. His son was flying him across countries and proposing business terms with young kids, and he couldn't even get rest in his short vacation. "I shouldn't have taken this small vacation. What a headache with this kid," Jameson lamented in his heart. Jameson even thought about rejecting his requests, but then he remembered John's ideas of search engine and YouTube. John even told him about the use of cloud computing that could be used in the future. Just these ideas alone shook his world as he knew what a search engine could do to this world and the idea of YouTube and cloud computing. At times he wondered if John was really his child or an illegitimate child of Tony Stark, because only Tony could come up with such weird and fantastic ideas. "Mr. Zuckerberg, I would like to help you create a social media platform like Napster but on a much broader and larger self. I will be happily investing an amount of $100 million while acquiring an ownership of 70% stocks of the company that we are about to create," John said with a smile. Mark just froze on the spot after hearing $100 million. That was a huge amount of money for Mark at that point of his life, and he just shuddered thinking about it. After few seconds he calmed down. "Mr. John, are you sure you are asking this to the right person?" "I am just a student and I don't even have a company," Mark replied. "Mr. Mark, I am here with the right person. You don't have to worry about that. I just want your assurance of hard work, otherwise I wouldn't mind firing you away from the company later," John said with a smirk. "Fine, Mr. John, if you are so much confident, it would be very rude not to deliver to your trust. I would like to know about this so-called social media site that can be bigger than Napster." Chapter 10, Disney and Movies. Since Mark was a single guy, the contract negotiations were easier, and he also advised him to take the help of his friends while making the website for Facebook, as he would need it. It's still 1 year before the official Facebook to launch. But John just wanted to kickstart the whole process. Also, John asked his father to acquire all the remaining stocks for Amazon, as that too would be a very big company later. In 2002, Amazon was just taking its baby steps and many people would be happy to sell their stocks. Of course, it should be done very silently, otherwise the market price will fluctuate because of it. Jameson assured to John that he would do it, as he was using the money from the turnover of The Lion King. John knew that these small moves of him would solidify his position politically in the future, so that no government could even think of toppling his empire later, as they tried to do so with Tony in his previous universe. Tony had support of S.H.I.E.L.D. but had no one to rely on. He could only rely on himself and his prophetic knowledge. By December 1st, all three returned to Manhattan, as John had to start working on his new projects. And Jameson too had to return to his work. John as usual joined school and worked on new movies such like Toy Story, Aladdin, Beauty and the Beast and such other animated movies. Even though he couldn't remember all the movies, he could bring their copies at the expense of fan values from the original world. Beauty and the Beast, copy, 50,000 fan value. Toy Story, copy, 60,000 fan value. John spent a total of 500,000 fan values on all the copies he could remember of Disney animated movies and started working on the drawing. He had a hunch that he needed a massive amount of fan values to bring a whole world to life, especially the world he was aiming for. By January he was ready with another series of arts with all the music required for the new movie Aladdin and Toy Story. He called upon Rob again for directing this animated movie and gave him an idea of how the movie would look like. Rob was instantly excited after hearing the story and was looking forward. Rob assured him that the movie would be complete as soon as possible. Rob came for the meeting with another director as John asked for it. The director was handed over the story of Toy Story. And this time too John said specifically of how to handle the story. Both the directors came out of the home of Jameson with a smiling face, as they knew the stories in their hands would kick up a storm again. Jameson was really worried at this point for his son, as he could see all he cared about were the animated movies. "Son, I think you should take some rest after this. You have worked hard the past month," Jameson said with a heavy heart. He hoped his son wouldn't become a workaholic like himself and give less time to his family. Jameson always blamed himself for not noticing the cancer of his late wife due to his overwork. By the time he realized, it was already late. John could understand his concerns, but how could he tell him that if he doesn't work hard now it would be too late for him in the future and his destiny wouldn't be in his own hands? He could never allow such thing to happen. "Dad, don't worry, it isn't a lifetime work. I just need a strong platform for myself to work upon in future and live life the way I dream upon," John said. He could even see the concern in Val's eyes too, but he couldn't say anything now. Only time would judge of how correct his decisions were now. "Dad, how about starting a new studio company like the ones in Hollywood?" John said after thinking quite a bit of time. "You mean like the Warner Brothers?" Jameson said as he surprised by his idea. "Yes, Dad. We can't always go to other studios for proper management. You can spearhead this whole creation and leave it to proper management for all my upcoming works. I could just direct some artists and animation experts for all my works and my burden will also lessen down," John said sincerely. "That's a good idea. What will you name the company since it's your brainchild?" Jameson asked. "How about the name Disney?" John asked with a smile. Chapter 11, The Oscars. March 22nd. Today at Union Station in downtown Los Angeles there was huge traffic. All luxurious cars were arriving for the red carpet of Oscars. All well-known stars were arriving for the most famous and prestigious award-winning show. A month ago Jameson received an invitation from the Oscars as their movie was selected in 4 different categories. Jameson was elated and Valentina was proud of John. Soon a luxurious Mercedes car arrived at the Oscars and from there stepped out 3 people. John was dressed up in a black suit and his father Jameson in a fine-fitted gray suit. Valentina refused to come with them in the beginning as she was just a nanny for John, but John forced her to join them for the Oscars. Valentina today dressed up in a very beautiful red dress which Jameson bought for her. She looked shy as this was the first time of her attending such a high-end gathering. John took her hand and led her inside. The reporters were trying to get words out of John as he was the main focal point of the family. John somehow evaded their lenses and was brought inside by the bodyguards. "Dad, see, this is how the reporters work for all the news companies," John complained to his father. Jameson just gave him an ugly smile but didn't refute him as he knew their nature to his bones. Soon the event started with all pomp and grandeur. Among the audience, John was surprised to see Tony Stark. He came with a famous star to the Oscars. Well, the Playboy has a long way to go change himself. I hope my butterfly effect doesn't affect his transformation to Iron Man, otherwise I am pretty sure the Supreme Mage will come after me and throw me away. John thought to himself. As he looked through the audience, he searched if he could find any famous stars from his previous life. He saw another acquaintance and his eyes gleamed. On the other side of the row he saw Kingo, one of the Eternals. Kingo probably came for one of his movies as he was the royalty of Bollywood. His heart was beating fast just by looking at him. He knew what Eternals represent in this world. The Celestials and their soldiers. The Eternals were basically responsible for the advancement of mankind in the beginning phase till the death of all deviants. Well, till the truth came out for them. Kingo could feel that someone was eyeing him, so he moved his head to look and he found out that a kid of 12 to 13 years old was looking at him. He was pretty sure he never met him before, but on those eyes of the kid he could feel that the kid knew him. John gave Kingo a smile and moved his head. Kingo didn't give much heed to the kid, and being an Eternal he had his own arrogance. He would never pay attention to the mortals. Soon the award for Best Animated Movie of the Year came upon. So this year there is probably only one movie that could make top of the list. The host said with a huge smile. Well, if you didn't take your child to watch this movie, then I am sorry to say you are not qualified as a parent. The co-host added with a big laugh. The audience had a laugh after hearing this. Well, there is no suspense in this category for sure. The Best Animated Movie goes to The Lion King. May I please welcome Mr. John to the stage? John stood up and went to the stage with confident steps. After holding the famous Oscar award, he couldn't believe his own destiny. He went from nobody in his previous life to winning an Oscar in this world. After watching the award for a few seconds he said, "Hello everyone, almost half a year ago I gave a speech of achieving my dreams with the help of all present at that time, and this time too I will say the same thing. Thank you all for helping me in achieving my dreams, and hope you all will help me on this journey, and I promise you that I will continue to entertain you and bring you joy and happiness. With that being said, here is a glimpse of my future works. Hope you will like it." John said, and immediately the lights of the whole hall went off. And the screen at the other end of the stage lit up. And soon pictures started to roll over on the screen. It was the trailer of Toy Story and Aladdin. It was lifelike and people cheered for the upcoming movie. Even though the works of these movies aren't finished yet, they will be in movie theaters soon. I will again thank my father, Val, the directors, and all of you who have supported me and wish to continue this journey further. Thank you. John completed his speech with that. Jameson and Val were both proud of his works and his hard work. They knew how much work he had put to his ideas. After this, The Lion King won 2 more awards, but this time only Jameson went to receive it. He even gave a speech saying that his son might become richer than him before he turns 18. All laughed at this joke. The ceremony ended with an afterparty, and John even talked a little with Tony but didn't say anything for fear of butterfly effect and kept his distance from Kingo because he felt vulnerable in his presence. Chapter 12, To Japan. September 1st. After the release of 2 animated movies of Aladdin and the Toy Story, people applauded, saying these were one of the best animated movies. In these few months Disney was finally established, and it had the same logo like it had in the previous life of John. John even started searching for Bob Chapek and Kevin Feige to take over the helm of Disney when the time was right. Ding. Total fan value achieved, 150,800. Urging the host to work hard. Even though the fan values weren't the same like The Lion King, he was happy about it. He earned a lot from these 2 movies, crossing the mark of $2 billion. Soon he brought some copies at the expense of some fan values. These copies were important for the next phase of his plans. In the morning of September 2nd, the family of 3 went to Tokyo. Jameson was surprised when his son asked him to take him to Tokyo. He didn't know what plans he had, but he still supported him on his ventures. On a chilly night of Tokyo, they landed at the airport and went straight for the hotel. Such a long journey was tiring for everybody and they needed rest. On the next morning, John took the family to Studio Pierrot with a lawyer and a translator, as he would need them during negotiations. Soon they arranged a meeting with the CEO of the studio. The CEO was pretty surprised and excited when he heard the famous creator behind those animated movies was going to meet him, so he cleared his schedule for this meeting. Soon John arrived with his family and headed towards the meeting room. "Hello Michiyuki Hanma-san. It's nice to meet you. Hope we didn't disturb you by arranging such a hasty meeting," John said with a smile. The translator helped him convey his words to Hanma. No, it's our honor to welcome such a famous animation movie creator to our premises. I am just surprised that you would come to our studio, Hanma said. Well, Mr. Hanma, we are actually here to have a cooperative relationship with your studio, and joining our hands we would like to depict a wonderful story in animation. The reason I chose Japan instead of USA because I believe that the story I have will appeal to Japanese audience more than Americans, John said. Hanma was skeptical to this point. He knew the animation industry in Japan, and it can probably said as the top industry of animation in the whole world. Even though he had his doubts, but he didn't express. I know you have your doubts about this, so let me give you a present. I didn't bring any other presents with, so I can only give you these 10 chapters of manga that I drew by myself. We can discuss the business terms after you read these, John added, and gave him 10 chapters of manga he drew. Hanma started reading, and the first page was the image of a cliffside of a mountain with image of few faces plastered on the mountain. It looked almost like the famous Mt. Rushmore, only in this case the faces were different. He then saw the image of boy with cat-like whiskers on both sides of the cheeks, and he was drawing all kinds of weird faces and signs on the faces of the mountains. Yes, this is the famous story of Naruto. John knew that in order to be on top of the world he needed a strong background. And after much contemplation he chose the story of Naruto because he was afraid of choosing Bleach, as the world of Bleach might coincide with Hell Dimension. He wasn't sure if this world had Mephisto or even the real goddess Death, and the world of One Piece is too complicated and the story didn't even finish, so he chose the world template of Naruto. And he had a hunch that the cost of Bleach and others will be costlier than Naruto. John knew that for bringing the whole world of Naruto to Earth it would start a storm, but he already had a plan from the beginning to fight this in a peaceful way. John also speculated that bringing the whole world would cost him a lot of fan values, but he was ready to pay the price, and no matter how much time it took. Hanma read through the chapters and he understood that this story had a huge potential. Soon he decided to accept any kind of proposal because he knew that if the story went right it would be world famous. Hanma believed that John would already have the whole story in his mind, and he trusted his own judgment for the story submitted by John. Mr. John, we would love to negotiate with you for acquiring the rights to make an animation of the story, Hanma said with sincerity. Sure, Mr. Hanma, we would love to cooperate. Disney and your studio will cooperate in this regard. Your company will have full freedom to make the animation, and Disney will only be responsible for its publication globally and other merchandise associated with it. 60% of the profits would be for your studio, and this deal would continue even in future animation works. How does that sound? John asked Hanma. Chapter 13, Accumulation. Hanma was overjoyed when he heard about this. Only a fool would refuse such a lucrative deal. He could already see lots of money coming in with this venture. I would like to add that I will also input some music and songs in this series of animation, and the series will come out seasonal-wise as opposed to regular episodes every week. This will keep the audience engaged and refrain ourselves in adding fillers in the animation. If you would like, you can make up your own side story and make it as a movie later. Of course I would also be on the helm of it, as I don't want to ruin its story, John said. He really hated the fillers and weird flashbacks just to fill up the screen time and milk the story further. John always believed that doing this would downgrade the story by a lot. He didn't want it to smear the legacy of Naruto in this life. At the end it was never about the money, it was about the fan values. He would never negotiate with anyone when it came to fan values. Money was just a way to keep some people away from behind the scenes. The contract was soon drawn up, and John said to Hanma that he would send all the relevant details, drawings, and directions soon in a few months. This project would take years to finish, and John gave him a deadline until 2007 to finish the whole plot and finish the animation. John also said that they could publish the manga too in the stores of Japan. Hanma happily agreed, as it would generate more expectations from the animation. He was looking to the bright future and cooperating with Disney. After taking a mini vacation in the country of Japan and admiring the rich culture and landscape of Japan, John and his father returned back to their city. John wanted to spend more time in Japan, but he knew he had loads of work waiting for him. Soon after coming back to New York, he started his daily life again as usual. He had been running around a lot, and finally he could take a small breather. Even though he still had to draw every day, it wasn't so hectic as it was before. He hired some local and even Japanese artists to draw for him every day while he just directed the details for them and added the story to it. August 4th. It had been 3 years since he introduced Naruto to the world, and it was not astonishing that people loved it. What was surprising for John was that the story of Naruto became famous in USA too. John thought it was because of the fact that Disney was behind the production of Naruto. Even though it was produced in Japan, the main person behind the story was John himself. Naruto's story appealed a lot to the audience. With the story of a boy who was ostracized just because he had a powerful demon inside him to being a hero. His sacrifices, his love for his friends and the enemies he had to face made the story enriching. What surprised the people was that the line between good and bad became blurred, as Obito wanted to unify the world to bring eternal peace, and for doing that he was ready to sacrifice freedom. John even wondered at that point if he had given more ideas to Hydra, because Hydra and Obito's dreams were interrelated. Of course, the real reveal of Madara wasn't released, as Madara was John's favorite character. Even though Hydra would never pay attention to such flimsy animation which had no value in real world, but the logic behind the whole story had appealed to the high levels of Hydra. Alexander Pierce, after reading the whole report and understanding the gist of the story, had even thought of trying to recruit John, as the story was created by him. Finally, after a lot of thinking, he refused to recruit, as at the end of the day, the hero of the story was Naruto, not Obito. In these 3 years, Disney produced stunning animated movies and the studio grew from few workers to hundreds of them. John finally hired Kevin and Bob for taking the helm of Disney and shared ideas with them about the future of the company. Disney, because of its popularity and meaningful plot, won Oscars almost every year. Some even advised him that he should try making real-life movies too, but John just refused their advances, as he already plans for real-life movies. In these few years, John had grown up to a handsome young man with the right muscles at the right places. He finally left his childish look and slowly turned into a teenager. He took regular defense lessons, even though he knew that it won't matter at the end, as his powers would just explode, but he still took precautions. Chapter 14, Accumulation 2. In these few years, Google and Facebook rose exponentially. There were signs of these two companies being the leader in IT sector. Slowly and steadily, these two companies were incorporated in the daily lives of normal people. People were surprised that the real person between these two giants was John Jameson. The media had whole discussion sessions on John and how he managed to acquire these two companies and even start new companies such as Twitter and Spotify. These ideas were unique and well ahead of the curve. The hosts and analysts even argued that John was on the level of Tony Stark when it came to unique ideas and creativity. Google had even announced that they were working on cheap smartphones that the normal people could use in their day-to-day life. All these accumulation over the years solidified John's position in the country, and even politicians approached him for cooperation and helping them in their campaigns, though he refused everybody politely. All his energy was to become strong enough to brush these politicians and military away, as he didn't want dirt in his hands. John's personal worth was valued at $40 billion. Even though he had a long way to go to reach the wealth of Tony Stark, but nobody would deny the fact that he might reach his level of wealth in future. Because John was still a teenager and Tony was already a grown man now. The media were eager to see the face-off between John and Tony to fuel their tabloids, but was surprised to see that they both never crossed each other's path. John used a majority of his wealth to make Daily Bugle more modern and a larger part for charity for old people and children from all over the world. This earned him more goodwill from a huge population and in turn helped John in propagating his works via Disney and thus earning more fan values. In fact, the rumors in the media had started that John would soon be given Nobel Peace Prize for his work for humanity and making the lives of ordinary people easier and better. Ding. Total fan value, $1.5 billion. Over the years he had collected lots of fan values, and it was all thanks to his movies and the story of Naruto. What came as a joy to John was that every episodes of Naruto gave new fan values to him. After asking the system, he understood that every episode's fans value would get renewed in the next episode, and so every episode gave him huge number of fan values. John was overjoyed because when he saw the required fan values for Naruto, he almost crumbled at that point. Ding. Fan value for bringing Naruto, Nine Tails mode, to life, 250 million. Fan value for the host to change to the character of Naruto, 125 million. Fan value for bringing Sasuke, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan mode, to life, 250 million. Fan value for the host to change to the character of Sasuke, 125 million. Fan value required to bring the whole world of Naruto, 1.7 billion. The host can't bring all the characters as the story hasn't finished in this world. After seeing the fan values, he was really tempted to get Naruto and Sasuke out, but he knew better, it's not time yet. He wasn't sure if the Sorcerer Supreme will open the portal and come to throw him away, so before he was perfectly sure he wouldn't take any dangerous steps. John felt that he wasn't much behind in bringing the whole world of Naruto to life. And he could realize his dreams soon, but before that he would have to make sufficient preparations. After much contemplation and thinking, he finally chose upon a movie which would help him in his daily life and help him against those who would try to spy upon him in future. Actually, even sometimes John felt he was being spied upon, but he could only passively ignore as he wasn't strong enough to fight against those people. He guessed that it would be S.H.I.E.L.D., but he wasn't sure. In fact, he feared that it was Hydra, but soon noticed that there was nothing unusual and he ignored it. Hydra probably wasn't ready yet to show its face, and he was not dangerous enough to bring the Winter Soldier out. And probably Zola didn't care about him, as his name would fall among the names in the Insight Project. In addition, now there was S.H.I.E.L.D. looking from far, so Hydra didn't take any rash decision. Finally, he announced to the management of Disney that he would be directing a science fiction movie which wouldn't be an animation. This surprised the management, as they always felt that their boss never cared about real stories. This brought a smile on their faces because they always felt that they could expand more, but their boss never let them take this step. Bob was ecstatic when he heard this from John and arranged a meeting immediately. Chapter 15, Directing a Movie. The morning of August 5th, there was a meeting between John and the management of Disney for a new route to the company. This time only Val accompanied him and Jameson didn't join as he felt his son was big enough now to take major decisions. Early morning he came to the studio and met with all the senior management and they all settled down in the meeting room. Well, as I have informed earlier, the company will now start creating sci-fi and even real-life movies. But the story and the script of the movies should always go through me. Mostly the scripts will be proposed by me, and if any of the script writers hired by the company comes up with a reliable story, I will consider it, John said. Disney was always controlled solely by John as he didn't want any public or outside interference. He had the last say in the studio, even though Bob looked after all the management issues, but the final say was still under the hands of John. I know that you all have been too eager for this, so here I have a story for you. And to inform you that Kevin will take a new role in the company as the head of a subsidiary of Disney. Disney will never interfere in the works of Kevin. Disney will only be responsible for providing funds and required team to execute his plans, John added. This new information surprised all, even Kevin. Though John once mentioned him vaguely that he had other plans for him, but Kevin didn't expect that he had such a grand plan for him. Having a subsidiary would give him total freedom and he could do anything he wanted. This was basically a dream job for him, from being a small producer to taking the helm of a subsidiary of Disney. Though he wasn't sure what plans John had for him, but he was looking forward to it. Bob didn't give much heed to this new command, as at the end of the day Disney would still be the boss. After that, Bob started looking through the script and it excited him instantly after reading the whole plot. Such ambitious project had never been taken before by any studio, and he was sure that if he could execute it perfectly, it would be a super hit movie. This movie would require a huge team of VFX artists, but Disney now had a huge command on many companies and had huge influence. It would be easier to hire good VFX artists. I know this movie doesn't have much potential like the other animated movies, but this could be considered baby steps. You can choose any director, but the final cut of the movie should pass through me. And yes, don't put too many explosion scenes on the movie. Try to make it little realistic but futuristic enough. I have already drawn all the characters and even some glimpses of the fight scenes, John said. And yes, finish the movie in 6 months and that's non-negotiable, John added again. Bob and the others were now accustomed to his tight schedule and didn't complain. Sometimes Bob wondered if John was haunted by something, because he always gave them very tight schedule and it always felt John would run out of time. After the proper discussion on the movie and the whole process, everybody left except Kevin. John wanted to speak to him privately. Kevin, I would like to introduce to the story of a new theme. I would like you to be on a helm of a huge project, and this would include superheroes, John said to Kevin. Superheroes? Like Captain America? Kevin asked with raised eyebrows. Yes, like Captain America. These superheroes will form a team and defend humanity in the movie, just like Captain America. This is a huge project and it will span over many years. I hope you are mentally ready for it. John said. Of course, boss. I would be happy to take this project. But do you have a story? Kevin asked with excitement. Immediately John submitted a script to Kevin and said, take your time. Finish this project before the mid of 2008 and bring the director Christopher Nolan. I heard he is a great director. Sure, boss. After going through the story, he was little surprised because the starting of the story was almost exactly like Tony Stark, but the trajectory of his life took a total different turn and turned out to be a superhero. And what more surprised him was the time he got for this story. That is almost over a year, but he was delighted as he could change things according to the requirements. Kevin could see a huge potential with the script and was really looking forward to working on this. John smiled at him because he knew that soon everything will change and he was looking forward to it. Chapter 16, Movie Released. Soon Disney started working on the project that John had given a timeline for. The VFX artists of this world were much better than the previous world. John guessed it probably was because of the influence of Tony Stark and Quentin Beck, as they were way ahead of their time when it comes to virtual projection. It might even have the hands of Fastos, one of the Eternals behind the advancement of VFX artists and virtual projection. John decided to follow the normal process of releasing trailers on various social media and YouTube. Yes, John had already incorporated YouTube with Google and even made sure there were proper administrators so that the future YouTube creators would have a solid platform. The trailer started with a high school boy going with his dad to buy a car, and then the shopkeeper mentions that it's not the men who choose the car but it's the car who choose the drivers. The boy then sat on a yellow Camaro and saw a weird sign in the middle of the steering wheel. Later the boy realized that the car could transform, and then the trailer showed a glimpse of the story and various fighting scenes. Yes, the movie John chose was Transformers for his debut in real filmmaking. Even though the later parts of the movie didn't fare good, but the first movie was a brilliant one. John banked on the fact that men have love for machines and robots, so this movie would appeal to all. As soon as the trailer was out, it went viral and people loved it. Disney announced their step in filmmaking apart from animation with a bang. The trailer went so viral that even Tony Stark commented on the comments section on YouTube that he would love to watch the movie and he was looking forward to it. This comment alone garnered more likes than the actual movie. John was surprised by this, but he gave a grin to it. He just got free publicity, so how could he complain? He just hoped that this wouldn't create any butterfly effect. That's all he cared about, as he didn't want to influence his destiny too much before he transforms into Iron Man. By January 2007, the movie was ready and it received a red carpet movie premiere on 2nd of February. John arrived with his family. It was a star-studded red carpet as many known stars of Hollywood attended. Soon reporters asked for an interview, which he happily obliged. "Mr. John, is this movie your creative debut in the circle of movie making? Are there more movies that Disney has decided to release?" one reporter asked. "Yes, this could be said as the debut of Disney in movie making, and yes, there are other projects that we have lined up, but it will take time to come to life," John replied. "Mr. John, will Disney stop making animated movies now?" another reporter asked. "Of course not. Disney's love for animated movies and series will continue, and we also have corresponding projects," John replied with a smile. Then another reporter suddenly asked, "Mr. John, we have seen massive turnover with the series of Naruto, but why did you choose a foreign studio for its development? Do you feel that the animation level of USA can't reach the level of Japan?" This question suddenly brought a wave of silence among the reporters, as this touched a very sensitive topic. John's eyebrows raised with the question, but he replied with a smile. "Of course, the animation of USA is a very high level. Didn't we always make animated movie based on our country? I chose Japan for the development of Naruto because their studio was more suitable for these kind of projects, and Disney had too much of work with all the animation movies. Plus, the story of Naruto is not actually mine. It was a Japanese friend of mine who told me once about it, and I just brought the story to life." After this answer, the reporter couldn't refute his claims, as the life of John was pretty private and they knew almost nothing of his social life. Suddenly a sports Audi car arrived near the carpet end and a handsome man with goatee beard came out. It was Tony Stark. The appearance of Tony surprised John because, according to rumors, he never comes early in any event. John thought it was probably due to his love for machines and engineering. Soon the reporters who were flocking John went straight to Tony, as the life of Tony was more interesting than the bland and boring life of John. John in these few years didn't have any relationship with anyone, even though he had received many advances from almost everywhere. From school to charity events. Every young girl teenager would show goodwill to John. John was a handsome and rich guy, which appealed to many, but he politely refused, and so the reporters couldn't dig out any spicy story from him. In addition, he had too much influence on social media, so nobody dared to say anything bad on his life. Chapter 17, The Spy in the House. The movie was pretty much a copy of the actual Transformers movie by Michael Bay, but with more realistic graphics and lesser explosions. Sometimes John wondered if in any universe Michael Bay was an incarnation of Deidara from Naruto, because only Michael and Deidara had so much love for explosions. "Art is an explosion" was the only slogan that both of them had. Of course, he didn't make the movie too realistic, as that would be counterproductive. John just asked the VFX artists to make their faces more prominent and make lesser explosions. All the other things he kept the same as the previous movie. The audience loved the movie as it had everything. The story of a failed alien civilization and their struggle to survive in the universe while still infighting being prominent appealed to all. The alien stories are still very intriguing to the audience, as it always had been since a long time ago. It's just that this alien civilization was different. After thanking the audience for their support and attending the party at night, John returned with his family. It had been almost 6 years that John had come to this world, and for the first time he got excited, as he was going to bring a living character to life tonight. Even though it would be taking a risk in front of the Sorcerer Supreme, but he still had to try. Ding. Fan value to bring the cube, 100 million. Fan value to bring Bumblebee to life / to be Bumblebee, 40 million / 20 million. Fan value to bring Optimus Prime to life / to be Optimus Prime, 60 million / 30 million. Fan value to bring Megatron to life / to be Megatron, 65 million / 32.5 million. Wait. System, I can bring even the cube to life. Wouldn't the life created by the cube would revolt like in the movie? John asked the system. Ding. Yes, since the world can be brought to life from movies and series, some specific objects can also be brought to life, such as this cube. The host can rest assured that the creatures will also follow the orders of the host. The system replied. John was overjoyed and he decided to bring the cube to life. "I choose to buy the cube," John said, and immediately a cube of 1 meter / 3 appeared in his hands. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. He opened his new Android mobile phone, which Google has recently released, and brought the mobile to touch the cube. Immediately a spark covered the whole mobile phone and slowly transformed to a small robot with blue eyes and 4 legs and 2 arms. It was almost the same as the mobile that transformed in the movie, but it looked more exquisite and refined. "Master, what your orders?" the mobile asked to John. John was looking at the mobile closely for a minute and then said, "Well, you the first of your kind, so I should name you." How about I call you Fix-It after the minicons? Do you like the name? John asked. Thank you, Master, for naming me. I would be happy to serve you, Fix-It said with enthusiasm. John felt that the creatures brought to life should always have an identity and should never be nameless. Well, you can call me John instead of Master. I am not your lord. You are free to do whatever you want, but this world isn't the world of Cybertron, so there are restrictions. I hope you understand. You can even check all the information from internet, John said. Immediately Fix-It shook for a few seconds and its eyes shone bright. Fix-It went through tons of information and got a general overview of the world he was in. In fact, John could share his memories to all the characters that is brought to life, but John forgot about it because of his excitement after seeing a character. Thanks, John. I understand this world now. But I will choose to follow you as that would be better for me, Fix-It said. John was happy after listening to this, as he hoped all characters have their own autonomy instead of following his orders always. John then suddenly remembered something and asked Fix-It, are there any spy cameras or microphones in the house? Can you scan the whole house and check it? Fix-It's eyes suddenly became extremely bright and turned a total 360 degrees and then said, there is one small microphone at the living room at the corner of the top right shelf. It can probably listen to most of the surroundings, but its range can't reach to the room we are in right now. John, do you want me to disassemble it? Fix-It asked with eagerness in his eyes and transformed its hands to sharp blades. No, Fix-It, I would deal with this. You can change back to mobile and only transform when you are alone with me. If you have any information to pass, you can generate a text in your screen or call me like its normal function, John said hurriedly. Chapter 18, Sorcerer Supreme. After coming out of his room, John went straight to the family room and according to the directions, he went near the shelf and found a small microphone pinned to the wall. He took it out instantly and crushed it under his leg. Even though he figured out that it might be S.H.I.E.L.D., he didn't like being spied upon 24/7. I mean, who would even? After going back to his room, he went to sleep as he was tired after all the work. Since their wealth had been accumulating fast and steady, Jameson finally decided to spend on luxurious goods and services. The next day, John asked his father that he would like to buy a yellow Camaro like the one in the movie. Jameson was confused by this weird request, as John could buy more luxurious cars with his money. But he didn't refuse, as John asked for something on rare occasions from him. So they drove directly to a Chevrolet showroom and picked up a yellow Camaro. Because of all the advertisements from the trailers, Chevrolet's sales of yellow Camaro had gone up, and even Chevrolet had a deal with Disney in this regard. After going through all the necessary credentials, John himself drove the car out of the showroom. He was going to bring Bumblebee to life and he needed an alias for this. This yellow Camaro was going to be perfect. After coming back home, Val and Jameson went back to their respective works. Even though Val didn't have to take care of John anymore, but Jameson let her work for them as she was an integral part of their family. After coming back to the garage, John immediately spent 40 million fan values to bring Bee to life. As soon as he commanded Bee to appear in front of him, there was a yellow-colored humanoid robot of almost 5 meters. It was so tall that it had to crouch down so that it didn't hit the roof. Before bringing Bumblebee to life, John made sure there were no cameras or microphones nearby. If any information of Bee leaks out, it would cause a storm, and even his empire wouldn't be able to help him stop this. John sighed after looking at Bee and immediately shared his memories and thoughts to Bee. Hello John, it's nice to meet you. Thanks for bringing me to this universe, Bee said. John didn't want to tell him about the system, as that was his core secret and he wouldn't tell anyone even if it were his summons. Hello Bumblebee. Is it fine if I call you Bee? John asked. Sure, all my friends call me that. Now what do you want me to do? I can't just crouch down in this garage always. Right? Bee asked. No Bee, there is a yellow Camaro here which you can scan and transform to. Be sure to copy even the license plate number, John said. Bee scanned the Camaro and immediately changed into a yellow Camaro car. Now John had a new headache to deal with. He now has 2 Camaro cars and it would be impossible to explain the reason behind same license plates. He was thinking if he should tell him some of his secrets. Because in the future it would become more apparent. Well, till he asks me about the situation of my cars, I would keep my mouth shut, John thought to himself. After seeing the transformed Bee, he entered inside the car and tied his seatbelt as had a place to be. Bee, take me to 177A Bleecker Street, Greenwich Village, John said. Sure, Bee replied without any thought, and soon the car self-drove out of the garage. After driving for almost half an hour, he finally arrived to the address. He looked at the huge building in front of him. The famous New York Sanctum. Even though he lost some fan values due to his extraction of Cube and Bumblebee, his fan values was soon going to reach the desired value of 1.7 billion to extract the world of Naruto. It was fine for Bee and Fix-It, but he wasn't sure if the Sorcerer Supreme would allow him to continue doing as he wished. Even though he had full trust on Naruto and Sasuke to fight against the Ancient One, but he didn't want any conflict. The generations of Ancient One guard Earth against the other dimensional invaders, and he didn't want to disrupt this cycle. After arriving at the door of the sanctum and calming himself a bit, he knocked. Soon the door opened by itself and Black Baldman was standing a little far in front of the stairs. "Hello, Master Drum, it's my honor to meet you," John said with politeness, but he was ready to spend fan values and take over a character if he was attacked. He wasn't sure how Master Drum would react. Chapter 19, Sorcerer Supreme, 2. Do I know you? And how do you know me? I don't remember ever seeing you. Who are you? Master Drum asked John with some doubt. Of course I know you, Master Drum, protector of New York Sanctum. I am John Jameson. I am here to ask an audience from the Ancient One. John replied. John Jameson. Now I remember. Aren't you the famous movie creator and a business tycoon? How come you are here? How do you know of us? I have never seen anyone from your family practicing magic, Drum said with astonishment and little on guard, as he felt this John wasn't simple and he might be an otherworldly being in the guise of human. He was ready to conjure rings of Rogador in order to fight. Well, my circumstances are little special and I have always known the existence of Camartage and its importance. Don't worry, Master Drum, I haven't come with any malice and I just want to ask the Ancient One about something. John said calmly, even though he was sweating in his heart. He didn't want to fight Master Drum, especially in their own home turf. Who knows what kind of spells are attached to the sanctum? Before Drum could reply to it, suddenly a voice came from behind which said, "It's fine, Master Drum. He really didn't come with malice and can actually be considered an ally. You can go back. I will take him to Camartage." A bald woman came from behind the stairs and walked towards them. John was excited and nervous to see her. He always felt nervous when he sees these characters which looked exactly the same as in the movies. He was always in awe when he met these characters, be it Tony Stark or the Ancient One standing right in front of him. He couldn't even open his mouth to speak to her and he stood rooted in his spot. "What happened, kid? Didn't you want to see me? Why are you silent now?" the Ancient One asked John with a faint smile. "Ah. Sorry, I was just a little lost in my thoughts," John said shyly. "All right. Come with me. We have lots to discuss," the Ancient One said. After that, the Ancient One led John to upstairs and to the doors which led to Camartage. As soon as they passed the door, he saw the famous Eye of Agamotto, or in other sense, the time gem upon a raised stone block. He looked at it for a few seconds but turned his eyes. He knew that Infinity Stones were really powerful, but he believed that if he was given enough time he could ignore the power of Infinity Stones. The Ancient One saw that his eyes were on the Eye of Agamotto but turned away soon. John's eyes reflected confidence, which raised a smile in the mouth of the Ancient One. After coming in the courtyard while following the Ancient One, he saw many people practicing magic. Even though it was night due to time difference, it was chilly outside and the Himalayas being close by. He was envious of them but didn't say anything and just followed the Ancient One. After entering the hall, the Ancient One started to brew tea and John sat down in front of her to finish making her tea. After few minutes, 2 pots of tea was ready and gave 1 cup to John. John took a sip and felt refreshed instantly. "So you are finally here. I thought you would never come," the Ancient One said. "Well, I was scared that you would banish me away from this world," John replied shyly, as he couldn't say that he was scared of her, but he has a degree of defense in his body. The Ancient One could probably guess it, but she didn't expose him. "So have you seen my future?" John asked. The Ancient One smiled and said, "Yes and no. I can never see your future. It seems like there is some powerful entity preventing me to see your future, but I can see your influence on various people, so I know you have no malice to Earth. So I don't really care about what you do as long as the defenses against the other dimensions are intact. Of course. I won't let anything bad happen to Earth, as it's my home too. But if someone provokes me or my family, I won't mind sending them to eternal damnation," John said while taking a sip. The Ancient One just smiled and didn't say anything to this point. "I have a doubt. Can you help me clarify?" John asked with curiosity. "Sure. Ask away. Did you know of Tiamat?" John asked. The Ancient One raised her eyebrows when she heard the question. Actually, she guessed wrong from beginning. She thought that John's knowledge of future came from the powerful entity behind him who brought him to this world. When John got transmigrated here, the Ancient One felt a change in defenses of Earth. Chapter 20, Sorcerer Supreme, 3. She checked multiple times to see if there was anybody who invaded but didn't find anyone. So she had to use the Eye of Agamotto to look into the future, only to see that the future has changed by a huge mile. She checked all the possible timelines and realized that the main person behind this change was John. Even though on possible timelines John never turned against Earth, she still had to check on John herself as to judge his character. So the Ancient One started spying on him from the mirror dimension, and after few days of spying she realized that John was a decent guy from heart, loved his family and had very interesting ideas. So after that she stopped paying attention to him. She didn't know that all the knowledge of future came from movies in his previous life, and the powerful entity behind him was not even a living thing. It was just an overpowered system. Yes, I do know of Tiamat. But that is the headache of Strange. Not mine, the Ancient One said with a mocking smile as if she was having a laugh on the future problems of Doctor Strange. John was dumbfounded by seeing this side of the Ancient One. He wondered if all the Sorcerer Supreme has such weird character. Well, after leaving his thoughts in the back of his head, he sat straight and came to the topic for which he really came all the way from home. In a few months many other worldly powerful beings will enter Earth. They are friends of mine. I hope you won't stop me. John was serious. He was scared that she would reject, but she gave a reply he never expected. You can bring anyone you want from other universes. It won't really matter to me as long as they don't hurt the defenses of Earth and the sanctums, the Ancient One said with a smile. That is, of course. I can even ask my friends to help you guard the sanctum if you allow us. John added instantly. Well, then I will thank you in advance for your help, she said with a smile. Well, I can see you brought two beings with you. One is on the parking spot of New York and the other in your pocket. Right. She added. As soon as she said that, the mobile in his pocket vibrated continuously. It was probably asking for permission to transform and attack her because Fixit felt that the woman was dangerous by her words. John probably guessed what Fixit wanted to do, so he brought the mobile out of his pocket and said, Fixit, you can transform and show yourself. As soon as he said that, Fixit transformed and immediately started shooting from his transformed and even launched a small RPG from its back towards the Ancient One. John didn't even get the time to stop Fixit, but he was relieved to see that she already put up the rings of Rogador in front of her. Even though the bullets and the missile won't really hurt too much to a human being, but it still might cause burns and pain. And if used in vulnerable places, these bullets and missiles could even prove to be fatal. While these beings look so cute. Its name is Fixit. That's a nice name. Are they from the planet Cybertron? She asked with curiosity. John was dumbfounded. How come you know of Cybertron? The movie hasn't even released globally. You even watch movies made by me? John asked with huge eyes. Of course, I went to LA and watched the movie from Mirror Dimension. I have to say that I loved the idea of the movie. That car outside is the famous Bumblebee. Right. Looks powerful. I could feel the power from outside. All these years I watched some of your movies and works. I have to say that having a knowledge of so many universes is amazing, she said. John felt guilt and shy for deceiving her, as there were no such universes. He was just a guy with a small trick, or at least that is what he thought. He wasn't sure if Naruto universe existed or not. He didn't give much thought to it anymore. Yes, this is Fixit, and the car outside is indeed B. Fixit, say sorry to her. She is a friend of mine and our ally. John said to Fixit. Fixit looked back and forth to the Ancient One and John, and he couldn't understand why he pointed this mage as an ally, but Fixit didn't argue on this. I am sorry for firing upon you, mage. Hope you won't take this to heart. It's fine. I can see that you want to protect John. You can continue to do so, she said. Chapter 21, Spilling Out Some Secrets. After talking about other small things for a few more minutes, he asked her to send him back to New York. She drew a gateway which led to New York Sanctum. After saying goodbye to Master Drum and coming out of the door, he went back to his home with B. He finally had relief on his face, as he wouldn't have to care about bringing the characters to life. He had been stressed out about this for such a long time, and now finally he was at peace. It was already afternoon when he came back home and started making plans for future. In 2 months' time the story of Naruto would end, and after that he could bring the whole world to life. He had asked the system if he could hide their villages when they would be brought to life, and the system replied that the world which will be brought to life will always be in their own dimension and nothing can detect their presence. This dimension would be present in this world but in a different plane. And only the characters of that world could travel back and forth between the real world and their own dimension. This information gave him relief, as he wasn't sure if he could hide the villages from satellites. John could divide the dimensions in any way he pleases, and this too would be of great help to him. As he was thinking of what steps to take in future, it was already evening and his father came back from work. As soon as his father got inside the garage, he saw 2 Camaro. He was surprised to see 2 cars of same color and design in the garage. What did this child do now? 2 cars of same model and even same license plate. Did he do something illegal? Jameson was skeptical because all these years his son had never done anything bad, even though he always came up with weird ideas. He never did anything outside the legal line. Now after seeing the 2 cars he needed to make things clear. After coming inside he went straight to the room of John, only to see him sitting and closing his eyes as if in a deep thought. Why are there 2 cars of same model and license plate in the garage? Did you do something illegal? You better not have any bad ideas or I will send you to police myself. I don't remember Chevrolet having any deal which stipulates them to give us a Camaro, Jameson asked his son with some anger. John, who was dozing off a little, opened his eyes at once. No, Dad, there is nothing illegal. But yes, there is a reason for 2 cars in the garage. Sit down, Dad, I have something to speak to you about. John said with a sigh. What he feared had came to reality. Soon in a year the world is going to change and he needed to keep his family away from harm. Valentina had gone to her native home after coming back from LA, so the father and son duo were alone for these few days so John could speak with complete privacy. Even though John trusted Val, he didn't want her to be exposed to the world of danger yet. Dad, please switch off your phone, then I will talk about the car. Even though Jameson didn't understand why his son asked him to do that, but he obliged. John didn't want Zola to listen to the upcoming conversation. He wasn't sure if Zola or S.H.I.E.L.D. listened to their conversations, but he didn't want to take any risk now. Dad, do you remember that I once told you that this world isn't simple? That it's beautiful and dangerous? John asked. Huh. You did say that, but what about it? The world has always been like this. What's new to it? Jameson asked. He wasn't sure what John meant by that. No, Dad, you are not understanding my point. I meant that there are people here who have extraordinary powers, aliens who roam the universe and even people from different universes, John said with sincerity. Jameson's eyes went wide when he heard this. He didn't believe it. What nonsense are you speaking? Are you weaving lies to fool me and divert my attention from the car in the garage? No, Dad. Just listen to me. This world is really not simple. Humans have already come in contact with aliens years ago. Even thousands of years ago, aliens have visited our planet and many people have special powers in this world itself. Trust me, Dad. Whatever I am saying is 100% truth, John said. Fine, even if I believe you for a second, what does it have to do with the car in the garage? Jameson asked. Dad, did you really think the movie Transformers was just a movie? John asked with a smirk in his face. After hearing this, Jameson almost jumped in his seat. Being the head of a news agency, he knew what the words meant. Don't tell me the car in the garage is Bumblebee. Jameson asked with wide eyes. Yes, that car is the real Bumblebee. If you don't believe me, come with me. I will show you, John said. Chapter 22, Spilling Out Some Secrets, 2. After that, the father-son duo went to the garage and John said. "B, you can transform yourself. My dad wants to talk to you." After that, what Jameson saw, he would never forget in his entire life. Even though in the future he will come in contact with many extraordinary things, but the transformation of B was what changed his perception of world forever. After seeing the whole process of majestic transformation with parts of the car separating and moving to random direction of the body and finally seeing a crouched B, he was dumbfounded in his spot. In his whole life he never believed in weird stories, but today his life perspective took a major turn. See, Dad, I didn't lie. B, this is my father. You can say hello. Hello, Mr. Jameson. It's nice to meet you. B said in a metallic tone. Jameson couldn't even speak for a few seconds, but finally out of habit he said. Hello. It's nice to meet you. He then suddenly thought of something and asked John, wait, if there is B, that means there is Megatron and Decepticons. We should talk about this with the military. Dad, that's the other part one want to talk about. Let's go back home. We have lots to discuss. B, you can transform into the car. Thank you, John replied. After coming back to room, they sat down opposite to each other and John continued. The movies are just that. Some movies. There are some truth to the movies, but many of it isn't true. I just made a story out of it. B actually doesn't belong to our universe. Have you heard the theory of parallel universe? It's like for every decision you make, there is an alternate reality where you didn't take the corresponding choice, and due to that there is another universe out there. There is no Cybertron in this universe, well, at least not that I know of. He is the first person to come to our universe, but he won't be the last, John continued. Jameson's mind was blown away by all this information. This world had suddenly changed for him and he wasn't sure what to do with it. Parallel universe. Aliens. Was it all real or was he just dreaming? Jameson now was in a huge dilemma. Being a journalist by heart, he felt that the people should know the truth of this story, but there was the safety of the family, because he knew a being like B will arouse jealousy instantly from the world and B would be subjected to experiments. John could see the struggle in his eyes and he knew what his father was thinking. Living with him for such a long time, he could understand his father. Don't worry, Dad. Soon you will be able to publish about these beings in your newspapers. People does have the right to know, but the time is not now. I will tell you when the time is right, John added. Okay, fine, I trust you. Who are the next people coming? Optimus Prime. Jameson asked. No, for now there will be no one from Cybertron. But yes, I have the cube in my hand. I will help you transform your mobile and your car for your safety, John said. What? Really? Oh my God. With the cube we won't have to fear anything. We can rule the world. But will you be able to control them? I remember that the transformed Nokia mobile was pretty violent, Jameson asked. Dad, I told you. Movies are just movies. Reality is different. Fix It come out. Fix It is the mobile I transformed. Now, give me your mobile, John said after bringing the cube from the corner of the room and showing him Fix It. Jameson was excited seeing the cube. As a man, he too loved robots and machines. Now all his dreams will become a reality. He was already dreaming of his own self-driven intelligent car. Soon Fix It transformed and exchanged greetings while John transformed Jameson's mobile and named it Jetstorm after another Minicon's dad used a Nokia phone, so the body structure of Jetstorm was different. It looked more humanoid than Fix It. But it didn't matter to him. After transforming Dad's car and naming it Hotshot, they both returned home after giving general instructions. Dad, I hope you treat Jetstorm and Hotshot like a family. They are a living being and I don't want them to feel lonely. Don't worry about that kid. Beings like them I will treasure more than I treasure you. Ha ha ha, all my dreams will come to life now, Jameson laughed. John just smiled seeing his father's enthusiasm. Dad, the world will change soon and I hope you will pay attention to your own safety. As I said, this world isn't simple. Soon everything will change. John said with solemnness. Kid, how do you know about all these secrets and what's your connection to the people of other universe? Jameson asked with curiosity. Dad, didn't I tell you that there are people with special powers? I am also one of them. Many times I dream of various stories and from these dreams I get to know the people from other universes. And from them I get to know who will enter into our universe, John replied. Even though John said some lies mixed with truth, there was no malice in it. He wouldn't be able to explain many bits if he didn't lie to him based on some vague truth and didn't want his family to be in dark. He didn't want to hide himself in and operate behind the shadows. It was never his intention. His system didn't allow him to hide. The more people knows about his summons, the more he will acquire fan values. Chapter 23, The New World is Here. Truth to be told, John had some doubt about himself. He thought that after bringing Bumblebee, the TVA, Time Variance Authority, will come after him, yet surprisingly they didn't. He guessed it was maybe because B and others don't belong to this universe and TVA can't look into the future of a new universe which is separated from Marvel Universe. And for the topic of him not being persecuted, it was probably due to the shielding function of the system. After explaining some things to his father and talking about some small matters, John and Jameson both went to their respective rooms. John fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. He was tired from running around all day and the mental pressure that he had to face for the last few years. Tonight finally he could rest in peace and have a sound sleep. After 3 months, the series of Naruto finally ended in May. John went to Japan to congratulate the team for such a massive success. John even attended party with Val in Japan with all the members of the studio. Everybody was very happy with their success and felt a sense of accomplishment as they made a wonderful story come to life. John even made sure that the entry of Madara in the Great War was kept a secret. He didn't include Kagaya's story at the end because John had always felt that the story of Kagaya was just a stretch and the last fight between Madara and the shinobi was basically the copy of the fight between Kagaya and the 7th team. People loved the ending of the series and the ratings of the series went pretty high, reaching 8.9 in IMDb. Being a series released in seasons format, people all over the world loved it even more than the actual version, as the actual version had too many fillers. After attending the banquet and coming back to the hotel, John checked his fan values. Ding. Total fan value, 1.9 billion. I would like to bring the Naruto world to life, John said excitedly. Ding. The Naruto world is brought to life according to the wishes of the host, but the world wouldn't have the character of Kagaya. The host can bring all the characters to life including the dead ones. The dead ones will require separate fan values. And since it is the host's first world, the world is calculated as a discounted price. The later world's price will be much higher. It must be mentioned that the host can transform himself to any character he wishes to from the world of Naruto while not affecting the character in the real world. Total number of fan values, 200 million. John was ecstatic when he heard it, as he could bring all the characters to life except for the dead ones in the story. Transform myself to Naruto Uzumaki. He realized he had become a little tall wearing a white cloak. John felt himself powerful. He could even feel a seal inside his body, and when he concentrated his mind on the seal he could see the Ninetales sleeping. When he went to the mirror to see himself, he looked like the real version of Naruto with whiskers on either side of the cheeks. He noticed that he could feel many things around himself and the people around the hotel. As he came near the mirror he saw that he was wearing a yellow jacket and black pants. Change myself to Sasuke Uchiha, and now he had long hair covering one eye. He tried to summon Susanoo on his hand and even tried using Mangekyo Sharingan. He could feel that if he used all his powers he could even destroy a city instantly. Of course John wouldn't do that because that would only mean death of innocence and destruction. John wasn't a villain who would do such despicable things. The moment when John turned himself Naruto, thousands of miles away in Kamar Taj, the Supreme Mage turned towards the western direction. Her eyes squinted for a bit, but then a smile came to her lips. The boy has finally grown up. Now I am not even sure if I could defeat him. It's fortunate that he is on our side. The world is going to change soon and he will be the forefront of it. It's a pity that I might not be able to see it, she said to herself. Even Odin from Asgard sensed a strong power from Midgard and tried peeping into it. The Ancient One sensed this and deflected Odin's sense as she didn't want any misunderstanding. Odin understood that the new power was under the control of the Ancient One, so he took his sense back and he didn't care after that. John was jumping in joy in his room. He had never been so happy in both of his lives combined. After trying out all his powers for a few minutes, he calmed himself down. He knew he would have to settle the world that he extracted in a balanced way. I want to bring Minato to this world, without Nine Tails chakra, John said at the end, as that was one of his favorite characters and it was 200 million fan value. The values of Madara and others were higher than 1 billion. He didn't have that many fan values. Soon a handsome man with blonde hair wearing a jacket and a white cloak over appeared. He was so ecstatic that he almost screamed in joy. Chapter 24, The Settlement. The next day John and Val flew home to New York. After coming back, John immediately went to his room and closed all the doors and windows and asked Val not to disturb him. She felt weird to this request but didn't ask about it. After coming to his room, he immediately summoned all the present Kages to life and shared his memories with them as soon as they were summoned. Naruto, Hokage, Kuratsuchi, Tsuchikage, Gaara, Kazekage, Darui, Reikage, Chojuro, Mizukage were the present Kages, and they had a look of astonishment in their faces. They didn't understand at first what actually happened, but soon due to the sharing of memories they figured out the whole ins and outs. Due to the influence of the system they had absolute obedience to John, but John left almost full autonomy to them. John didn't have a weird fetish to rule over Naruto world as he had other things to do. Welcome my friends to the new world. I would be needing your advice and help in this dangerous world, John announced to them. Well, this world is new. And it looks interesting. I am looking forward to the exciting new world, Naruto said. This world looks dangerous too with such powerful beings in the universe, Chojuro said shyly. He had always been shy and low in confidence, so he mentioned the insecurities first. It doesn't matter, we are already here and for the first time we are not at top of the food chain, Darui lamented on this fact. Whatever the future holds, we will have to face it and defeat the enemies, and that can only be done by joining hands and being united, Gaara added in a cold voice. Well, our villages need to be strong enough. We will have to start preparation for the upcoming battles, Kuratsuchi said. John was looking at these legendary characters and was in awe again by the power of the system. He thanked his lucky stars for allowing him to see such characters in real life. John shared the memories of what the future would look like and the dangers they would be facing. Well, John, the first hope you have a place for the village to settle down. Because we would need preparation. Naruto said. Of course I have a place. All your countries will be separated and spread out in different parts of the planet, and you all would be living in separate dimensions. I know this sounds like a jail, but it's not time yet to show your heads. When the opportunity arises, I will help you connect to the World Council and you all can negotiate a deal with them. Is that fine? John asked. This use of dimensions comes when a world is bought. It can be divided in multiple smaller dimensions or kept as a whole. The size of the dimension would be exactly like their original world that is bought and even look and function the same. The dimension could be placed at any location of the planet he was in at that moment. John really felt that the system was too overpowered at times. Sure. Where will you place each country? Gaara asked. Konohagakure will be placed in Japan. Sunagakure will be placed in Egypt. Kirigakure will be placed in Britain. Kumogakure will be placed here in USA and Iwagakure will be placed in Chile. The respective countries will follow the same pattern. I hope you all are happy with it. There might be little difficulty for some time because of no trade between countries, but I hope you all understand. And all this arrangement will be temporary, John said. We don't have any problems with this arrangement and we trust you, Kuratsuchi said. Since it's been decided, I will send you all on your ways. John said. After asking the system to make separate dimensions and sending them to different countries and sending all the people of the countries and ninjas to their respective places, John sighed in relief. Finally he had a background to face the world. Soon the people of the Naruto world came to life and they realized that the world had changed and have come to a new world. John didn't share all the future memories with the normal people as that would raise panic. He just made them understand that this was a new world. The people were already stressed thinking about this new world, but they calmed down soon as they saw all the Kages and the ninjas helping them understand the new world. John didn't bring the small countries to life because that might be fatal and can lead to many problems because of no sustenance from neighboring countries. Even though John could control the lives and death of the world, but he didn't choose to do so. He felt everybody should go through a cycle of life and death. Only that would bring colors to the lives of everyone. He would bring all the remaining villages to life after a deal is reached with the World Council. Before that he would have to wait. Chapter 25, The Prelude. The whole year of 2007 went by and nothing much happened in this regard. All the villages and their country settled as they were. They actually didn't have to move from their places. And there were just subtle changes in the environment. And all the Kages with the help of the lords of respective countries brought peace back to the nations. Only the trade matters were just affected a bit, but the countries handled it well while giving sufficient relief to the masses. John knew this was the last year of peace. In the last few months John tried everything possible to amass more influence on the world. Working on animated movies and giving ideas to Google, Facebook, Twitter and all the companies he had under him. He even attended the shareholders' meeting of Amazon and proposed some of his ideas. His idea of online marketing while cooperating with local shops and dealers was greatly appreciated by the board. Even though the execution of the idea would take time to implement, but at least the process had started. By now John had enough influence on the whole world and had done so much charity that no governments dared to stop his influence or restrict him via arbitrary laws, as such process would massively backfire, as the general public won't accept sanctions against him. And on other side, even though his valuation had risen to $80 billion, he never tried to influence any governments and gladly accepted all the laws of various countries while conducting his business. Thus John was loved by all as opposed to Tony, as he was hated in many countries. Being an arms dealer does have a huge downside. There had been even debates on the fact of who was more influential among the two. Kevin had already started filming the movie that John had asked for and it would release by the mid of May, 2008. John was looking forward for the debut of the movie as that movie was important in his grand plans. On New Year's Eve John took his family to long vacation. He even asked Valentina to bring her 2 children and her husband to the trip. John always wanted to go to Maldives in his previous life and live in a resort. So he planned accordingly and stayed over for 2 weeks there. They enjoyed the place immensely and had ample rest. Dad, this year will be the beginning of a new era. An era that Earth has never seen before. You should ready yourself mentally to face it. John said to his father suddenly while they were sitting beside the pool and gazing at the sunset. Jameson stared at him for a few seconds. He knew by now that his son was special, and since he has mentioned it meant that there is some truth to what was mentioning. What do you want me to do? Jameson asked. It's better to find a new home and a new headquarter for Daily Bugle in New York. And make it as far as possible from Stark Tower. John said. Stark Tower? Is Tony also somebody special with superpowers? I knew it. This arms dealer was definitely selling arms secretly outside, Jameson said agitatedly. John was surprised by his words, but being the head of a huge news agency it was possible he got some news of arms being sold to terrorists outside. Special? Well, you can say that, but you guessed it wrong. Anyways, just do what I say and don't worry about anything. And please pay attention to weird news from now and don't overlook anything. You might be surprised, John said. All right, kid. I hope you can stay safe. I have no idea what kind of era you are talking about, but I hope we can pave over it safely. Jameson said with some concern. John just smiled and didn't say anything. Valentina's kids were very young. A boy of 8-year-old and a girl of 5 years. Her husband Jorge was an amiable Hispanic man who worked as a Mexican restaurant owner at New York. The 2 kids were named Valeria and Matthias. John was thinking to give their family some sort of protection in the future. Her connection with him had already made them sitting on a boat with high waves. When the time is right, I will just take them to the world of Naruto for safety. That would be much better. John thought to himself. Soon they came back after spending a good time and all went back to their lives as usual. Valentina and Jorge thanked John immensely for providing them with such a trip, as it was like a dream for them. April 20th. There was suddenly news and some videos being shared on the internet that there was a monster spotted in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, wreaking havoc. Jameson had specially asked his employers to pay attention to weird news. As soon as he got the news, he went home and told John about it. So it has started. Dad, stay away from Harlem from now and always ready a team near Harlem to shoot any unusual scene in the next 2 months. You will get a surprise, John said, a smirk. Chapter 26, Out of the Shadows. Jameson sometimes wondered if the power of John was seeing the future. His son sometimes talked like a prophet and it felt really weird to him. Dad, don't worry. Pay attention to the news of Culver University, but no need to act on it. Just act normal and don't raise any suspicions now. Only Harlem is what that matters. John said with confidence. Jameson didn't say anything to it and few more days went by as usual. But suddenly a startling news started revolving in the internet and now even proper videos came out. Jameson was shocked when he saw the video from Culver University. It was a green-colored humanoid larger than twice the size of a human being ravaging military vehicles and went on a rampage. This video really scared Jameson. At the beginning he thought it might be a monster little more powerful than human being, but after what he saw he hardly believed his eyes. This was almost like an invincible monster and maybe only a nuclear explosion can kill it. John asked him to act as normal so this time he didn't run to home. But as soon his work ended he took Hotshot and went home. For the first time he felt having Hotshot gave him a sense of security. He was scared because according to the hints of John there might be a situation with that monster in Harlem. After returning home he immediately called John and informed him. So the trajectory is same as I hoped for. Don't worry Dad, he isn't a bad guy. He is just a child who is little confused. It's fine. John assured Jameson after watching his dad being a little scared for the first time. Then why did you tell me to watch over Harlem? Don't you mean that this guy will wreak havoc there? Jameson asked with confusion. Dad, a hero will always need a villain to prove himself. Don't you understand that? Haven't you seen the script of the movie that is going to come out in a few weeks? Harlem will be his rise. Well, that's what is supposed to happen. Dad, whatever you shoot in Harlem, don't spread it. Keep it absolutely safe and secure. This will be useful during negotiation if required, John said. Negotiation? With whom? With this green monster. Jameson was more confused now. No, Dad. It can be used with certain people if required. Jameson didn't ask any more questions as he felt stressed by listening to his son's prophetic blabbering. He just informed the team about his requirements and asked them to only record various situations in Harlem and not have any contact. Since it was the work of John, Jameson sent most of his employees for this job. May 2nd. It was a normal night in Harlem, but suddenly there was havoc in the streets. Suddenly a huge humanoid monster of green with a contrast of black could be seen in the streets. Its size was almost the same as the monster that appeared in Culver University, but this one had spinal bones outgrowing from his back and bones from the elbow joints. Jameson, when he got the videos from his employees about this new monster, he immediately called John about it and gave the information about this new monster. So finally it's time for action. I have worked hard and made all necessary preparations for this day. Let the great era begin. John said excitedly. He immediately changed himself to a character from Naruto world. This character had a long white cloak with fire designs at the end and written, Yondaime Hokage, in Japanese. Yes, it was the famous yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, one of the favorite character from Naruto for John. As soon as he changed he disappeared from his place and appeared in Harlem. Few days ago he left a flying god thunder mark at a building at the center of Harlem. John leapt over buildings to avoid cameras and approached the place where Abomination was in rampage. He saw a half-damaged U.S. military Humvee driving backwards and Abomination approaching it fast. It won't be fun if I use Minato to fight this. Let me change myself. After saying this his character changed. As Abomination was almost approaching the Humvee, Abomination felt a sharp pain on his back. It felt like 4 sharp and big needles had entered from his back in the body. Even though there was only rage in his mind he still could feel pain. He pulled out one of the needles to ease his pain. After pulling it out he saw swords shaped like a needle with a red handle and a small yellow end. He was instantly angry as he felt insulted by getting hurt by such a flimsy item and broke it instantly. Then he turned back to see who was courageous enough to hurt him. Chapter 27, The Gorgeous Fight. Abomination turned his head and saw a black guy with long blonde hair tied behind. He wore weird black shades in his eyes and a head scarf in his head with a metallic front which had a weird sign drawn on it. His dress was very weird with a combination of white shirt with only one sleeve and black pants with a huge red-colored belt around his waist. There was huge object which was bandaged in white and looked like a sword, but this object had an obvious thickness. The people in Humvee sighed in relief as they got some time to sneak away from this monster, but the camera in the Humvee continued to play. On the helicopter General Ross, Bruce Banner, and Betty watched this and were shocked. How could this be possible? Even missiles couldn't penetrate the skin of this monster. How could simple swords enter his back, and that too by quite a few inches? Who is this guy? What is this new weapon? New technology from Stark Industries. General Ross said. Bruce and Betty had the same thought and they too were dumbfounded. They continued to see what would happen next, but they were dumbfounded by what the weird men said next. Yo, the monster destroyed one of my sword, this hatred cannot be resolved by simple words, yo, the men said. Hey, that didn't rhyme at all. I need to work on this rap. Abomination was very much irritated by this man's words and approached fast towards this man. He raised his hand and threw a punch at him. Betty on the helicopter gave a cry and closed her eyes as she could already imagine the gruesome death of the man. Bruce too shuddered. But what they saw next made everybody's eyes present in the helicopter pop out. They saw that the man stopped the punch of the man with his fist. He had a weird blue-like glow around his body. Yes, this weird man was Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. John chose this character because he could use more grand moves and defeat Abomination. Abomination was shocked to see that he was stopped by a normal human being, and as he was shocked, Bee used his other hand to punch him hard on his face. This shot alone threw Abomination few meters away. He slid on the ground for few inches and then stopped. Know my name, know my fame, don't be lame. 8 tails, that's me, da rappin', killer bee. Tail beast reside inside my hide. Makin' beats and rhymes and I'm makin' 'em live. It's what a Jinchuriki needs to survive. Battle after battle up here in the beehive. Oh yeah. Bee started singing and even dancing to this weird but catchy rap extract. Now all the people who were looking at him were even more dumbfounded. What's up with this man? Why is he so weird? He punched this monster so hard, but instead of continuing assault he is singing and dancing. These were the thoughts of all the people present. Abomination got up, shaking his head after a second. He felt his dignity was insulted after watching his opponent singing during the battle. I am going to send you to hell, it shouted. After standing on his feet he started running towards Killer Bee again, and this time he was going to take this fight seriously. Last time, he considered it was like an ant, so he didn't even use his full strength, but he wouldn't commit the same mistake again. As soon as he was near the Killer Bee to throw a punch, Bee suddenly vanished from the spot and he instantly felt a strong pain in his back. It felt as if 1,000 spikes has entered through his skin and wreaked havoc. He turned around instantly only to see Killer Bee standing with a huge sword-shaped object. Only this time half of the bandages of it was removed and he could see a weird blue-colored round-shaped sword with spikes all over its body. Ow, seems like Same Hada likes the energy in your body. It seems I would have to feed it from you. This sword was Same Hada, a living sword that fed on energy and chakra. Same Hada changed ownership when he had a fight with Kisame Hashigaki, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. What the hell is going on? Can anyone tell me? Who is this man? General Ross roared. After few seconds a soldier who was responsible for monitoring said, Sir, we don't have any information about this man. How come the US military doesn't have any information about this man? Find it out fast. Search everything and everywhere. He was shocked, but he was more excited because this guy could be the key to controlled super soldier serum that he had been researching all these years. He wanted all the information about him. Chapter 28, The Gorgeous Fight, 2. Beheld Same Hada with 2 hands and the blue glow in his body changed to red glow. John couldn't let this fight last long, as many people have been paying attention to this fight. John needed a platform to showcase a new world to the high-level people and he got it. Now it was time to finish it off. He knew that the government might come after him after this, but he wasn't afraid. The party time is over now, Bee said finally with a hint of sincerity. After covering his whole body in Same Hada with red glow he vanished from the spot. And when he appeared he was already face to face with Abomination. Abomination tried to stop the sword which was approaching in fast speed by crossing his arms in defense position, only to feel a sharp pain in his hands and the same feeling of small needles entering his body and dragging over it. Abomination also realized that he felt a little weak after taking this move from Bee. Before the realization could even be processed by Abomination, Bee vanished only to appear behind him and using the same move on his legs. This brought Abomination down to his knees. Abomination felt humiliated and wanted to give a backhand jab to Bee, but only to catch air. Bee appeared again in front of him and this time used Same Hada and took a swipe at his chest. The only difference this time was that he kept the sword for a few seconds on his chest instead of shredding his skin with the sharp needles on the body. This allowed Same Hada to absorb lots of energy from the body of Abomination. Of course, he wasn't going to suck Abomination as he needed to be kept alive. John had watched Shang-Chi in his previous life and he knew Marvel had some plans for him. He didn't want to end this story now. Bee then suddenly used the famous lariat shot on the neck of Abomination to make him unconscious. After he took the shot he suddenly heard a loud voice from behind. Stop. You can't kill him. He is an US military property. General Ross shouted from behind. Who are you? You possess such immense power. You might be a danger to the general public of US, so I would need you to come with me, he continued. Ross approached him with caution with gun pointed towards Bee. There were also some soldiers and policemen pointing their guns at him. Even though they were pointing their guns, nobody felt that the guns could be helpful fighting this weird man. They watched of how he defeated this monster. His vanishing move is enough to kill all of them. Even though Ross said these words he didn't feel safe enough, but he still took the risk. This was his chance to fulfill his dream of super soldier project. He didn't know how much flack he was going to receive from higher authorities for the mess he had caused. Hey, General Ross, after killing so many people with your stupid experiment you still have such courage to ask me about it. One Hulk wasn't enough for you to satiate your thirst. As for me. Didn't I say my name? My name is Killer Bee, Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails. Now lower your guns, otherwise I won't mind giving you a lesson for you to remember for the rest of your life, Bee said mockingly. How dare you? Ross knew that he was weak, but his momentary arrogance blinded him. Boys, shoot him, Ross commanded. After listening to the command the soldiers started shooting immediately. Even though they knew it was futile they still took the shot. They just prayed that this weird man wouldn't kill them. As soon as they shot, B vanished from the spot only to appear behind a soldier and vanishing again. This small moment was enough for B to make the soldier unconscious with a controlled hit. This move repeated again in the back of other soldier near him and he too fell unconscious. This cycle repeated again with all the soldiers. By the time the last soldier realized what was happening, he was already late and fell unconscious. After this trick, he appeared in front of General Ross. B took the posture of punching him in the face. Ross was horrified as he felt he would die if he received a full-powered punch from him. Only to realize that the hand to stop in front of his nose. He even felt a gust of wind passing by due to the close proximity. Ross took several steps behind in fast manner and held his gun tightly pointing at B. He didn't have the courage to take the shot as he knew that his action might lead to his death. Betty almost gave a scream by looking at this. Bruce's face too was solemn as he wasn't sure if he could defeat him when transformed to Hulk. "Relax, General, I won't kill you. I ain't a bad guy, but please don't use your official power in front of me. Those don't affect me at all. General, a piece of advice, give up your ambitions. It will only lead to your demise." "Okay, now bye." B vanished after saying that. Before vanishing, B eyed Bruce and winked at him. Banner immediately understood that this was his chance to escape, and among all the rubble and unconscious soldiers he sneaked away without being noticed by anyone. Ross was too scared to pay attention to anyone. Chapter 29, Two People. Killer B appeared again in a remote alley where there was nobody, and he climbed upon the wall to the top of the building beside and ran over the buildings to appear very far away. He checked if there were any cameras with the help of Fix-It and transformed back to John. He walked out of the alley with a smile in his face. He had achieved what he wanted to and he was happy about it. He called a taxi and asked him to take to Manhattan, to his home. The traffic was really heavy. It was probably due to the fact that there was a havoc in Harlem and police, firefighters, and ambulances were rushing in. As he was approaching his home, he got a message from Bumblebee saying that two men had entered his room. B asked for permission to kill them. "B, you can't always think of killing. It's fine. Let me reach home. I am strong enough now to handle two people. I probably know who came to my home." "Calm down," John said hurriedly. After reaching home, he opened his door and realized there was no Val. He was a little scared for her, but then he remembered he gave protection to her in the form of transformed mobile, which he changed sneakily. Since there was no message about any attack, he understood that she must be away. These two people might have led her away from home. And since even his father hadn't arrived, he understood it was the deliberate action of them. He already knew who these two people were. After entering his room, he noticed that there was a person with an eye patch on his right eye sitting in a chair, and in the corner was another person standing beside him, and both being in darkness as the lights were off. As he went to switch on the lights, the person sitting in the chair said in a raspy voice, "Mr. John Jameson, founder of Disney and the person behind the huge technological giants in the world. It's nice to meet you finally. Nicholas J. Fury, Director of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, and Phil Coulson, an agent of Level 7 clearance. It's nice to meet you both too. Coulson, you can sit down in the chair beside," John said while switching on the lights without even looking at them. Now it was the time for Fury and Coulson to be astonished. They immediately touched their guns beside them as they weren't sure how John knew about them and even their identity and organization. 2 hours ago. SHIELD headquarters in New York. Fury came to New York on the information he received that was a illegal experimentation being done at Harlem, and it was related to Hulk. Fury had already planned to absorb Hulk into SHIELD later, as he was too dangerous to be left in the hands of US military. He followed the reports closely. And when Abomination broke out, he already had video feedback from the scene. But what happened later changed his worldview. He saw a weird black man in a weird dress fighting against the monster while singing and dancing. It almost felt like a child's play to him. Who the hell is he? Find out right now, Fury ordered. He wasn't sure where this guy had popped up from, but he needed to know about him. "Sir, the facial recognition software can't find any relevant information about him in any database. This person supposedly never existed before now," the agent who was responsible for searching information said with a surprised tone. "This is impossible." "Check again," Fury said. "Sir, I have checked thrice. There is no information about him," the agent replied. Coulson, who was silent for some time now, finally said with a weird expression, "I think I know this guy. It's the same as he said. His name is Killer B, the Jinchuriki of 8 Tails. Coulson, you know him. How come you have never mentioned him before? Are there any secrets you are hiding?" Fury asked with a hint of surprise. Coulson had been his trusted subordinate for a long time now, and he never kept any secret from him. So how come he never heard about this guy from Coulson? "Sir, you misunderstood. I said I know this guy and his character, but I personally don't know him. Because technically he is not supposed to exist. He is a character out of anime made by John Jameson. Coulson said with a more weird expression. Even though Fury didn't pay attention to normal things, he paid attention to the life of John as he was a person of interest due to his massive influence. So he knew what anime was. What he couldn't believe was the fact that an animated character had come to life. He couldn't believe it, so he asked why Coulson thought this guy was Killer Bee from the anime. Chapter 30, Two People, 2. Sir, this move of his sword was possible because he attached a lightning chakra to swords. With that it has high speed and penetration power. Chakra can be said as a type of power which is hereditary and pass from generations to generations. That sword he uses is a living sword. Yes, you heard it right, it's a living sword. It absorbs chakra from others to make itself big and powerful. Well, here he is absorbing the energy of this monster. That is the reason the monster was so weak by the end, and the red glow in his body is because of a demon named Eight Tails sealed in his body. He can freely control the power of the demon and fight. His power can be evaluated as a walking nuclear bomb. In full force he can destroy cities. Well, at least that's what the story in anime said. Coulson spoke out in one breath. Coulson was the person who had kept tabs on John initially, and that led him to watch his works on animation and movies. Later, even though he withdrew from spying on John, he continued watching his works. His works really fascinated him, and the story of Naruto really touched him as it spoke of organizations responsible for world peace. Coulson understood that at the end the price of freedom and peace is always high, and to achieve a balance between them is the toughest of all. Fury listened to him and started thinking, and soon realized the main person behind this is still John. Only John can speak clearly on this. Immediately he ordered his agents to contact John, but his agents replied that John wasn't at home. If before Fury had some doubts about John's connection to this guy, now he was definitely sure that there was a connection because his agent said that they never saw him leaving the house. Even though they stopped close monitoring of John, S.H.I.E.L.D. always had an eye on him from far. After thinking for a long time, he decided to go to his house and wait for him. He immediately gave orders to stop the military to go after John as it was outside their jurisdiction. S.H.I.E.L.D. was responsible for any extraordinary events on Earth and had an U.S. member in World Council. So he had enough pull on this matter. Nick also took Coulson as he could give insights on this regard. Present time. Home of Jameson. John saw that his plan worked. He wanted this exposure from the very beginning. John knew that doing all this would expose him to S.H.I.E.L.D. and later to the people of the world when they get to know that his works are coming to life. But this is the only way he could accumulate more fan values. Relax, you two. Knowing such information is very easy for me, and I advise you two now to make any rash movements, as the guy in the windowsill isn't very good-tempered. John said with a smile. Fury and Coulson suddenly realized there was an additional guy sitting with one leg hanging down and one leg on top of windowsill. He had long hair and covering his one eye. He looked really handsome with the moon shining on top of his head. After years of being in spy service, it was the first time they didn't even notice another person arriving beside them. Sir, this is Sasuke Uchiha. He is more powerful and dangerous. Sir, I really advise you not to take any rash decision, Coulson said solemnly while keeping his hands from the gun away. After thinking for a couple of seconds, he came back to normal as he understood that John didn't have any malice towards them. If he had, he could have killed them long ago. Sasuke being on top of windowsill sitting without even them realizing was proof enough that John had powerful allies, and him not taking a shot towards them stated that he didn't want to come in conflict with them. Truth to be said, I expected Natasha or Clint to come and spy on me for a few days and try to find out information from me. I think the military didn't give you a good time, so you had to come by yourself. I was even ready to play with you all, but I guess I underestimated myself. Thanks for showing me the sincerity. And please, can you abbreviate your organization's name as S.H.I.E.L.D.? It's really tongue-twisting to say such a long name, John said. Fury and Coulson were really surprised about the depth of information John had about them. That abbreviation sounds appropriate, Coulson murmured under his breath. Fury really felt that all his secrets were bared out. John could see the worry on Fury's eyes. A guy who never trusted anyone was in a very weird position. Relax, Fury, I don't know everything about you. I am still in the process of knowing S.H.I.E.L.D. and its secrets, but you don't have to worry. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't interest me a bit. You can continue with your work and I with mine. Of course there can be talks of cooperation because we both know of the dangers that the Earth is facing. Chapter 31, The Conversation. Who are you? What are you? What is your purpose? How come you know so much about us? Fury asked in a more calm way this time. Haven't you done your homework on me? Don't worry, I am not an alien. The reason why I know about you is for another reason. But that's not what you really want to know, do you? John said as he sat beside them. It seems like Coulson has watched Naruto. So it will be easier for me to explain. Whatever story you have watched at Naruto is a real story, well, except for some of the deaths. Due to certain reasons, their universe has started merging with our universe and their world has entered the planet Earth. This process almost started a year ago and now their world has completely merged with planet Earth. Of course, by merging I don't mean that they live on Earth. The reason why you haven't noticed the existence of them is because they have hidden themselves in a smaller plane which is aligned with Earth. All the people living in the villages and countries are now in that plane. Now they have showed their faces because they needed information about this world and I was the mediator for them, John said in one breath. So you are saying their whole world has collided with our world? Aren't they aliens? Is there any reason behind it? What are their purpose? Did they initiate this? And how are you connected in all this? Fury asked curiously now. Fury, there are infinite universes out there. You must have heard the theory of parallel universe. If you haven't, you should give it a read. Their world is just another parallel universe and due to unknown reasons their world has merged with us. Don't look at me like that. I really don't know the reason of this collision. But I can tell you this, their universe isn't the only universe to merge with us. Some more universes will soon start this process, John said. Oh, you moth ******. Fury blurted out after listening to this. Even though Fury didn't believe what he said, but the facts in front of him showed that whatever John is saying might be true. Coulson, after listening to the conversation, finally remembered something and asked. Mr. John, if what you said is true, then there must be the 5 Kages. If you really want us to believe this, can you let director meet the 5 Kages? It seems like you really have watched the whole series. Yes, there are 5 Kages. The fight today with the monster was their decision to intervene in order to attract your attention and have meeting with you and the World Council behind to negotiate their merge with Earth. Even if they live in their own plane, they need Earth's help for trade purposes. They are even ready to trade some of their science and technology with you all. Fury, I advise you to go and watch the whole series before meeting the 5 heads of their villages to understand their character better. And Fury, tell your World Council not to conspire against the world of Naruto. The ending will not be good for them. Politics is nothing in front of real power. Though it's naive to think on my part that there will be no conspiracies from your politics, but let me remind you and your World Council that they are basically assassins, so for them to turn over a government is very easy. Bullets, missiles, and even your nuclear weapons are useless to them. SHIELD and governments of countries won't even know what hit them if they decided to do so. John said. Okay. Fine. I will think on it and try to arrange a meeting with these so-called heads. But they need to meet me first before having an audience with the World Council. Don't worry, I will warn the World Council. Fury thought for a moment and gave a decision. Sure, then I thank you on behalf of them. Sasuke, you have heard what he said, you can go and inform them. Arrange them in a location and their SHIELD will pick them up. John said to Sasuke while blatantly giving orders on behalf of SHIELD. Fury raised his eyebrows when he heard this but didn't reject it. Sasuke will soon contact you. You can take his number from me, John continued and said to Fury. After listening to this, Sasuke vanished from his spot without even speaking a sentence during the whole meeting. Fury had been eyeing Sasuke for the whole time now, as he himself felt that the person was dangerous. It was as if his instinct almost screaming to him, saying not to make any funny movement in his presence. After he disappeared, Fury relaxed his nerves. The past few moments were one of the most stressful in his life. It reminded him of the incident with Carol. Okay, now tell me, what is the deal with you? How come you know about them? And you said there might be situations like that. What do you mean by that? Fury asked John now. John smiled and replied. My situation is a bit special. You can think of me a bit like a middleman. When I sleep, I can dream of different worlds and their stories. It's in this way I know about you two and your identities and Naruto's story. It started few years ago, and from this knowledge I was able to build such a huge empire in such a short time. But soon I realized that this was not all to these dreams, which led to the current situation. Last year the 5 Kages approached me as they knew that I already know their story from animation. Even if their planes are separated by dimension barrier, they can come and go into Earth as they please. But anyone who doesn't have permission can't enter their dimension. You should actually thank me for this. I made a complicated process simple. John said a whole bunch of lies with a straight face. He didn't feel any wrong saying this, as this story was mixed with truth. Chapter 32, The Conversation, 2. Fury became silent after hearing this. Whatever John said can be inferred as real, as he had some weird ideas which propagated his rise in such a short time. His deeds can only be described as legendary. Now Fury felt thankful that John existed, otherwise he would have been in the dark all this time and it might have spiraled into an uncontrollable manner. Now at least he has some information of the other party. From Coulson's hints he could infer that these so-called 5 Kages shouldn't be bad, and he could take a week to watch the whole series and get to know their story. Fine. I believe you for the time being. Would you like to join SHIELD? Of course not as an agent, but in another department, Fury asked John finally. He would like to get the first-hand information from him about the coming of new worlds. He didn't want to be passive like this and take the initiative to contact them. Sure, I could join SHIELD as consultant. Keep the military away from me. But don't put a security detail on me as it will hamper the other party from approaching me. I would like to mention that I will still continue creating series and movies as that will help the other party approach me. Movies can be said as a gesture of goodwill towards them. Fury, some of the people that might come in the future can be really powerful, so you might not even find them, so it's better to do this ritual. Oh yes. Have you blocked the news of B and others? The world isn't ready yet to know the news of B and that monster. John said as he didn't want to expose his secret. Fury, after thinking quite a bit and seeing the power of Killer B, agreed to this. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. is controlling the situation. I have handled Ross as he created quite a scene in Harlem. The White House isn't happy about him and consulted us to handle your situation. Coulson will be the liaison on this matter, and you can contact me directly when you get new information about New Worlds. Fury said as he already had a headache thinking of the explanation he would have to give to the World Security Council. Yeah, about that, in a few months or weeks there might be a new guy soon. Mother *****. **T, Fury and Coulson almost shouted out loudly after hearing John. Don't tell me it's the Transformers. Coulson thought of John's works and speculated that only the world of Transformers might collide with their world. He was both excited and worried thinking about this. No Coulson, it's not Transformers. It's about the new movie I am making, which will release in a few weeks' time. John said. Tell me about this guy, Fury asked John. If you and Tony ever had a child in the future, then this new guy would be that child. Being a great inventor and a detective, he is someone who walks in shadows, and like you, Fury, he doesn't trust anybody. You should know how to deal with such people. So don't try to find him. Even though he hasn't arrived yet, he will come soon, John said with a smirk. If one problem wasn't enough for S.H.I.E.L.D., now they have another guy who is like him but more dangerous. Fury now really had a huge headache. Give me more information about him, Fury said. It's fine, he hasn't arrived yet. His story is a bit sad, so you can watch the movie. He won't be coming before the release of movie anyway, so you can rest assured. Tomorrow there will a trailer too for the movie. You can check it out. Fury didn't insist on this as he has enough headache now. Receiving the location of the 5 Kages, he was surprised. He thought they would be in a single position, but their locations were separated. This made him trust John a little bit more, as he never went to these locations ever before. After discussing the necessary process of approaching them, he and Coulson left as he had too much work to do. Jameson returned home few minutes after their departure, and he already knew that Killer B had appeared in Harlem. He excitedly asked John about the situation and was dumbfounded when he learnt that the whole world of Naruto has merged with Earth. John lied to him too, as he didn't want to tell his secrets to anyone. Surprisingly, there were no videos or any new information in other papers about the wreckage of Harlem. It seemed like it never happened. S.H.I.E.L.D. really has too much power in this world. Sigh. As long as Hydra doesn't affect me, I don't really care of what they do. John thought. The same day, a new trailer for a movie came out from the official channel of Disney on YouTube. The trailer started showing a small boy falling in an unused well and someone speaking in the background saying, "Tell us, Mr. Wayne, what do you fear?" Chapter 33, Similar Stories and the Meeting. The video then showed a young man in a dirty room with another older man in suit. The young man asked, "How do you know my name?" "Well, the world is too small for someone like Bruce Wayne to disappear," the other man replied after coming out of the shadows. The trailer played while showing glimpses of many interesting and fascinating scenes and ended with a man dressed in black with pointed ears on his head, and at the end it showed the name of the movie. Yes, the movie John chose to create was Batman Begins, the famous movie of Christopher Nolan. John was a great fan of DC in his previous life, and he wanted to make things right in this world for the DC universe. While shooting of the film, he directed Nolan to make Batman more flexible and show more fighting scenes, because he would incorporate this version of Batman in the DCU. John had enough confidence that this movie would inject sufficient amount in his depleted number of fan values. In addition, the sequel would inject a higher number in future. The internet went mad at that moment because no movie ever showed a superhero apart from Captain America. And Captain Rogers' movie was more of a propaganda than a movie for all. This was a new refreshing theme for movie lovers, and it specially came from Disney, which has a huge reputation of making great movies. In the next few days there was a buzz in the entertainment sector of the media. Many speculated that this movie was a silent arrow shot to Tony Stark, as in the trailer the hero clearly lost his parents who were rich and inherited their wealth but later turned out to be superhero. Some people even debated on the fact that John and Tony had some secret rivalry, and people were divided in the comments section of the trailer. Fury also paid attention to it and was actually relieved when he watched the trailer. He felt at least there is no huge danger. Even though he wasn't sure if this Batman had any powers, but he felt that Batman wouldn't be outrageous like the world of Naruto. Fury had a meeting with the World Council before and told the exact situation he learned from John and said about the meeting in a week. The World Council happily obliged, as they could get intel from this so-called new world and exchange ideas. They had their own ideas about this new world and they saw it as a waypoint to exploit a new world. They said they could definitely strike a deal of trade as it would be beneficial for S.H.I.E.L.D. too. Fury told all the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to watch Naruto series so that every agent could understand the other party's powers better. By that time almost all the agents knew about the new situation. Of course all the agents had to keep this information secret. Obviously the Hydra agents felt that the vision of Obito was much better and idealistic than these 5 Kages, as they felt in real world the people would forget their hard-won war and humanity will enter the same cycle of hatred. Only absolute control could maintain absolute peace. Pierce was already making plans on how to use this in his favor and had to make necessary plans. Soon a week passed by as the scheduled meeting was set in morning. After a long time all the 5 members of the World Council met with each other. Every Kage was brought to the main headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Washington, D.C. via the Quinjet. All the Kages wore the same dress as they did during the last 5 Kage Summit meeting with a huge squared-shaped hat and a cloak. At around 11 a.m. all the Kages arrived. All the agents that were in the Triskelion came to the windows and crowded near the doors when all the Kages arrived. Every Kage was followed by a bodyguard. The agents were excited to see such legendary characters. They all have watched the Naruto series and they knew all about all the 5 Kages. Nick Fury personally came to meet them near the door. It's an honor to meet you all. I am Nick Fury. Welcome to the Triskelion. I hope your journeys were a pleasant one. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Nick Fury. Even though you have already known us, but it will be rude not to introduce myself. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. Man, your mode of transport is so cool. I would really like one myself. This Kurama is such a useless thing. He has such awesome powers but he can't fly, Naruto said with a hint of regret. Nick Fury almost fell down when he listened to his complaint. I guess only he can mock the almost invincible 9 Tails and get away with it, Fury said in his heart. He wiped away the invisible sweat from his head. Sure, we would love to provide some Quinjets for you all so that you can travel faster, Fury said at the end. The other Kages introduced themselves. Fury felt he was living in pins and needles. Each character present here was powerful enough to destroy the Triskelion with a single swipe but felt lucky that they were on the good side. Even if they would never be under the thumb of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was good enough if they could become allies. Chapter 34, The Negotiation. Soon Nick brought them to a big closed room with no surveillance. He didn't want to be fancy and sneak away anything as this meeting was very important for future and he wanted to convey a goodwill. They all sat down. The meeting with the World Council was scheduled after the meeting with Fury as he wanted to personally talk with them. The World Council approved of this as they felt even if they know their story, they weren't sure if the story was true. It would be better if Fury can judge their character after meeting them personally. We would like to open trade with you and establish a proper trade route so that we could sustain ourselves. In exchange we can allow some of your agents to visit our villages and even learn our ways of fighting. Even though you don't have chakra in your body, I am sure our way of fighting will be suitable for you all. Gaara said immediately after sitting in his chair. He really is a person with no nonsense as opposed to Naruto who likes to blabber a lot. They really are the same as in the series. I guess John can be trusted in this regard, but why do I feel like he is hiding something? Or is it just my overthinking? Fury thought to himself. Sure Kazekage, we will happily cooperate. It's just that we don't have a big department for logistics. We might take more time but rest assured we will work around the clock for it. We will also like if you could share some medical personals from your villages. That can be done, I guess. Chojuro said timidly. Speak up, Mizukage. You are a great shinobi and last generations of 7 swordsmen. Have some confidence. And there better not be any shady things behind the scenes. We will know immediately if that happens. Kuratsuchi said. We will also accept limited number of mercenary operations from S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course we will take money in return as we ninjas also need money. Of course only Chunin graduates will be allowed to take the missions. Oh yes. John might have said it but I will add again. Don't try to trick us. Naruto might be gullible but we are not. We don't mind reminding the people out there why we are ninjas. She added. Fury was delighted when he heard that because having Chunin personals would mean having already top-rank forces for S.H.I.E.L.D. equivalent to Captain America with weird powers. Sure, we would love this cooperation even more. And I will make sure there are no conspiracies against you all. But do keep in mind that the missions would be evaluated first by the management in respective villages, and if we think that the mission has a problem that doesn't go by our ninja way we will reject. Darui added. Of course I understand that. I will also help you all to provide identity so that you can come to our world. Fury said hurriedly. Fury knew that they lived in different plane than the Earth's, and in fact in these few days he tried searching for any weird energy all over the Earth, but the science department of S.H.I.E.L.D. said there is no such thing in whole Earth and everything was normal. The further negotiations can be done under the presence of the World Council and we could sign relevant papers for it. Fury said at the end. Everybody agreed and went outside to bring all the 5 members of the World Council in the room. After a couple of minutes they came as Fury assured them that the story John depicted is probably true as their characters were same like the story. It's my honor to meet the famous 5 Kages. I am Gideon Malik. How are your children, Mr. Naruto? Are they well? A member of the World Council said as he approached Naruto. Don't speak about them. Boruto is still a headache. Only Himawari is the sensible one. But it's my own fault. After coming to this world I am trying to spend more time with the family, Naruto said with a small smile in his face. Ha ha ha. I have a daughter myself. I can totally understand your thoughts, Gideon said with a laugh. Shikamaru, who came with Naruto, approached and said, hello all. I am Shikamaru Nara of Konohagakure. I am the advisor for the Kages and I will be responsible for the negotiations in this meeting. I hope you all can accept it. Sure. Fury will be our representative. Let the negotiations begin. We will like to include exchange of technology, share of medical knowledge, mercenary operations on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the negotiations. Yen, one of the members of the World Council, said. Sure, let's start with the share of medical knowledge. Shikamaru started providing proposals. Sometimes Fury added his own perspective and input. After an hour of negotiations a deal was reached between the 5 Kages and World Council. The negotiations were very fast because the World Council didn't want to provoke an enemy like them and they got new knowledge and personals with almost paying the price equivalent to nothing. Chapter 35, The Awaited Superhero Movie. June 4th. Today again there was a red carpet premiere in LA and John came for it with his family. The premiere for Batman Begins was a grand one partly because the American audience loved superheroes and the story seemed like it was based on Tony Stark's life and this movie was silent jab to Tony's legacy. After coming to the premiere John was surrounded by reporters again. Mr. John, what are your expectations from the movie? One reporter asked. I have very high expectations from it and we have already decided that there will be a sequel to the movie soon. John said. This was a new information for them and they immediately asked John about it but didn't reveal any more information about it. Mr. John, some say that this movie is based on the life of Tony Stark and you taking an aim to him. Is that true? Another reporter asked. Of course not, I know the media is trying to portray in such a way but let me assure the story has nothing to do with the life of Tony. This is just a made-up conspiracy theory, John said with high confidence even though the reporter didn't feel he was speaking the truth. Excuse me. My friend is here. I need to say hello to him, John said after rejecting further questions. Hey Coulson, what's up? Fury didn't come to the premiere? I heard Sasuke saying that the negotiations went good. Congratulations, John said as he approached Coulson. Coulson came as he was the liaison of John and gather information from the movie about this new hero who is going to come to Earth soon. Thanks Mr. John. I would like to know when will Mr. Bruce come to Earth? He asked. You can call me John. You don't have to be formal with me. Treat me like a friend. He will arrive soon. Maybe within a month. I am not sure yet, John replied. Thanks John. Coulson replied. After few minutes of talking John noticed that an acquaintance also arrived. John didn't expect his presence. He could already see that the reporters were flocking towards him. I can wholeheartedly say me and Mr. John there don't have any rivalry. Don't try to make weird stories from your conspiracies. Me fighting a person almost half my age is hilarious. If the military people hear about this they will laugh at me and cancel the contracts on ground of this. Don't you think so Mr. Jameson? Tony said as he noticed John approaching him. Of course Mr. Stark. I have already told them the same thing but they just refuse to believe me, John said with a smile. I am surprised by your presence here Mr. Stark. Thank you for coming and sorry for not giving you an invitation. I didn't think you will be interested. Congratulations for winning this year's Apogee Award. John said. Thank you. Though the ceremony in a few weeks. You should come with me for the ceremony. Your idea surprised even me kid. I am sure we can come up with something good. You can be my assistant in this. Stark said. He still had the arrogance which continued his entire life. John didn't mind his arrogance as he has the capital to back it. Sure Mr. Stark. We will have lots of things to discuss in the future. Now let's go and watch the movie. I am sure you will like it, John said. The movie started with a boy playing hide and seek with a girl and while hiding from her he accidentally fell into a well and suddenly the bats living in the well attacking him. The shot changed and then showed a young man with handsome face in a foreign prison opening his eyes. He had a fight soon with the inmates and then was caught while in the middle of the fight and thrown to a locked cell by the guards. Suddenly a man came out of the shadows and said, "Are you so desperate to fight criminals that you lock yourself in so that you can fight them one at a time?" Actually there were 7. The young man said. I counted 6, Mr. Wayne, the man in suit replied. How do you know my name? The young man said with solemnness, now leaving his careless attitude from before. The world is too small for Bruce Wayne to vanish. The man in suit said, my name is Dukkad, but I speak for Ra's al Ghul, leader of League of Shadows. He continued by saying his purpose of his presence and asked him to join a group of warriors fighting for justice. The movie followed by him going to the place where Dukkad asked him to go and joining the League of Shadows. Chapter 36, New Function of the System. The movie followed almost as the original Christopher Nolan's original version. But the fights were more exciting and fast-paced than the original. The movie went on with him refusing to kill criminals and burning down the whole compound of League of Shadows. After he returned, he decided to do something about the rotten city of Gotham. And with the help of his steward Alfred, policeman Gordon, and Lucius Fox's fancy gadgets, suits and a modified vehicle, he started a cleaning process in the city of Gotham wearing a bat suit. But soon realized there is a larger conspiracy at play in the city. After much investigation, he found out that there will be a terrorist attack on the city that will destroy the city, and the astonishing thing was that his company's hand was there in this attack. As he investigated more, the person behind the whole operation came out. That person was Dukkad, who he rescued when he bombed the compound of League of Shadows. He turned out to be the real Ra's al Ghul. Ra's said in order to clean the city there needed to be cleansing in full scale, and this can only be done if they killed everyone in the city. The audience exclaimed at the plan and lunacy of Ra's. Then Batman fought Ra's to stop him in the final fight in a train. The train crashed and Batman glided away before the crash, with the fate of Ra's being unknown. John wanted Ra's to be alive for later period as he needed Ra's to be more comic accurate and had grand plans for him. He didn't know how the system evaluates his movies and worlds. As there were different versions of Ra's. There was a different Ra's in the Green Arrow series and a different Ra's in the animated movie. He hoped that there will be no conflicts when he brings the characters to life. The movie ended with a post-credit scene of Gordon asking for help from Batman with a new criminal that has risen in Gotham called Joker. People really loved the movie and gave a big applause. Tony too loved the movie as the movie story coincided with his life a lot, but there were differences. The movie was produced by the subsidiary of Disney named as DC. Though people didn't know why there was a subsidiary for Batman's production, they didn't think much about it. In 2 weeks the movie earnings reached a whopping $300 million. Almost reaching the original box office earning in such a short time. Ding. Total no, of fan values, 120 million. Fan value required to bring the character Batman, George Clooney's version, to life, 2 million. Fan value required to bring the character Batman, Christopher Nolan's version, to life, 40 million. Fan value required to bring the character Batman, Zack Snyder's version, to life, 60 million. Fan value required to bring the character Batman, Jay Oliva's animated version, to life, 80 million. The fan values required to change yourself will be half of the character's fan value. Fan value required for Batmobile, Christopher Nolan's version, 2 million. Fan value required for Batmobile, Zack Snyder's version, 2 million. Suddenly John had a weird thought and asked the system, can I combine 2 versions of Batman together? Ding. Yes. Which versions does the host wants to combine? I want to combine Zack Snyder and Oliva's version. Is that possible? If yes, then how much will be the cost? John asked excitedly. Ding. Calculating. The fan value required is 100 million. It's probably due to less difference between these 2 versions. Well, anyways, extract the combined version of Zack Snyder and Oliva's version with the 2 types of Batmobile, the Zack Snyder's version of Batwing and Alfred, Zack Snyder's version, John said. Ding. Characters and items extracted. You can summon them whenever you like. Remaining fan values, 10 million. All fan values gained by the movie gone to ashes. Sigh. The stage for Iron Man has been set. John said excitedly as he was lying down in his bed. Tonight he would have a good sleep. July 2, 2008. Las Vegas. As liaison to Stark Industries, I have had the unique privilege to serve with a real patriot. He is my friend and he is my great mentor. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to present this year's Apogee Award to Mr. Tony Stark, Colonel Rhodes said, and waited in the podium for Tony to appear. But Obadiah Stane appeared instead to receive the award and gave a speech. John too attended the ceremony and he wanted to say his farewell to Tony before his change. In addition, he wanted to see who was Colonel Rhodes, as he had changed in subsequent movies and saw that it was Don Cheadle's character. Before, when he fought against Abomination, he noticed it was Mark Ruffalo's character. So I guess the universe corrected itself here, John said in his heart. Chapter 37, The Kidnapped Stark. After the ceremony was over, Rhodes called Tony to find his whereabouts. John already knew where Tony was, so he directly went to the casino after the award slowly. After he came to the table where Tony was, he saw Rhodes having a conversation with Tony. After losing the money in the gambling table, he was ready to go home only to see John standing and looking at him on the opposite side of the table. Rhodes left after reminding Tony to be on time for the flight to Afghanistan. "Hey kid, you didn't come to ruin my luck in the gambling table, did you?" Tony said as he approached John. Behind Tony stood Happy. John looked at him for a couple of seconds, as in the original world Happy's actor was the director of Iron Man movie. He looked at Happy but didn't say anything. "No, Mr. Stark, I just came here to see you. I was in the award ceremony and I just walked in here only to see you." John lied. "Well, don't drink here. If you get caught, the media will tear your good image apart," Stark said with a laugh. "I never drink, Mr. Stark." "Well, I heard you are going to Afghanistan tomorrow. You should be careful there, as the place isn't safe now. John reminded me once." "Don't worry, I will be fine. The US military will protect me, as this weapon is important for them," Tony replied without much care. John just shrugged and didn't say anything. He didn't want to change his trajectory, as this journey is important for him to change himself. After saying goodbyes to each other, John moved away and saw from afar as Tony took a reporter into the car after she interviewed him intensely. John just smiled after he saw that. John returned home by flight the next day. As per the original timeline, Tony arrived late by 3 hours to his private plane to Afghanistan. As the flight attendant closed the doors of the plane, felt a gust of wind pass by her. But she didn't feel anything wrong about it. Somewhere in Afghanistan. They say the best weapon is when you never have to fire. I respectfully disagree. I prefer the weapon you only have to fire once. That's how Dad did it, that's how America does it, and it's worked out pretty well so far. Tony said a long speech and continued, "For your consideration, the Jericho." After showing off the missile's capabilities, he went to the military Humvee. Soon he got a call from Obadiah asking about the situation, and Tony replied happily. After Rhodes leaving in a separate way, Tony and the convoy rode towards the military base. Suddenly there was a sound and the forward Humvee exploded. They were being ambushed. There was a fierce battle between the soldiers in the convoy and the people who ambushed. The soldiers were outgunned and outnumbered. Tony, after realizing the dire situation, made a run for his life, but soon a missile flew and got stuck near him. Tony, after seeing the name tag on the missile, tried making a run, but it exploded before he could do so. As soon as the convoy was hit, S.H.I.E.L.D. got the immediate information about the ambush and sent agents to find out what happened. After Fury knew the whole process, he was agitated. He immediately called Coulson to start searching for Tony. Even after 2 weeks he couldn't find Tony. Fury was really stressed now, and he immediately called Kazekage. "Hello Kazekage, I would like to apply for a mission. I want a team of your ninjas to be sent to Afghanistan to find Tony Stark. He is an important asset for S.H.I.E.L.D. "Oh. I have got the information. But sadly I can't help you in this. Because there is another person from another world who has his eyes on Tony. We don't want to be in conflict against him. But don't worry, he is a good guy. I am sure he will bring Tony back," Gara replied. "Another guy from another world?" Fury stopped for a couple of seconds. "Okay, I understand. Thank you Kazekage," Fury replied and immediately called Coulson. "Coulson, stop all your activities in finding Tony and come back. We need to go to meet our consultant. We have a new visitor," Fury said. Coulson understood the meaning and asked his team to stop all operations and return home. After returning the next day, Coulson and Fury went to the new home of Jameson. Jameson bought a new home in Long Island with a view of the ocean. Much further away from Stark Tower. And even the Daily Bugle News headquarters shifted to a new building far away from Stark Tower. Chapter 38, The Rescue. "So is Mr. Bruce after Tony Stark?" Fury asked. Fury and Coulson have both arrived at the house of John to ask about Tony. "Yes. Tony is rich. Batman is interested in his intelligence and knowledge. You might get a surprise when Tony comes back. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to Tony Stark," John said. "Fine, I will wait for him," Fury said. Somewhere in Afghanistan. When Tony woke up, he found himself in a cave. He saw that there was a small tube being fed inside his nose. He pulled it with some irritation. But then the reality stuck him. He saw a metal circle-like device being attached to his chest. There were 2 wires connected to it, and the wires were connected to a battery. He wanted to remove this, but then he heard a voice. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," said a man who was shaving his beard. "What did you do to me?" asked Tony with a desperate expression. "What I did to you?" "I saved your life, Tony," said the man, and then he explained how this device is stopping him from death, but this battery would only last a week. Tony now was really scared. As Tony was lost in his thoughts, he heard a banging sound at the door. Soon 3 people came inside and started speaking a foreign language. The men translated the language for him. They wanted Tony to make Jericho, which he directly refused. As a result, Tony was tortured, and after that they brought Tony outside to show their weapons, which was all provided by Stark Industries. The terrorist ordered again to build Jericho for them, and this time Tony accepted the arrangement. They will never find you in these mountains. Look what you just saw, that is your legacy, Stark. Your life's work in the hands of these murderers. Is this how you want to go out? Is this the last legacy of the great Tony Stark? The translator said. I shouldn't do anything. Even if I do, they will kill me, in a week, Tony said. Well then, this is a very important week for you, the men replied. Soon Tony got an inspiration and started building the famous miniaturized arc reactor for his chest. They both got acquainted during the building process, and Tony came to know that the man's name was Ensign. How much energy can it generate? Ensign asked after seeing arc reactor. Should be about 3 gigajoules per second, Tony replied. That could run your heart for 50 lifetimes. Or something big for 15 minutes, Tony added to it. Now Tony had enough energy to make a metal suit out of the energy from the reactor and started building on it immediately. It took them almost 2.5 months to almost finish building the first Mark I. But soon the terrorists realized there was something wrong going on and confronted Tony and Ensign. A bald guy approached them and threatened Tony that he would kill both if they don't give them the Jericho missile soon. Tony assured that he would finish it soon for them. In a few days' time the whole template of Mark I was ready, and as Tony was getting ready in the suit, the terrorists realized there was something wrong and came knocking heavily at the door. As the door was rigged with bomb, when they tried barging, the door blasted away. Tony ordered Ensign to follow the procedure and load the functions. They could hear that the other terrorists were coming after hearing the blast. But Tony insisted on continuing, but soon Ensign said that they didn't have time. We need more time. I will buy you time, Ensign said after loading the whole procedure, which would few seconds to upload, and ran outside with a gun lying on the doorstep. Stick to the plan, Ensign. Stick to the plan, Tony shouted as he knew what would happen when Ensign ran out. Tony looked desperate but couldn't do anything. When the Tony was ready with his suit and started walking out, he was barraged with bullets, but they couldn't do anything to Tony. As Tony came out near the mouth of the cave, he saw Ensign lying in a pool of blood. We had a plan. Come on, you have a family. We are going out to see your family. My family is dead. I am going to see them now, Stark. Ensign replied somehow. It's okay, I want this. Thank you for saving me, Tony said with tears in his eyes. Don't waste it. Don't waste your life, Ensign said before closing his eyes. Tony got up with much anger and went towards the mouth of the cave. He didn't realize that after he got up, Ensign's body sank into the earth as if the earth swallowed him. As soon as Tony came towards the entrance, he was barraged again by loads of bullets. But as they were shooting, there was a sudden explosion behind the gunmen who were shooting, and it instantly killed many gunmen. The terrorists moved their head to see what caused the explosion, only to see few missiles flying towards them. They couldn't even react before being blasted by the missiles. Tony was shocked when he saw it and thought the military finally found him. After the dust settled, he saw a medium-sized black-colored aircraft with exquisite finish was hovering in front of Tony. And from the glass panes of the aircraft he could see a person sitting inside wearing a black half-covered mask with pointed ears. Chapter 39, The Return. After the glass panes slid out, the person in the mask came out of his seat and jumped to the other edge of the aircraft. And sat down on the edge while the aircraft hovered by itself in front of him, and the person just looked at Tony from head to toe. Who are you? Tony said. He had some guesses in his mind, but he could hardly believe his own guess. I thought John informed you about me, the man in the mask said. You are Batman. You really are Batman. Tony blurted out. Yes, I am Bruce Wayne, the man replied. I have been watching you for over a month, Tony. I have to say I am impressed, he continued. What? You have been spying on me? Then why didn't you save Ensign before? He was innocent. I thought you were a superhero, Tony said with some anger. Relax, Tony, Ensign is alive. He is being treated now by someone. Come in. I need to send you to the military base. They are going haywire looking for you. Bruce said. What? Ensign is alive? How is that possible? I watched him die. Are you sure you are speaking the truth? Tony said with some agitation. Relax. I am not the only one here to monitor your situation. Even though I haven't met the other guy, I knew he was there to protect you. He took away Ensign. I am sure he will be sent to you soon when he will be fit. Bruce said. Fine. I will trust you for now. Wait, let me remove my suit. Tony said. He chose to trust Bruce because he knew if Bruce really wanted to kill him, he could have used his aircraft to blow him up. By what he could see, he was sure the aircraft had powerful weapons system that could kill him even when he was in suit. After removing the suit, he climbed up to the hovering aircraft and proceeded to sit on the co-pilot position. Bruce too sat on his position. Don't you want to destroy your suit? Bruce commented. It doesn't matter. This suit is useless without my reactor. Tony said nonchalantly with a hint of pride. Bruce already knew the whole story from John's memory, so he didn't comment anything more. Tony was too naive for this world. He needed a wake-up call, and Obadiah would give him that. After tying the seatbelts, they flew away. Tony was curiously looking at the inside of the plane, and he could see that the technology was of high level. Tony had sparkles in his eyes as he thought of many things. He had many questions, but he knew that it wasn't the right moment to ask. He needed to get back home and find out who was selling his weapons to terrorists. And more importantly, he needed a cheeseburger. Living there for 3 months was like a hell for him. Soon the Batwing arrived near the base in a stealthy manner. Go on, Tony. Go home. John will soon come to speak with you. We have a lots to discuss, Bruce said as Tony climbed down the plane. After that, Bruce flew away without saying a farewell. This guy has more attitude than me, Tony murmured. As Tony approached the base, he could see the guard tower outside. He waved at the guards. At first the guards were pointing their guns at him, but as his face became clear, he immediately called his superiors. After a few minutes, Rhodes came running with worry on his face. How was the fun, V? Next time you ride with me. Okay, Rhodes said as he hugged Tony. The next day a military airplane landed in LA at Stark Industries' private airport. Tony came out of the plane only to see Pepper waiting for him. Your eyes are red. Few tears for your long-lost boss, Tony said to Pepper. Tears of joy. I hate job hunting, she replied. Yeah, vacation's over, Tony replied. Hogan, take us to an hospital, Pepper said to Happy. No. There are 2 things to do. First, I want a cheeseburger. And second, I want to hold a press conference, Tony interjected. A press conference? Why? Pepper asked with Hogan drive. Cheeseburger first, Tony didn't answer her. When they arrived at the press conference, Obadiah was waiting for him. Tony hugged him while eating the burger. Then he saw John standing and watching him a little far away. Tony, Obadiah, and Pepper walked towards John with a smile. Thanks for the heads up. You saved my life, Tony said. I am just a messenger, Mr. Stark. I am glad that you are safe, John said. Obadiah, who listened to the conversation, was shocked as he didn't know what happened in Afghanistan. From the conversation, it seemed like John helped saving Tony. After thinking this, he clutched his hands in anger but didn't show any impressions on his face. Chapter 40, Press Conference. Well, Mr. Stark, you should go to address the press conference, John continued. Just call me Tony from next time. I owe you a life, kid, Tony replied. Sure, Tony. Tony and Obadiah then went to the podium for the press conference. Obadiah just said a greeting and thanked John along the way. Pepper too followed Tony and thanked John for saving Tony, even though she didn't know how he saved Tony, but she was grateful nonetheless. As Tony came to the stage, he sat down and said, Hey, would it be alright if everyone sat down? That way you can see me and I can see you. All sat down, and even Obadiah joined him and sat down beside. From a corner, Coulson approached Pepper and said, Hello, Miss Potts, can I have some moments with you? I don't know anything. You can ask Tony there, who is on the stage, she replied. I am not a reporter, Miss Potts. I am Special Agent Phil Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. I am here to debrief Mr. Stark on what happened over in Afghanistan, Coulson said. We have already been contacted by the DoD, FBI, CIA. We have already said that we don't know anything. Before Coulson could reply her, they heard a voice saying, It's fine, Coulson. You will get your answers soon. He will be joining too. You really took my advice. Didn't I give you a nice abbreviation? I should get the naming rights. Hello, John. I was going to ask you too about this. Is he coming? Coulson said as he saw John beside him. Mr. Jameson, you know this agent. That's great. He can ask you about what happened. I am curious too about what happened out there, Pepper said. Please, Miss Potts. Call me John. Actually, I too don't really know what happened out there. He will come soon. You can go and tell Nick that he will contact soon, John said. After listening to this, Coulson left. I never got to say goodbye to Dad. There are questions that I would have asked him. I would have asked him how he felt about what the company did. If he was conflicted, if he had any doubts. Tony said. I saw young Americans killed by the very weapons I created to defend them. I have become part of the system which has zero accountability. What happened over there? Asked one reporter. I had my eyes open. I came to realize that I have more to offer to this world than making things blow up. That is why, effective immediately, I am shutting down the weapons manufacturing divisions of Stark International until such a time I can decide the future of the company. Tony gave the announcement while standing up, and it sent the reporters in a frenzy. Obadiah stopped Tony from saying anything more and said, "What we should take away from this is that Tony's back." After Tony came out, he saw Pepper and John and went towards them. Obadiah joined him with a sullen face. "Well, that went well. What do you think the over-under on the stock drop is gonna be tomorrow?" "Well, approximately 40 points, Tony replied. "That's a minimum," John said this time. "Well, the newspapers will be very happy to see this new development and make a headline saying you have won in this supposed war between us," Tony said to John with a laugh. "Well, then I better start buying all the stocks that I can from tomorrow." "I have great faith in you, Tony," John replied. This surprised all of them as they didn't expect John to buy the stocks after it falls through. That would be a loss. Of course, if the company's stocks rises again in future, then it would be a different ball game. Tony just smiled at his words and didn't say anything and took them to the big arc reactor that was built. Obadiah wanted to see the small arc reactor as he already knew from beginning. John and Pepper also saw it after he opened his buttons. Pepper and John both gave a serious look to it. Even though John already knew the whole story, but it still surprised him when he saw the arc reactor up close. "Okay. John, come with me. We need to talk," Tony said, and he went to his car. John and Pepper joined him. Obadiah went on his own way as he has to handle the storm that was approaching for the company. They reached Tony's famous home in Malibu and entered through the gate. "I have got to say, Tony, I envy your big home. It looks stunning," John said with envy. "Well, you are okay to move here if you want. I don't have anyone other than myself here," Tony said without much giving a thought. Suddenly a voice said, "Welcome back, sir." Tony didn't reply, but John said, "Hello, Jarvis. It's nice to meet you." Chapter 41, The Meeting of Bigwigs. "It's nice to meet you too, Mr. John Jameson. How do you know me?" "There has been no such information in my database of us meeting," Jarvis said with a monotonic voice. Tony looked at him with surprise too. "I know a lot, Jarvis. And you too, Tony. I know your past, your present and future," John said. Pepper too looked to him weirdly. "My future? Is that why you warned me to be safe in Afghanistan? Why did you not inform me from before?" Tony asked seriously. "Tony, I don't want to influence too much of your destiny, and this journey was necessary for you. Didn't you get to see the horrors of your own creation?" John said. Before Tony could reply, they saw a luxurious car coming towards them through the gate. The gate mechanism didn't stop the intrusion, surprisingly. "Sir, I couldn't stop his intrusion. He disabled the gate's mechanism," Jarvis added. Tony heard it, but he didn't say anything as he had a hunch of who the person was. After the car stopped, a handsome tall man with black hair came out. He looked lean and had muscles in all the right places, and that was visible even though he wore a suit. "How are you holding up, Tony? You should replace that thing in your chest. It's not working in full efficiency." "Hello, John. It's nice to see you again. I like the new home you arranged. It's spacious." "Thank you. That trip was fulfilling. Got to see the scum of this world too," the man said after coming out of his Mercedes in a deep voice. "You must be Bruce." "Thank you for saving me there," Tony said after realization. "You would have saved yourself anyways. That suit would have kept you alive," Bruce said. "Hello, Miss Potts. You must be confused. I am Bruce Wayne. It must be hard to handle a guy like Tony," he added while greeting Pepper. "Hello, I am sorry I don't recognize you," she replied with more confusion. "Pepper, this is Bruce Wayne. You know him by other name. The Batman. You remember the movie, right? He is that Bruce Wayne," Tony said to Pepper. "What? You are Batman? How is that possible? Batman is just a movie." "I remember the movie. There is no Gotham City here," Pepper said. Actually, Tony had the same doubts, but he didn't get to ask. If Batman was a real person, then why will John make movies? Because according to what he understood, Batman's superhero avatar is based on stealth. Making a movie on him will just expose him. Well, that's what I wanted to say. We don't belong to this universe. Rather, to a different parallel universe. Due to unknown reasons, we traveled to this Earth. And John has the powers to identify beforehand who will come to this world. He makes the movies because so that the people who came or will travel in the future can approach him and he can make the traveler understand their situations," Bruce said. "You mean you don't belong to this Earth? So the theory of parallel universe is real? This is unbelievable. Wait, by your words you mean there are other people who have traveled before? Who are they? The Transformers? And you mean other travelers will also come?" Tony said. "Yes, some have traveled. Bumblebee has already arrived. He is my car. Others from Cybertron haven't come. I am not sure if they will. I just dreamed of their story. Others too have arrived and I have arranged for them accordingly. The other party was the one who rescued Ensign Don't worry, Ensign is fine. They are the best in medical, John interjected. Tony was shocked inside. So Ensign is fine. That's good, I hope to see him soon, the big liar. Tony smiled as he said that and then suddenly asked excitedly. Can I see Bumblebee? Sure, but he is in New York. You will have to go there to see him, replied John. So Tony, I guess you will work on your suit now. Do you need help? Bruce asked Tony. Tony was silent for a few seconds and then, after thinking of all the horrors he saw in his captivity, he wanted to do something about it. Can you help me? I am not judging you, but your suit and my suit are totally different. Tony said with a hint of pride because he felt that Batman's suit will not be worth mentioning in front of his metal suit. Who do you think made the plane that rescued you? Bruce replied without any emotion. What, you made that plane? Didn't Lucius make it? Tony asked in a surprised way. This time it was John who replied, Tony, don't trust the movies that I make very much. Movies and real life story is different. Like you, he is a genius from his world. His butler Alfred too is very knowledgeable. The movie that I made is another version of Batman in another universe. There are many similarities, but there are differences too. I understand. Sure, Batman, let me see how much of a genius you are. I will handle some things before, and in a few days we will start making the suit. Tony said. Sure, I will bring Alfred to help too. I too might get some inspiration for my bat suit, Bruce said. Chapter 42, New Mark II. Tony decided to trust Bruce because he felt he can be trusted, and Bruce saved him from the cave. Tony didn't realize that he was subtly affected by the movie, and since he believed it's Bruce's life story and was a superhero in his world, Tony felt that they could work together and even wanted to check out his Batwing that he saw before. Tony didn't for a minute doubt the words of John, as he can't guess the presence of cheat like John's system, as that was unscientific. The next day Tony went to meet Rhodes to say that if he would want to join in a project, but Rhodes refused and asked him to take time and make his mind right. After 2 nights at the home of Tony Stark, Pepper and Tony were one side of the roof. Tony now had a new arc reactor in his chest as he changed with the help of Pepper. Tonight they were going to receive 2 guests. The Batwing descended at the roof, which was covered in surroundings. Alfred and Bruce climbed out of the Batwing. Welcome to my home. Hello, Alfred. Tony said. Hello, Master Stark. It's nice to you. It's nice to meet you too, Miss Potts, Alfred replied. Tony noticed that Alfred was much younger than he thought. Hello, Mr. Alfred, please step inside, Pepper said. They directly went for the lab and started working on the suit for Tony. After few minutes of discussion, Tony realized that Bruce was really knowledgeable and started making the proper changes in the design. After a week of changes and adjustments to the actual mark-eye drawings, the new suit was ready. Tony didn't have to go through any failed tests like in the actual version, like for example when he used more energy on thrusters and got slammed in the ceiling. Tony even added functions to avoid icing on his suit in high altitude after taking tips from Alfred. Tony went for a test run which went perfectly, and after the warning of Bruce he landed slowly in the roof as opposed to destroying the roof in the original version. Bruce also followed him in Batwing to make sure everything went well in the test run. You should use gold titanium alloy to have a good power-to-weight ratio for the exoskeleton of the suit. It will help in pressurization and icing too, Bruce said. Yes, that will help, Tony said as they discussed to make the suit better. Suddenly, as they were discussing, Tony from the corner of eye saw the TV showing about a charity benefit of Tony Stark. I don't remember you being invited, Bruce commented as he watched the news. Because I was not invited, Jarvis. Was I invited? Tony asked. No sir, I have no such record, Jarvis said. Then I guess you should get ready, Alfred said as he served a cup for them. I will bring out the suit. Miss Pepper is already at the event, Alfred said. Thanks, Alfred, Tony said while Bruce still looked at the schematics and thinking of how to improve the batsuit. Batsy, you are coming too. Get ready. We need to go out and have some fun, Tony said. Yes, Master Bruce, you should also go and meet the people of this world. And maybe find someone interesting, Alfred added to Tony's comment. Fine, Bruce said. Jarvis, paint the suit while we are out. Alfred, don't you want to attend the event? Tony asked. It's fine, Master Stark, I will be at home going through your suit again. Jarvis will accompany me, Alfred said while smiling. Happy to be of service, Jarvis added. Tony didn't say anything and went to the event with Bruce. As soon as he reached the event, the reporters flocked to Tony. Tony even saw Obadiah and exchanged a greeting. Bruce and Tony then went to the bar to order drinks. As they were taking a sip, Coulson appeared from behind and said, Hello, gentlemen. Oh, I know you, you are from, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mr. Stark, and this must be Mr. Bruce Wayne. Hello, Mr. Bruce, Coulson said. You know Bruce? I thought only few people know of his existence. Tony was surprised. John is a consultant of their organization. I guess you came to know what happened in Afghanistan. I can give you a report after the event. Is that fine? Bruce said. Sure, I will be here for that. Coulson said. Later Tony saw Pepper in a gorgeous dress and immediately asked for a dance. Bruce too danced with a woman. Tony went out with Pepper to the roof later and almost kissed but both backed out. When Tony came back to bar to get another drink for both of them, the girl reporter who slept with him before came and showed him pictures of Gulmira, the town where Ainson was from. I didn't file any shipment. Tony refuted. Well, your company did, she said. I am not my company, saying that he left and confronted Obadiah. Obadiah said he did all this protect him and the company, including him being locked out. Tony stood there trembling in anger and immediately left. Chapter 43, The Expected Conspiracy. After speaking to Coulson, Bruce came back to Tony's place. He expected that Tony was at home as he noticed him going out. But there was only Alfred sitting down at the lab. Where's Tony? Bruce asked. Master Stark just came and wore the suit and flew away without saying anything, Alfred said. Jarvis, where's Tony? Bruce asked. Mr. Stark is currently flying over the Atlantic Ocean at a speed of 120 miles per hour heading towards Europe. Jarvis replied. I should have gone with him. Bruce said as he felt there must be a reason why he was flying towards Europe and it must be serious. John normally doesn't share all the memories with the characters being bought out. He only gave glimpses of future and enemies they would have to face. John didn't want to babysit the heroes of actual world and the characters brought from other world because if he helped everywhere then the superheroes won't grow in character. Soon, according to the original timeline, Tony arrived at Gulmira and destroyed the weapons while killing a bunch of terrorists. While returning back he was attacked by the US Air Force but he managed to shake them off while saving the pilot whose plane exploded. Rhodes helped him covering up but asked for better personal explanation later. Tony returned only to see Bruce eyeing him with dangerous eyes. Tony felt a chill in his bones by looking at him like that. Did you think I saved your life so that you can throw it away in that damn place again? Bruce said in a very cold voice. Well, I came back safe and sound. Isn't it? Tony said. Before Bruce could reprimand Tony they heard a voice saying. What is that? Are those bullet marks? Pepper who just came to the lab saw Tony who was taking off the suit with the help of Jarvis while Bruce and Alfred looking at him. This is not what it looks like, Pepper. This won't be sold to anyone. I want to correct my legacy. Tony said with seriousness. It's all fine if you make weapons and other things. But I won't be a part of this if you put your life online, Pepper said with immense sadness. Tony was shocked and at the end convinced her that what he was doing was right for the first time. I want you to hack into the main server of the company and find out if there are any back deals going on. I am locked out of the company so I can't go in. Bruce can accompany you. Tony added at the end. Bruce was still angry about his carelessness to go so far without any backup but he knew this was important now so he didn't refuse this. I will do this last job for you then I will resign. Pepper said and she left. Tony, you should tell her your feelings. The world is more dangerous than you think. Don't keep any regrets. After saying that Bruce left to follow Pepper to the company. Soon Pepper and Bruce came to the main office of Obadiah and Pepper started the process with the help of USB device given by Tony while Bruce stayed at the door to be on lookout. Soon the truth came out as she watched the video showing that Obadiah was responsible for the kidnapping of Tony and his new project with suits named Sector 16. While the information was being copied, Bruce said that Obadiah was coming and she needed to hide. So she hid the hard drive with a newspaper. Who is he? Your new bodyguard. Obadiah said after entering the office. Yeah. Tony said I needed an assistant so I hired him. What's up? Pepper said after calming herself. Then they initiated small talks while making sure that Obadiah doesn't realize that all the files were being copied. Finally, after the process was completed, she left in a hurry. Obadiah knew that something was wrong but he didn't say anything, but when he saw that all the files were copied he knew that his secret was out. Obadiah is responsible for the kidnapping of Tony and there is a new project called Sector 13 where he is making a suit. He might be up to something bad, Bruce. I hope you can help him. Sure. I will call Coulson to accompany you to this Sector 13. He can protect you in case of emergency. I will go back to Tony's place to inform him. You can call Rhodes too. Having a support from military can help, Bruce said. Pepper informed Rhodes and Bruce called Coulson for backup. After half an hour Coulson came and Bruce left for Tony's place. When Bruce came to Tony's place he saw Alfred lying unconscious in the living room. Bruce was stunned and immediately woke him up. What happened? Where is Tony? Bruce asked. Master Bruce, Tony is in danger. You need to go to save him. Tony was in the laboratory before, Alfred replied somehow as he was still not fully conscious. Chapter 44, The Fight. Bruce reached the laboratory only to see Stark crawling towards the previous arc reactor which Pepper gifted him. His original arc reactor was missing from his chest. Bruce ran to the old arc reactor and placed it in his chest. Tony finally returned to normal after a few minutes. At that point Rhodes too came and saw Tony getting ready in the suit. "This is the coolest thing I have ever seen," Rhodes said. "Tony, Obadiah took away your reactor to fuel his own version of suit he got from your Mark I. You will have to be careful," Bruce said as he himself started to put his suit. "You are?" Rhodes asked, feeling weird because he had never seen this new person before, and from his words it felt like Tony and him are good friends, but he had never seen him before. "Bruce Wayne. A friend of Tony. We can talk about myself later. We have to go now." "Alfred, Jarvis guide us when required," Bruce said. "Sure sir," both said immediately. "Rhodes, keep the sky clear for us," Tony said after putting his suit on. "Jarvis, bring out the tumbler." "Alfred, I might need the Batwing. Take its wheel," Bruce said. Bruce had brought all the 3 vehicles in the garage as he needed some modification to do. The Batmobile came near him as he went to the garage. He went inside while Tony flew away. Rhodes was stunned when he saw such a huge vehicle and wondered where he had seen this vehicle before. "Hello. Can I know who is he?" Rhodes asked Alfred as he saw them riding away. Alfred just smiled but didn't say anything, as it's not his secret to say. Tony reached when Pepper was about to be attacked and fought with him, but the fight led to the streets. It happened exactly as the same in the original world. But as soon as the fight started in the streets, suddenly Obadiah was hit by big bullets from behind. Even though the bullets failed to penetrate the armor, but it dented the armor by a lot. Bruce realized that Obadiah had changed the exoskeleton because the bullets in the Batmobile didn't pierce the armor. "Tony, he has upgraded your armor," Bruce said over the network. "Who are you?" "Well, it doesn't matter. Since you shot me, now it's my turn," Obadiah said, and immediately launched a missile towards the Batmobile, and it exploded immediately after it was hit. "No, Bruce. You piece of shit," Tony shouted in an agitated voice, and Tony started fighting after against Obadiah. "You care about a person's life who you have probably met a few days ago. You disappointed me, Tony," Obadiah said. And while they were fighting, Obadiah was hit by a small device on his neck and it exploded immediately after. The device came from exploded Batmobile. And from there emerged a motorbike with huge tires and mounted guns on both sides and a man in a batsuit riding it. After coming out of the fire, he immediately started raining bullets on Obadiah, and he was thrown away by the impact as the bike was up close now. "We need to disable his suit. Take him to high altitude. His suit will develop ice on its armor," Bruce suggested after approaching Tony riding the bike. "Yes. Where is your Batwing?" "We need it," Tony said. "We are here, Master Stark. Now mount him over the plane. Be sure that he doesn't fall off," Alfred said over the call. Bruce and Tony immediately went towards Obadiah, who was lying down. Tony sent a missile to Obadiah while Bruce threw an incendiary device at him, which exploded immediately. Obadiah, who was trying to get up, got blasted away again and became unconscious. Tony put Obadiah over the Batwing after spending a lot of energy, as the Obadiah's suit was really heavy. The Batwing immediately flew away to high altitude while Tony made sure that he doesn't fall down from the Batwing. They went to high altitude and icing started to form on Obadiah's suit. After a certain altitude, Tony threw him down. Tony, whose energy on his reactor was negligible, started to come down, and Alfred gave him a lift at the end as he saw Tony working on fumes. Obadiah didn't survive the fall as he was unconscious and his suit was heavily damaged from missiles and bullets before. A day later, after the fight, John, Bruce, Coulson, Tony, Alfred and Pepper were in a room. John came in the next morning when he saw the fight happen in the streets. Though there was a huge change in the plot, but the general trajectory was the same. It reinforced his belief that even if there was a butterfly effect on the events, but still it didn't change the actual hero's story very much. John came to see that famous scene in the press conference that will mark an era to come. Chapter 45, I am Iron Man. Here's your alibi. You were on a yacht, and here's the signature of 15 people who can testify for this. And John, you can just say the half-truth. Of course the thing of other universe should be omitted. I think you know what you say. Coulson said after handing the statement to Tony. Iron Man. That's a nice name. Bruce, what do you think? Tony asked as reading the newspaper. Bruce just shrugged and didn't say anything while Coulson left. I have a gift for you all for defeating Obadiah, John said while bringing out a cubic suitcase. Gift? Are you going to give me the shares of my company back? Tony asked as he knew John bought many shares when it went down. No, Tony, it's much better than that, said John while opening the suitcase. I got it much earlier, but I think this will be more helpful for you. Of course I might have to take it for some of its uses in future. Bruce and Tony both looked at it. Tony suddenly thought of something and became excited. Is this what I think it is? Tony asked. Yes, it's the cube, John said. Use it well. Thanks, John. Bruce said. Okay, let's go for the press release. In the press release, John came to the podium first. Hello Mr. John, the videos circulating say that the guy in the fight in the freeway was Batman. Is that true? A reporter asked. Because all already knew John wasn't Batman because in body structure-wise his body is completely different from Batman. Yes, it was Bruce Wayne. I can say truthfully that he is indeed real and he is my friend, but I can't reveal his face. That's the least I can do as a friend and protect him. John said. This caused a commotion. Is the story in your movie real? Another reporter asked after silence prevailed. Yes, some of the parts are indeed real, but some are just for selling the movie, John said. Now Tony will give his press release, John continued. Thanks, John. Now I will follow the script unlike last time to vilify myself again, Tony said as he laughed and came on stage. And the following scenes followed exactly like in the original world. I am not a superhero because that would be ridiculous and fantastic, Tony said, being little distracted. I never said you are a superhero, the reporter said, who questioned him before. The truth is, I am Iron Man, Tony said with a smirk. And immediately the reporters went crazy and started asking him questions, but he left, turning around refusing to take any questions. So it starts. John said. Yes, and it starts. This is going to be a long and dangerous journey. I hope we will strong enough. Bruce said while standing beside him. I hope so too. John said. Let's go. I can't wait to try the power of the cube. Tony said. Tony at first tried to solve your problem, John said in a serious expression while pointing to his chest. You know it too. Well, I guess you will know since you can see glimpses of future. Will I be able to get rid of the poisoning? Tony asked. Tony, the future I see is never constant. It changes. Don't rely on my powers, but yes, in alternate future you did find the solution. I just don't know, maybe you can look into your father's work. It might help. John reminded Tony, which was almost close to the truth as future is never constant. Him being in the universe already means that the trajectory has changed. I understand. Bruce? What will you do? Do you want to try this cube's powers? Sure. Bruce said. Soon after John left for New York. He had work to do now. Since Batman became real, his influence in the world would change as he was the friend of superhero. He was thinking of expanding his network by starting a television channel and broadcasting various cartoons from previous life to extract more fans. There was a sharp rise in the number of fans after Batman came out real. He was happy about it and he needed to capitalize on it. Ding. Total number of fan values, 6 million. It rose 1 million in just 2 days and it's still rising. That good. I need to think of a world which can influence all but be equally balanced. Now the plot of Iron Man 2 will start. I will try to help if there is diversion in the story. Bruce can help him too. I have 2 more years for Thor. Let's start with mythology. I already have a character during his emergence. Bruce needs more suit too. I hope the cube can help him in this regard. John thought to himself. Chapter 46, the post-credits scene. In the next 2 months he did lots of things like making a television channel and introduced various cartoons, starting new animes and making 2 more movies. The 2 movies he has in mind will help him gain more recognition. He had already shared his ideas of how to use apps in mobiles to Google and told them to work on it. John wanted to bring another character in, for that he needed to do the proper work to achieve fan value, because bringing a powerful character is going to cost him, and he wanted to bring some knowledge from a particular anime. This knowledge would help him gain a power without even changing himself to characters. John even tied up with an European company to make games specially working on role-playing games, because only that will bring characters, but developing games needs a lot of time, so he would have to work hard and make necessary preparations. At the meantime in LA, John and Bruce, who were working on the cube when a certain man visited them. Instead of showing up suddenly from shadows like always, Fury came from the front door this time. Hello Mr. Bruce, it's nice to finally meet you, and you to Stark, I am Iron Man. You think you are the only superhero in the world? Fury asked. Bruce here is also a superhero, so of course no. I know that I am not alone. Oh yes, Bruce said that someone took away Ensign to save. I guess he too is a superhero. I hope he is fine. Who are you, by the way? Tony lamented. Fury took out a mobile with connected a video call. Ensign popped out from the video and said. I am fine, Tony. Ensign, you are fine. That's great. Where have you been? Why aren't you here? Tony asked. Yes, I'm fine. Director Fury here brought me to you. The things and the people I have seen are so awesome. Never knew such a world existed, Tony. Ensign said with wonder in his eyes. Fury coughed as he said that. Sorry, Director, I know the rules. The reason I am not beside you is because I can't go out of their dimension. I am not safe outside. So for now I can't meet you. Ensign continued. What happened? You can tell me what you know. I will sue them in court if they do anything to you. Tony said while eyeing Fury. It's okay, Tony. Their world is different and their people are way too powerful for this world. And they did no harm to me. I can't tell you why I can't go out, but rest assured I am safe. It's better we have secrecy. Ensign replied. Fine. One day I will find this so-called world myself. Wait, if this is a world, only one work of John fully consists of a full-fledged world apart from Bruce's Earth. Shit. You mean Naruto is real? OMG. Tony said. Tony was smart enough to understand from the hints given by Ensign. I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sometimes you are too knowledgeable for your own good, Stark. You better keep it under wraps. Or else one day your body will be found in the seas and I won't be responsible for it. Ensign will be working for S.H.I.E.L.D. now as a liaison between us and the Five Kages and won't be coming out. Fury said seriously. I know. Bruce here too won't say anything. Tony said without even asking Bruce. I am sorry for his rude behavior. It must be hard to be put up with his attitude, Fury said to Bruce. Mr. Bruce, I hope you can come with us later for your assessment by S.H.I.E.L.D. I will have to follow some protocols and make a report. John told me that your world too is very dangerous. Fury asked. Sure. I am fine with Tony. He provides me the platform to better myself and we can share ideas so little bit of arrogance can be handled. Bruce said without even considering the feelings of Tony. I thought you were my friend, Bruce. You hurt me. Tony commented sarcastically. Even though I don't like being subjected to such ridiculous assessments, but John had asked this from me, so I guess I will accept it. Bruce added. And answering to the question, yes. Our world was or is dangerous. I hope they don't come to this universe. It will be very difficult if he comes, Bruce said, clutching his fist. He has 2 worlds of memories and both worlds' dark side was terrifying. He. Who's he? Tony asked. He could see the helplessness, anger, and guilt all over his face. It was the same he felt when he was on the cave. Fury too was interested. But Bruce didn't answer to that. I understand, Mr. Bruce. Are there any more superheroes in your world? Fury asked. My world. There are some. We were a team. Some are really powerful. Powerful enough to destroy Earth single-handedly, Bruce said with a smile. My God, you are saying that you have a group of superheroes powerful enough to destroy Earth and you still don't have much confidence with this, he. Tony was really surprised and shaken this time. The last few months have been great for them. Tony understood Bruce better now. Bruce is an epitome of persecution delusion syndrome. His contingencies had contingencies, be it his suit or his works. He would evaluate everything before giving a green light to anything. Tony felt it was fine if this he doesn't come, but if he comes he would have to get ready to stop him and he needed better suits. Then again he remembered he was dying. Bruce and Tony had tried everything but still no result. Now seeing Ensign he saw a ray of hope, but he wanted to try everything possible to get himself out of his situation. He didn't want to owe a favor to another person again which he didn't even know, and he wasn't sure if they would help him. Especially after what Ensign said. Chapter 47, A New Knowledge. That's why I am here. I am here to talk about the Avengers Initiative. Bruce already has the qualifications to join it and he will be assessed later. It will be a team of superheroes to face threat which might affect humanity in a big way. It's an idea to bring together some remarkable people to see if they could become something more. Fight battles that the people never could. Tony, you two are on the list, but we need to evaluate you. Fury said. Heh. I am more than qualified to join your so-called Avengers Initiative, Tony said nonchalantly. I am rich and have an advanced technology that's enough to make me qualified. Tony, you are reckless, not a team player, and love to make your own decisions. This alone makes you unqualified. Fury cut his arrogance short. Fine, I am exactly same as that description. Can you blame me? Tony shrugged. Even though Tony didn't care about this Avengers much, but he was interested. After seeing Bruce's look at that moment, he knew he needed to have powerful friends to safeguard this world. I will invite you to join Avengers when you are ready, Stark. Bruce, can you keep an eye on him? Fury. Sure. I am here most of the time anyways, Bruce said. Fury left after that. The months went by. Even after 3 months he couldn't find any solution to his palladium poisoning. Bruce too felt sad. He secretly thought if he couldn't find any solution he would ask John for help at the end. Finally Stark decided to hold Stark Expo to bring geniuses of the world together. He wanted to leave a legacy if he dies. He didn't want to die thinking that only weapons was his legacy. After Stark Expo opened, people were excited as it could mean getting close to a superhero. Pepper was not so happy about it because it would be more waste of money. And for Pepper to stop complaining, Tony made Pepper the CEO of Stark Industries. John, in the meantime, was responsible for releasing a bunch of new animes and in order to generate faster fan values. He even introduced cartoons like Tom and Jerry, Looney Tunes and such others. But since their audience were only children, they didn't generate much in a short period of time. Nonetheless, John was happy about it. This would give him powers and he wouldn't have to change himself to protect himself. John spent a full 150 million fan values just to bring the knowledge of the anime to life. He was able to get such high fan values in such a short time was all thanks to animes and cartoons he had been releasing continuously. Before, during Naruto, he only used to get about 20 million fan values per month. Now it had changed to above 25 million. John was stressed. When he came to know about the system, he thought it would be very easy for him to deal with the world, but reality hit him like a truck. Even though he could bring characters and world to life, but the required fan values made him want to cry. He felt that Naruto's world should be reserved for greater threats, but the small threats too needed to be dealt with. John spent the last 2 months studying the new knowledge he acquired. This was a whole new world for him and knowledge was very much extensive. Son, you should go out. You have been studying like mad in the last 2 months. Jameson said worriedly. It's fine, Dad, I just finished my studies. By the way, Dad, I might drop out from high school soon. I don't think they can teach me anything of importance. And I don't have many friends there. I hope you won't stop me. John said. Are you sure about that? Even though you won't need a job in future thanks to your companies. But knowledge is important for a man, Jameson asked with hesitation. Dad, I will be traveling outside Earth soon. Do you think my school knowledge will be helpful? John asked with a smirk. What? Traveling the universe? Are you serious? Has the Earth's technology so advanced? Jameson asked, shocked. Who said it was Earth's technology? And are you sure only Earth technology is helpful traveling the universe? John asked with a smile. What do you mean? You mean aliens will come from another world? Jameson asked with fear now. Human beings have always lived under the fear of attack of higher civilization. You will know soon, Dad, John said mysteriously. I will go to Tony's place tomorrow. I need to share something with him. John said and started packing all the books in an ordered manner. He had copied all the books in a USB drive too. These books were for somebody else. As he was getting ready and Jameson was making small talks with him, they heard a knock on the door. Valentina went and opened the door only to see a man in suit standing. John had never seen the man before. You are? Jameson asked. I am here for Mr. John Jameson, the man said. Chapter 48, The Promise. Yes, I am here. Go on, spit it out. John said without much care. Being a tycoon, he had to show some arrogance. You are hereby ordered to present yourself for the Senate Armed Service Committee in a week, the man said without much expression in his face. It's finally here. I have been waiting for you. John said with a smile. This time all were surprised when they heard it, including the men who came with the subpoena. I will be there on time. I guess Tony too will be served the same one. Right. It doesn't matter. Thank you, by the way, John continued. The men thanked him and left. Are you sure you can handle it alone? I can use my connection to find something dirty on the Senate committee. Jameson said with worry in his face. Dad, did you think I built an empire for money? No, Dad. I made my empire to handle situations like this committee. I have long known that the politicians will come after me. My empire is one of my ways of handling them. And no, I don't want you to interfere. That committee has people with whom I don't want to be in conflict yet. Even though I don't care about their existence, I prefer not to be seen by them. John said as he remembered that the committee had members of Hydra. He didn't want them to know his real situation yet. Fix-It, come with me. We have work to do tonight, he said. Sure, said Fix-It after transforming himself. After coming to the room, John took out 3 drawings that he drew recently. Tattoo these drawings in both of my arms and the small drawing over my hand, he said to Fix-It. Okay, but it might be painful. Fix-It said. It's fine. I am ready for it, said John. The next day John packed the books and took them to the bee's trunk. He went out of his home. He now had 3 tattoos on his arms and hand. He needed to deliver a promise he made to someone. Soon he came to Bleecker Street. After taking out a bag full of books, he knocked on the New York sanctum. Drum opened the door. You are here again. Meeting with the Ancient One? Drum asked after seeing John. Drum always felt weird about John. John had such a huge empire and he was probably the only person who got the freedom to meet the Ancient One whenever he liked. Yes, Master Drum. I hope you can inform her. John asked politely. The Ancient One told me that you can go to Kamartaj directly whenever you come. Drum said to him directly. It was evening at New York, so when he crossed the door towards Kamartaj it was morning in Nepal. He saw many people practicing magic in the courtyard, and then he saw someone he knew from before. Cassius. He was stunned. John really wanted to change himself and throw a kunai at his face to avoid future trouble. John, come with me instead of spacing out. A voice from afar came. John, who was clenching his fist and contemplating, he let go of his thoughts after he heard the voice. The people who were practicing looked at John with curiosity. They had never seen a normal guy coming to the temple, and from the voice of Ancient One. They felt he was quite close to the Ancient One from her tone, but had never seen him before. John gave a last glance at Cassius and left for the main hall. After sitting near the Ancient One, he was served tea again like last time. He really loved the tea. What happened? Did you want to kill Cassius? The Ancient One said. Yes, said John without hesitation. He is important for Strange. Before he comes you can't touch Cassius, the Ancient One reminded. Fine. It's just I don't want you to die. John said. She just smiled and didn't say anything. Why are you here? New World's emergence, she asked instead. No. Last time I told you I will help you in guarding Earth. This is my help, he said while handing out a big bag. It weighed a lot as it had many books. He wanted to help the Ancient One as he felt his butterfly effect might affect the defense of Earth. So he wanted to add more security for the mages. The Ancient One opened the books and started reading. The more she read, the more astonished she was. This knowledge was powerful and dangerous. She saw the tattoos on John's hands. When she first saw those tattoos she felt weird because it never occurred to her that John had a thing for tattoos. But now when she saw the tattoos on his hand she had a different expression on her face. She started reading more into the books with more concentration. After reading for over an hour did she finally put her head up and looked at him. You will have to practice the science which you used on your hands. That power isn't simple, and I hope you don't forget the theory of equivalent exchange, she said to John with a very serious expression. Chapter 49, Seeing Tony Again. Of course I know how dangerous is its powers. Didn't you watch the anime I made? John asked her. You think I have a lots of free time to watch all your works, the Ancient One retorted. You really are a monster. You figured out my tattoos with just an hour of reading. No wonder you are Sorcerer Supreme. John murmured under his breath. You want me to keep the books? She asked speculatively. Yes, this is my help for now. Of course don't share the core information. That will be dangerous. Such knowledge shouldn't be known to anyone. John said. I know. I will make sure that only Sorcerer Supreme will have access to its core knowledge. Thank you, John. This knowledge will help generations of mages. This is a great help, the Ancient One said with all sincerity. It's fine. If there are people who comes to the universe which has magical powers in future I will notify, he said with a smile. Then they discussed on the new knowledge. Even though she didn't have in-depth knowledge she could figure out the general direction of the science involved. After an hour of discussion John felt sleepy, so he excused himself and left Kamartaj. She even asked him if he wanted to learn magic. John didn't have so much free time for now. If he has in the future he might try to learn. The next morning John left for LA to meet Tony. After he reached his home he went directly to the laboratory. He noticed that the laboratory has become bigger than last time and it had two separate sections. One section looked extravagant and the other looked a little gloomy. John immediately knew that these two have separate laboratories now to work on their projects. Hey John. You are back. Wait, what are those? Tattoos? You like tattoos? You never seem like that kind of person. Tony said as he came to greet John after finishing his work. John could see many small robot-like creatures working on the table. You seem like you are using the full force of the cube to your advantage. John said, and from the corner he saw Bruce coming out from his laboratory with a robotic dog following him. Yeah, thanks to you our work has become easier and faster. Bruce replied to that. By the way, you didn't watch my new series? John asked. Of course we did. Your anime is very colorful. Specially loved, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. I loved the whole plot. I cried so many times after watching some scenes. Especially when Colonel Hughes died and her daughter crying on his funeral. Tony said with sadness. It must be very saddening to see such worlds and dreams but can't do anything to stop them, Tony lamented. It's fine. I am used to it by now. Since you have seen the series, don't you know what my tattoos represent? They both were surprised when they heard it. They both came close to see his tattoos and then Bruce suddenly realized something and said. You used Scare Alchemy and Alchahestry. And that tattoo in your hand? Flame Alchemy. From Roy Mustang. Bruce asked with doubts. John clapped instantly. Yes, Bruce, it is exactly as you said. John said. John made those tattoos after gaining knowledge of them from the world of Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. It was a world where science was based on transmutation circle and the theory of equivalent exchange. John's right hand could perform decomposition, which means if he wanted, whatever he touched, be it organic or inorganic, it would decompose. And the left arm could reconstruct. Any material could be reshaped to any form of the corresponding material. He could make a spear out of bricks if he wanted. Of course it would take practice. And the last tattoo on his hand was flame alchemy. With just a spark he could make fire and attack enemies with fire. Same as Roy Mustang, the flame alchemist in the anime. Since fire uses oxygen for burning and spark giving the initiation, the theory of equivalent exchange stood valid. My god, now you have the knowledge of their world. Wow. Now you can finally use powers. Can you teach me alchemy? I would love to know more about it and see if it could cure my poisoning. Tony asked with enthusiasm. I am here for 2 reasons. One, for the Senate hearing tomorrow, I am sure Tony got it, and secondly to share the knowledge of alchemy and alchemy. John said. Tony was instantly excited, as that would mean another means to get stronger. As for the Senate hearing, he didn't really care. He just needed to hack on their servers and bring out their dirty work. Both of them are powerful and influential people. The Senate can never force them to do anything. Chapter 50, The Hearing. Really? That's awesome. I love the Iron Blood Alchemist. It's a pity that he got killed so easily. Wait, since you have Scar's tattoos, we should have a fight later when I research on iron alchemy. This time I will defeat you and take back the glory of iron alchemy. Tony said with fighting spirit. Sure. But first detoxify yourself. We both need to practice on it. John said after giving the USB drive. Tony took the drive and put it on the table and said. Jarvis, make a private folder labeled as alchemy and give highest security to it. Nobody except me, Bruce and John will have access to it. No. The knowledge of alchemy can never be accessed or saved in a computer which is connected by the internet. Even Jarvis can't get access to it. John stopped Tony, as future Ultron might be a problem if he learns alchemy. How are you sure about that? Tony said, little puzzled. Yes. Never in any computer with internet. John insisted. Fine. Bruce won't accompany for the hearing, as that might lead to speculations of him being Batman. Tony had his first entrance for his expo that night, so he got busy. So he didn't get much time to study alchemy, but they both went through the knowledge. Both were excited and worked up. While John gave some tips to it. He was sure they both would get more out of this knowledge instead of him, as they both were geniuses. At the Stark Expo, Tony landed from an airplane using his Iron Man suit like in the movie and gave a speech for leaving a legacy. Tonight we have 2 guests for you. Ladies and gentlemen. He has the same influence as me, well maybe a little less, as he is not a superhero but a great man nonetheless. Please welcome, the teenager who creates miracles every day, Mr. John Jameson, and followed by my father Howard Stark. Tony ended his speech by that. John came out from behind the stand and said. Thank you, Mr. Stark, for the compliment. Well, I might not be a superhero, but I can definitely be of help to the society. Welcome you all to the Stark Expo. I too will be investing money in this and hope you all can join your minds together and help innovate new ideas and inventions. John said as he got a loud applause. John, like Tony, was very famous, as he had his hands on so many things that his existence was now very crucial for the functioning of a society. Let's not hold you all for too much time and welcome Mr. Howard Stark, John continued. After the end of Expo they went back to Tony's place and slept, as they had a flight the next day to Washington, D.C. Tony and John, accompanied by Pepper, reached the building of Senate hearing. They both took their seats. Mr. Stark, please pay attention, said the senator who took charge in the hearing. Tony, who was busy talking with Pepper, turned his head and said, yes, dear. This made everyone laugh out loud. Do you or do you not possess a specialized weapon? The senator said. I do not, Tony replied without hesitation. Then what is the Iron Man weapon? The senator asked. My device doesn't fit that description, Tony replied again. Then how will you describe it? The senator asked. It's a high-tech prosthesis. Tony replied, and everybody started laughing at this answer. It is a weapon, Mr. Stark. It should be handed to the people of the United States, the senator said with a higher voice. You can forget it. I am Iron Man, me and the suit are one. Turning it over will be equal to servitude or prostitute depending on what state I am in, Tony replied, and everybody again laughed at it. I am not an expert in weapons, but we have somebody who is. I would like to call Justin Hammer, our current primary weapons contractor. Justin, haha, an expert. What a joke, Tony said out loud. I am no expert, Tony, as compared to you, of course, Justin replied. Justin went on to give a speech of how dangerous the world was and that America needed technology like Tony's, who was adamant on using it as a shield. The Senate called Colonel Rhodes this time and asked him to say about his doubts which he submitted before to the military. Rhodes mentioned that it would be unfair as there was a huge report he made about it. Then Rhodes showed how different countries were trying to make weapons such as Iron Man's suit. Tony brought out his mobile and said in a low voice, "Cinch, hack into them and show them the results. Work your magic." The small mobile immediately started working on its own, and soon the images on the screen changed to the scenes of actual results where countries failed to make Iron Man's suit and even lost men due to it. It even showed Justin Hammer's research on the suit where he failed to make a successful test and even the guy in the suit seemed injured. The countries might be 5-6 years behind in replicating my suit. But Hammer Industries is at least 10-15 years behind. You should thank me. I am your nuclear deterrent. It's working, we are safe. America is safe. You want my property, you can't have it. I have successfully privatized world peace, Tony said with confidence as everybody gave a standing ovation. Chapter 51, The Woman. You all are so desperate that you even brought my friend, John, here too. For what? He doesn't even have the technology that you want to so use by yourself. Tony continued. Tony, it's fine. Senator, you can proceed to your questions. John intervened. Mr. Jameson, is Batman your friend? He asked. Of course he is my friend, Senator. John replied with a smile. Then Mr. Jameson, I would like you to reveal his face. Him having such high-tech weapons is dangerous for the people of United States, Senator replied. When Bruce came to Earth, Nick Fury made a separate identity for Bruce and Alfred so the normal politicians had no idea of who he was exactly. Do you want me to rat my friend, Senator? I am sorry. I can't do that because that's not what friends do. John said. Then you will be charged with aiding and abetting a vigilante, Mr. Jameson, said the senator with authority. Vigilante? You can't even hold on to Tony. Do you think you can hold on to me or Bruce? There is not even a single incident of vigilantism by Bruce, and police can't even prove that it was his work. The weapons which he has is already with many departments of the country, and the only difference is a suit provided by Tony. The only thing is that he is far more efficient, better and faster than other people around. John said, and everybody on the audience gave a nod accepting it. The technology of Bruce's suit is provided by me. That's my property. As I said, you can't have it. Bruce is my friend too. Thank you, Senator, for making us take such a long flight and your immense help in wasting our time. Tony added and started leaving. John too followed and left with Tony. John knew that this was all a facade for showing dominance. The committee knew that they could never force something out of both of them, as that might backfire and bring the economy to its knees. This was a power play by the politicians which turned out to be a failed one and an embarrassment for the people of the world to see. John had made such long preparations just to face this day without any worry. There will be a Grand Prix in Monaco. I hope you will join it. Tony said to John as they were leaving. Sure, I would join you at Monaco. Take Bruce too. John replied. John left for his home as he had work to do, and Tony for his with Pepper. In the next few days Tony and Bruce started learning and working on alchemy and alchemy. They were amazed of how vast the knowledge was. They both had plans to use alchemy/alchemy while fighting. After weeks of research, the only solution they could come up with was stopping the palladium poisoning, but it can't cure him as the reactor continues to pollute his blood. Bruce drew a transmutation circle all over his chest and 2 small transmutation on his feet to channel life energy and stop the advancement of blood pollution. Even though it will stop the poisoning, but if he used his armor too much, the poisoning would still rise, albeit slower this time. Tony was heartbroken when he saw the results. He had hoped a lot out of it, but still it seemed that God had left him bare-handed. Tony, in order to distract his mind, started learning fighting tactics from Bruce. He even made an arena at his home just to learn how to fight. As he was practicing with Bruce, Pepper came with a very gorgeous and beautiful woman with fiery red hair color following Pepper. Tony saw her from the corner of his eye and was immediately distracted. Tony received a punch on the face right after that distraction. Could kill you, Bruce said after hitting him. Hello, boys. Thomas, how is the babysitting going on? Pepper asked Alfred, who was watching the fight from the sofa. In the presence of others, Bruce and Alfred had different names. Bruce was named as Lucian and Alfred as Thomas. It's fine, Miss Potts. Master Stark can be handful, but I can take care of him. Alfred said. Alfred had been looking after both of them while Pepper was busy managing the company. That's good. Tony, I need your signatures for the last time. It's about the handover for the company, Pepper asked Tony. Bruce looked at the beautiful woman. He instantly felt that the woman wasn't simple. Being an assassin himself, he could feel that the woman was like him, a trained personnel. Bruce wasn't sure if she was an enemy, but he made a defensive pose instinctively. The woman saw that and smiled at Bruce instead. Bruce was confused but kept his guard up. Hello, what's your name, lady? Tony asked her. Rushman, Natalie Rushman, she said. No, she is not. Bruce said under his breath. Come here. Help me take my position and fight this guy. Tony told her. She happily obliged while Tony got down and sat with Pepper. Chapter 52, Monaco. As she went to the arena, she became serious and her body language changed to a fighting mode. She knew that the guy in front of him wasn't simple. Bruce punched at her abdomen immediately, which she defended by both her hands. She initiated a kick from the other side towards his upper body, which he dodged. This small, harmless and flashy moves went on for a couple of seconds. Then Bruce suddenly wrapped his hands around her neck from behind after dodging her previous punch and asked coldly in a whispering voice, "Who are you?" "I am Natasha. An agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I am here to evaluate Tony," she said as she was trying to free herself. Bruce loosened his hands and she fell down. This guy is really not simple. I took lessons from the ninjas and he could still overpower me, she said under her breath. She was the famous Black Widow. The last few months she went to the world of Naruto to learn the way of the ninjas. She was accompanied by other agents like Clint, Rumlow, and others. Even though they couldn't replicate the way of ninjas because of no presence of chakra, they still learned some tricks. And even got to learn how to use weapons such as kunai, shuriken, and even paper bombs. These new ways fascinated her and other agents. All the agents realized that all those training over these years would mean nothing in front of a Chunin, let alone the higher Jonin levels. This was the miracle of chakra and all felt extremely powerless, so all worked hard to overcome their gaps. Tony and Pepper didn't notice this small interaction. Tony just felt he was hard on her, so said, "Lucian, she's just a lady. Please go easy on her." Tony commented. Sometimes he wondered if Bruce would have a girlfriend in the future. His cold manner kept everybody out. "It's fine, Mr. Stark. He is a good teacher. My 2 months of defense classes proved nothing in front of him," Natasha lied immediately. "Well, he is an expert," Tony said. "I want an assistant like her," he added. "Thomas is enough for you," Pepper left after saying that. Soon, the day to travel to Monaco came. John came with Bruce and Tony, accompanied by Pepper, Happy, Alfred and Natasha. John was not surprised seeing her. She already knew from Bruce's memories. Even though John gave his summoned characters full autonomy but still would check their memories from time to time. In the same way he knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents went to Naruto World. He even saw Hydra agents, but he didn't stop them because it was almost negligible of what they could learn from their world and they could never invade the Naruto world. The world was closed entirely and in a different plane and they could never enter their plane without permission, so he didn't really care. Natasha, on the other hand, had different thoughts than John. According to Fury, he knew her from before, but she was sure she had never met him before today. John supposedly knew her story from a parallel universe. Fury always felt that John wasn't as simple as he showed, so told her to be on the lookout for him and try to extract more information if possible. John smiled at her when he met her on the plane but didn't say anything. She also noticed tattoos on his arms. She felt weird but didn't ask. They finally landed in Monaco and went for the high-end hotel. The next day all went to attend the Grand Prix. Pepper could sense something was wrong with Tony. On asking, he always denied, so she stopped poking her nose. Justin Hammer was also there and Tony didn't let go of the chance of insulting him as usual. As all were having food at the table, Tony suddenly vanished by excusing himself. When they noticed that Tony was missing for a few minutes, they got curious of what happened. Suddenly Pepper saw Tony in the racetrack replacing the driver in television. Pepper was surprised after seeing this and got worried because racing wasn't for the faint-hearted. Bruce raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. A person who was dying tended to be self-destructive. "Bruce. You should go near the racetrack. Wear a mask. Tony might need help," John said. Bruce was surprised by what John said but left immediately. "Pepper, did you bring the suitcase?" John asked Pepper. "Yes." "Why, John? Is something going to happen?" Pepper was more worried now by the question. "Well, something might happen. But you don't have to worry about it. Bruce is here. Miss Natasha, you should call Fury. He needs to hand over the archives to Tony. It's almost time," John said while looking at Natasha. "Well, it seems like my hard-earned cover is blown instantly," Natsuha said with a sweet smile. John even felt his heart racing at that moment. He had forgotten how beautiful Natasha was. Her figure alone could kill many people. "Natasha. Aren't you Natalie? Who is Fury? Are you a spy of another company?" Pepper asked, now agitated, while looking at Natasha. But John said, "It's fine. She is here to protect Tony. You need to go, Pepper." Chapter 53, The Whiplash. Tony just completed a lap and was proceeding to the second one. But as he was driving he saw a man on the track walking on the track from afar who was wearing a very rudimentary exoskeleton on his body while holding two lashes on his hands that was sparkling with electricity running through the lashes. There was a half-cut car behind the man signifying the man had damaged the car with his lashes. Tony wanted to stop his car but he was cruising very fast. The man hit his car with the lashes. It immediately cut his car in the front which catapulted his car in the air forward and crash-landed upside down few meters ahead. Tony wanted to get out of his car but he was stuck and the man with the lashes was approaching him slowly. As he was approaching there were suddenly 5 sharp knives that looked like bats stuck the track in a circular shape between Tony and him. The moment the knives stuck there was blue spark like electricity around it and the next moment there was a huge wall of at least 10 inches thick that rose from the ground diving Tony and the men in lashes covering both side ends of the track. "Thanks Bruce," Tony murmured. This was alchemy. Bruce took the alchemy path as he felt that it could help people with injuries and launch long-range powerful attacks. Tony liked alchemy more and felt alchemy was better and researched on it. The man in lashes was dumbfounded by the wall that formed in front of him. The wall was so thick that he couldn't destroy it immediately. He could see the whole wall that rose was formed by the ground underneath as it created a dip beside the wall. As Tony was thinking what he should do as he was sure this wall wasn't going to stop this man for more than a minute he heard a car engine from behind. He saw his Rolls-Royce car approaching him. After it stopped in front of him Tony's eyes gleamed as he understood his help was here. Tony took the suitcase from Happy and opened it. The suitcase slowly transformed into a suit. It was exactly the same as the Mark IV suit in the original world. The only difference was that there were special writings and signs all over the arms leading till the elbow. Tony had drawn the iron alchemic transmutation circle all over the suit in his arms, exactly the same as the Iron Blood alchemist in the anime. Tony felt safe now as he now had enough equipment to fight this new man. He didn't think much about this new man but the arc reactor on his chest surprised him. He always thought only he had that technology. As the wall in front of him broke down by the continuous barrage of the lashes, the men came through the damaged wall. Without uttering a single sentence he immediately attacked Tony. Tony dodged on the side while clenching his fist. He stuck both of his knuckles together. This instantly created a blue lightning spark like before but this time it was in his arms. He hit the ground with both his arms and suddenly bunch of iron chains rose from the ground. The chains flew towards the man in lashes and immediately bounded him before he could react. It wrapped around his arms, legs and abdomen rendering him immovable. The chains that came out of the ground created a 3-meter wide depth as the iron content on the road wasn't so high. Tony even had to use the iron fences on the sides to compensate for iron deficiency around. "What the hell is this?" the men shouted. "Alchemy. You should study more." Tony replied as he approached the men. He saw the arc reactor on the man's chest and removed it. "Where did you get it?" Tony asked him directly. "Ha ha ha. You lose Stark. You lose." "Ha ha ha," the men replied hysterically. The authorities came seconds later. Tony removed the chains after striking it with his hands. The surrounding audience looked at him with an astonished expression. This new kind of power surprised everybody. What the hell was that? I thought Tony Stark could only use missiles and fly around. Where did this new electricity come from? Those chains and wall rose from the ground. Does Tony Stark have some special powers? One person in the audience said. I don't know. But it looked so cool. Bringing the chains out from ground and making that wall. Another person replied. Everybody thought that the wall was created by Tony as almost nobody saw the batarangs that stuck the road. Even though many people followed the works of John, but most of the people disdained watching animated series as they felt it was beneath their age to watch these, so most of them hadn't watched the series. John had given the knowledge of alchemy to Tony because it would help the people understand that the knowledge of alchemy was real, and in this way many people would watch the series and gain more fan values via that. Tony would act as the greatest advertiser there ever was. Chapter 54, Self-Destructive Mode. Tony came back from the track after putting away the suit. He saw Bruce and others sitting in the table while most of others left who were attending the race due to security reasons. You selfish piece of sh*t. What were you thinking? Do you know how dangerous it was? You were almost killed just now. Do you even think of others who care about you? Pepper shouted in a very loud voice. Tony just kept his head down. He knew this was dangerous and it was his fault. Bruce and John didn't comment on anything as they knew why Tony was acting weird. A person who was dying might act in a self-destructive way. This was normal. And especially a person like Tony, who all his life had been in control of everything. Thanks Bruce for the help. You saved my life again. Tony said to Bruce without replying to Pepper because he knew no amount of apologizing would remedy the situation. Bruce just gave a nod and didn't say anything. Who was he anyways? How does he have the arc reactor? Tony murmured. He is Ivan Vank, son of Anton Vank. Anton was a colleague of your father Howard. That's how he knows the arc reactor. Anton wanted to make money out of the arc reactor, so Howard deported him to Soviet Union. Ivan inherited all the knowledge from his father. So that led to this situation. Your previous generations of hatred continued till now. John said in one breath. What? You know him? Son of father's colleague. That's a first. He has been arrested already, so it doesn't matter. But now the Senate will come after my posterior soon. What a headache. Tony said. He didn't ask the validity of John's claim. Being able to dream of various universes came with a perk of a peek in the future. At least, that's what Tony believed. Everybody returned to USA after this event, as this destroyed the mood of everybody. The birthday of Tony was approaching fast, and Tony was thinking of enjoying it to his fullest. As it might be his last birthday, although he might get help from the Naruto world, but he didn't have enough confidence if they will listen to him. John could always help Tony with his poisoning, but he wanted Tony to go through this cycle. It was important to build his character. And this would also catapult his company to a much higher level in the energy sector after he invents the new element. That's why he told Natasha to inform Fury. It was useless to play long mind games. Though he wasn't sure if Fury would listen to him. After they returned, the story of Tony followed exactly as the same as Iron Man 2. Tony did more outrageous things, and on his birthday he used his suit to entertain the guests. Bruce didn't stop him, as he knew Tony's situation. He even asked John for his help. John just told him not to worry, so Bruce left Tony to his instruments. As the birthday celebration continued, Rhodes came and saw the mess Tony had created. He was angry because he had been working hard to defend Tony. The US military wanted to tear down his house and take away his suit. The Senate also suspected that Tony had new knowledge, which was called alchemy. They did research on it and found out the powers of it through the series that John created. They immediately approached John to give them the information of it. John just said it was the property of Tony and he was the owner of the knowledge. John didn't even hesitate to pit Tony. Tony had shield behind his back, so he was sure that it would only a slight inconvenience to Tony with the knowledge of alchemy. Actually, even if John said he had the knowledge of alchemy, the Senate couldn't force him to reveal this, as it fell under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D., and John, being a consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D., was already safe from the hounds of Senate. It's just that John always subconsciously forgets that he was the consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D. because of the presence of Hydra. Rhodes went to the laboratory to wear a suit and came back to the upper level where the celebration was going on. Shut it down. Rhodes shouted with anger. All, except Bruce, immediately left. Tony, who heard this, didn't pay attention and asked the DJ to continue playing the song. Then the fight ensued. And the fight followed like it was supposed to be, with a huge blast at the end caused by their both hand thrusters. Tony was thrown away by the blast and felt unconscious. After Rhodes came out of the mess, he saw Bruce standing a little far looking at him. I thought you were here to make him better, you disappointed me. Rhodes said to Bruce. Rhodes, being a great friend of Tony, knew the identity of Bruce. Do you really think you can just walk away with Tony's suit without him allowing it? If you think so, then it means you don't really know Tony. Bruce replied. Rhodes was stunned when he heard that. But when he thought about it, he couldn't understand why Tony was behaving so weirdly. He looked at Tony with a complicated expression and then flew away to the U.S. Air Force Base. Chapter 55, The New Element. The next day, when Tony got his bearings, he flew away wearing his suit. He needed some air and wanted to eat burger and donut. As he was eating while sitting on the roof of the fast food joint, Fury appeared out of nowhere and instructed him to come down. I told you I won't join your superhero boy band. You already have Bruce. Last I remember, I was rejected. Tony said while sitting in the cafe opposite to Fury. Bruce told me that you have palladium poisoning and your days are numbered. Fury said instead. I know. I have been trying to use every known element. Every combination and permutation possible. There is no replacement to it. Tony said. And I am here to tell you that you haven't tried everything possible. Fury replied. We have much to talk about, Mr. Stark. Let's go to your home. Fury added. After reaching Tony's place, they could see there were repairing being done. It was probably Bruce who ordered it. Hello, Bruce. How are you holding up? Fury said after having a handshake with him. Well, I can't complain. Tony gives me everything I want. Bruce shrugged and said without taking any note of the emotions of Tony. Hey, we are here to talk about me. You said I didn't try all possible elements. What do you mean by that? Tony interjected. Fury then told him of Howard's invention and said that only Tony could complete his works. Tony didn't believe him, as he always felt his father was a cold and calculative man. Fury didn't reply to that and instead gave him a box of archives that was left by Howard for Tony. Howard was the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., so in a way your well-being is our responsibility. Find a cure soon, Tony. I will always keep an eye on you. I have told Bruce to assist you on this new research. He will be your babysitter till you find a result. Fury said before leaving. Tony opened the archives and soon found out his unfinished notes and a video where Howard saying that the model of the Stark Expo was the future. He ended the video saying Tony was his best creation. Tony got emotional by that as he felt that he might have misunderstood his father. Seems like you misunderstood your father. Bruce said from behind. Master Stark, your father seems like a good man. Bruce didn't get to see his father for a long time. A family's love is immense. Alfred added while bringing drinks for them. Tony just smiled and didn't say anything while Bruce felt a little sad remembering his parents. We will need to bring this model of Stark Expo. It might be the key to your problem. Bruce said. Yes, we do. Jarvis, tell Drift to bring out the car. We are going to take a ride. Tony said. As they went outside, a white sports Audi car came driving by itself. Drift, take me to the headquarters of Stark Industries, Tony said. Hop in. It's good to make a round, a voice said from car. Drift was the name given to his Audi car which got transformed with the help of the cube. After going to Stark Industries he took the model of the Stark Expo and tried apologizing to Pepper for his deeds. As his recent deeds had been outrageous and it had put too much pressure in the company and her. After a small talk he came back. Jarvis, scan the model and give me a digital wireframe of it, Tony said. After the scan was done he rotated the projection. Remove the shrubs, trees, buildings, parks, and exits. Bruce added while looking at the model. That's what I was thinking. Take the frame of streets and lanes as protons and neutrons and add it to the center, Tony continued to it. The whole model now looked like an atom model. Enlarge it, Bruce commanded. The whole atom model looked stunning. There was a silence. Alfred, who was looking into it, finally joked, congratulations for winning the next year's Nobel Prize. We don't have the technology to synthesize it. Jarvis said again. We have work to do, fellas. Time to break this house down. Tony said, getting up excitedly. After a day's hard work and tearing half of the home down they finally built the necessary machine to make the new element. We should go, live in New York. John is there. He might need help. He is handling the Empire alone. Bruce said after making the machine. You are right. California looks boring now and this house is almost ruined, Tony said. After a hard work and destroying more of his property he finally was able to create a new element. Jarvis informed that his arc reactor could be replaced now with this new element. It was more efficient and totally clean. Tony jumped with joy as he had finally found the cure. Chapter 56, The Whiplash, 2. In the meantime, following the events in Monaco, Justin Hammer managed to free Ivan from prison. And cut a deal with him for making suits while Justin would provide the necessary equipment and arrangements. Ivan said that he could help him making drones instead of suits. As that would be more safe. Hammer accepted this proposal instantly and finally decided on showing his creation in the Stark Expo with the help of Ivan. But Ivan had other plans. He had a thirst for revenge against Tony. So he installed a remote inside the drone suit to control them. The only difference in this world was that there were larger number of drones than in the original world. Tony's powers in Monaco scared him a bit and he wanted to have a proper protection this time. The next day in the Stark Expo, Hammer presented the drone suits. Even Rhodes joined in the presentation. At the moment of presentation, Tony got a call from Ivan saying that he would take revenge for all the bad things that happened to him due to Tony's family. Bruce, we need to go. Time to suit up. Tony said. Are you sure you want to use the new core? We didn't even have a test run, Bruce said. Doesn't matter. Pepper is in the expo. Tony said while suiting up. Drift, you drive towards the expo for damage control. Bruce, you need to find the location of Ivan. We need to shut him down. Tony said. Yes, Batwing, let's go, we have work to do, Bruce said after he sat on the pilot seat. Like Drift, Batwing 2 was a transformer, thanks to the cube. They both flew away after that. Bruce had a new suit which was made as a combination of metal and Kevlar. Tony landed in the event and said to Rhodes, we need to get these people out of here. It's not safe. What? Why? What happened? Rhodes said with guilt as he felt he had betrayed Tony after letting Justin modify his suit. Ivan is alive. He is behind the drones here and he is coming after us. Justin, where is Ivan? Justin, who was still giving presentations, was shocked about hearing this. Justin had made sure that nobody knew of Ivan, but now Tony knew. Justin was sweating inside. Tony, I don't know what you are talking about. Justin denied on the spot. Tony, we have target locked. Rhodes said from behind. Who is the target? Tony asked. It's you. Run, Tony, Rhodes shouted as all the drones had missiles and guns pointing on him. Tony had to fly away because there were people around the event and he didn't want people to die in crossfire. The firing of bullets caused people to panic and run away. As Tony flew away, Bruce came and confronted Justin. "Where's Ivan?" "I will give to 10 seconds to answer. After that your fingers will start coming off." Batman asked him. "Hey, I told already I don't have any clue. We need to control the drone. Somebody might have hacked it. It might be even you who wants me to be in bad press," Justin said. 9-8. "I need my lawyer," Justin continued. 6-5. Fine. "He is in the old warehouse of Hammer Industries," Justin was trembling finally said. Bruce climbed up to the Batwing who was hovering nearby and flew away to the location given by Justin. He needed to stop Ivan and reboot Rhodes' suit. Bruce couldn't hack into the suit as it was on a private server. He went inside the warehouse after knocking down the security. As he went inside the control room he saw there was no Ivan. Bruce took out his phone and said, "Toolbox, hack into the server and shut down all drones and reboot Rhodes' suit." The mobile immediately transformed into a 4-legged robot with 2 hands. Toolbox put his hands on the ports of the CPU and the screen of the main computer changed and showed various command prompts. After few seconds Toolbox finally said, "I have rebooted Rhodes' suit and stopped the drones, but these drones are rigged to blow later. We will have to manually go to the scene and disable it." Toolbox said, "Damn it. Tony, did you hear that? You will have to lead the drones away from people. There is no Ivan here. He might be coming after you." "I am on the way," Batman said. Tony, who was standing in front of Rhodes as he was been rebooted, heard what Bruce said. As Rhodes' suit came online they were ready to lead the drones away, but as they were about to fly away Ivan, wearing a new and improved suit which covered the whole body, came flying down. "It's good to be back," Ivan said as he took out his electrified lashes. These lashes were much longer and thicker than the last ones. Chapter 57, Fight. "I have got something for this guy," Rhodes said as he took out the launcher for the missile called Ex-Wife and launched it towards Ivan. But it immediately bounced off after hitting Ivan's suit without even exploding. "Never trust Hammer. I told you," Tony said with sarcasm. Rhodes started firing bullets, but it did nothing to Ivan as he had a strong armor. He used his whip to hit both of them, but they dodged. "I need to be near his suit to do alchemy. The iron content in this place is low and it won't be able to stop his armor nor his whip," Tony said. The fight ensued as it was supposed to in the original world, with both the whip bounding the bodies of Tony and Rhodes. As Ivan was holding them, 5 batarangs stuck near his ground. After seeing this Ivan had a bad premonition. In Monaco too it had happened before a wall was formed. Before Ivan could react, the place where the knife stuck the ground bulged forward fast like huge log and hit his body. Ivan was thrown away a few meters. Tony and Rhodes were freed instantly as Ivan let go of his whips. Tony got an opening and came to Ivan, who was lying down. After striking his 2 fists together he touched the armor of Ivan. The armor distorted crazily while giving out sparks of blue lightning and the whole armor opened by itself. It was the iron alchemy which made the armor fall apart. Tony pointed his hand thrusters on the face and said, "You don't think my name of Iron Man is just a name, do you?" Tony said. "You still lose, Stark. I have rigged all the drones. Haha, people will die and you won't be able to do anything." Ivan laughed. "We know that. That's why I let Cinch, Toolbox, Drift and Batwing to take care of it," said a bland and deep voice from behind. "That's impossible, there are so many drones, your friends won't be able to save everyone," Ivan said as his face changed as he saw Batman arriving from the shadows. He knew that he has failed in all his pursuit. "You need to do your homework, Ivan. I have more friends than I have shown." Ivan's suit suddenly made a beeping sound. Tony understood what Ivan wanted to do, so he flew away. Bruce and Rhodes too left the next second as Ivan had rigged his own suit too. They didn't want to save Ivan as a lunatic like him who was consumed by revenge was beyond saving. Tony flew towards Pepper's location. As he saw Pepper standing near his Audi car he knew that Drift had kept her safe. He was relieved after seeing this. Tony really thanked John in his heart as the cube had saved all of them. Drift and Batwing were able to dismantle the drones which were lying damaged without anyone nearby, while Toolbox and Cinch went to disable the drones which were in open public. They did it sneakily as they didn't want people to know the existence of Transformers yet. They did all this when Ivan, Tony, and Rhodes were fighting. "Thanks, Drift." "Thank God you are all right, Pepper," Tony said. "I quit from being CEO. This job isn't for me," Pepper said. Tony was surprised by this, but he didn't accept the resignation. He apologized to Pepper, saying it's because he was dying that he was acting weird. They had a long conversation while at the end Tony finally ended up with kissing Pepper. The next day Tony came to a secret base for S.H.I.E.L.D. and sat opposite of Nick Fury. This is the evaluation given by Agent Romanoff and Bruce. Read it, said Fury after handing him a file written Avengers Initiative. Personality report. Mr. Stark displays compulsive behavior. That was last week. Prone to self-destructive tendency, damn. Bruce is my enemy number one. Come on, I was dying. Textbook narcissism. Agreed to that. Recruitment assessment for Avengers Initiative. Iron Man, yes. See, I am still good. Tony said. Read on. Fury continued. Tony Stark, not recommended. Tony said with puzzled expression, how can you recommend me but not recommend me? It means that at this juncture we can't hire you as a consultant, Fury said. Tony got up and did a handshake with Fury saying, you can't afford me. By the way, I need a small favor. Rhodey and I are being awarded. We need a presenter. Tony said with a smile. I will see what I can do. Fury said. At the awards ceremony, Rhodes and Tony were both presented the award by the same Senate who tried taking away Tony's suit on the basis of national defense and security concerns. Tony really felt happy at this as he never forgets to take revenge when he can. Chapter 58, Meeting Her. / The romance in the story is cringe and it is inconsequential to the whole part. I would suggest that you should ignore it. I just wanted to add the part so that some people who liked romance would be happy with it. The female one be around too much, so I hope you all will stop shouting about it. Thank you, / In the last 9 months after the emergence of Tony Stark as Iron Man and Bruce Wayne, the world went crazy. In the previous years his early fan value earning was around $330 million per year. Now it had jumped to $400 million. All thanks to new works and of course the emergence of the mysterious Batman. Ding. Total fan value, $250 million. Urging the host to work hard. John had already announced that there would be a new Batman movie. A sequel to the previous one. Everybody was excited as they felt it was like a life story of a superhero. Like the one with Captain America. John had already thought of a new character to be brought to life soon. He didn't want to bring a world as that would cost too much. The world of Naruto came with a discount. The next worlds would cost very much. He had already inquired. Even a very simple world with a decent amount of power will cost him more than $2 billion. John didn't want to go down that route. He wanted to bring a single realistic character which could influence all and boost his yearly fan value earnings when the character is brought to life. He had plans to bring another world, but it would take time. And he has enough patience to endure it. It's still 2 years before Thor comes to Earth and he would have enough time for bringing a suitable character. Till then he could bring low-budget characters to the world and influence the world more. It's just that he could not think of low-budget characters for now. As for now, I don't need any characters. Only thing I lack is being sniped by a bullet, as I wouldn't have enough time to change. I need a protection for that. For that only one movie comes to my mind. The VFX of this world has almost caught up with the movies of 2021. So it would be easier to make the movie. Let me call Bob. I need that movie soon, John thought in his mind and called Bob to make a new movie. That year, 2008, Disney won the Best Animated Movie again for WALL-E. And this too, like always, was created by John. So in March he had to go LA to receive the Oscars again. John was bored of Oscars as every year he had to go and put up with people who he doesn't even know. His father and Val accompanied him for first 2 times. Later they just stopped. He cursed his luck as this time even Tony bailed on him, saying he was moving to New York so he had work to do. Moving to New York is a big deal for him. All he does is lays around and Alfred running around. I miss the Playboy Tony, John lamented in his heart as stepped out of his car. Soon the reporters flocked towards him as usual. Sir, you said that there will be a new Batman movie. Will it based on the fight that happened this year? A reporter asked. No. Of course no. This story will be based on his past like the previous one. John replied. Sir, what are your plans for the future? What movies can we expect? Another reporter asked. There will be a space sci-fi movie soon and some movies which won't be produced by me. John replied and turned his head as he wanted to leave this torture soon, but then he saw something that he would never forget in his entire life. He saw a woman of his age with burgundy hair color till her shoulders and wearing a black dress standing in a pose while the photographer's taking her pictures. John was so mesmerized that he stopped for a second to appreciate the beauty. After a momentary daze, he took his eyes off as he was in public and couldn't be shameless enough to be labeled as someone who ogles at a woman. In all his life here he had seen many beautiful characters, the famous Hollywood stars and beautiful girls all around who were trying to approach him, but he never cared. Firstly, he wasn't sure if he would survive the future. There are too many variables in his life, and secondly he didn't have enough time to have any kind of romantic relationship with anyone. His father even urged him to go out with someone but he always refused. In his previous life he had a girlfriend but later they had to break up. It turned too much toxic at the end. He didn't want to repeat any such cycle. But the woman he saw just now was probably the woman of his dreams. In his previous life he watched all her movies and was a great fan of her. Both in movies and real life. She was the famous girl from Harry Potter movies, Emma Watson. Chapter 59, Meeting Her, 2. After John came to this life he checked if there were movies from his previous life. He saw that there were Star Wars movies already been made and the Harry Potter books, so he immediately removed these two worlds from his mind. So he never cared about it after that. Though John felt it was a huge loss, especially the Star Wars movies, but he accepted it. This was the first time he had seen Emma up close and she looked more beautiful in real than in real life. Even though she still looked quite young, but her beauty was already apparent. John had a huge temptation to go and ask her for an autograph but finally thought better. I will ask for an autograph later. Then John went inside the gallery for the event. Soon everything played out like it was supposed to. He went to receive the Academy Award for the Best Animated Movie. He thanked the audience and said that Disney will always continue producing animated movies as this was their legacy. After the award ceremony ended, it was time for the Oscars party. Normally John always hated this event, but today he was looking forward to it. He wanted this opportunity to ask for the autograph and see her up close. He was trembling inside thinking about it. After the party started, he met various stars and acted normally, but he kept an eye if Emma was free for him to approach. Finally he saw her free in a bar sitting by herself. Her age didn't allow her to drink in USA, so she just sat there. Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint, who came with her, went for a dance after being invited to the dance floor by others. She was asked to, but she rejected. "Hello, Miss Watson. Can I have an autograph?" John said after he came near her in the most politest way possible for him. He was shaking inside in fear that she would reject him. While one of the biggest tycoons in the world is asking for my autograph. "I should be honored," she replied. "I am your biggest fan, so I couldn't stop myself from asking it." John replied with a smile. "Sure, I will give an autograph if you take this seat," Emma said with a smile while pointing at the seat beside her. "Sure, Miss Watson, I would love to," John replied. "You can call me Emma. I think we are of almost same age, so I don't think that there should be much formality," she said. "Sure. You can call me John then," John said. "How are you liking the party?" John added. "I will be honest, this is my first time attending such a huge party with glamour and shine. It's really not my liking," Emma said honestly. "You do know that your answer will raise many eyebrows here if you say it out loud," John said with a straight face. "I know, but I don't really care." "I believe you two don't like it that much," Emma replied. "How well, I too don't like it, but how did you guess that?" John asked with interest. "I guessed it. A celebrity like you almost don't generate any gossip. The only big gossip they could generate after years was Batman and evaluating if you are Batman. Such person generally don't like too much glamour. Even though you are a friend of Tony Stark, but you are the exact opposite of him," she said after evaluation. "I am impressed, well, not that impressed, as I had already known you would be able to guess it," John said. "It seems like you know about me." "Tell me, John, what do you guess about me?" Emma asked. "Not much actually. I just know you are kind, care about the planet and the people around. You want to change the world, especially for women who suffer all over the world due to injustice," John said after recalling her works in public in his previous life. This impressed Emma more as John was accurate to the point. "I am thoroughly impressed, John, I have to say," Emma replied. John thanked her for the compliment with a laugh. "Would you like to dance with me?" Emma finally said. "Dance? But I actually don't know much about it. Forgive me if I make wrong steps," John replied, as he honestly didn't know much about dancing. He only learnt it a little after being forced by his father, as Jameson didn't want to shame John in public places such as this. "It won't matter, I don't know much about it myself," Emma said sweetly. John felt he was living in dreams. He had never imagined of being able to have a dance with the famous Emma Watson. His heart was beating fast as he couldn't believe his luck. John took her hand and went to the dance floor and slowly started dancing with the slow music being played. He was way too much happy at that point of time and felt it was worthwhile of being transmigrating to the MCU. Chapter 60, the second trailer. "You dance pretty decent," Emma said after dancing for a few minutes. "Thank you. I was just following your lead, to be honest, and praying that I don't step on your feet," John said with a laugh. They both realized that many eyes were on them as they were dancing. Emma felt a little shy as she noticed it. "Seems like tomorrow the first gossip of you will come out," Emma said with a serious face. "I never cared about their gossips, and it's fine even if they come out with one," John said a little boldly this time. Emma blushed a little from this but didn't say anything. "I want to ask a question," Emma asked after few seconds. Sure, ask away, John said. What does the tattoo in your hand mean? I have never seen such kind of tattoo before. It's not something satanic, is it? Emma asked. You even noticed that? Well, for now I can't say much about it. But it's nothing satanic or bad. Maybe one day I will explain its meaning. John said with a mysterious tone. One day. I hardly come to the States. I am not sure when we will meet next time. Emma said with a hint of regret. And we can exchange numbers if you feel like. John finally gathered up his courage and asked for it. Emma gave a very sweet smile to it and said. Sure. I will be looking forward to the explanation of your tattoos. After exchanging numbers and having a small talk, they left after bidding farewell to each other. He even met the other two actors of Harry Potter and took their autographs too. They were surprised that John was a fan of Harry Potter but was happy about it. John returned the next day after the party and many entertainment tabloids really printed the news that he danced with Emma. John was surprised a bit but didn't pay much attention. After coming back, he called Kevin and asked him about the progress of the Batman sequel. Everything is going fine, the movie will come out by the end of the year. Boss, do you have any more project? Kevin asked John. As a matter of fact, I do. Here is the script and related music required and general direction of the story. It's also a superhero movie and will be set in the same world as Batman's. John said. Same world as Batman. This raised an eyebrow of Kevin. Because Batman is actually real in this world, wouldn't it mean that this new superhero might actually exist? But Kevin didn't ask and went through the story. After reading the story, Kevin was pretty sure that the story wasn't real as it was a story based on mythology. The months passed by pretty smoothly. After settling down in New York, Tony and Bruce even went to meet John for many times and had talks about future plans. He suggested some interesting things that helped them. They even discussed alchemy, and the proposed fight happened between John and Tony finally happened. Tony was devastated at the end. Even though he chose the arena of metal, but John's use of decomposition alchemy ruined all his attacks, and on top of that he had to defend against John's fire attacks. John even practiced fighting with Bruce as John needed a proper coach in hand-to-hand fights. His alchemy wasn't invincible and he needed experience. Bruce, on the other hand, went around New York City to clean trashes. Especially places like Harlem and Hell's Kitchen. Wilson Fisk was rising very sharply, so Bruce went into many of his locations and damaged many of his properties and illegal industries. The local gangs at the beginning didn't pay much attention, but after they knew it was Batman's doing, many of them went into hiding. They didn't want to provoke someone who had high connections like John and Tony Stark. Even police turned a blind eye to Bruce's night vigil. Both John and Tony donate millions of dollars to the police department each year, so they didn't want anything to do with Batman. By the end of the year, the new trailer of sequel of Batman was out. It was called The Dark Knight. The trailer showed Joker being a person who wants to kill Batman and glimpses of his lunacy. John didn't reveal much in the trailer as he had very high hopes for the movie. Tony, who was watching the trailer, asked Bruce, "What's up with this Joker guy? Does he have any special powers?" Special powers? No. I don't know what's up with the Joker of the universe shown by John, but the Joker in my universe is just a lunatic. A person who will do anything to achieve his goals. Bruce said coldly. Interesting. Let's see what is up with this Joker guy. Let's hope he doesn't come to this universe. We have enough lunatics in this world. Tony said. Chapter 61, A Brilliant Idea. After the trailer went out, John was relieved to see that there was a proper response from the audience, and he was looking forward to its release on February of 2010. Before the release, for the post-production, John went to the headquarters. The days of John recently have become boring. Apart from exchanging frequent calls and texts with Emma, he was bored out of his mind. To remove his boredom, he even went to a short vacation in Australia to see if there were any ideas which could boost his yearly fan value earning. But sadly he was stuck. How is the production going on the new superhero movie? John asked Kevin in the meeting. Has there been any problems? No boss, everything is fine. Kevin replied. Boss, after years of animation making, I was thinking if we could make a theme park based on the animated movies. We can buy a huge plot and make theme rides and other attractions, Bob said in a low voice at the end. A Disney park? Sure. Why not, John said without thinking, but then suddenly an idea stuck his head. S***T. How could I forget this? Damn, I have been a dumb guy. John almost shouted. All the people in the room was scared by his sudden outburst. Bob, give me a pen and paper. I will write a new script for you. This upcoming movie will take our company to new heights, John said with confidence. After writing a good few minutes about the general outline of the movie, he gave it to Bob to read. Kevin too joined in reading, and the story surprised everybody as it was totally a new kind of movie. Bob was excited to try this new adventure. Make it done by next year. The VFX must be as realistic as possible. I will give a better well-written script later. John said and got up for the meeting. John wanted to bring a new and cheap world. But a world that could influence a lot and raise his fan values. He went directly to Stark Tower as he had to do proper rituals for this new world. After arriving, he went to the laboratory where Tony and Bruce were working on new armor. John could already guess what the new armor will be. Tony's armor in Avengers movie, Mark 7. Hey Tony, I need your help. We need to buy an island. John said directly to Tony. Island? What do we need an island for? Tony said skeptically. Bruce too heard about it and joined. Because a new world is going to merge and we can commercialize it. I have already given a movie script to it. People are going to love it. John said with excitement. New world. Like Naruto's. Won't it be dangerous? Tony said. Tony had some fear when it came to Naruto's world. He still didn't have any idea of how he would face the Kage's level. No Tony, it will be fine. With your help and technology we can control this new world with our own hands. Buy an island which is away from mainland and make sure we have full rights of the island with no country interfering. John said. Sure, but what is this new world about? Tony asked again. A world of dinosaurs. John said with a huge smile. What? Dinosaurs? Won't humanity be in danger due to it? Tony exclaimed. No Tony, the world which the dinosaurs will come from is a modern world. People in that world have made huge advancement in gene technology and were able to make dinosaurs with just using the genes of old dinosaurs and putting it into animals. They made a theme park out of it. We can make one too, John said. From gene technology to making dinosaurs. That's a new idea. Would love to go through this new technology. Tony said with gleam in his eyes. We should make sure that the island is safe. Having a millions years of old era will come with conditions. We will have to balance the ecology, Bruce finally said after listening to the conversation. That is for sure. We will need biologists. If only Bruce Banner was around. I will tell Pepper to do necessary arrangements. I heard there will be a space sci-fi movie soon. Will that world come too? Tony said after calming down. The space movie? Well, not for now, but some random technology might arrive. I will be in the lookout. John said after thinking. The new sci-fi movie was arriving at the end of the year. Tony too was looking forward to any new technology that might arrive as John suggested. John went back home after discussing the plans for the theme park. Pepper too joined the meeting and everybody pitched their ideas of how to control the dinosaurs and number of people that will be required. Everybody was excited for seeing dinosaurs in real life. Even though John said that it will take quite a bit of time for their merge, almost all were excitedly waiting for it. Chapter 62, the movie. The Dark Knight was finally released on December 22, 2009. And everybody known to John was called for the premiere. This time the premiere was held in New York instead of LA. John even invited Emma and the main crew of Harry Potter, but they were busy with their shooting of Deathly Hallows. So they had to reject at the end. John thought it was a pity but didn't pay much heed. Now almost every day he and Emma exchanged video calls. John really felt he was the luckiest person alive as the relationship between him and Emma was progressing steadily and they actually had many things in common. Tony and Bruce too came for the movie and sat beside him in the theater. The movie began. Several masked men appeared on the big screen, in everyone's field of vision. With a few simple exchanges everyone knew that this was a group of robbers, and the only person named, the Joker, is the planner of the robbery. In the eyes of other robbers, this was a guy who sat high up. In other words, the clown was not among these people. The robbery went smoothly. Dare to plan the robbery of the gang bank, revealed the madness of the clown. In the process of unlocking. Where is the kid who broke the alarm, said one robber in clown mask. The boss said, after he got it done, finish him off. One less person to divide the money, right, said the other guy. It's a coincidence, he said the same to me. What? No. No. Boom. Companions cannibalized each other. Bags of money were taken to the gate. The robber who had killed before took the gun and pointed at the only other accomplice. The clown told you that after the money is filled, you need to kill me. Right. One less person to divide the money, right. No, no, he asked me to kill the bus driver. Bus? What bus driver? As soon as the voice fell, a bus crashed into the bank gate, knocking the talking robber out. This guy looks out of breath, it's time to go, said the last guy left to the bus driver. What about the rest? The bus driver jumped out of the car and looked around in surprise, not at all ashamed of killing a companion. The remaining robber shot without hesitation and killed the bus driver. "Do you think you are smart?" said the bank manager who was shot before because he tried to be a hero. He was laying on the ground unable to move. "The people who pay for you will make you end up like them." The former bad guys were very principled, honorable, respectful. "Look at you, what do you believe in?" Hearing this, the robber looked at the man curled up on the ground, strolling in front of him and squatting down, looking directly into his eyes, and slowly said, "I believe whatever doesn't kill you, simply makes you stranger." He took off the mask, his green hair scattered around his ears, revealing the face of a circus joker. His skin was pale, his mouth was painted with big red lipstick, and the corners of his mouth had deep, knife-cut scars. The Joker appeared. Everyone in front of the big screen was slightly taken aback. Everyone realized that this clown should be the villain that Batman will deal with in The Dark Knight. However, now it seems that the clown does not have any extraordinary abilities. Compared with the previous villain, the Master of Batman, and the Master of Assassins, the Joker is more insidious and cunning, and seems unable to pose any threat to Batman. The long-lost Batman finally came out. In a drugs trade, the Batman in the movie was like a hunter, driving a Batmobile and sweeping all the bad guys. Director Gordon appeared, went to the robbed gang bank, and walked into the vault. After a few words with the assistant, Batman appeared beside them. Gordon sent his assistant away and showed Batman the picture of the Joker. "It's him again." Batman's tone was low. "Who else?" "A gang of mobs," Gordon replied. During their exchanges, another character appeared, the newly appointed prosecutor, Harvey Dent. He and Batman's childhood sweetheart Rachel became a couple. Harvey had always admired Batman and hoped to take this responsibility from Batman. The police and prosecutors seized the bank with traceable banknotes, only to find themselves being mocked. In the party of gangsters, the Joker once again appeared with a proposal but was mocked instead. The guy in charge of money laundering fled back to Hong Kong, and after discussing with Gordon and Harvey, Batman decided to go to Hong Kong to capture this guy. With brand new equipment, jumped from a high building, the hang-gliding wings spread out, flying around the building, like a real bat. While Bruce, you and him have so much similarity with the Batsuit, Tony laughed as he said to Bruce in a hushed tone. Bruce didn't say anything. Finally the Joker took action. The Joker's conspiracy against Batman also began to show up in front of everyone. The body of a man posing as Batman was hung at the window of the DA's office building. At the same time, a video was posted on the internet. "Do you think Batman makes Gotham better? Look, this is how crazy Batman made Gotham. Batman must take off his mask and surrender. As long as he doesn't surrender, someone will die every day. I am a man of my word, ha 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 ha." The audience felt chills when they heard the laughter of the clown. They finally realized the horror of the clown. This was a lunatic who was distorted enough in his heart to completely ignore order and social morality. At the political fundraising party organized by Bruce Wayne about the new prosecutor, Harvey Dent, the Joker appeared again and even had a confrontation with Batman. Under the leadership of the Joker, the villains of Gotham City united, and Batman was gradually forced into desperation. The main theme of this film also began to show up in front of all audiences. In the movie, people realized that power wasn't everything. Some people just wanted to watch the world burn. He was a special villain, not interested in logical things, such as money. Buying, threats, reasoning, and negotiation all do not work. The Joker was just for fun. The appearance of Batman made him feel that he had found the best object of fun. In the movie, Harvey used himself as a bait, hoping to catch the Joker. He succeeded. The Joker was arrested by the police and Batman. Then at night Gordon received a call that Harvey was missing. He immediately went to the prison and found the Joker, and Batman arrived at the same time. Here is what the audience is most looking forward to. Batman and Joker's head-to-head confrontation. "You want to see me? I'm here." Batman punched the table in front of the Joker, giving the Joker a warning first. "I want to see what you are going to do. You really did not let me down. Batman, you let 5 people die because of you, and then let Harvey Dent take the blame for you. Even in the eyes of people like me, it's too cold-blooded." The Joker was talking, but was forcibly interrupted by the impatient Batman. "Where is Harvey? There is no turning back, you changed everything." The Joker laughed, madly, You complete me." Chapter 63, A New Superhero. Batman asked about the location of Harvey in a threatening voice and Joker gave a choice of saving Rachel or Harvey. Batman chose Harvey to save while Gordon went for Rachel. But Gordon was not able to save Rachel. Joker in the meantime managed to escape from prison. Harvey, whose half of the face was burnt, was found by Joker and pushed him into insanity. Harvey went insane and started hunting all people who weren't able to save Rachel and who colluded with the gang and did bad things. Even Batman himself crossed ethical lines and hacked into every mobile to find the location of Joker. At the end, Joker played a game again. A choice was given to 2 boats, one with civilian and other with prisoners. They had to blow the other boat with a switch because if they didn't, Joker would blow them up instead. And Joker for the first time failed to manipulate the people and was caught by Batman. In the other scene, Harvey caught the family of Gordon. When Harvey was going to kill Gordon, Batman came and killed Harvey. "We need to say the truth to people of Harvey," Gordon said to Batman. "No. Harvey will remain an image of justice. I will bear the burden of crime," Batman said without any hesitation. "But you will be hunted down," Gordon said. "I am not a hero. I am whatever Gotham needs me to be. Sometimes truth isn't good enough," Batman said and ran away. People finally understood why the movie was named as Dark Knight. He was a force who operated in shadows. People felt sympathy for him. Even Nick Fury and Coulson, who watched the movie, felt bad for Batman. His sacrifices were immense. The credits rolled and soon the post-credit scene came out. It showed present-day Paris, France. A woman walking towards the Louvre Museum while narrating from background. "I used to want to save the world, this beautiful place. But I was naive. The closer you get, the more darkness you will see." As the woman entered her office, a black suitcase arrived with Wayne Enterprises written in bold characters on it. She opened the suitcase to see a very old picture. The picture had 4 soldiers standing side by side in a damaged battlefield. And then there was a woman standing in the middle. The thing was, the woman in the picture looked exactly the same as the one holding the picture. She smiled after seeing the picture. The audience understood that Batman knows this mysterious woman, but the people didn't understand why these 2 women looked the same. Tony looked at Bruce for a few seconds and said, "You know this woman?" Bruce didn't reply to Tony but asked John, "Is she coming?" "I don't know. I just saw her in my dreams. I have no idea if she would be transferred," John said. Bruce didn't say anything to it but remained silent and closed his eyes as if thinking of something. The movie got a standing ovation. This was a movie which didn't hesitate to show how society treated superheroes when something went wrong. The movie was based on a bold theme and made people realize that being a hero comes with responsibility. Nick and Coulson approached John after they came out. They wanted to know if this woman will appear. John answered the same as he had done to Bruce. John didn't want to reveal too much of his powers. Too much revelation would be prone to mistakes. He wanted to keep a sense of mystery. "I want to know more of this character," Fury said at the end as he felt he needed to know more about this woman. "Why in a hurry? Even if she comes, it will be in much further in the future. You will know her from the movie," John said. Nick could always pressurize John for more information, but he didn't want to. He even didn't put any spy in Disney. John had always said he has glimpses of future in his dreams in other universes. He didn't want to take any risk and maintain a goodwill. They went back after the movie ended and John received a message while riding Bumblebee. "How was the movie?" "Sorry I couldn't attend the premiere." John just smiled after reading and replied, "It's fine. I will come for the Deathly Hallows Part 1 premiere though. Reserve a seat for me." "Sure," Emma replied with a smiley face. The months went by gradually after the release of the movie. The movie earned a lot in box office and was critically acclaimed with a very rating. Even though it didn't much boost his fan values by much, as it was only a Batman movie, but this movie was necessary for his future plans and appeal to the public. Chapter 64, 3 movies. Almost a year had gone by after the Dark Knight movie. Disney had scheduled 3 movies at the end of the year. So there was a lot of work for John in the following months. In the meantime, Tony, with the help of Pepper, had already bought a big island in the Caribbean Sea and made sure no country nearby could touch his property. Of course, John too invested money in it. It was an easy cash grab anyway. Soon the first movie of the 3 was released in late October. It was a space sci-fi movie. In a futuristic world where mankind has conquered the known universe, it was ruled by an emperor and had various houses spread across the universe helping the emperor maintain peace and order. Mankind used a thing called spices to travel across galaxies, and this spice was only available in a single planet. Before, the planet was under a different house and suddenly the emperor decided to change the house. Basically it was a political plot. John shot this movie for its shield technology. Apparently anything with high velocity couldn't penetrate the shield, be it a bullet or a missile. Yes. The movie was Dune. John wanted this technology for protection from possible assassinations later. Much later he might even think of bringing out their spaceships by spending fan values. The movie premiered and people loved the movie. American people had a deep love for drama and political plots, and this movie basically had everything. Ding. Total fan value, 1.2 billion. Fan value required to bring House of Atreides to life, 1 billion. Fan value required to bring House of Harkonnen to life, 1 billion. Fan value required for shielding technology, 400 million. Thank God there is a shielding technology, otherwise I would have to spend $1 billion for a stupid technology. Still it's 400 million. 1 year of savings will be gone. Well, I hope it will be worth it. Extract the shielding technology, John said after seeing his panel. Jurassic Park World will cost me another 100 million. Sigh. If this goes on, I will be broke soon. After the movie, John followed Tony to Stark Tower. He needed Tony to research on shielding technology. Bruce has a home now in New York, thanks to his shares of Stark Industries that John shared with him. Bruce, who came to the movie, also came to Stark Tower with them as John asked for it. John, after reaching to Tony's place, said while bringing out a memory stick, I have the shielding technology in this stick. I want both of you to research, but on conditions. John said. Tony almost jumped in his seat when he heard it. Bruce too had a rare interested face when he heard it. What condition? I can give away half my shares if you give me this stick. Tony said with excitement. John shrugged his head and said, no. I want only you both to research on it. Nothing of the data will be placed in a server which can be accessed by internet. Even Jarvis can't get access to the data. All the shielding equipment will not be mass-produced until I say so. John said. Ah. No access. You think somebody will hack into Jarvis and steal it again? Tony asked. John didn't say anything and looked at him. Okay, fine, I accept the proposal. Now give it to me. It will be weird going old school on such a high technology. Bruce, this will need your help. Tony said. By the way, the Jurassic World is coming soon. Next month I will guide them to the island from my dreams. You will have to take care of the rest. Are all the cages and personnel ready? John asked. Yes. You can send them. I won't be attending the premiere for the Jurassic Park movie. I will be there on Jurassic Park to see firsthand the dinosaurs. I hope they won't be late after the movie is released, as I have work to do. Tony said as he too named his island as Jurassic Park. Sure. Even I won't be there in the premiere. I will travel to London next month. John said as he promised to be there for the premiere due Deathly Hallows. He was excited to see her again after a long time. Soon Tony and Bruce started working on the shielding technology. And John left for his home and gave the other two space to work on the new technology. After a couple of weeks, John got ready to go to London. As he landed on the airport from his private plane, he saw Emma waiting for him. He was delighted to see her. He came down and hugged her, saying, You look as lovely as ever. Thank you. You look great too. How was the flight? Emma asked. It was fine. Slept all the way. Let's go to the hotel. John said. After they went to the hotel, John freshened up and was ready to go out. Emma had decided to go for a small tour around London, showing him this historic city. John too followed her. They had a great time together and the tour ended with a fine dinner in a restaurant. This was their first official date and John had booked a great restaurant which had privacy. Even though he was sure he had been taken pictures of during his tour of the city, he still wanted privacy when it came to the date. Chapter 65, 3 Movies, 2. They had a great talk during the dinner date and had fun. John and Emma both felt very happy about their first date. They both had so much to talk that they passed more than 3 hours in the date. It must be fun having superheroes as friends. Emma said. Actually no. They are just normal people with weirder past. Nothing much. John said. Can I meet Bruce one day? He looks so cool in the movie. Emma asked with expectation. Bruce? Sure. I trust you, so he will be fine with it. Emma was really happy when she heard that. After the dinner, John left for the hotel with Emma. The hotel was cozy and John had booked a presidential suite. He took her to his room and had the night to remember for both John and Emma. It was the first of such night for John, as he never had any relationship with anyone in this world. The next day they went for the premiere. Of course they didn't go to the premiere together, as both of them felt that it would be too soon to show their relationship in public, even though there was a gossip now in the media. In the meantime, Jurassic Park was already released and this time too people loved it. But what came as a shock to people that the Jurassic Park actually existed. Tony uploaded a video of him showing around Jurassic Park in the internet. Welcome to Jurassic Park. I don't think I will have to explain what Jurassic Park is. The movie by my friend John is explanatory enough. If you and your family needs a vacation that you can remember for lifetime. If you want to go for an adventure with your girlfriend. This is the one. Come to Jurassic Park. And don't worry about the safety reasons. Stark Industries will provide state-of-the-art security for it. Tony gave a long speech. Soon the respective media channels inquired about the authenticity and asked for access to the park. They were given permission without any hindrance. Within a week this caused an uproar in the world. Everybody wanted to visit this island and they were ready to spend money for it. John insisted on keeping the ticket price as minimum as possible as he didn't want money from it. An only reasonable price will appeal to the people and help him getting more fans. This boosted his fan values by a lot. He earned more than 100 million fan values within a month. Even Emma was interested in it. John promised to take her to it after she becomes free from the Harry Potter series. The premiere for the Harry Potter went well, but the reporters who saw him in the premiere only asked questions about Jurassic Park. John got shy about it because he felt this was the platform of Harry Potter, not Jurassic Park. So he replied only one answer and escaped from them. The movie was exactly the same as his previous life, so he knew the whole plot. After staying in London for 2 more days, John returned to New York. He was little sad of leaving Emma, but he knew this was temporary. It was late December when the last scheduled movie was supposed to be out. This movie was his tactics of managing the plot of Thor. Even though he could bring Naruto's world and deal with it, but he wanted to keep Naruto hidden for now. Only during New York War he will show a glimpse. John understood that if he showed his hand too much, Thanos might accelerate his plans. He didn't want any such intervention now. He wanted to follow the original plot and become powerful enough to overthrow gods. Only then he could be at peace and show all his hands. The movie premiered on December 15th at New York. Everybody came to attend the movie, including Coulson and Nick. The movie started with the same scene as was in the post-credits scene of Batman, she being in the office of Louvre Museum and seeing a very old photo. But this time there was a scene where there was a note attached to it written, "I found the original. Maybe one day you will tell me the story. No wonder you never told me anything about the story. You yourself don't know." Tony laughed at Bruce, who sat beside him, and John. Bruce shrugged but didn't say anything. The story told about a small girl living in an enclosed island where only women lived in it, which was protected by the magical enchantment of Zeus. The story told about gods and mankind and their struggles in facing Ares, the god of war. Gradually, the small girl grew up among the women, but she knew she was a little bit different from other women. One fine day, an airplane crashed near the island, and this woman named Diana Prince went and saved the men who crashed with the airplane. The airplane looked like it belonged to World War I. Chapter 66, Thor. Soon the women of the island came to know about the war which was raging outside from the men who crashed near the island. His name was Steve Trevor. Coulson felt, being a huge fan of Steve Rogers, that this person's name and Captain America's name was almost same. Diana wanted to participate in the war as she felt it was the work of Ares, who instigated the war but was denied. At the end she left sneakily from the Amazon island while taking away the so-called God Killer weapon and the lasso of truth. As Diana dealt with mankind, she saw the horrors of mankind and what wars did. As the story progressed, Diana and Steve were thrown into a war zone where no sides were able to cross and overwhelm the other side. Diana single-handedly won the battle and helped taking over. It was the first time the audience saw her in action. Jesus! How powerful is this woman? Tony exclaimed. More powerful than you think. Bruce replied. This was where the old picture was taken after they won the battle with other comrades who joined her in this mission. The movie soon came to the end where Diana had to confront Ares. It was then she realized that the God Killer wasn't a weapon but her. Being the daughter of Zeus himself and Queen Hippolyta. Steve died in a plane explosion while trying to stop the bombing. Coulson here again felt that it was the same as Captain America. There was a huge fight between her and Ares where Diana finally embraced that she was the daughter of Zeus and killed her brother. John made sure to even copy the music from the original movie and added into it. The audience loved the movie, but they weren't sure how Batman was involved in this. Gods. Are they real? Tony said at the end. Very real, Tony. Very much real. John said. How is the shielding technology progressing? John added, changing the topic. I hope we don't have enemy among gods like Ares. It won't be good. The technology will take some time, but I am optimistic about it. Tony said solemnly. The credits rolled and soon the post-credits scene came out. It showed a man in airplane fighter suit on a simulated environment. The pilot was conducting dangerous maneuvers which ultimately led to the crash of the plane. But since it was a simulated environment, nothing really happened. But as he was going out of the room where he was doing his practice, he saw he was northwest longer in the place he was supposed to be and was instead flying in air along with the room. The whole boundary of the room was covered in green. The room along with him inside flew to a certain location. There was strange alien-looking man lying blood in a green suit. You really do know everything about us, Bruce said after looking at John. John just smiled and said nothing. Wait, there are aliens in your world. Dios mío. If God wasn't enough, there are aliens too, Tony said. They all came out after the movie ended. Nick didn't say anything to John but instead asked Coulson to research on theology. Coulson wanted a proper knowledge on all gods in all religious beliefs. The existence of gods in another universe made him believe that there might be gods in their own universe. The movie was critically acclaimed too, as it was the first movie to show a woman as a superhero. This was a refreshing take over the fact that only men could be superheroes in movies. John got quite a decent amount of fan values out of it. Ding. Total fan values, 1 billion. Fan value required for bringing the character Wonder Woman to life / changing to the character, 210 million. Extract the character. John commanded. Ding. Character extracted. Remaining fan values, 800 million. The stage is set. In a few months Thor will enter Earth. Odin, you are really not good in educating children. John thought as he was driving home. How was the response? Was it good? Came a text. It was great. Should have let you be the heroine. Might have been better. Next premiere you are coming with me. John replied back. She immediately video called and had a chat with Emma. John spoke happily with her as he reached home. Soon the months went by as John accumulated more fan values thanks to movies, anime, cartoons, and of course the new attraction, the Jurassic Park. It catapulted his fan values to 550 million per year. John even kept tabs on Dr. Jane Foster, Dr. Eric Selvig, and even found out information on Darcy Lewis, the intern of Jane. By April of 2011, John got the information from Fixit that Jane had traveled to New Mexico. Even though he didn't spy on them, he did have the itinerary of them. He got ready to go to New Mexico as he wanted to see the promised prince himself. Chapter 67, Sitwell. John soon reached Puente Antiguo, the town where it all started for Thor and Jane. He didn't know if Thor had reached or not, but he had started visiting every diner from morning to evening to check if Thor, Jane, and others visited. He even checked hospital to see if Thor was there but still couldn't find. It went on for 4 days before finally in a morning he saw Jane, Thor, Darcy, and Dr. Eric coming inside the diner. Thor looked more handsome in real life than in the movies. John felt sadness when he looked at Thor. The supposed king lost his all in his journey. His mother, his father, his brother, and even Asgard. No wonder he went to depression by Avengers Endgame. John hoped to change some of his future. As John was thinking of all this, Thor and others had started eating. It was astonishing of how Thor could eat in one sitting. As he was eating, Thor spoke about Asgard, Bifrost, and other things. Of course they didn't believe him. But Jane kept looking at him. She was already smitten by Thor. John smiled to himself because he too probably has the same look as her when he sees Emma. After Thor made the famous scene of smashing the cup he was drinking, more customers came and started speaking of a satellite. Jane inquired about this crashed satellite and found out that there was a crashed satellite 50 miles west. Thor immediately got ready to go out. The others followed out. John too followed them as he needed to insert himself. As Thor wanted their help to take him to the crashed satellite, Eric took the other 2 girls aside and said, "Please don't do this. You saw what I saw. We need to find out what's in that crater." Jane refuted. "He is delusional. Listen to what he is saying. He is talking of Mjolnir, Thor, and Bifrost. It's the stories I grew up as a child. He is dangerous," Eric said. John finally couldn't hold it and inserted himself. "He isn't delusional. Whatever he says is 100% real. You are." Eric suddenly became defensive. Even Thor, who was listening to the conversation, looked at John with curiosity. "Hello, I am John Jameson. It's nice to meet you, Dr. Eric, Dr. Jane, and Darcy," John said. "Oh my God. You are that John? Are you for real?" Darcy almost screamed. "Yes, I am as real as I can be." "Hello, Thor Odinson, it's not every day I get to meet a prince," John said. "It seems like you know me quite well," Thor said with little curiosity, as this new person must have followed him, knew him, and even believed him while the other 3 never believed any words of him from beginning. John just smiled to it. "We should go to this crater. Many of your questions will be answered. Don't worry, Dr. Selvig, the people who took over the crater are my friends. They won't stop or harass us," John said. Darcy and Jane were delighted. Darcy felt that this was her ticket to get to know a ultra-rich guy and maybe take a leap in her career, while Jane felt that many questions would be answered. Eric finally gave in to persuasion. They decided to take their truck to the crater. As Thor and everybody went back to take their crater, they saw men in suit taking away stuff from the lab of Jane. "Hey, you can't take this. These are all mine," Jane shouted. Maybe it was his butterfly effect, but the person who came to take away Jane's belongings wasn't Coulson but Sitwell, an agent of Hydra. "Sorry, ma'am. I am Agent Sitwell from S.H.I.E.L.D. We are investigating a threat. We need to appropriate and record all your data," Sitwell replied. It was John this time who replied. "Agent Sitwell, where is Coulson?" You are John Jameson. Hello, Mr. Jameson. It's nice to meet you. But we need to take the equipment for security reasons. Sitwell said after recognizing John. John was famous all over the world, so most agents knew about him. It's just very few people knew about his consultant status with S.H.I.E.L.D. I know who you are. Call Coulson. It's rude to take other stuff without getting a permission. Even if it's S.H.I.E.L.D. John said with authority. We have orders from Superior to take away the belongings. Even Coulson won't be able to stop this, Sitwell said, getting a little annoyed this time. He didn't expect to see such a big player here out of nowhere. It made him more suspicious of the things Jane had now. He wanted to retrieve all the things more urgently now. Superior? Do you want me to call Fury? I am sure he will be delighted to receive a lawyer's call due to the ignorance of an agent. John said with a smile. Sir, you can't do this. S.H.I.E.L.D. has authority and power to confiscate anything that might be a threat to Earth. Sitwell was more adamant now to take away the things. So Fury it is then. John said as his hands went to his pocket to bring out his mobile. As soon as he did that, the agents around who were looking at him took out their guns and pointed at him. Chapter 68, The Demigod. Everybody got scared by this move except for Thor. Thor didn't have a notion of guns from Earth and he felt no weapon of Earth could threaten him. John raised his eyebrows when he saw this action. Sitwell, you and your agents should lower your guns. I don't like being threatened. John said in a cold tone. His expression showing no fear whatsoever. Eric took both the woman behind him. Eric knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. was a big thing, but he also very well knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't be stupid enough to shoot at John. S.H.I.E.L.D. won't be able to cover up if anything happened to John. Sir, you should allow us to do our jobs. It will be better that way. Sitwell replied with a smile. Sigh. What a headache. John said with a bland tone. As soon as he said that, a shining long rope tied around Sitwell, making Sitwell stiff in his place. The agents got frightened by this action and turned their head towards the direction from where the rope came from. Only to see a woman in a red golden armor walking towards them while holding the rope. She had metal bands in her feet, hands, and even on her head, which was in the shape of V. All the agents trembled in their feet as they recognized who she was. S.H.I.E.L.D. had a policy to watch all works of John so that if someday they cross path in the future with some of the characters of John's works, they would be able to take proper action. The agents knew who they were facing against. A demigod. Daughter of Zeus. As the agents were pointing the guns at Diana, she walked towards them. One agent finally couldn't hold it together and shot at her. Diana deflected the bullet by her bangle easily. All agents immediately knew that she was the real deal. Some agents started firing at her. She ran fast towards the agents and started knocking them out. Her attacks were powerful but not fatal enough to kill them. The agents couldn't even respond properly as she was too fast and bullets were always deflected by her bangles. Thor and others were astonished by seeing her. Jane and Eric didn't even know who she was. Only Darcy knew, as she was a big fan of superhero, but she couldn't believe that such a character was real. The notion of a demigod shook her beliefs. Though Eric and Jane knew about Batman, they didn't have much interest as they were scientists and superhero genre weren't up their alley. Even though Thor lost his powers, but he could feel that this woman was powerful. For the first time there was seriousness in his face. Sitwell was still stuck in the lasso of truth and standing still. When he saw Diana knocking out everybody, his eyes went wide. He knew he was done for. All he could pray was that she wouldn't kill her. John didn't even look at Sitwell and others but said to Diana, who came towards him slowly. How was the journey? Lot of bumps on the way. No, it was fine. Took me time to realize where I am. Saw Bruce on a poster. And me too. Felt a similar power to my world here, so wanted to pay a visit, she replied. John smiled to that. He wanted to give vague hints to the agents, who didn't shoot at her, by this conversation in order to misdirect them. The other agents who were trembling on their knees heard their conversation. Since John had lied from beginning, John needed to maintain that lie onward. John took out the mobile and called Coulson to come to his location. Coulson was surprised that John was in New Mexico. He immediately left from the base near the crater. Truth to be told, John really wanted to kill Sitwell and other Hydra agents here. He was angry with them pointing guns at him. But John also knew if does this, it would complicate things and Hydra might just hide away forever. Pierce wasn't the problem was the other heads of Hydra. It would then take forever to search for them. After few minutes Coulson reached only to see few agents standing beside and Sitwell tied in a shining rope. When Coulson saw Diana he recognized her immediately. He knew that something happened between Sitwell and Diana and he needed to remedy the situation carefully or he might have to listen to Fury. Hello John, can I know what happened? Coulson asked as he saw Sitwell tied in a rope and many agents lying on the floor unconscious, some were even bleeding. He knew this was bad news. Agent Sitwell threatened me with a gun and so did all these agents. Diana was passing by so she taught them a lesson, John shrugged. Coulson's heart skipped a beat. Even though John never said anything and was almost invisible to all but Fury had once told him that John was the most dangerous as he might be hiding more characters behind him. It was fine if it was from John's works, but if some characters who S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know had already entered and had contact with John, it might be very dangerous. The existence of Naruto's world itself was like a sword pointing at them. He didn't want to make a potential superpowered enemy out of John. Actually, it wasn't the total fault of Sitwell. He didn't know the consultant position of John. This secret was only accessible to level 10 agents and Coulson. So basically he was just following orders, it's just that he didn't think properly before threatening John. What the hell, Sitwell? Do you even know who you are threatening? Do you want S.H.I.E.L.D. to be on the verge of destruction? Coulson shouted. Sitwell just stood by and kept his head down. He knew he made a huge mistake. He might even be reprimanded by Pierce. Hydra still wasn't powerful enough to show its face, and making an enemy out of a demigod was a huge mistake. Chapter 69, Mjolnir. Miss Diana Prince, hello, I am Agent Coulson. I am really sorry for my colleague's behavior. I hope you can leave him. Coulson said to Diana politely. Diana looked at Coulson for a few seconds and then looked at John. John nodded his head. She loosened her lasso and took it back. Sitwell fell down from his standing position sweating. If before she didn't believe in gods, now he definitely believed. He thought only Naruto's world was special, but now he had changed his mindset. Being bounded by the lasso almost made him like a statue, and he couldn't do anything, not even move an inch. Thank you, Miss Diana. I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. is responsible for any extraordinary threats faced by Earth. I hope we can cooperate in the future. Coulson continued. Diana didn't reply to that. Eric and everybody who were watching was very confused. They didn't understand what was going on. John finally said, we should all sit down and talk. The equipment that we're supposed to take away was returned and Jane was happy about it. Finally they all sat down, including Thor, even though he wanted to go and take the hammer away. John convinced him that after the talks they will go for his hammer. John introduced Diana to Eric and Jane and explained them about her origin. They were dumbfounded as they couldn't believe that the gods were real. Then they looked at Thor and remembered what John said at the beginning about Thor not being delusional. You are really Thor. Then why aren't you powerful? Darcy couldn't help but ask with skepticism. Mortal. How dare you say that? I am a god, I was born powerful. Thor roared. Coulson, who did recent study on theology, understood who Thor was. The god of thunder from Norse mythology. The hammer in the crater probably belonged to him, but he couldn't understand why was the weapon so far away from him. And John hadn't made a movie out of Thor, so it meant that the Norse mythology already existed from in this universe since ancient times. After seeing so many weird things, Coulson accepted this new information with open arms. He just felt Earth was vulnerable and needed more protection. So Thor, you have heard about Diana. What do you think? Are there really gods in this realm? Thor with curiosity now as he heard saying Diana was a daughter of a god. I have never seen myself as a god. Maybe a powerful being. But never thought myself as a god. Neither are you, Thor. Diana replied. Thor was stunned by this, but he didn't know how to answer. Odin too used to say the same thing but never paid attention to it. Thor wanted to know about Diana, but he needed to take up his hammer. It's fine, Diana. Thor, you can ask about Diana later. Shall we go now? Thor is already fidgeting to get his beloved hammer back. John said as he got up. They went in the car of S.H.I.E.L.D. and traveled towards the crater. Jane was excited about it. She saw her whole perspective of world change and wanted to know more about Thor, and it added to the fact that she was smitten by Thor. Jane and Thor talked along the way. John was happy to see it as he felt the universe corrected itself here in this regard. They reached the destination and Thor went in immediately. We all should take shelter. It's going to rain soon. John said as he saw Thor almost running towards the direction of the hammer. Soon there was an electromagnetic surge from the hammer as Thor came near Mjolnir. He was happy to see his hammer again. He then proceeded to lift the hammer. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't. John and everyone looked at Thor as he was getting drenched in the rain. Hello Clint, I heard you went to that world. How was the experience? John said as he saw Hawkeye from the corner of his eye. You know me. Clint was surprised by John's advance. Of course I know. I too have friends there. John smiled at him. Oh, no wonder. It was good. Doubted my own ability for the first time, Clint said with a hint of sadness. John said, ha ha ha. It's fine. You two are powerful. All right, we don't want Thor to get cold. Take him to a secluded room and let him think about his mistakes. Mistakes? Did Thor commit any mistake? Jane was concerned, so asked John. Yes, he did. It's Thor's private matter. You can ask him yourself. For now, let him be in silence. John didn't want to intervene in the upcoming conversation between him and Loki. It was important for Thor to realize his mistake. Thor was taken away in a room while others went away to another place as John asked them to give him space. As the original plot, Loki did come to meet Thor to say that Odin died due to sadness of Thor's banishment and there was a truce with Jotunheim on the condition that Thor remained exiled here. Of course it was a lie. As Loki went to meet Thor, John and others were talking among themselves. Eric and Jane asked questions from Diana about gods. Darcy had already told her story to the two scientists, so they were very interested about Diana too. John noticed that Diana flinched for a second. Is he here? John asked Diana. Yes, he is here. Chapter 70, Being Worthy. Huh. What are you both talking about? Who is here? Jane asked as she heard this conversation. Nothing. Just talking about a friend. John replied, trying to deflect the topic. Is there another person from another universe? Coulson, who too heard their conversation, asked. No. Just a person of interest. John denied it. You will see him when the time is right. Coulson didn't force to know more as it would be useless. So Coulson ordered the agents to be on the lookout for a suspecting individual. John and others stayed in their place as Jane and Eric continued to ask more information. Darcy was more interested in John. Her enthusiasm was too overwhelming even for John, but he was polite, as in future she has a role during the event of WandaVision. After few minutes of talking with them, John said, "Let's go to meet him. He might have calmed down now." John said at the end. They went to the room where Thor was staying put while Diana and John went to check Mjolnir to see if Loki was trying to pick up the hammer. As they came to the place that Loki was not there, probably he had already left after trying for few seconds. Loki knew better that no matter how hard he tried he wouldn't be able to lift the hammer if he wasn't worthy. Coulson too followed them after making sure there was nobody was in the premises. John really was amazed by the magic of Loki. His illusions were really powerful as he never got noticed. Do you want to try picking it up? John said to Diana. Sure. Why not? Diana said, and the next moment she jumped from the ramp towards the hammer. She touched Mjolnir for a few seconds but there was no reaction. John felt maybe she wasn't worthy as there was no environmental reaction like the time when Thor tried to lift the hammer. But the very next moment as she tried picking the hammer, it was easily lifted up. Everybody who was watching her were surprised. All this time almost all agents tried to lift it up but couldn't even move a centimeter, and now there is a woman who could easily lift it up. Coulson was stuck for a second but accepted the fact because he felt only gods can handle other gods. Humans were still weak. Do you feel anything different? John asked. I can now use electricity to fight. But in a more better way than when I fought Ares. This hammer is terribly well balanced. Diana lamented. Heimdall, who just had a chat with the new king Loki, was dumbfounded for a second. It's been years when he started seeing weird beings appearing in Midgard. He even informed Odin about it but Odin only said not to worry about it. Now he saw a woman who could lift the hammer. He wondered if this woman would be the new queen of Asgard if she came to claim the throne. Diana looked at the hammer for a few seconds and left it in its place. Coulson was surprised by it and asked. Don't you want to use it as a weapon? Hammer is not my kind of weapon. My lasso is enough. Plus, it belongs to someone else. By the way, don't tell Thor about it. Diana said. Coulson now really appreciated Diana. If what they said was real and this hammer was really very powerful, it was commendable that she wasn't tempted by its power. Then again, she herself was a god with a powerful weapon. After few more minutes of talking and lingering around, Jane and others decided to go back to their place. Thor didn't have a home in Earth, so accepted Jane's proposal of going back with them. John too left with Diana to a nearby hotel as there would be a fight soon nearby. Even though John won't fight as he didn't want to expose his alchemy powers to S.H.I.E.L.D., but still he would watch it. In the meantime, Sitwell called Pierce and told him about the emergence of Diana and Thor. One Naruto world was scary enough, now there are gods. Sitwell wasn't sure of how to handle it. Sir, I propose that we should assassinate John. He is a variable for us. Sitwell said. Are you a fool? The people of Naruto world are dangerous enough. We have tried all means possible to entice, catch, and even kill a ninja from their world, but we have been repeatedly unsuccessful for the last year. We aren't even sure if John has other powers except for dreaming. If he has other allies who he hasn't revealed yet, do you think we would be able to survive? Every single character that he has revealed possess extraordinary means. Let the Insight project come to fruition, only then we could be relieved. Even if we kill millions, the world of Naruto wouldn't have any choice but to cooperate with us, as they need us too for sustenance. About these gods, don't they come from another planet? They will leave when this farce is over anyways. Chapter 71, The Destroyer. In addition, John is a consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you think Fury will leave if there is an assassination attempt on him? Hydra isn't ready to raise its head. We are already trying to contact with the country lords of Naruto. Maybe we can extract some of Ninja's powers. So don't take any rash decision without authorization. Pierce continued. Actually, Pierce had too much confidence on Insight project. No matter how powerful those helicarriers were, they would be destroyed by just John alone if he wanted. For this reason, John never cared about Hydra. Hydra was hidden too deep on all walks of life, poisoning the system, so even if John wanted to, he would have to face a lot of opposition while cleaning Hydra. He wanted to catch all the heads of Hydra, including Malik, Daniel Whitehall, and other heads spread all over the world in a single assault. Sitwell listened to the reprimand of Pierce and couldn't refute him. But Sitwell had a feeling that in the establishment of Order of Hydra, John might be the greatest hindrance. The next few days went as peaceful as it could be in Puente Antiguo. John joined Thor and others and talked about different things. It was Thor mostly talking about the different realms that are under Asgard. Diana felt sad hearing the stories of Thor, as the Paradise Island never had such background. If they had, they wouldn't have to be hidden for such a long time. Suddenly one fine morning, the friends of Thor appeared in the doorstep of the place where Thor was living his days. John too was present at that time. Sif and others told Thor the truth about Loki and his plans. As Thor was discussing with his friends, John called Coulson. Coulson, evacuate the town, there is a fight incoming. This fight will rage the town to the ground. Fight? Is there a fight coming? How do you know about it? Who is the enemy? Coulson sounded worried. There is no time, Coulson, if you trust me, just do it. The guns and weapons which you have won't be even able to scratch the enemy. Just do it fast if you don't want to see casualties. John replied. As he said that, he saw there were clouds forming in whirlpool shape. John knew that the destroyer was coming. Coulson also saw this phenomenon and chose to believe John at the end. He ordered the agents to evacuate the town as John suggested and went to the town itself to assessing the threat. Diana, you know what you have to do, John said to Diana, who was sitting beside. Yes, let me go change myself. Diana said as she walked away. Thor, you need to evacuate the people, you are immortal now. John said as they saw the destroyer, which was sent by Loki, approaching. Diana, who returned with her armor, also helped the people. The residents didn't believe them at first, but when the agents arrived and said it was from FBI, the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. is still a secret, and their town might be under threat, only then did they leave. When the agents saw a huge iron giant walking while destroying everything in its path, did the agents take the order more seriously. Some even shot at the destroyer, but it couldn't even scratch its armor. We need a distraction for me to shove my spear into the destroyer. Maybe that will stop it. Sif suggested. Volstagg and others agreed to her suggestion. Thor, on the other hand, looked at Diana and said, Can you help us? Yes, I will help you in this fight, but you need to get your powers back, otherwise you will die if you join the fight. This destruction and hatred was caused by me, I want to be in the end of it. Thor replied. Volstagg and other two of his friends approached the destroyer from front, while Sif took a different route to sneak towards the destroyer. Fandral and Hogan threw Volstagg towards the destroyer, and the destroyer, anticipating it, slapped at Volstagg with his hand. That slap was powerful enough to throw him the same direction as he came from. As the destroyer opened its face to shoot at Volstagg with its heat beam, Sif, who was on the roof of a building beside the destroyer, jumped onto it and shoved her spear through the neck of the destroyer. It stopped the destroyer and Sif felt relieved seeing it. The destroyer, which got shut down due to the spear after few moments, rotated itself and opened its face again to shoot at Sif. Sif, who thought was going to be blasted away, suddenly felt herself being drawn away from the shooting range. She saw she was being tied by a shining rope. As she turned her head, she saw her savior. It was the woman who was sitting beside Thor before when they went to meet him. Let me join this fun, Diana said to her. Chapter 72, Thor being worthy again. Diana swung her lasso towards the foot of the destroyer. As it caught and bounded its foot, Diana pulled it strongly. It prompted the destroyer to lose its balance and fall. The next moment, Diana jumped towards the destroyer with her sword and round shield. She stuck the body of the destroyer with her sword, creating sparks on it wherever the sword hit. Soon there was damage being seen on the abdomen and on the hands of the destroyer. Loki, who was in Asgard, was surprised by this. He couldn't believe that in a mortal world there was a person who had so much power. Sif and her friends too were little taken aback by her power. As she was going to land another hit on the face of the destroyer, it flicked its hand towards Diana. Diana tried blocking with her hand, but the huge momentum threw her away 2 blocks away, damaging the houses on which she went through. S***T, "How powerful is this iron giant?" said an agent who was watching this fight scene. The destroyer got up and started healing its damage that was caused by Diana. It started walking towards the place where Diana was thrown away. Diana, who finally stood up, saw the destroyer approaching. The destroyer opened its face and shoot a beam at her. Diana saw that and immediately put up her shield. It stopped the beam from causing any bodily damage to her, but she was again thrown many feet behind, destroying the properties in its wake. As the beam stopped, Diana put down the shield. Loki, who was watching it, had a solemn look on his face. Diana took her hands far apart from each other and banged her bracelets. Boom. This caused a huge shock wave, damaging all the properties surrounding her. When it hit the destroyer, it was flown several meters. When it landed, it destroyed the gas station, causing a huge explosion. Everybody cheered when they saw it. But Diana still had a solemn look on her face as she felt it wasn't enough to stop the destroyer. Sure enough, after the fires receded a bit, people saw the destroyer coming out of the fire. Odin really outdid himself when he made the destroyer. Didn't he? Sif said while looking at the destroyer, who was healing its damage. Everybody felt desperate, as even such a powerful blow of Diana couldn't do any damage to the destroyer. Thor, who was watching this, finally couldn't stand still. He started walking towards the destroyer. Diana, who saw this, didn't stop Thor, as she knew this was a rivalry between two brothers. Thor stopped near the destroyer and said, "Brother, whatever I have done to wrong you, whatever I have done to lead you to do this, I am truly sorry. Hurting these people will get you nothing, take me instead." The destroyer opened its face again to shoot a beam, but stopped finally. It turned around as if to walk away, but it did that. The destroyer hit with its backhand Thor heavily. Thor was thrown away by this huge impact. Jane rushed towards Thor and held him in his arms. "It's over. Everybody is safe," Thor said as if it was his last breath. No, it's not over," Jane said in panic as she felt Thor might die soon. Thor finally became unconscious after seeing the destroyer didn't continue the assault. Mjolnir, which was miles away, suddenly started shaking. The shaking intensified as it lifted up by itself. The next moment it flew fast towards Thor. Diana, who saw it from afar, ran towards Jane and lifted her up to keep her away from the force of the coming Mjolnir. The hammer flew to the hand of Thor, who was woken up by it. Soon an armor was woven on his body. Lightning flashed and came out Thor, who looked the same as he did before he was exiled. All the wounds had healed. The destroyer, who saw this, was ready to shoot a beam at Thor, but was instantly knocked out by the flying Mjolnir. "Want to finish what you started?" Thor said to Diana. "Gladly," Diana replied. "You attack from ground, I will bring him up in the air. And then we blow him up." "Sure," Diana replied. Thor flew high up in the air and started rotating the hammer. It created a whirlpool almost instantly. The whirlpool covered the destroyer. As the whirlpool started rotating fast, everything nearby got sucked into it. The destroyer tried shooting beams at Thor, but it was blocked off by Mjolnir. The winds created by the whirlpool was fast enough to lift the destroyer up. As it floated up, Diana came to the eye of whirlpool to get ready for the final attack. Thor too lined himself up to hit the destroyer and threw his hammer towards the destroyer, and Diana banged her bangles. This caused a huge surge again and stuck the body of the destroyer at almost the same moment as the surge created by Diana. The destroyer was immediately knocked down. Hello all. I started writing this story because I personally got frustrated with the state of Marvel fanfictions, but I honestly didn't expect such a huge response. Thank you for all your support and suggestions. The story won't change much until the New York War, then it will take a turn, and I hope you would like the plot. The main underlying story would still be the movies, but the plot may vary a lot. I know I lack in fighting choreography. I have been trying to improve on this aspect recently. Now you can read 90+ chapters ahead in patreon.com/thelightagehost, where I upload 3+ chapters every day. Thank you again for all your support. Chapter 73, Return Back. The destroyer didn't get up after this. All finally felt relieved. John, who was watching this, was also relieved. Because he didn't want to bring out more characters to deal with it. John knew that Diana showing up might itself be a variable in Loki's preparation for the New York War, but he was ready to take the risk. John didn't want too much butterfly effect till the New York War. After that he might change the route of the story. Thor came down and thanked Diana. He needed to go back to Asgard to deal with Loki before he did something stupid. Thor called Heimdall, but there was no response. But after few moments the Bifrost finally opened. The Bifrost even took away the knocked-down body of the destroyer. Thor and his friends went into the Bifrost and vanished. Thor even invited Diana to go with him to Asgard, as she herself was of God's blood. Thor wanted to know more about her and the place she came from. But Diana refused, as she wanted to be here. She had more things to do on Earth. After speaking with Coulson, John was ready to leave with Diana to New York. He needed to introduce her to Bruce and give her a place to stay. John already had a place in his mind for her to live. How did you know that the destroyer will come and invade the town? Coulson asked. My dreams can sometimes look into future. Didn't I mention this on our first conversation? John replied. Coulson had a solemn look on his face after this but didn't say anything. We need to assess Diana's identity. Coulson added at the end. I remember Fury wanted to check out the Jurassic Park for risk assessment. Tell him to go over there. Diana will be staying there as a curator of the park. John said. Coulson nodded to that. The plot of Thor proceeded exactly like it was supposed to, with Loki falling into the abyss and destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. Even though John didn't participate in it, he had hoped that the plot won't change as Loki was required to deal with Kong. The next day John and Diana reached New York. After reaching, they went straight to Bruce's place. When Diana entered Bruce's apartment, she saw Alfred and immediately felt happy. It's nice to see you again, Alfred. Miss Diana. Welcome to this world. How have you been? Alfred said with a genuine smile. I am fine. Where is Bruce? Diana asked. He is in his lab. Diana went to the underground lab. John provided Bruce with a huge lab and necessary equipment. Now Bruce doesn't stay with Tony much, as Tony now had a girlfriend and he didn't want to be in an awkward position. Tony too understood, so didn't say anything. Now they both carry out their research in their respective labs while cooperating when required. As Diana went to the new Bat Cave, Bruce too received the notification. He was happy to see an old comrade again. They talked about a lot of things about the past, and Bruce even said about the extra memory which he had of Darkseid. Diana was also shocked when she heard all this. It's fine now. Darkseid isn't in this world. You don't need to worry about him. John said as he listened to their conversation and added. Diana, we need to go to the place where you will live. Fury will come soon so we can go with him together. As the three were talking, John received a text. I have a surprise for you. Surprise? What surprise? John replied via text. Guess where I am, came the question. New York. John texted as his eyes went big with expectation. Yes. I am about to check out. Want to pick me up? Emma messaged him. We'll be there in a few minutes, John texted and hurriedly left. John sat on the car and said, take me to the airport as fast as possible. B drove to the airport quite fast without breaking the speed limit. As John went out of his car, he saw Emma standing while hiding her face wearing a mask as she didn't want to be recognized by people. John came near her and said. That was quite a surprise. The shooting ended day before yesterday. So after packing myself I took the flight. You promised me you will take me to Jurassic Park when I come to New York. So now I am here. You came to New York so that you can visit Jurassic Park and not me. I am hurt, John said with mock sadness. Ha. Twisting my words. Of course I missed you. Emma said as she kissed him. John responded to her kiss. Let's go before people recognize us. John said and took her hand and led to the car. Let's go back to my home. I will introduce you to my father and Val. Are you sure about it? Emma said with hesitation. Why? Aren't you my girlfriend already? John asked her with seriousness. He felt for a second that he might have crossed the line in this regard, but her next words relieved her. Of course I am your girlfriend, but is it okay to meet you, father? He kind of scares me. Sorry. Cringe. Chapter 74, Emma is in New York. Ha ha ha, you don't have to worry about it. Dad always listens to me. John said, being relieved. It's been almost 2 years they had been dating, and John wanted to introduce her to his family. John and Emma reached his home and went inside. Val was present as usual, taking care of the house. John introduced her to Val. Valentina was very happy that John had brought a girl. She used to think John probably would die single after watching his lifestyle, but finally saw hope. John took her to the guest room and allowed her to fresh herself after a long flight. After an hour or so, Emma came out looking fresh and wet hair. John, who was sitting in the family, saw her in that look and almost melted in his seat. Emma sat beside him and he couldn't stop himself from kissing her. Jameson still had a couple of hours left to return, so they started talking. Emma was excited about the Jurassic Park and she couldn't stop herself, but John remembered that Fury would join him in this expedition. Emma, what do you think of me? Like from a third person's perspective? John suddenly asked. Huh? I don't understand. What do you mean? She replied, being confused. For example, if you have never known me, what would you think of me? Probably a mysterious business tycoon who never shows his face. In my crew everybody wants to know more about you. You are a legend. Emma laughed. Mysterious? Maybe I am. Emma, my world is very different. My world is dangerous. More dangerous than you can imagine, he said. Emma was confused by this, so she asked. Dangerous? You mean your relation with Tony Stark and Bruce makes you vulnerable? Emma asked. Emma knew how politics worked. Even though John had huge influence, sometimes politics could be overwhelming. John not being a part of politics had already surprised her, so she thought John was threatened by something. No, Emma, it's not them. People don't actually matter to me. I am trying to say about other things. Did you watch Wonder Woman? John said. Yes. It's a good superhero movie. What if I tell you Diana Prince is real? John asked with a serious face. Huh. Good joke, John, you almost fooled me with your serious face. Emma said with a laugh, but after a couple of seconds she saw that John had no change of face. You gotta be kidding me. Say that it's a joke. Emma asked now with all seriousness. I wish it was a joke, Emma, but it isn't. Diana does exist and tomorrow you will get to see her. John said. I don't understand. Her existing means gods once lived in Earth. If it's true, why would you make a movie on her? Isn't that exposing you in front of people if her identity gets revealed? Emma asked. John was surprised by her thoughtfulness. Gods exist, yes. But your notion of gods and real gods are different. About me showing her, it's because she doesn't belong to our universe. John then proceeded to explain her about his false parallel universe theory and told her it's his way of contacting the people who comes from other universes and his subsequent dreams. Emma was shaken. In fact, a part of her still didn't believe him. But John's insistence and promise of introducing her to Diana convinced her somehow. As John was explaining many things to her, Jameson returned. He saw his son talking with a girl in the family room. Even though he heard rumors of his dating in England, he never paid heed to it. But when he saw Emma talking with John, he knew that the rumors were true. Dad, she is Emma, my girlfriend. Emma, this is my father, J. Jonah Jameson. John introduced them to each other. Hello, Mr. Jameson, it's nice to meet you. Emma said with a hint of blush on her face. Hello, Miss Emma. It's nice to meet you too. My son has a girlfriend now. Looks like he has grown up finally. Son, I need to talk to you in private. Jameson said with a laugh and a hint of seriousness at the end. Private? What happened? You can speak in front of her. She knows about my secret. I just told her. John said. Jameson was surprised that Emma knew his secret. Jameson hesitated for a second and finally said. I heard there was an incident in New Mexico. Were you involved? I saw that you went there few days ago. Yes. There was an incident and it's resolved. Diana has appeared. John said. What? Even she is real. No wonder you showed her connection with Batman in the movie. Next time don't be mysterious and inform me from before who will be appearing. Dad, I am never sure who will appear. I just see my dreams and make it in reality. Not all characters I make come to this world. John shrugged and lied straight out. Chapter 75, Jurassic Park. So Emma, now you believe me. I don't think I would make an elaborate plan with my father to fool you. John said, looking at Emma. Emma blushed a little but didn't say anything. Dad, I will go to Jurassic Park. Want to join? John asked. Hi, Father. Jurassic Park? Sure. I didn't get to see them with my own eyes. Will be a short vacation for me. We can take Val too with her family. Of course. You all should pack up. Oh yes, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. might join too, John added. S.H.I.E.L.D.? Okay, Jameson said as he knew John being a consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D. What is S.H.I.E.L.D.? Emma, who was listening to the conversation, asked. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a secret organization which is responsible for handling any weird situations or people. Like Diana and others. John explained. After talking for an hour or so, John and others went to rest. John even introduced her to the cube and helped her transform her mobile. They both named it Bicorn after a creature from Harry Potter books. Emma was really happy as now she had a pet that could accompany her. The next day everybody got ready. The children of Val were thrilled to see Emma as they too were fans of Harry Potter and started pestering about Harry Potter. In the end, Val somehow curbed their enthusiasm. As they reached the private hangar, they saw two black SUVs waiting for them in the hangar. Fury was standing in front of some agents and a woman standing right beside him. Morning, Fury, you must be Maria Hill. Nice to meet you. John said, surprising both Hill and Fury. You really do know a lot of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury murmured. Hill was taken aback, but she was briefed about John before coming with Fury, so she smiled politely and said. Hello, Mr. John, first time meeting I presume. And this must be the famous Miss Emma Watson. You have already heard my name and he is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill said, trying to gain the same momentum as John. Seems like you have done your homework. My private life is a joke. John lamented. Please, Mr. John, you are a consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D. If anything happens to you, not only S.H.I.E.L.D. but the world will delve into chaos. Fury said, this time justifying his invasion on the privacy of John. John shrugged but didn't say anything. John knew he should let him being monitored, as he didn't want to raise eyebrows of Hydra yet. At least not before the shielding technology is made. He gritted his teeth and accepted it. The next moment 2 luxury cars came roaring by and stopped in front of them. From the first car Tony, Pepper and Happy stepped out, and from the next car Bruce, Diana, and Alfred came out. You are late, Tony. John said. I am Stark. Do you think I care? Oh, who is this woman? Your girlfriend. Never expected you to have a girlfriend, Tony said as he saw John holding a woman's hand. Bruce. You have a girlfriend too? Tony said after noticing a woman with Bruce. She is Diana, Princess of Amazon. Bruce said before Tony could say something inappropriate. Tony shuddered after hearing this. Emma too, who was listening, trembled a bit. For normal people, the notion of gods were still a huge moat to cross. You are really a demigod. Tony said after coming back to normal in a couple of seconds and seemed unfazed again. Gods are just an exaggeration. I am not invincible. Diana shook her head and said. Hello, Miss Diana, I am Nick Fury, Director S.H.I.E.L.D. John might have already introduced us. I hope we can have a healthy cooperation in the future. Fury said while approaching Diana. They both shook hands. I heard Bruce is a consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D. I can occupy the same position, but I don't like to be disturbed. Diana said. That's for sure. After a normal assessment you are free to do whatever you want. Fury said. Fury, I will appoint her as the curator of Jurassic Park. She is knowledgeable enough to handle the park. Tony, is that fine? John said. Sure. A demigod responsible for the park will be perfect. Even though the dinosaurs can never cause any problems for us, but she being on the top is an added security. Saying that, they all boarded into the private plane. Emma was looking at Diana and others all the way, as she was the only normal person here. She had never even seen Tony up close, forget about a demigod. She was a little overwhelmed. What happened? Are you okay? John asked as he felt she was a little off. Your world is completely different. I thought money is all there it is for you. But money is just a small aspect of yours. I am just a normal girl. Do I fit here? Emma said with melancholy. Emma, we have all started somewhere. Tony too was just a rich arms dealer. Don't worry, being with me you two will get used to this world. You can't imagine what a normal person is capable of if that person is determined enough. John said as they sat on their seat in the plane. Chapter 76, Jurassic Park, 2. They soon landed on the small airport of Jurassic Park. As soon as they went out of the plane, all the people could smell the different smell in the atmosphere. Tony, who was already here before with Pepper for establishment purposes, said. Welcome to Jurassic Park. Thanks to John and guiding their world to this place, we have perfectly integrated the dinosaurs. The T-Rex was a headache to control, but we did quite well, and we have hired several biologists to monitor the new knowledge and own ideas for enhancement of this new gene technology. Let's go to the hotel here. We have all state-of-the-art facility and clean energy being provided everywhere. We made sure we don't pollute the environment while balancing the ecology. They all proceeded to the hotel while Tony took Diana to the curator's office and quarters, as she was appointed immediately after arriving. The rest went to the hotel. Fury and Hill were just here to inspect the park, and they would leave immediately after a proper inspection. They even brought some scientists from S.H.I.E.L.D. It was from the agents that Fury brought that John saw two acquaintances. Gemma Simmons and Leopold Fitz. The two scientists who were cursed. John was always intrigued by their love story. Even though John saw them, he didn't approach them. Only after supposed death of Coulson would their story progress. He didn't want to intervene now. By this John was reminded of Sky and Afterlife. I will have to deal with it too. Does it mean Black Bolt and other Inhumans exists and live at Moon? John speculated on this but threw these thoughts away in the back of his head. What happened in Moon didn't really matter to him, as there were very few Inhumans left. But Sky required other approach, as she was way too powerful and lived on Earth. They all went to the hotel while Fury and others followed to the laboratories and the sites of the park. It was a presidential suite for all, and everybody loved it. No matter what, Tony had an eye for luxury and comfort. They all took rest for an hour or so, but John had to go out with Emma as she was too much excited to see the dinosaurs. At first they went to the open park where all the herbivore dinosaurs gazed around in peace and harmony. Emma was awestruck. Even though John guided the world of the dinosaurs here, it was the first time for him too to see the dinosaurs. Again he felt very lucky to have such a wonderful life, even though this life was full of dangers, but everything made it worth. They spent on that open park for the entire day and decided to see the other dinosaurs later. The next day everybody banded together to see the dinosaurs. They spent the whole day watching the dinosaurs. The kids of Val were very happy as the animals which were supposed to be dead millions of years ago were alive again. Fury and others left after one day of assessment and even talked with Diana while making a report. Diana was very happy as the island was secluded and this reminded her of her home. John and others lived for 4 more days and left for New York again as John had to finish his works on upcoming movies and had meetings with gaming companies. John wanted to bring some game characters to life. Emma too left for England after a day in New York as she had to do some reshoots for Harry Potter movie. John got busy and introduced his gaming ideas with the established gaming companies. John made sure that the games would be brought out in perfect condition and not half-baked games. John would be the sole producer of the game so that the upper management wouldn't interfere in the creative design. He knew that such a thing would take more time, but he was not going to negotiate when it came to fan values. The better the game is, the higher the fan values will be. And he wanted to make sure of it. He gave the gaming companies 3 RPG games to work upon and allowed them to take as much time as possible for creating them. By this year, which was 2011, John had introduced many new animes like One Piece, Bleach, Pokemon, and other famous animes from his previous life. Fury trembled when he saw the animes before and he even asked if their worlds would merge, but John gave a very vague answer to it. John knew the amount of fan values required to bring characters and worlds to Earth are huge and he hadn't decided which world to bring. He wanted to save the fan values for emergency purposes and he had a very vague idea of which world he wanted to bring next so that it can boost his fan values by a massive scale. Chapter 77, The Core. John had scheduled the release of a new limited series and a movie by the end of the year. This was his last preparation before the New York War. Even if there were variables in the war, there was the world of Naruto to handle the situation. John didn't want to expose too much of Naruto world as that might inspire fear in people instead of being fans. The story of X-Men from his previous life was educational enough. He brought Naruto world for security purposes and handle emergency situations. The main heroes on the upcoming war would still be from DC. On November, a new superhero series was released in Netflix, owned by John. The series talked about a rich playboy who got stuck in an island for 5 years when he and his father went for a sail in the sea. He's returned 5 years later as a changed person and became a vigilante who fights crime. Yes, it was the story of Green Arrow of DC. John needed this story to introduce another version of Ra's al Ghul, even though he actually didn't need it as he could always extract him from the Batman movie, but he wanted to show the people about the power of Ra's al Ghul. People loved the series as this story was kind of the story of Iron Man and Bruce Wayne. People expected this character too to be real after the emergence of Batman. So John gained a lot of fan values due to it. This surprised John a bit but understood why it happened. After a month the scheduled superhero movie finally came out. Everybody came for the premiere, including Emma as Harry Potter was released in the previous month of November. As Bumblebee arrived at the premiere, John and Emma came out while holding hands together. This was the first appearance in public together and John was happy to put end of endless gossips of his hidden relationship with Emma. So how does it feel to be in a superhero premiere? Do you want to act as a superhero later? John asked her in a hushed tone. Are there any woman superheroes like Diana? If there is, I would love to act as such a character, Emma said with a smile. I don't know. Maybe my dreams of other worlds would guide me later, John said. After giving a short interview, everybody went for the movie. Even Diana traveled to watch the movie as she didn't know who this new superhero was that belonged to her world. Bruce knew who he was but didn't reveal. The movie started exactly where the last post-credit scene from Wonder Woman ended. The pilot, who was in a simulated environment, flew away while being covered in green light. The enclosed simulated room stopped near a crashed spaceship where he saw an alien creature in blood. The pilot ran towards the alien and tried to lift him up, but the alien said, "No. It's all right. My time has come." "You can speak English?" the pilot asked. "No. It's the ring," the alien said while showing a glowing green ring in his finger. "It has chosen you. Take it." The ring floated away and entered the finger of the pilot. The moment the ring entered the pilot's finger, a green suit appeared on his body. The suit looked realistic and cool. The movie was Green Lantern, but this movie didn't follow the Ryan Reynolds plot but the animated version called Green Lantern, The First Flight. John had thought a lot and finally decided on Green Lantern. He wanted to bring Superman much later as it would cost him loads of fan values. Green Lantern might cost a lot, but he was sure it would be little less than Superman. Superman being an alien might be a challenge for people liking him at the beginning, and Green Lantern being a human being while belonging to a greater power would be able to help John raise more fan values later. "You are now a Green Lantern, one of the protectors of the universe. The Guardians will send for you. Use the ring wisely. The alien died after saying that. Diana, who was watching the movie, finally remembered something, turned around and asked John, the Lantern Corps. I thought everyone died in that war. They were mentioned in the Amazon's history. Did they survive? Fury and others who were nearby also heard Diana say that. Fury and Coulson, like always, came to the premiere. Diana's question piqued the interest of everyone, including Emma, as by now she knew a lot. Even if a Green Lantern dies, the ring will choose a new and worthy one. This cycle will carry on forever. So that war wasn't enough to destroy the lanterns. I understand. Diana said. What war are you both speaking of? Emma asked, now curious. Even Tony and others who listened to the conversation were curious. A war which almost erased all living beings of their freedom in their universe. John said with a solemn expression. Everybody's eyes went wide with surprise. Tony and Fury looked at Bruce. They could see Bruce clenching his fist and realized that this war was real and a tragic one. Chapter 78, The Advent of War. The movie continued as it showed what the Green Lantern Corps are about. They could be regarded as galactic policemen. The story revolved around the new recruit who was the pilot, Hal Jordan, and his hardships in understanding what it means to be a Green Lantern Corps. Soon the Guardians realized that there was a new element, the element of fear, which was creeping up on them. A huge conspiracy about overthrowing the Corps unearthed, and at the end it was two of their own members of the Corps that betrayed. Sinestro, who was responsible for this conspiracy, revolted against the Guardians while wearing the yellow ring of fear. Later Hal consumed the green element onto himself and defeated Sinestro. It was a massive fight which happened in the space, and people were in awe with the power of the Green Lanterns. Now it was time for the post-credit scene. John made very sure that all these movies are linked and they had subtle reference to the previous superhero movies and that all of them belonged to same world. The audience couldn't understand why they were shown in this way, but they didn't think much on it. The post-credit scene showed a lighthouse which was being drenched in severe rainstorm. The man in charge of lighthouse was trying to get his windows shut when he saw a woman in a very beautiful white dress lying unconscious on the edge of the sea in steep rocks. The men went to save the unconscious woman, and that's where the credits scene stopped. Diana and Bruce thought of something and suddenly remembered and almost said immediately together, Atlantis. Yes. John said with a smile. Atlantis. The Lost Kingdom. It exists in your world. Well, Zeus exists in your world, what of Atlantis? Tony, who heard their conversation, said in a hushed tone. Everybody was surprised a bit after hearing the name of Atlantis, but didn't ask much as John wouldn't say more even if asked. Fury felt relieved after watching the movie. He felt even if a Green Lantern comes, he won't only be responsible for Earth. He would be like Carol Danvers traveling the universe. After the movie ended, everybody came out, but Tony asked the most crucial question at the end. Is he coming? Everybody were eagerly seeing John. After Diana, everybody understood that a new superhero movie meant that there would be a new guy entering the universe. Most probably, but I am not sure when. John said. They all were. Emma stayed over in New York for the Christmas and New Year with John and had a good time together. John was happy too, as the upcoming years won't be peaceful as it had been till now. After a week into January, Emma was ready to leave as she had her studies to complete. Be safe out there. Bicorn, take care of her. John said as he came to see her off. Yes. You too, be safe. We'll miss you. See you soon. Emma replied. We'll miss you too. Bye. Ding. Total fan values, 1.6 billion. Fan value required to bring Green Lantern to life, 220 million. There is still few months for Loki to arrive. Let him come, then I will decide if I should let him show up or not. John had already made all necessary preparations. His home and the office of Daily Bugle had already moved away from Stark Tower. He had started working on a new animated series, but instead of consulting the Japanese studios, he thought about creating it from Disney itself, as the series in his original world was created in US itself. It would take a year for the series to come out, but was looking forward for the character to realize itself in the world. John even had a new superhero movie scheduled by the end of the year. April. In the Project Pegasus facility, which was jointly in operation with NASA and S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury landed from the helicopter with Maria Hill. He was here because there was evacuation protocol being triggered as the Tesseract had a sudden energy surge and nobody was able to control this energy surge. For years Fury had been trying to weaponize the Tesseract, which could help him defend Earth against any unknown enemy in the universe. After the emergence of Naruto's world and Destroyer, he was more adamant on this. Even though Naruto's world never showed any aggression, but the World Council didn't feel safe about another unknown world living with them. But today he got the news that the Tesseract was acting up, so he came to see what triggered this. Who turned the Tesseract on? Fury asked. Coulson, who was running point on this matter, said. Sir, it turned itself on. Selvig wasn't even in the room when it triggered itself. When Selvig couldn't shut it down, we ordered evacuation. How long will it take for evacuation? Sir, it will take half an hour for full evacuation. Do better and he'll take away all the equipment for Phase 2. Pack it and ship it, Fury said. Fury went to the lab where the Tesseract was kept and talked with Selvig and even with Clint. Clint suggested that it was probably not them who triggered the Tesseract but another party on another side. The story of Loki's emergence was exactly the same as it was supposed to happen. Loki with his scepter controlled Clint and Selvig. Sir, Director is stalling for time, he wants to bury us, Clint said to Loki. He is right, the portal is collapsing in itself. This will bury everything including us and the surroundings. We have only 2 minutes, Selvig added. The very next moment Clint shot at Fury. And Selvig took the box of Tesseract. Loki and other controlled agents went out. By that time almost all personnel were either evacuated or were in their way for evacuation. Maria Hill, who was prompted by Fury to stop Loki and others from escaping but failed to do so and had to give a car chase to stop them in the tunnel that led outside the whole facility. Fury was able to go above ground and take a chopper to escape. There will be 3 more chapters today as my gift to all of you for Christmas. Happy holidays. Chapter 79, The Warning. There was an intense car chase between Loki and Maria Hill, but Loki's car was able to get out of the tunnel. And at the meantime, due to the collapse of the portal, the whole facility was collapsing constantly. Maria, who was trying to get out of the tunnel, saw a huge concrete slab falling into her from up. She knew that she would die in the next moment as there was no way she would be able to survive the fall. But what happened next surprised her. As the concrete block was falling, they were stopped by a huge purple-colored structure. On closer look, it looked like a huge hand shining in blue light. She turned around to see the source of this huge hand, only to see several agents covered and surrounded by huge structures that looked like rib cage of a person. On closer look, she saw a man whose one eye was covered by hair. She knew who saved her. It was Sasuke with his Susanoo. Even though she knew about the Susanoo, but seeing the real deal up close was totally different than what the anime showed. She got down from the car and entered the Susanoo. Thank you, Maria said. All the agents who were saved were in awe and gratefulness in their face. Even though she had doubts about Sasuke's presence in such a hidden base, but didn't say anything as Sasuke just saved her life. Sasuke nodded at her and didn't say anything. He started walking while removing the rubble with his Susanoo while keeping the agents enclosed inside the Susanoo. After a couple of minutes they came out of the tunnel only to see that 100 meters away Fury's chopper on which he had escaped was crash landing after being hit by Loki's energy beam from the scepter. Sasuke, who saw that after coming out of the rubble, instantly vanished from his spot. He came near where the chopper was going down and activated his Susanoo to catch the helicopter from falling down. The Susanoo instantly stopped the descent and slowly let the helicopter down, saving everybody including the pilot. Fury was relieved to see that he was safe, but on guard too, as he wasn't sure why Sasuke was here even though Sasuke saved him. This base was secured and a top-level secret. But he finally managed to say, "Thank you for saving. You tried to control a power that couldn't be controlled. You have put humanity in danger, Fury." Sasuke replied. Fury didn't refute Sasuke as he knew that trying to control the Tesseract was a danger in itself, but he needed to take the risk. Fury put on the radio and immediately ordered for high-level emergency. Loki, who was looking from far, saw the Susanoo. He was surprised by this and asked Clint, "What is that?" From the far view it seems it's probably Susanoo from a guy named Sasuke. They belong to another world and they are really powerful. It will be your main hindrance in taking over Earth, Clint said in a straight face. They? What is this new world you are speaking about? Loki was intrigued now. They belong to a new world which got merged to Earth few years ago. They are powerful ninjas with powers that can destroy cities and even Earth if they feel like it. The World Council, which is responsible for S.H.I.E.L.D., is in a cooperative relationship with them, Clint replied. New world? When the hell did that happen? Heimdall never told anything about it. Are you sure of what you speaking is the truth? Loki didn't believe at first. I have gone to their world and I have seen a glimpse of their power, so trust me on this. But they might not intervene in the invasion as they never really cared about Earth. Just don't antagonize them until you are sure you can obliterate them. They might not just care about you if you are lucky enough. Loki now had a weird look in his face. Even though he hasn't seen this so-called new world, he felt a little fear. Though he wasn't sure if this new world was an illusion, but that whole blue-colored body projected by a man gave him chills, especially his eye. He could see his eye from a distance and that eye had weird sign on it, and he felt extreme fear from that. Even that guy who ordered him to come to Earth didn't infuse that much fear into him. But Loki knew he couldn't turn back now. Let it be. I hope this new world doesn't interfere. As long as I can conquer Earth, the so-called world won't be far away. Fury on the other side saw Loki escape. He couldn't help but ask Sasuke. If he is a threat to humanity, why wouldn't you stop him? He asked. It's your problem, Fury. You created this mess, solve it yourself. Some people need a wake-up call. Earth has been silent for a long time now. Sasuke, who was walking away, didn't even turn his head when he said that. Chapter 80, Seeing Banner Again. John, who was at his home after coming from work, got a reminder from Sasuke that the Tesseract was stolen. John had let Sasuke scour the US for finding the Pegasus Project facility during the start of the year. In 3 months' time Sasuke found it and John told him to monitor the facility. And as it was supposed to happen, the Tesseract was taken away by Loki. So the war has come. I have been waiting for it in a long time. Will the butterfly affect this war? Well, whatever, I will overcome it as it comes. This will be a great time to gather massive fan values. Natasha was being held by a Russian general when she got a call from Coulson. And the plot happened almost the same as original, but there was a difference. She did it faster than the original as she used 2 kunai which she hid inside her dress. She threw 2 kunai towards the guards of the Russian general. This incapacitated both the guards, and before the general could react, Natasha held him upside down by binding the general's legs in chains. Where's Barton? Natasha said after picking up the mobile. We don't know. But he is alive. We need you to bring the big guy, Coulson said. Sure, but what about the others? Natasha asked. Maria and I will take care of the rest, Coulson said. The next day, as John was getting ready to go to work, had an uninvited guest in the morning. Hello, Mr. John. I would like you read this report, Maria said after coming inside the house. On the file there was, Avengers Initiative, written in bold letters. Avengers? I am just an ordinary consultant. What do I have to do with Avengers? John raised his eyebrows and said to Maria. Please don't say that, Mr. John. You have been incredibly helpful to us. Fury thinks even if you can't fight you will be an incredible asset for S.H.I.E.L.D. in this upcoming war, Maria said politely. No, Fury just thinks that I am dangerous, that's why he wants me to join the Avengers. John said with a smile. Maria couldn't say anything to it as she too knew that Fury has an unknown fear of John. She was thinking of how to convince John. It's all right, I will come along. Steve is awake. Yes. John asked. Maria was stuck in her place, not able to move. Then she remembered from the report that John sometimes had dreams from future. Yes, he is awake. He will join us too. Fine, let me get ready. John said as he went inside to pick up his suitcase and instructed Val that he would be out for some time. He didn't say anything about the war as their home was far away from Stark Tower and he would never let the war spread to whole of New York City. He got ready and left with Maria. He thought they would go to the helicarrier, but instead they went to Jurassic Park. John understood it was for Diana. After picking up Diana, they finally set en route to the helicarrier. Nick Fury, on the other hand, was in a meeting with the council. So you are saying this Asgard has declared war on our planet? Not Asgard. Loki, Fury replied. We should let the ninjas handle this. They will be more capable in this. Didn't they sign the deal of being a mercenary for us, a councilman said. They just suffered a war. Do you think they will willingly participate in another one? And are you sure you want the people to know of their existence? We need a response team. These people can help us, Fury retorted. The Avengers Initiative was shut down. You want to leave the fate of human race in the handful of freaks. We have Phase 2 designed for exactly this. I am not leaving anything to anyone. We just need a response team. Phase 2 isn't ready, Fury said. War isn't won by sentiment, director. A councilman said. No, it's won by soldiers, saying that Fury left. After an hour John and others landed. As they landed they saw a familiar face. Dr. Bruce Banner. John approached him with a smile and said. How are you, Doctor? Oh, Mr. John. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Banner said. I did see you before, but we never met. In Harlem, I was there. John said. You know about the guy who fought? Banner was astonished and asked. You should watch more of my movies and series, Mr. Banner. This is Diana Prince, Princess of the Amazon, John said as he introduced Diana to Banner. Princess. Wait. Amazon. You got to be kidding me. She is a real person and daughter of Zeus. Banner was surprised. I am surprised that you watched my movies, Doctor. John said. I didn't, but Natasha asked me to watch the movie on the way here. I didn't understand then. Natasha did say that some of your works are based on real stories. I guess I understand now. So gods are real. Seems like I am not the only freak in this world. Banner said with a sigh. Doctor. This universe has more freaks than you can imagine. John said. Chapter 81, Meeting Steve. As Banner and other were talking, another Quinjet landed after a few minutes. Out came Coulson and another person who John was very much looking forward to meet. Steve Rogers, aka Captain America. John's eye light up when he saw Steve and happily went to greet him. Hello, Captain. It's my honor to meet you. John said to Steve. Hello, John. It's nice to meet you. They updated me on you. Thanks for using the money only for good of the people and helping the people of the other world. I still can't understand the theory of parallel universe, but nonetheless your work is commendable. Steve said. John felt shy about it but was happy that Steve had a good impression of him, unlike Tony. John could already feel from his words that he wasn't a fan of Tony for his past. Hello Steve, I am Diana. Diana approached and introduced herself to Steve. Steve too had seen the movies before coming. Steve felt his story and the Steve and Diana's story had so many similarities. He felt it was the destiny of both of them to die in a plane crash even in other universes. Hello Diana, I am sorry for your loss. Steve said while making a handshake with Diana. Diana had approached Steve because she too felt Steve's story in this world and the Steve story in her world had similarities. It's fine, it's been over a century almost. Diana replied with a smile. Oh yes, I am sorry I forgot you are the daughter of Zeus. Steve smiled stiffly as he realized that she was close to an immortal and comes from legends. Banner too approached and exchanged pleasantries. Natasha, who just came from inside, said. Coulson, they need you on the bridge. Did you get both of them? Yes. I have contacted both. They will join soon. Coulson left after saying that. Did Coulson ask for signing the trading cards yet? Trading cards? Steve said, little surprised. It's vintage. He is proud of it. He is a big fan of you, Captain. Natasha said. Gentleman and lady, you might want to step inside. It's going to get hard to breathe, Natasha said. Breathe. It's a submarine. Steve said. No Steve, this whole ship is going to fly. John said. Natasha looked at John as he said that but didn't say anything. They all went to see the rotators revolving fast. We should go inside. Not everybody can survive the high altitude like Diana, John said as the ship was gaining altitude slowly. They all went inside. John went and sat in a chair while looking at all the agents working and handling things. Banner, Diana, and Steve were moving around trying to take all the things in. The whole facility was of high technology, so all of them were awestruck by it. After the helicarrier went high up in the air and vanished, Fury came as all sat at the round table. Fury asked John. Is Hal Jordan going to come? We might need him. I am not sure. I am not even sure if the Guardians have been sent here too along with Hal. He hasn't contacted me. Maybe he has already arrived and is in the universe somewhere. It's not like only Earth has gateways from other worldly beings to enter. John said. Fury now almost has total belief of whatever story John weaved in movies and even for Naruto world, as he has seen Bruce, Diana, and the Naruto, and he had read various reports from agents who have gone to their world. Dr. Banner, thanks for coming. We will need your help in locating the Tesseract. Natasha, take him to his lab. Fury turned and said to Banner. Thanks for asking nicely, I would need all the available spectrometers in the world calibrated to find weak gamma rays, Banner said. Come with me, Doc, we have all the toys. Natasha said as he led Banner to his laboratory. After an hour of searching from all face recognition software, S.H.I.E.L.D. finally got a hit on Loki. Sir, he is in Stuttgart, Germany, and he isn't exactly hiding, an agent said. Captain and Diana, you are up. Diana too was sent as she was powerful enough to catch Loki. Stuttgart, Germany. The story for Loki progressed as it should have. Loki went to Germany with Clint to steal iridium to stabilize the portal. As Loki himself wanted to get caught to destabilize the super-powered people, he made a grand scene as he ordered a bunch of civilians in the square to kneel. As Loki was going to kill an old man in order to show his dominance, the laser beam was reflected back by the shield of Captain America to Loki again. You know, the last time I was in Germany and saw him standing above everybody else, we ended up disagreeing. Steve said. The soldier. The man out of time. Loki. I am not the only one out of time. Captain replied. As he said that, Loki saw a shining rope fell onto him from above and tightening him immediately. Loki, who just got up, was bounded again by the lasso of truth. What is this? Loki was surprised but then remembered. The lasso of truth. We meet again, Loki. Diana said. Chapter 82, Thor joining. Hello Diana, we meet again. Must have been exhausting, watching humanity tear each other apart for so many years. Join me. We can rule them together. These humans don't deserve their freedom. Loki said with a smile. Diana instantly tightened the rope on Loki. You speak too much, Loki. We are not gods. I have said before. Diana said. The people who were watching nearby were surprised after seeing her. Many people might not have recognized Captain America as him being alive isn't still out in the open. But the iconic lasso of truth and that get-up was easily recognized by many as they have watched Wonder Woman in movies. Most of them know that Batman is real, and many speculated that Wonder Woman might be real as there was a connection between Batman and Wonder Woman shown in the movie. Many people whispered, "Isn't Wonder Woman just a mythological character? How the hell is she real?" I have no idea. If Batman and Wonder Woman are real, then does it mean Green Lantern is also real? Oh god, that means aliens are also real. Many whispered as such in the background. Steve could hear their whispers but couldn't say anything. As Loki was being held up, there was a loud music of AC/DC being played from the Quinjet of Natasha, which was hovering above while directing the machine gun towards Loki. Natasha knew instantly who has hacked into their communications. Iron Man came flying by and landed in front of Loki while pointing his hand thruster towards Loki, and silently a slim and sleek black-colored jet came flying by pointing its guns and missiles at Loki. Batman too has come with his Batwing. Make your move, Reindeer Games. Loki knew he would have to surrender now. He lifted his hands to surrender. Diana pulled him by the lasso to the Quinjet. After that they left. Diana went with Bruce in his Batwing while Tony, Loki, and Steve were in the Quinjet. As the two planes were flying, there was sudden thunder all around. Diana, who was in Batwing, saw this and said, "Thor is here." And before anybody could do anything, Thor landed on Quinjet and took Loki away immediately. "We need to stop Thor in doing anything wrong," Batman said. The Batwing flew down where Thor took away Loki, only to see Loki standing there with a smile while Iron Man and Thor were facing each other few meters down the small hill. Diana took her lasso out and bounded Loki again. "Come on, did you see me escaping? I didn't even run away," Loki said. "Diana, keep him here, I will stop them from doing anything stupid," Bruce said and went down gliding. As he went down, both have already started fighting. Batman roared, "Hey! That's enough. Have you both had your fill? I am here to take away Loki to Asgard and face justice." Thor said, "Really? How will you take him back to Asgard? I heard John say that your Rainbow Bridge was destroyed. How will you get back?" Batman said. Thor, who heard this, suddenly stiffened. He indeed have no way to take back Loki. Odin used dark magic to send him to Earth as the bridge was destroyed. "I don't know, but I intend to take him back," Thor insisted. "We never said that you can't take him back to Asgard. Until then we can keep Loki in our custody and find out what he really wants to do. Is that acceptable?" Batman said. "Fine." Thor, who didn't know how to refute him, agreed. "Damn Bruce, you really are a manipulator," Tony murmured. As they were talking, Steve parachuted down and saw everything was in order. He was relieved. "Hello, Mr. Wayne." "Captain." They both greeted each other. "Let's go back, everyone. We have places to be and people to catch," Bruce continued. They all went back to their plane, and this time Thor too joined as he entered the Quinjet. Thor was happy to see Diana, an old comrade, again. They soon traveled back to the helicarrier. Loki was brought down the Quinjet by many agents as guards so that Loki didn't try any funny moves. Even Diana was following him. John, who got to know all this from Bridge, got up and went near the laboratory of Banner to see Loki up close. John in his previous life was a great fan of Loki. Mostly because he was portrayed by a great actor, and even at the end he redeemed himself by his sacrifice. During the confrontation against Kong, he took the right decision. Even though he failed at the end to stop the emergence of Kong in multiple timelines, but at least he took the right decision. John always believed at the end Asgardians had a hard life, especially for Thor and Loki. He wanted to change their destiny even though he wasn't sure how, but he would try at least. Chapter 83, Asking Loki. After a couple of minutes, John saw Loki passing by the laboratory and smiling at Banner. John got up and stopped in front of Loki after getting in the corridor. The agents instantly pointed their guns at John as they weren't sure why John stopped them. Fury, who saw this, was also surprised by this sudden behavior by John. Mother *****. What is he doing? Fury almost ran to the corridor to stop any bad thing from happening. The last time I said I don't like guns being pointed at me, it didn't turn out well for many people. John smirked, and that almost brought chills down the spines of the agents. Fury, who almost came running, shouted, "Agents, lower your weapons." "What the hell are you doing, John?" "It's fine, Fury, I want to talk with Loki Lofison here," John replied. Loki, who was watching everything with a smile, suddenly stiffened when he heard his full name. The next second he again put up a smile in his face. "Oh, the Prophet is here. The person who is said to direct the people from other worlds to this world. Clint told me about you. The creator of motion pictures." Fury, who listened to this, finally couldn't stop himself and said, John, let me take him to the prison, then we can let Diana use the lasso of truth to find what he wants to do. Then you can ask all what you want to. John looked at Loki for a few seconds and finally said, fine. Take him to the cage. After Loki was thrown to the cage, John came with fury to see Loki up close and ask, hello Loki, I guess you know my name from Clint. I am flattered that I am mentioned. John said. So what are you here for? To tell me there are more people hidden behind you. Don't tell me that you don't know what Fury and others are most afraid of. They don't dare to put hands on you as they feel you might have more people behind you. Loki said. Fury, who heard all this, didn't say anything, as this was true and S.H.I.E.L.D. truly did fear if John had been hiding many people from them. That was one of the main reasons why John was brought here, on the fact that he might be hiding, and if anything turns south John might bring help from his other worldly friends. I know all of this, Loki. You don't need to instigate me against them. I have one question for you. Hope you answer it. John said. The others who were listening to this conversation, they wanted to know what question John was going to ask Loki. Did you meet him? John said with a serious face. Him? Who do you mean? Clint. Clint never said he had any friendship with you. Loki said. The Mad Titan. John said, interrupting him. Loki instantly stiffened when he heard it. He was shocked by the fact that John knew of him. From your body's response it seems you did meet him. Good. We have a long way to go, Loki. A very long way to go. John said and left. Fury, who heard their conversation, was curious but didn't ask John in front of Loki. Others who were listening to this conversation turned towards Thor. What are you all looking at me for? I don't know who this Mad Titan is. I only know that he has an army called the Chitauri. He wants to lead them to Earth. They will win him the Earth and in return, I believe, for the Tesseract. John came up to the meeting room in a minute, followed by Fury, and even Tony and Bruce entered the room. Tony, who was listening to the conversation to Loki too, also couldn't hold himself back and asked, John, who is this Mad Titan? Others too were watching him with eager expression. A very powerful person. You just need to know this. Even if I tell you about him it's useless and it doesn't really matter. I just wanted to know if Loki met him along the way, John said. Are you sure about this? From the response of Loki it seems he was scared of this Mad Titan a little. Fury asked with contemplation. Trust me, Fury. He doesn't really matter now. I just wanted to ask Loki to confirm some of my guesses. You should focus on finding the Tesseract. Oh yes. Stay as far away from Loki's scepter as you can. It might warp your minds, John said. Huh? Loki's scepter? Are you sure? Steve asked. Yes. Just stay away from it for now. John insisted. Did your dreams show you about the future? Is that why you said that? Fury asked now. The future which I see belongs to other universes similar to us and it's never constant. So don't put your $1 million on my future. It changes every second. John said as he blurted out a bunch of lies. Chapter 84, The Same Plot. As everybody sat down, Fury said, Diana, can you use the lasso of truth on Loki to figure his plan out? Sure. Diana went to the cage and everybody sat in their places to see what plans did Loki have with the cube and how does he plan to bring the army to Earth. As soon as Diana went inside the cage, Loki knew what Diana was here for. You must be really desperate to even use the lasso on me, Loki said. Diana didn't utter a word and wrapped Loki in lasso as he didn't resist at all. What are your plans with the Tesseract? Loki tried stopping himself from uttering, but no matter how he tried he couldn't stop himself from saying. I just plan to bring the Chitauri to Earth. The other processes are handled by Eric as I don't understand Earth science as it is too backward. How do you plan to bring the army? Diana continued. I have no idea. I didn't ask. I knew that I might be caught and be used the lasso, so I deliberately avoided the whole plan, Loki said, and this time with a huge smile. Why did you let yourself get caught so easily? So that I can manipulate all of you and break you all from inside. Well, that was the plan, but it seems it's out of the window now, Loki said. Diana just looked at him for a few seconds and even tightened the rope around Loki, but it resulted to anything. With a sigh, Diana came back to the bridge. I tried, he knew I would use the lasso on him, so he took measures against it. It seems like we need to depend on ourselves to find the cube as fast as possible, Fury said with an exhaustion. Tony and Bruce both did their homework on the notes of Eric Selvig, so they were ready to assist Banner in search of it. John decided to follow them to the laboratory and see, even with the absence of influence of Scepter, if Banner transforms. Banner and everybody started working on finding while Tony was being a little jumpy. John knew that Tony had already started hacking into the files of S.H.I.E.L.D. about the Tesseract, as he felt that Nick's theory of using clean energy from Tesseract to fuel the world was a lie. As Tony was having fun with Banner by giving him a mild electric shock, Steve barged in. "Hey. Are you nuts? Is everything a joke to you?" "Funny things are," Tony replied. "Threatening the lives of everybody on the ship isn't funny. Just focus on finding the Tesseract," Steve said. "You think I am not? We are already sweeping the entire planet to find the Tesseract." "But Captain, have you never doubted Fury? Why call us now? Not before. Jarvis is already running through the files of S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't believe me? Ask Wayne and Banner. Even John can say that something is wrong with Fury approaching us now." Steve turned towards Bruce, who was listening and working in his place beside. "Bruce, what do you think? A spy who doesn't have secrets isn't a good spy. There must always be a plan B for organizations like this. I am just guessing if we are plan A or plan B," Bruce said with a flat tone. "Doctor, what do you think?" Steve asked. Tony has been the forefront of clean energy for a time now. If they really wanted clean energy, why not bring Tony before? What is he hiding?" Steve looked at John, who was eating snacks provided by Tony. He just shrugged his shoulders, stating that he accepts whatever they said. "Just find the Tesseract," Steve left, saying that, but talking with the other three made him doubt, and he went to find out if S.H.I.E.L.D. was hiding something. After half an hour, S.H.I.E.L.D. got to know that a virus had infiltrated the files of it, and Fury knew instantly who was behind it. He went directly to the laboratory to confront Tony. "What are you doing, Mr. Stark?" "Kind of wondering same thing about yourself," Tony replied. "You are supposed on finding the Tesseract. We are already searching the whole planet for it. When we get a hit, we will have the location within half a mile. Yeah, it will be soon. But tell me, Fury, what is Phase 2 foot?" Tony asked, looking at the screen. "Phase 2 is using the Tesseract to make weapons," Steve said as he entered the laboratory and placed a weapon in front of them. S.H.I.E.L.D. has made missiles and other kinds of weapons with the help of the Tesseract. It was Wayne who spoke this time. "I would like to know why S.H.I.E.L.D. is using the Tesseract for making weapons of mass destruction." Banner pointed out the screen. By this time Diana, Thor, and even Natasha joined in. "Because of him," Fury said as he pointed towards Thor. "A very boring chapter, so the next chapter will be updated now. Chapter 85, The Truth." Fury pointed at Thor and said, "Last year we had a visitor on Earth. Their small match leveled a town. Tell them the truth, Fury," John said, intercepting Fury. John, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke out. Fury almost stumbled when John said that. Fury looked at John for a moment and said, "What truth?" "The truth why you really wanted to make weapons from the Tesseract. The actual history of Pegasus Project," John said. "You knew about this? You can look at past too," Fury said, now with apprehensiveness. "I can look into many things, Fury," John said. "What truth are you speaking about?" Steve asked. John looked at Fury. Fury knew he couldn't hide it, so he finally said. "In 1995, Earth was almost invaded by an hostile alien force. This was stopped by the help of someone. At that day I realized that we were hilariously outmanned and outgunned," Fury said. "Why didn't we ever know that it happened? There was no news about that," Tony asked. "Because the person who helped us is way too powerful. The Avengers Initiative was born because of her. In addition, now with the new world being merged, the top people must be really scared," John replied this time. Fury now was sure that John knew everything. John didn't mention about Skrulls because the agenda of secret invasion is on. He didn't want to expose too much to make the Skrulls more attentive to him. At this point Steve too knew about the new world. He was surprised at the beginning with this new world being merged, but like aliens present, Steve thought of them as aliens. Her. So she is really powerful enough to stop an invasion almost single-handedly. But where is she now? Bruce asked. Relocating and helping other planets in need. I can only contact her in case of emergency. This hasn't been the condition yet. That's why Phase 2 was created along with the idea of Avengers. I wanted a group of heroes powerful enough to stop any kind of invasion. But I can also understand one person can only be so much powerful, so Phase 2 was the plan. Fury said. So now you know the whole story. Everybody were silent as they heard it. As they were contemplating, there was a huge explosion and the laboratory blew a hole in the middle. John and everybody were thrown away by the blast. Natasha and Banner fell down through the hole while others got disoriented. After a few seconds they finally got their bearings. Wayne saw all this and said while bringing out his mobile. One engine is down. Tony and I will go check if we can repair the engine. If we lose another engine we won't be in air anymore. Steve and John, you can stop any infiltration during this mayhem. I am sure the enemy will sneak into us. Thor and Diana, go and stop Banner if he goes out of control. I have a feeling he might. John followed what Wayne said and with Steve went out searching for any sneak attacks. John went to his room to wear the equipment he brought. The wild hand gloves. Same as the flame alchemist Roy Mustang. Even though he could do flame alchemy without the gloves, he needed a spark for that, and only the gloves could provide that spark. John, after wearing the gloves, went out searching. Banner did lose his control over Hulk after falling down. Thor and Diana had to fight it out with Hulk to keep him under control. Thor, we need to make him fall down and then you can keep Mjolnir over his chest. He won't be able to move if we did that. We don't want casualties here. Diana said. Good plan, you hold him down with the lasso and I will make him fall down, Thor said. Diana was able to wrap her lasso around Hulk after exchanging some blows. Thor took his hammer and gave a huge blow to Hulk's legs. Hulk fell down spontaneously and Thor took his hammer and kept over the chest of Hulk. Banner, we are not your enemies. Wake up. We need you, Thor said. On the other side, Wayne and Stark were busy repairing the rotator of the engine. The only difference from the original plot was that Tony used iron alchemy to remove the big iron chunk that got stuck in the rotator. Wayne was attacked when he was going to restart the engine, which led the Iron Man's damage to his armor while driving the rotator manually. Steve went to the bridge to stop any suspicious person entering the control room. John, who was nearby, finally saw Clint with blue eyes pointing his bow and arrow from a concealed ramp. John knew he had to stop Clint before he does more damage to the helicarrier. John had let all the heroes follow their destined path, but now it was time for change as the upcoming war would be dangerous. John had planned for this war for a long time and it was time to execute this plan. The next moment John used his left hand to touch the floor. Everybody's eyes turned around by the shining blue sparky lightning. The lightning flowed towards the ramp where Clint was hiding. Then huge metal circular cones came out of the walls and floors. Chapter 86, The Incoming War. The circular cones that came out from all sides binded Clint from all sides without giving him an inch to move. He couldn't even twitch his fingers, nor could he step forward from the only side that was open. The others in the room were dumbstruck, including Steve, as he had never seen such kind of thing ever before. Fury too had a weird look in his face. He suspected that John knew alchemy, but he still wasn't sure what kind of alchemy John knew. What? Didn't you see Tony doing alchemy before? I thought S.H.I.E.L.D. knew everything. You can't expect me to come empty-handed. Can you? Natasha came a couple of minutes later to see Clint was being tied down. You need to wake him up. Do whatever possible. John said. Steve, who was looking at Clint, said. Can he get away from this control? Yes. Just hit him in the face, John said with a chilly smile. The others looked at him weirdly, but at the end chose to believe John. Clint was taken to a secluded space so that he could be brought back to normal, and Natasha followed him. Hulk changed back to Banner soon. It was easier this time as he was not affected by Loki's scepter. It took some time, but Banner was back instead of being thrown down to a random place in the original plot. It affected Thor too, as he wasn't stuck in the cage. But Loki in the meantime managed to escape by the Quinjet Clint had hit them. The agents who went to secure the cage died, and even Coulson was almost in deathbed. Fury went directly to Coulson. John too followed him. How do you want to save Coulson? John said, as he knew Coulson won't die due to this. I will call in a medical ninja. We have one here on hire. I hope you won't tell the others about the medical ninja. This was a secret between me and Darui. I asked for situations like this. Fury said. Sure, don't worry about that. But why did you choose to disclose this with me? Because it's related to ninjas. They are your friends. I have lied way too much to get this team together. I think some truth should come out. John really didn't know of the presence of ninja, as he didn't check the presence of his summons in the helicarrier. Now that he checked, he noticed a ninja, who was coming towards their position. She belonged to Kimogakure. John left after seeing everything was in place. Everybody came back to the bridge, shaken by this small adventure. Many agents died and the fate of Coulson was unknown. Many people here had crossed paths with him before, so everybody was sad. Fury didn't mention of having advanced medical help in the helicarrier, as he wanted to bring the team together. There was this idea of Avengers Initiative. Bruce and Diana had been a part of their own team before they got moved here. I have wanted to make such a team for a long time. Coulson too believed in this idea of a team. A team of superheroes so they could fight the battles we never could. At one point I even thought of discussing this with the 5 Kages. But I don't think they will trust me. Yes, we had the option of Phase 2. But I still chose to bring you all in instead of going through with Phase 2. Everybody was silent. We need to find Loki again. The last time he got caught by his choice. We need to bring him on our terms. Bruce said. Where shall we search for him? Tony said. The next moment Tony's cell vibrated. He took it out and put it onto his ears. Tony trembled a bit after hearing the voice from other side. No. Don't do anything. I am coming right now. And kept it away immediately after. I know where Loki is. Let's go. Fury, get your communications online. Tony said. This time everybody got ready. Even Clint was awake after being hit in his head by Natasha. Diana and Bruce went into the Batwing, while others took on the Quinjet. Tony flew away by himself as he would be faster than others with his suit. John too joined as he couldn't miss this war. Of course John wore a suit and even had a mask. The mask of the Umbu Corps used by the ninjas. As John went inside the plane he took out his mobile and called. Darui, can you send 100 Chunin ninjas to New York? Keep them hidden in the city and help people in evacuation. No need to show your face to public. Send a small team of medical ninjas too to save those who might be injured. Everybody were confused by this. Is the army already coming? Can't it be stopped before? Steve said. No. This war is required to back some people off Earth and to make a statement. John said. Everybody had a sullen face when they heard it. John can't let this war go away from his hands. This would be his best chance to expose the superheroes and gain more fan values. The reason he called the ninjas because he didn't want innocents to die and save them as much as possible. This was the best he could do, slowly turn the people's favor and increase fan values. People will believe in real heroes more than virtual ones. Chapter 87, The War, 1. Tony received a call from Drift saying Eric Selvig was in the roof of Stark Tower. Drift wanted to come up and stop Eric from doing anything, but Tony told him to stop as he was sure if Drift took any step in broad daylight it might cause more panic, as the people would definitely see such a huge humanoid robot. More problems would pop up afterwards. It can be said that Drift helped him in this regard instead of figuring out the location of the cube itself by deep thinking. The plot followed exactly like it was supposed to, as Tony was thrown down by Loki and Mark 7 flew down to catch him. The portal had already opened when Batwing and the Quinjet reached New York. Tony was flying and fighting. Wayne and Diana went to the Stark Tower directly as Diana saw Loki in the Stark Tower while the Quinjet landed in a big square. We need a plan. Wayne, how is it looking up there? Steve said over communications. Diana used the lasso of truth on Loki. It seems like he doesn't know how to close the portal. We need to find another way out. And stop these aliens from spreading around the whole city. As Batman was talking they were suddenly shot by a laser gun from one of the flying alien aircrafts. Diana, who saw it incoming, covered herself and Bruce but were still flung away by few meters. Are you both all right? Steve asked as he too heard the blast over the call. After few seconds Diana's voice came. We are all right. We all need to work together to combat the situation. Steve said. John noticed that the Chitauri came with greater force than the original one. He saw that there were already 2 Leviathans from the beginning of the attack with higher number of aliens. It was much different from the movie. The butterfly effect does impact in a larger scale than I expected. I suppose Loki asked for more help as he had seen Diana before. John murmured. Batman and Wonder Woman came gliding, down the next minute from the Stark Tower. Where's Loki? Thor asked. He sneaked away in that blast. Diana said. As they were thinking of an action plan, Tony said over the call. Guys. Everybody is here. Good. I am bringing the party to you. He said as he led a Leviathan towards their direction. I don't see how that's a party. Natasha said. Banner, I think it's time to get angry. Wayne said. That's my secret, Bats. I am always angry. Banner turned to Hulk the next second and stopped the Leviathan with one punch. But the inertia of the Leviathan was too huge to stop its rear end. John knew he had to take action here. He stretched his arm towards the huge moving body and snapped his fingers. A huge spark was sent to the body of the Leviathan and it created a huge explosion of fire on it. The fire blast was so huge that all had to take cover to get away from the heat of it. Remind me never to be an enemy of you. Clint said. Batman, we need a plan. Till we can close the portal we need to limit the destruction. Steve said. We need to set a perimeter of 6 to 10 blocks. Nothing should cross that. Me and you can fight the aliens here as this is almost the center. Clint, go up and skin everything and relay back to us and on the way blow them up as much as you can. Natasha, you are good at spy. Try to find ways to close the portal. Go to the roof of Stark Tower. John, go around the perimeter and blow them up. Tony, if you can't kill them, leave the strays to us. And Hulk, smash. Good. Diana and Thor, you both can almost fly. Thor, kill them as much as you when they come out. Use your lightning. Diana helped Tony in controlling everything around. Let's work for a living, people, Steve said. Everybody went into work. John ran around the perimeter. In order not to be in danger, he called Sasuke to secretly follow him and help him if he is in danger. Sasuke and other Jonins had always been secretly protecting John. After the confrontation with Sitwell, John had to take certain measures against Hydra. The shielding technology wasn't mature yet. It would take a few more months to be used as Bruce said so. John had ordered Sasuke to be with him till then. He went around using flame alchemy on any moving alien, and those who came close to him he used the alchemy of decomposition and reconstruction to kill them. Truth to be said, John was having fun killing the aliens. Sasuke killed a few who tried to snipe John from far with the laser guns. John even saw some ninjas moving very fast and taking away the stranded strangers. There were screams around as the people didn't realize who were taking them away, but they calmed down as they saw that all of them were much further away from the invasion. Even though they didn't see the face of their saviors, all of them were grateful. Chapter 88, The War, 2. This is too slow. John murmured to himself. Time to use the system. Change myself to Minato Namikaze. Ding. Command accepted. John changed to Minato. He then, using chakra, changed himself to John's shape and face again, as John didn't want any suspicion of his absence from battle. He was wearing a mask anyways, changing his body shape won't consume much chakra. John even copied the alchemic tattoos. Fix it, scan the area and plan out the most efficient way to kill the aliens. John then proceeded in the plan laid out by Fix-It. He used his kunais to shuttle from place to place killing aliens. As he was killing them, he saw two leviathans wreaking havoc on the streets. John threw the kunai to one of them. It got struck in the body and John appeared near the kunai the next moment. He used the decomposition alchemy over the body of the leviathan. It instantly spilled out alien blood from many of its orifices. The leviathan screamed in pain as it went down. The leviathan beside saw this and turned towards John with its mouth wide open. Didn't your mother teach you not to eat weird things? John said, and he snapped his finger towards the direction of the leviathan's huge mouth. A fire broke out inside the mouth as it drilled inside of its body. It charred the leviathan, and this too followed the same fate as the other one. The only difference was it was charred black as opposed to dying in a pool of blood like the previous one. The Chitauri army nearby saw all this and roared at John. They instantly shot at John, but he had already vanished from his spot and he was high up in a high-rise building nearby. Sigh. Too many leviathans have come up. With so many corpses it will be easier for the vulture to steal the technology from the Chitauri. John said as he looked around all the destruction. Though the ninjas were constantly rescuing people, some of the people still suffered. He could see Diana and Thor in the air dealing with the flying aircrafts. He could even see vague shadows of Wayne and Steve fighting in the streets. Batman used alkahestry whenever possible and launched sneak attacks, while Captain Rogers took a frontal approach of attack. Hulk was more brutal as he didn't distinguish between anybody and took all-out approach for everything. He smashed and gorged every single alien his eyes could find. Hulk even smacked at a leviathan along the way. The people all over the world could see the situation of New York and they were in for a ride. The people knew that Batman was real, but they had no idea that even Diana Prince was real. And from the live telecast and videos, the powers shown by Wonder Woman was exactly as same as the movie. This changed the perspective of the world, as for the first time evidence of the presence of gods was proven. So Wonder Woman is real, that means Zeus was real and maybe still be alive, as his life was never shown. John Jameson might know of their existence from before, and that is why he made movies of them. Wait. There was a recent movie called Green Lantern. Since aliens are real, aren't there guardians protecting the galaxies? Where are they? The people all over the world discussed on the presence of superheroes. Diana and Thor's powers surprised many, but people also saw Iron Man, Batman, and Captain Rogers fighting. Some people finally recognized Captain America, and this information too shook the people as he was supposed to be dead. As John was killing people, he started receiving calls. First was his father, asking him of his whereabouts. John assured him that he was safe and he was just helping in rescue operations. John didn't dare to say that he was fighting in the front line. John was avoiding public cameras wherever possible as he didn't want too much of exposure. People wouldn't be able to recognize him from his body structure alone, neither he wanted to be in the spotlight. After convincing his father and Val, he finally sighed in relief, but little did he know that another person was worried about him. You are in the front line fighting along with the superheroes. Emma called, and it was her first words. Huh, no. I am just volunteering in rescue operation. John denied. Don't lie to me. I saw one person in a video snapping his fingers and blazing that huge hovering monster with fire. You have that flame alchemy tattoo in your hands. Do you think I am a fool? Emma almost screamed. Huh. How do you know that it isn't Roy Mustang? He also has flame alchemy. John said. John, we have slept together. Do you think I won't recognize that body structure? F***K. Fine, I am in the battle. Don't worry, I am safe. People are there with me. What will you do if you are shot by these laser guns? You don't have any superpowers. Those alchemic powers are nothing in front of bullets. Chapter 89, The War, 3. It's fine. I am safe. Trust me, Emma. I am being protected always. You don't have to worry about me. John said. This is the last time you are allowed to do what you are doing, Mr. John Jameson. Sure. Now let me go. Got some aliens to give a taste what Earth's hell looks like. John said as he ended the call and continued killing aliens. The war raged meanwhile. All of the superheroes were able to constrict the outflow of the aliens which were still entering Earth from the wormhole. But there was an equal amount of destruction in the blocks where they constricted them. Governments from all over the Earth were watching it with concern as they felt insecure. Loki, on the other hand, who was flying around on an alien aircraft, was blasted away by an arrow of Clint. And Hulk, who was cruising by, smashed Loki and said the famous words. Puny God. John, in future when he came to know, regretted a lot as he couldn't record that famous scene live, and in this way the scepter was thrown away from Loki. After half an hour of continuous fight, the World Council had finally decided to nuke New York to stop the continuous onslaught. Natasha, on the other hand, was able to reach the roof of Stark Tower and found Eric Selvig, who was sober now. From him, Natasha came to know that she could close the wormhole using the scepter. Tony, we have a nuke coming your way. I couldn't stop it. It was the decision of World Council. Tony, you need to send the nuke inside the wormhole. Natasha just said she knows how to close the portal. We can close the portal after sending the nuke. Batman said. His armor looked broken at many parts now. Even though he had upgraded his armor and looked almost like the armor in Batman, Arkham Knight, it still was damaged to many places after continuous fight. Guys, pray for me. I am off, Tony said, and he went to direction of the nuclear missile to direct it towards the portal. But everybody became desperate when a new information emerged. The White House too sent another nuclear missile as they feared one missile might not be powerful enough to destroy all the aliens and the Leviathans. What the actual ***T? Are they so much desperate? I am not going to vote in any more elections if I survive this. Clint screamed when he heard this. John, who was listening to all this, smiled. Didn't he want to introduce another superhero? This was the perfect time for it. He said over the communications. Guys, we have a new friend coming our way. New friend? Steve asked. Just look into the sky. You will see him soon, John said. Everybody started looking at the sky, but they didn't see anything. After a few seconds, Natasha, who was on the roof, saw a green light flying towards the second nuclear missile. She knew instantly who this new friend was. The Lantern Corp is here. Took this policeman long enough. Natasha said. Hal Jordan. I thought he would never come. Steve said as he too was briefed on him before. He suspected a little bit before about the Green Lantern, but now it seemed the Lantern Corps really existed. Batman, on the other hand, was little bit happy to see an old comrade again. Sorry Bats, I am late. Got lost in this new universe. Had to figure my way here. Hal Jordan lied as was instructed by John. It's fine. Direct that missile towards the portal. And bring back Tony. His suit wouldn't support in vacuum, Batman said. The people all over the world saw the man in green suit and knew that even Green Lantern was real. Why is this guy so late? Isn't he supposed to be the protector of the galaxies? I need an audience with the Guardians and revoke his license of being a Green Lantern, said a man who was watching all this on television. Audience with the Guardians? Do you think you can ever see the Guardians in your lifetime, said another man who was watching all this with him. Almost all people believed in the movie of John by now after seeing Batman and Wonder Woman. Little did they know that there was no Lantern Corps in this universe unless John decides to bring the Guardians and incorporate the Corps. Hal flew towards the incoming missile and wrapped it around a green halo with his ring. He took the missile and flew towards the portal. S.H.I.E.L.D., who saw this, sighed in relief as they too were responsible for this debacle. Tony and Hal reached one end of the wormhole at almost the same time. After you, Tin Man. Hal said to Tony as he was approaching. Don't make me die in hypoxia, greenlit guy. Tony said as he entered the portal with the missile. Hal too followed him with the missile. Close the portal when I say it. Hal said as he crossed to the other side. Chapter 90, Aftermath. After few seconds, Hal's voice again sounded in the communications. Close the portal, their ship is toast. The Green Lantern returned with Iron Man, who was covered in a green ball. He slowly flew down as the portal was closed by Natasha. The Chitauri aliens died after the nuke bombed their spaceship. Hello, Bruce. Never thought I would be relieved to see you again. You must be the new guys John told me about. Hello to all, I guess you know my identity so I won't bother introducing myself. Guys, there is a place where they are selling shawarma. We should try it. Tony said as he came out of the green ball. Yes, but before that we will have to deal with the last person. John, who just joined, said. They all went to the Stark Tower to see Loki finally managing to sit straight. If it's all the same to you guys, I will take that drink. Loki said, referring to the previous conversation he had with Tony. John, who was looking at Loki, took out his mask and said. Loki, I am looking forward to see you again. Be well till then. Then the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel came and took away the scepter. John saw Rumlow and Sitwell coming to take it. John could feel Sitwell trying to be away from John, especially after what he saw in videos of John fighting. John just smiled at Sitwell. Sitwell had always felt a kind of fear in front of John which no other superheroes gave him. I will have to ask Pierce again to remove him. He is more dangerous than we thought. Hal, who was new to this world, was talking with all others while Loki was taken away. Diana, who was curious about Hal, asked him several questions about their Lantern Corps. It's a pity that there are no Lantern Corps here in this world. It would have been easier, Natasha said, as she felt having a single corp would be useless in the vast universe. She didn't know how vast the universe, but the presence of Chitauri and Thor gave all of them a glimpse how vast the universe might be. As they went down the Stark Tower, John kept a keen eye to see if there is any future Tony Stark here but didn't see anyone. Did our past change the future? Well, there are multiple timelines. It's fine as long as the timeline remains intact. John thought, but since he didn't see the future Tony Stark, but then he threw away the thoughts to the back of his mind. They went down only to be confronted by Pierce. There was a huge debate between Thor and them, and finally Nick came to resolve the problem. The Tesseract and Loki would be taken to Asgard for safekeeping and proper trial. Pierce had huge objections but finally succumbed to Fury's persistence. He couldn't make proper arguments as there were many superheroes present here who saved New York, and they too took the side of Thor. If Pierce insisted, it might backfire on him. John, who was looking at the argument, didn't insert himself, but invisibly he too showed that he was on the side of Thor. Both Tony and John had huge influence, so Pierce had more reasons not to go against their wishes. Later everybody went to eat shawarma as all were tired and needed a time off. Even Hal and Banner joined, turning themselves back to a normal persons. Hal looked very young and handsome like in the movie. While eating, Hal finally asked John, "Will the Lantern Corps come? I would have to recharge my ring from the green element lantern." John stiffened when he heard this. He had forgotten about the recharge of the ring when he bought Green Lantern. Now it has come back to bite him. He hesitated a bit and said, "I am not sure, they might arrive along with Guardians." John said, "It would be better if the Lantern Corps is here too," Diana said. John didn't add anything to it as he had to go home and see how much Fen values were required to extract the Guardians and the green element. "I have a question for you, John. Why don't you have the same anger against Loki as we have? I can understand Thor as Loki is his brother. But what's the matter with you? I have seen the way you look at him." Banner asked curiously. "He is just lost in his way, he isn't essentially an evil guy. In almost all versions of Loki and Multiverse that I have dreamed before, he isn't that bad. You can say he is mischievous and have a huge hunger to prove himself. In fact, in some world he is a good person, and I believe this version of Loki too isn't bad." John smiled and said, "Odin's beard. How many different universes do you dream about? It must be annoying to watch worlds in every sleep, I presume." Thor said as he was happy that John didn't consider Loki as evil like the other guys present. "It's all right. I am used to it by now." After eating, Thor went with Bruce and Diana as Bruce assured Thor of making a device for him to travel using the Tesseract to his home with Loki, who was imprisoned in S.H.I.E.L.D. for the time being. Hello all. Today will be the last day for double uploads, as from tomorrow the updates will be 9 chapters per week, weekends being a double uploads day. If you all want a double upload, please vote more than 350 power stones in a day. On the day when the total power stones crosses the 350 mark, the immediate next day I will upload 2 chapters. Thank you all for the support. Now the story will finally take a turn as I wanted. Stay tuned for more. Chapter 91, Update of the System. John went back home as Bumblebee came to pick him up. His father was little concerned, and he got the text that Emma was going to come to New York tomorrow, as she too was stressed about John. John returned home only to see his father sitting and waiting for him with an anxious look in his face. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I am absolutely all right, Dad. I just volunteered in the sidelines." John lied. Even though his father didn't believe his words, but he didn't insist, seeing his son in one piece with no injuries whatsoever. John went to his room as he had to check the total fan values after having dinner. He recalled the system in his mind. There was a huge surge in the fan values as ding. Total fan values, 2.5 billion. The host has crossed the threshold of the first update. Will the system proceed to update? An update. John got excited. Do it now. Ding. Updating 10%. 40%. 80%. 100%. Update complete. The host can now select any faction or inorganic things as he wishes from the movies, anime, and series produced by the host. And the host can choose to extract a specific and a single power from any of the anime, movies, and series' characters that the host has produced as of now, as he wishes free of cost. It can only be a single power of a living character from the previous worlds. Really? That's awesome. Can I have Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? John asked. The host can surely have it, but the host is reminded that he won't be able to use the Sharingan as the host doesn't have chakra in the body. It can only be a single power. It's either Sharingan or chakra. So at the end it would be useless. Does the host still want to proceed? What a load of S***T. All my dreams down the drain of being a superhero. Wait, I can eat the chakra fruit of Kagaya. System, give me the powers of chakra fruit. Ding. Error. Kagaya was dead at the end of the previous world's story. Since it's a dead character's powers, it cannot be extracted. Huh. What the hell? John wanted to slap himself now as he didn't produce more animes that he should have. Actually, this couldn't be blamed at John as he did his best when it came to animes. He had already produced popular animes such as Bleach, Pokemon, One Piece, Seven Deadly Sins and such, but he still hasn't introduced many animes from his previous world as he didn't have enough time yet. Producing all these took time and effort as he couldn't just make a random story. He needed to follow the stories from his previous life, and that needed careful direction and management as he couldn't deviate from the original stories of the previous works. Whatever. I will just choose from One Piece then. That would be more practical, John thought for a moment and finally decided on a power. He chose a devil fruit. Even if he will lose the ability to swim, the next superhero movie will allow him to overcome this inability by a huge margin. System, extract the power of Marco's Phoenix power from One Piece. John in his previous life was a huge fan of Marco's Phoenix power, and Marco was still alive the last time he saw, so he chose that. He could have chosen Logia fruit like Ace's or even Borsellino's fruit, but he had a strong liking for Marco's Phoenix. Being a phoenix was a huge temptation for John. John even suspected of Monkey D. Dragon had a dragon, Mystic Zoan, fruit, but since it never came to anime he couldn't see if it really existed. Ding. Marco's mystical Zoan fruit, Tori Tori no Mi, ready for extraction. Does host want to incorporate it directly in the body? Yes, do it. The next moment John could immediately feel that he had changed a lot. He felt himself stronger. He stretched his hand and it turned into blue-colored fire feathers. He could feel that he can turn his whole body into Phoenix. He wanted to turn himself at that moment to Phoenix, but he knew that the whole house would catch fire if he did that. Even though he felt that he can control the Phoenix power easily, but it will definitely cause light to shine everywhere and raise suspicion from his father if he notices. John was excited as he felt almost invincible, as Phoenix was essentially a Logia, as no bullets could harm him now. John could feel that even if he was blasted by a missile he could rise from the ashes just like a phoenix. This is great. Almost nobody can kill me. I don't need protection from anyone anymore. I can even heal people with this fire. That shielding technology is a waste it seems, but I can give that technology to my family and Emma. Of course I am not invincible, I have a feeling that only Infinity Stones can restrict me. Well, whatever, I will use my superhero powers if the need arises then. System, how much will it cost if I extract the green element and the whole set of Guardians from the Green Lantern movie? If I just extract the planet Oa of the Green Lantern. Hello all. Today will be the last day for double uploads, as from tomorrow the updates will be 9 chapters per week, weekends being a double uploads day. If you all want a double upload, please vote more than 350 power stones in a day. On the day when the total power stones crosses the 350 mark, the immediate next day I will upload 2 chapters. Thank you all for the support. Now the story will finally take a turn as I wanted. Stay tuned for more. Chapter 92, the next day. Ding. Bringing the Guardians and the planet of Oa will cost the host 1.5 billion. If the host wants to bring the previous lanterns, the cost will be 20 billion. Why are the value of Guardians so low? Wait, if I bring the Guardians and the planet of Lantern, can the Guardians choose new Green Lantern Corps from this universe? Ding. Yes. An absolute new Lantern Corps will be created. The price of green element is low because it is powered by the will of the people present in the universe. The green element by itself isn't of too high value, and the Guardians only have knowledge from the previous universe. They have no such knowledge of this universe. Alright. But where will I summon the planet Oa? I can't place it in Earth now. Ding. After the update, the host can any world, planet, or any character in the range of the solar system. That's great. I won't have to bother anymore. Tomorrow I will just place the planet OA near Saturn. John went to sleep after that as he was tired. Though he didn't do much work as he was acting as Minato, but he still felt a little bit tired. The next day John woke up with lots of messages and calls. People that were known to him were constantly barraging him for an interview. Being the creator of movies that brought out superheroes, he was in the forefront of whole debacle in New York. John proceeded to ignore that like Tony. Sometimes being mysterious would be the best answer to such useless things. Emma will come in a few hours. I should go to receive her. Have to talk to Hal too about the Guardians later. John got ready after having breakfast and went directly to the airport. He had to pick up Emma. After waiting for half an hour, Emma finally came out from the airport. Emma almost ran to John and kissed him. Then she proceeded to check on John's body. What are you searching for? John asked as she poked around the body. Aren't you a bit hurt? You fought for such a long time, Emma asked. Come on, I told you I am always protected. You don't have to worry at all. Let's go back. Oh yes, I will introduce you to Hal before we go home. I need to talk with him. On the way, Emma asked about the war and John gave a whole story of how the war happened and how it ended. She was both excited and worried, excited because her boyfriend was a superhero but also worried about him. Soon they reached the home of Bruce. Hello Master Jameson, Miss Watson. Bruce and others are in the family room, Alfred said as he led them inside. Hello Alfred. Emma and John both greeted Alfred. They went into the family room to see Hal and everyone talking and discussing about the new Earth. John came and sat down. This must be Miss Watson. It's my pleasure to meet you. John is lucky enough. Hal said. Emma blushed a bit as she, like others, was overwhelmed by a new superhero. Hal, I have come with news. John said. Ow. Tell me. Hal said, being interested. The planet of OA will arrive today near Saturn. There will be no previous Lanterns core, so new rings will be required to produce. This universe will have a new core of Lanterns and you will have to be the leader and trainer for them. You will have to speak with Appa for proper settlement of OA and the future of Green Lanterns here. Huh. OA is being merged. For a moment I thought I won't have to take orders from those Guardians. So much for a small vacation. Now I will have to be a trainer too. What T show? Hal complained the moment he heard OA is coming. John just smiled at him as he alone was responsible for this merge, but he didn't say anything. Emma, who heard their conversation, was surprised too, as it meant there will be new core in the future. For a second she even imagined herself to be a member of the core, but she knew she wasn't capable enough. After talking with others, John left as she wanted a quiet time for now. While driving home, John suddenly remembered one thing. He hesitated a bit but finally asked Emma. Emma, do you want to move in with me? To a new home here? I thought you would never ask. Emma smiled and replied. John was ecstatic hearing this. He just needed to buy a new home and move away from his old one. He was old enough for that. He had dreamed of living with Emma for a long time now. The New York War was what stopped him from asking this. By the time they reached home, they saw various reporters outside the gate waiting for John. John trembled a bit seeing such a huge mass of reporters. He finally avoided their questions from inside the window of the car, and Bumblebee managed to go to the garage. Hello all. I didn't expect such a massive support. You all have contributed more than I asked for. And thus there will be another chapter today. There will triple uploads tomorrow if there is more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 93, A New Planet. They went inside the home and sat down. Emma went to her room to fresh up herself after a long journey. John closed his eyes and called the system to place the planet OA in a sustainable orbit around Saturn. Ding. The planet OA is going to be placed around Saturn in a sustainable orbit. Should the command be proceeded? Yes. Summon Appa too. Appa, the main guardian, was summoned. Appa was the first alien John had ever summoned. He looked very small in height. Even though Appa looked small, he was levitating in air. The Guardians were basically immortals, and in comics they were very powerful beings. It was toned down a lot in the movies, and it led to having very low power being possessed by the Guardians. This was also the reason why the price of OA and the Guardians were low. Appa, you have seen all my memories. What do you think? John said as he shared all the memories he had from the movies and the current situation, and even a glimpse of future plans. Appa was the first person to know everything of the past and of future, barring the power of the system. This universe is dangerous too. Why does every universe have such weird beings around? There is a watcher too like us. That is interesting. I would like to meet him someday. We will need some time to settle the creation of new rings. Hal is here. He as a trainer will be our worst nightmare. Appa said. John and Appa continued to speak about the new rings. John was curious too about the Guardians and he asked him about their universe. As they were talking, Emma came out of her room after having a bath. When she entered the family room, she froze. Appa, who was floating, turned around and looked at her. Emma, this is Appa, the main guardian of OA. Emma instantly bowed her head. She had immense respect for Guardians as they were the creators of rings. Such great power being wielded by them but still remained uncorrupt. That itself was an immense feat. Appa looked at Emma from head to toe and had a small glint in his eyes. He turned around and said, I am off. OA has already landed in Saturn. Guide me to OA. Tell Hal to report himself in front of us. Sure. See you. John said and waved his hands. Appa vanished in the spot. Emma, who was nearby, trembled. She reached a seat and sat down as if she was in a very tight spot few seconds ago. What happened? Why so anxious? John said while messaging Hal to report to OA. Anxious? That was a Guardian. How are you casual in front of a Guardian? Emma retorted. He is knowledgeable but his knowledge is only of his universe and their versions of Multiverse. I am more knowledgeable in this regard. John said with a hint of pride. I wish I could travel around the universe. Can I go to OA? For a touristic visit, of course. Emma said with a hint of yearning while totally neglecting the words of John. You want to travel in space? It's not a huge thing to travel in space. I can take you too when I go out in future. It's easy for me. John said as he continued to show his prideful behavior. How you have spaceships? Emma almost screamed in the top of her lungs. John had to use his hand and shut her mouth. God. Do you want the hungry reporters outside to hear this? Is it that surprising that I have spaceships? You can't expect me to show everything to the world now. Can you? John said. John didn't actually have a spaceship but he made the movie Dune. He could always spend some fan values to buy a spaceship. It was all thanks to the new update of the system. Emma got excited about the prospect of space travel and wanted to know about the spaceship. Her enthusiasm amused John as he tried to explain that the spaceships of him hasn't arrived yet and it was on the way. John didn't plan to travel the universe as he had too much to do now in Earth. When the time is right, John will go out. Meanwhile, when John and Emma were having a nice chat, NASA and S.H.I.E.L.D. were panicking as their telescopes have sent the information that a vast planet has arrived in the orbit of Saturn. The planet arrived suddenly out of nowhere and from the initial images from the powerful telescopes it seemed that there might be a civilization in that planet as there was a very vague outline of buildings in the planet. The World Council had already been in contact with various countries as many countries got the information too about this new planet. Fury almost felt he would die in stress. They just crossed a war yesterday and now a new threat. As he was thinking, a sudden thought crossed his mind and immediately dialed John's number. Hello all. I didn't expect such a massive support. You all have contributed more than I asked for. There will triple uploads tomorrow if there is more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 94, to London. John, did a new planet arrive in our universe? John, who received the call from Fury, heard him saying. Huh. How did you know? Did NASA get a picture of them so easily? John said. It seems like you do have a knowledge of them. Why didn't you inform us about it? Fury said. Fury, there are so many things happening in the universe. Do you expect me to inform everything? John said in a sharp tone. Sorry. But at least tell me about this new planet. It's in our solar system. Fury said. That's the planet of OA. The Guardians' home. Don't try to contact them. Most of the Guardians are ill-tempered and don't try to reach their planet. Even though they are not powerful, but their telepathic and telekinetic power isn't a joke. Their whole planet is more advanced than all the technology of ours taken together. And they are protected by the core. John said. The planet of OA. Fury paused for a bit. Okay, I understand. Tell this fact to the public too. It will help you create a good image after all the S***T show your S.H.I.E.L.D. and the White House pulled yesterday. Even though everything was in the control of John, but what the White House did yesterday annoyed John a bit. He even thought of replacing the president by his own man. Though that will take some time as he was contemplating on it. Fury ended the call and went to the meeting with the World Council to spread the news he got from John. The World Council was relieved knowing that it was the planet of OA. Even though it were not a friendly planet, at least OA wasn't hostile to them. John and Emma spent the rest of the day searching for a good home in New York to move into, and Emma being very picky about it. They were still continuing the search when John's father came back. Has the planet of OA really arrived at the orbit of Saturn? Jameson asked after entering home. Yes. It seems Fury did take my advice and told the media. Dad, me and Emma will be moving out together somewhere in New York. John informed his father about it. The people were very doubtful as they didn't understand of how a planet traveled in space, but the fact that there was one in the orbit of Saturn was a proof that planets can travel too. Finally you will go out of home. It's been a long time coming now. You should visit her parents too before you move in. Jameson said. In fact, John did have plans to visit her parents in London before he moves in somewhere in New York. Yes. Val can continue looking after you. John said. The next day John and Emma finally decided on a home which had 3 floors and was in top of a high-rise building. It was almost in the center of the city and close to Stark Tower, which was being rebuilt again after the aftermath. Emma loved the home, but before moving in they had to travel to London to meet her parents. Even though John was very rich, he never wanted to live a very extravagant life like the other billionaires, as it was worthless and he would prefer a more normal life. That's why he never chose very big homes, as he always felt that it was a waste of space and energy. After staying for a week in New York, John traveled with Emma to London. John was little nervous as he wasn't sure how her parents would react to him being her boyfriend. Even though Emma assured John, but he still felt it in his nerves. They went straight to her home after landing in London. John brought some gifts from New York to greet them. And the meeting with her parents went more smooth than he expected. Her parents were very kind and her stepmother seemed more than happy to talk with John. Emma's parents had divorced when she was young and her mother lived in France. They asked John to stay over for some days and John happily obliged. The next day John went out with Emma for shopping as she needed to buy something before moving to New York. This was the second time John had come to London and he really liked the city, which had a different look to it than New York. After shopping for 2 days, John decided to go out for a tour around the city and arrived at National History Museum to see the ancient relics. As Emma and John were looking around, a woman came up to them from behind and asked, "Hello. Can I show you around?" John turned around to see the woman but stood rooted in his spot when he saw her face. John knew her very well. The last movie of Marvel before he died had her as one of the Eternals, and probably the most powerful among them. Cersei. Emma noticed that John was stuck and spaced out looking at her, so she nudged him a bit. John felt embarrassed as he got lost in thoughts of his previous life. Sometimes John missed his parents and his old friends, but in order to gain something you will probably have to lose too. Sorry. I just got distracted. You are Cersei, right? Please show us around here. John said with a smile. There will triple uploads tomorrow if there is more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 95, Jealousy. Yes sir, I am Cersei, the woman said, pointing to the name badge on her chest. I am the guide here. Please follow me. John and Emma followed her as explained different artifacts around. They went around while John closely listened to Cersei and looked at her from time to time, trying to find out if she really was an android or was it just a sham by Arishem to fool Cersei. Because Eros was the supposed brother of Thanos, was also an Eternal. If Eternals were really androids, then they wouldn't have been able to procreate. And in comics Eternals were able to procreate, so John didn't understand why Arishem showed Cersei that she was just an android. As they were walking around they came upon a rusted warhammer. John's eyes instantly lit up. Cersei proceeded to say, "This is a warhammer from Benin. I suppose it's from the Fula tribe." "Miss Cersei, I think we both know that this artifact isn't from Benin," John said. "I don't understand. What do you mean?" Cersei said with a little bit of apprehension and curiosity. She also knew that this was an artifact from Wakanda made of vibranium. But she couldn't say it as the officials will not leave this piece here and rather use it for their own purposes. Every bit of vibranium was very costly in the market and nobody would let go such a good-sized piece. It's from Wakanda, made of vibranium. Isn't it? Cersei knew that the real identity of the artifact was up in the air, but she couldn't do anything about it. Even though vibranium was very rare in the market, many people knew of its existence. "Yes, it is from Wakanda," Cersei admitted. "Do you want to mention this to the authorities?" "Why would I do that? Let it be here. Vibranium doesn't really interest me," John said and proceeded to see the next exhibition. Cersei was surprised by such nonchalance for such high-priced artifact but was grateful for that. Emma, who was listening to their conversation, was a little confused but didn't poke her nose in it as she could see there was an interest of John in Cersei. She was sure it wasn't romantic from his eyes, but she was still curious of a woman who could raise such eyebrows of John. Being with John for such a long time, Emma knew that John never showed any interest to any woman up till now, so she knew that there must be something interesting in Cersei. And the topic of vibranium interested her too. After an hour of tour, John finally came out of the museum. "Miss Cersei, I am John Jameson. I suppose you know my identity. If you find any difficulties in the future, you can always call my manager in the company directly. John said while bringing out the office card and gave to her. Cersei was surprised because John and Emma had been wearing breathing masks and hats to cover their appearance. For this reason they weren't recognized in public. She did know John as he was famous recently for the superhero movies but never expected him to be here. Thank you, Mr. Jameson. I would surely contact you if I encounter any difficulty. As of now I really like working in the museum. Cersei said but still took the card. John and Emma left after that. John and Emma while going back in the car could see Emma eyeing him, so he said, "Spill it out. I know you have questions. Who was she? Another dream girl of yours?" Emma said with a taunt because John always mentioned Emma as his dream girl. Huh. No. Of course not. She is just special in her own way. John said. Special? Like a dating material special? Emma said with a hint of a jealousy. Do you think I can date a thousands of years old woman? John replied back. John was happy that Emma showed a hint of jealousy. He loved that feeling. What? 1,000-year-old woman? Are you sick? She doesn't even look more than 40. Emma said. She is thousands of years old, Emma. She was present when mankind took its first step towards a modern society. John said. What? Are you serious? Oh my God. How does she look the same after all these years? How is she alive? Emma was astonished but believed John's words as by now she understood there were extraordinary people around. She is alive for various reasons, but don't ask me more about it. The knowledge associated with her existence is very dangerous. We aren't powerful enough to confront them yet. John said with a solemn expression. He didn't know if Erisham could see his existence, but he didn't want to take any risk by exposing Erisham to anyone. Emma for the first time saw a hint of fear in John's eyes. John was always nonchalant about most of the things. Even in New York where he didn't show much care. But this woman's history actually gave apprehension to John. This surprised Emma but understood that she shouldn't ask more. Sometimes ignorance was bliss. There will triple uploads tomorrow if there is more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 96, a new movie. Then tell me about this vibranium. Emma asked, remembering the previous conversation. Oh, that. Vibranium is the most strongest metal on Earth and it comes out from the country of Wakanda. John said. Oh. Emma lost interest after knowing that it was just a metal and didn't ask more. She probably would have been very interested if she came to know that Wakanda was the most advanced country on Earth. Well, at least on land, he had no idea if Namor existed in this universe. I hope the next superhero won't have conflict with Namor if he exists. They went back home and John spent a week in London. John and Emma moved to New York by the start of May. They both were really happy and Emma opted to study from online as John had donated a load of money to Brown University and the university was happy enough to give such privilege to Emma. John continued to do his work in movies and animes and he was determined to introduce new animes, as the update of the system gave him a wake-up call. He wasn't sure on how much fan values would be required for the next update as the system refused to answer the number, but he was looking forward to storing massive fan values. When John checked the rise in number of fan values, he was ecstatic as he calculated that now the rise in fan values would be almost equivalent to 1.5 billion per year. That was a huge jump. He had already decided to up the rate of movies being released every year as it was time to speed up things. John even checked the response of the public after the war in the internet. Most of the people were very happy that superheroes existed and defended humanity, though some politicians were shouting about accountability, but people hardly cared. But what John didn't expect that Green Lantern got hate in the internet. The people felt that he could have come earlier as OA was very nearby and accused Hal of being lazy. John was dumbstruck by this. What is this? Even in this universe the Green Lantern is in the receiving end of hate. Will this cycle never end? The days went by as John and Emma continued their work. In July, John got a call from Tony saying that the shielding technology was ready to use. John was happy as he didn't have to spend fan values to extract it. John and Emma went to the Stark Tower only to see that it has been renamed as Avengers Tower. John smiled at it. He even saw Bruce's car in the garage. So Tony, show me the devices. John said as soon as he entered the laboratory. Instead of having the devices in fingers and hands, I have made the devices as bracelets and anklets. It can even be designed to wrap around as a belt and waist, Tony said as he brought out the devices. John wore it in his hand and switched it on. There was a blue haze around his body for a second but disappeared the next second. Do you want to try it? Tony asked. John looked at Wayne. He understood what John meant and took out his batarang and threw it at John. The batarang reached near the body of John but stopped by a blue haze. It stopped for a second in the haze and then fell off. Great. It works. You kept the research a secret, Tony? John asked. Yes, even though I am not sure why are you taking such a measure, but I understand the conditions. Even Jarvis doesn't have access to it. Tony replied. Good. I want 5 for my family. You can do whatever you want with the rest except for publicizing it. John said. Emma was also excited to see and use such an advanced technology and wore it on her ankle. Even Banner and Wayne were happy seeing such a technology, as basically now nobody can be sniped upon. Especially for Wayne, as he was just a normal human being. Banner, Tony, Wayne, how about we start a new company together? John suddenly said. New company? What do you need a new company for? Don't we have enough companies under both of us? Tony asked. No, this company will be the step for humanity to a new horizon. Don't you want to be in the forefront of it? John said. Now everybody were excited, as John's words basically meant that a new technology is going to arrive at Earth. What kind of technology are you referring to? Banner asked. Artificial gravity and use of solar power in a much efficient way, enough to drive vehicles at high speed in air, John said. Really? That's awesome. When is the technology arriving? Banner said. By the end of the year, an animated movie is being made on it too for all of you to understand the scope of their technology. John said. There will triple uploads tomorrow if there is more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 97, An Unexpected Superhero. John and Emma went back home taking the devices. John went to his father's place at night and gave them the devices. He even gave one to Val for her safety, as he trusted her. Another month went by, but there was a very surprising thing that happened in the following month which astonished even John. One fine night while John and Emma were at home talking, there was a green light shining outside the window. At first John thought that Hal had come to meet him, but when he opened the window a green lantern ring flew past him. The ring flew towards Emma and floated in front of her. John and Emma were astonished to say the least. Emma stretched her hand to catch the ring, but it floated away and entered her finger. The very next second a green suit got woven around her body and soon it replaced her dress. John, who looked at the new lantern, was conflicted. He really regretted now bringing Oe to this world. Emma would now be exposed to a wider and dangerous world. Even though green lanterns are powerful, but they die too and new lanterns take their place. But Emma was excited and checking out her suit. Emma, are you sure you want to take this mantle? John asked. Love, all this time I felt unworthy as I thought your world is wider. But finally now I can follow your footsteps. Be an avenger and a protector of the galaxies. I have never wanted something more in my life. What a headache. I need to talk with Appa for this. Say the words that you are supposed to. I guess you remember the oath. Yes. In brightest day, in blackest night. No evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might. Beware my power, green lantern's light. Emma thus took her oath. The ring shined brightly for a few seconds and dimmed down. At this moment, the universe had a second green lantern. The ring then projected an image in front of her, and on the picture there was Appa floating. Miss Emma Watson, you are required to report yourself to duty in Sector 21 of OA and take the mantle of being a Green Lantern. Sir, yes sir. I will report as soon as I arrive in OA. Appa, we need to talk. Can't the Green Lantern choose someone outside Earth? John was anxious when he said that. Emma pinched him from behind, but he still maintained his position. I am sorry, John, the ring chooses according to its wishes. We can never interfere. F***K, Emma better be safe with you all. Appa didn't reply to that and the image projection from the ring closed by itself. John looked at Emma, who seemed angry. What? I am scared for your safety, John defended himself. I know, but I too wish to follow you on this journey. All right. Go to OA. After you come back I will teach you alchemy. And take this USB drive. It has the knowledge of shielding technology. Tell the Guardians that it is a gift for them to use. They will know how to use this technology properly. John said while handing her a memory stick. John knew he could stop all this by just recalling OA, but the look on Emma's face convinced him otherwise. He didn't want to break the dreams of Emma. All John now had to do is to be stronger to protect Emma along the way. Emma took the USB drive, kissed him deeply as she understood that being a lantern is scary, but nonetheless she had to undertake the journey. John was just worried about him like a normal boyfriend. Emma came up to the window, smiled at John one last time and flew away to the sky. John sat on his sofa and spaced out. She learned to fly so fast. What a genius. After few seconds his phone rang. John picked it up as it was from Fury. John, has there been a new Green Lantern? The satellites picked up a new person going out of Earth. I remember Hal had already left for OA. Fury asked as John picked up the phone. Yes, the new recruitment have started. That person was the new Green Lantern. There will be others soon, but I don't think there will be any more from Earth. Do you know who the new recruit is? Fury asked. I do know, but I won't tell you. Figure it out yourself. John said as he ended the call. He didn't care if S.H.I.E.L.D. came to know of Emma's new identity as the time was approaching soon to deal with Hydra. From the memories of Naruto's world, John knew that after New York War Hydra had been very impatient and had started making moves. John had let Hydra make their moves in Naruto's world, in order to bring them together and deal with this hidden snake. Having Hydra around was a danger in itself. There will double uploads tomorrow if there is more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 98, The Plan. It has been almost over a year since Hydra had been trying to infiltrate. But since they weren't powerful enough, Hydra took a roundabout way in trying to control the Naruto's world. Some agents were able to sneak away from the ninjas when they trained with them and managed to establish communication with the feudal lords of every country. Every partial dimension was under the control of their respective kages and the country's feudal lords. After Hydra was able to contact the country's lords, it was easier for Hydra to enter their dimension. Hydra tried their best in explaining their motives to the lords. At first the lords hesitated quite a bit as the plans laid down by Hydra were dangerous. What they wanted was to disrupt the hidden villages' lifeline by cutting their supply lines and denying proper compensation to the hidden villages. Hydra knew that convincing the lords and even execution of the plan would take a lot of time. But at the end they were successful in convincing. Hydra said that with only proper control of the hidden villages, the feudal lords would be able to have absolute power over the hidden villages. Daniel Whitehall, one of the old Hydra heads, spearheaded this plan. He was a mad scientist who belonged to the era of Red Skull, and due to experiments on Inhumans, particularly Jiaying, he was able to maintain his age. Pierce didn't have much hope of Daniel's plan of controlling Naruto's world because he understood the most basic concept, and that is, only power reigns supreme. Pierce let Daniel do whatever he wanted because Daniel was an old guy, and if anything bad happened he could always pin it on him and wash his hands away. This slow process of denying proper supply to the hidden villages by the feudal lords worked well. Every hidden village depended on their respective countries for its survival and daily life. If a major disruption occurred, it would be a huge loss for the villages. The kages didn't understand sudden changes in the behavior of the lords but accepted the demands of the lords, gritting their teeth. The lords were happy to see this change in the behavior of kages. After this, Whitehall finally managed to have a meeting with all the feudal lords together as he needed a face-to-face approach in trying to convince the lords. Whitehall flew all of the lords to his secret base. My agents have already laid out the plans for you all to see. I called you all to show a glimpse of my future plan. Really? Show us what you plan to do. I am curious about how do you want to control the hidden villages? A mountain that none of us could cross, said the Lord of Fire Country. During the training with the ninjas we were able to sneak away a poison that was very harmful for the ninjas. By using science from our world we were able to recreate the poison, and now we can mass produce it. Both in gaseous and liquid form. After we test the poison on ninjas we will be able to kill the ninjas and do experiments on them. Maybe we all can have so-called chakra inside our body and be powerful like them. Even if the experiment fails we will still be able to kill the ninjas. Are you sure that the poison will work? We will be needing a live test for that, Lord of the Wind Country said. Yes. All we need to do is to experiment on it on a live ninja. Any country can register a mercenary operation and we can sneak a poison in a gaseous form on their bodies. If it fails the agents responsible can commit suicide and he will die but never get caught. All the lords contemplated on it and finally decided that they could try this plan, but they had to make sure that this poison would never be used on them. We can accept your plan but on the condition that you give us an antidote and a proper knowledge of all the uses of other poisons in your society. This is non-negotiable, said one of the lords. Whitehall accepted this without batting an eyelid. He didn't really care about these lords as he could always catch these lords and brainwash them and use them for Hydra itself. Whitehall was ecstatic as he finally got the permission to work on his plans. At least he will get a body and would be able to experiment on this so-called chakra. He was looking forward to it. Finally, on a mercenary operation which was registered by the Lord of Wind, which was led by a single Chunin ninja, Hydra was able to ambush and release the gaseous form of the poison in the surroundings of the ninja. What happened next scared even the Hydra agents. The body of the ninja wilted away in a rapid pace, and at the end even the bones of the ninja weren't left. The Hydra agents were really scared as they didn't expect the poison to be so potent. They sent the recording of Whitehall. There will double uploads tomorrow if there is more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 99, The Plan, 2. When Whitehall received the recording he was pretty sad. The gory nature of the video didn't really affect him. But what did affect him was the loss of the body to be experimented upon. Even though he was sad, he knew he had been successful in devising a plan to counter ninjas. Now all he needed was to administer the poison onto the Kages and kill them. As long as he could kill them, he would have won half the war. All the high levels of Hydra were notified of the video and they were surprised to see it. They didn't really expect Whitehall, a mad scientist, would figure out such a poison and a cruel plan for the ninjas. Pierce was really happy about it. The World Council had approved of the Insight Project after the New York War, and the work was being done faster than it should have been in the original story. Due to the immense danger shown by a small platoon of aliens and having OA, Naruto's world nearby, the governments were really scared and they really wanted a weapon that could protect them, at least that could filter out hidden dangers. The governments and the World Council approved of the Insight Project to be launched as fast as possible. Even though the ninjas didn't really show themselves in New York, S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to get some videos of the ninjas saving people, and the speed the ninjas had shown in the war was a huge wake-up call for many of them. Many governments had doubts about the legitimacy of the Naruto world, but after watching them in action, it made them fear, as the ninjas were basically assassins and could kill any politician whenever necessary. OA had not shown any aggression, but one day the Guardians might feel that Earth wasn't good enough and might send the Lanterns. The governments didn't really have any countermeasures against the Lanterns, but the Insight Project could be called the Earth's first step against any kind of alien invasion. Loki had managed to infiltrate Earth because there was no proper defense against such beings, but now they would have won and stopped the problem in its root in the future. Whitehall asked for full support from all the high levels of Hydra in executing the plan. Everybody gave approval apart from Wolfgang von Strucker, as he was busy with the new toy that he had received and he wanted to make enhanced people and experiment more with it. He was more interested in the scepter than trying to control the Naruto world. Whitehall again called for a meeting with the Lords, as he wanted to make a clean plan for taking all the Kages out of the picture and appoint new ones under the control of Hydra. Whitehall had even planned to kill the Lords if they didn't accept his plans. Due to the antidote provided by Hydra, the personal security ninjas of Lords were on the safe side, but Whitehall felt that Hydra could always use missiles to kill them. While the Lords felt that with their personal security, they could always assassinate anyone they wished, as the actual power of normal humans were negligible in front of ninjas. Both of them thought they had a jump on each other. Finally, a day was decided for the meeting. The videos had already been sent to the Lords. They were very happy to see such high efficiency of the poison. "So the poison works. How do you plan to administer it on the Kages?" said the Lord of Earth. "Call for the 5 Kages meeting in the name of easing the recent confrontation between you all and them. Take the antidote with you when you enter the meeting and we will kill them," said Whitehall. "Good, but before the plan starts you need to finish off John. He knows too much from all the universe and probably has an idea about you all. Finish him off," said the Lord of Fire. "And after executing the Kages, we need to have a full-fledged meeting with all the heads of your organization and discuss the subsequent plans about handling the ninjas later," said the Lord of Lightning. The Lords wanted to kill all the high levels at the next meeting to tie the loose ends. "Sure," Whitehall said with a smile, as he had plans to use another toxic poison that is derived from the previous poison, which was extremely lethal. Even though they wouldn't kill the ninjas, it was enough to incapacitate them. After the meeting, Whitehall called Pierce to help him kill John. Pierce hesitated for a bit, as they don't have much information on John. He might have people protecting him in secret and it might backfire. At the end, Pierce decided on taking a risk. Even if the assassination fails, they would at least expose the secrets of John. Pierce decided to take this gamble. This would be their first step in taking control of Earth, and the Insight Project would be the last nail in the coffin. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 100, The Plan, 3. Naruto and all the Kages were having a huge headache recently. The villages were basically starved of resources. Only Darui had a relief for some time, as him helping in the New York War had earned him quite a bit of resources from S.H.I.E.L.D., but it was only a stopgap measure. But today finally all the Kages got a call for attending the 5 Kage Summit in the Land of Fire. They all finally saw a ray of hope, as they could discuss it out with the Lords and find out the reason of the recent change in behavior of the Lords. They all traveled to Japan, as now all the Kages have their own Quinjets provided as gifts by S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. too knew of their Kage meeting, but Nick Fury didn't interfere in it. They all reached their meeting room and greeted each other. Soon the Lords arrived in person and everybody sat in their respective places. "Fire Daimyo, I want to know, has there been any grievances between the Hidden Leaf Village and you? I don't remember us doing anything bad for the country." Naruto spoke the moment everybody sat down. "Ho ho. No Hokage. It's all been good. It's just that the country hasn't been very productive this year. This is the reason that the resources are scarce. I believe it will be over soon." Darui and others didn't believe it and immediately retorted, and soon there was a commotion between the Lords and the Kages. A blue mist appeared in the room in a matter of a sec. Before the Kages could react, the blue mist covered the entire hall. The Kages watched in horror as their bodies just melted away while the lords were absolutely fine and smiling at them. In a minute nothing remained except a few slag. Whitehall had checked the slag from the previous one of the ninja that he had experimented upon, but it turned out to be just human decomposition with no value whatsoever. After about 10 minutes a Quinjet landed near the meeting room. Out came Whitehall and some agents. They entered the room only to see the slag from the death of Kages. He was ecstatic as he saw his plan coming to fruition. Actually, Whitehall had doubts too. It was fine that the Kages were dead, but 2 Kages had tailed beasts inside their bodies. Is the poison so strong that it destroyed the bodies of tailed beasts too? Is this all an act by the Kages and the lords to catch us? Even though Whitehall had doubts, he still insisted on this path as there was no turning back at this point. If Hydra manages to kill John, then it would mean that they are in the right track. As long as John dies, it would be a huge victory for Hydra. Whitehall looked at the lords as they covered their noses from the smell of slags after human decomposition. They were fine as they had antidotes. He just smiled wickedly at them and said, "The Kages are no more. You can declare this on their villages tomorrow. We will carry out the assassination of John soon. In a week time all the high levels of Hydra will come together and discuss our future plans. Hope you all would be there." "Yes. We will definitely be there," said a lord as he too smiled at Whitehall. They both knew that the end meeting would be an all-out war and it would determine which world controlled which. By now the lords knew most about Hydra and their plans for world dominance. Like others, the lords too wanted more power by controlling this new world after dismantling Hydra and taking over them. New York. John had woken up like every other day. But he was all alone as Emma had gone away for training in OA. John didn't want to disturb her training, so he didn't contact her. John went to the Disney headquarters in New York with Bumblebee like always. During lunch, like always, he went to the roof for having his food in tranquility while watching videos. John always loved watching something while eating, it was one of his habit. As he was eating peacefully, a sniper from far away pointed the long muzzle of a Soviet-made gun. He had a metal left arm and wore a mask with heavy shades on his eyes. He took deep breaths as he pointed the gun's aim at John's head. After a minute or so, when John was eating his food leisurely, the sniper took the shot. The bullet went straight to his head. John's head blasted like a watermelon being bombed inside. Nothing remained. The body without a head couldn't sit straight for a second more and fell down. The bullet's impact was so huge that all the people downstairs heard it. The people downstairs knew something was wrong and many made a run upstairs as their chairman was having his lunch at the roof. When the people came to see what had happened, the ladies screamed in top of their lungs and even the men who came almost vomited out whatever they had in their stomach. This was a horrible scene to watch as blood was splashed all over the place and a body without a head was bleeding in the floor. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 101, A Shock to the World. An hour later a huge shock jolted the whole world. All the news channels were buzzing with the same news, and it was death of John Jameson. People were astounded by this news. Nobody had expected that John would die and that too was murdered in broad daylight. John was the most upstanding person the people could think of. He had a very clean image, did loads of charity work and made such incredible movies that almost everybody loved him. Jameson closed the office of Daily Bugle and gave the employees a week off from all work when the news came upon him. His eyes were red when he had announced this. He was very close to tears but didn't want to show it to people. After the last employee left the premises he burst into tears. The people who left the offices could hear his sobs from outside. Everybody felt sad and pity for their boss. John was loved here too. Due to his death the stock markets had a field day. It fluctuated violently. John's death affected many people emotionally. At evening Tony came out for a press conference. This has been a very sad day for humanity. My friend, my colleague and a great person had left us. I don't know who was his murderer, but I assure you this, that the name of Avengers isn't for a show. All of US will band together and get to the bottom of this. We won't sleep until the culprit is caught. Saying this, Tony left with a very sad face without entertaining any questions. Nick Fury too started searching for the culprit using S.H.I.E.L.D. as John was a consultant and as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. it was necessary to find out the murderer and bring him to justice. Hydra on the other hand sighed in relief. Even though John had knowledge of alchemy and had huge power, but he still couldn't save himself from a bullet. This proved that John didn't have any extra security and couldn't have any influence on the people who comes to this world. Hydra even checked on the dead body of John and matched with the records and found that it was really John who died. Whitehall, who saw this news, was rejoicing as the last doubts of his plan being a huge backstab in the future went down the drain. Now it was time for the last phase of his plan to be executed. 4 days went by after that. Hydra became more sure that John had really died. The Avengers went into a searching frenzy after this. Batman went out at night and hell rose for the underworld people. Tony went to Europe and Middle East to search for information, and even Diana joined this search. SHIELD 2 dispatched work forces to find the culprit. On the 5th day, the scheduled meeting between high levels of Hydra and politicians affiliated with them came to a secluded island. Every high-level member came, including Pierce, Whitehall, and others. Only Strucker and some of the agents under him didn't come, as he was busy with Loki's scepter and his experiments. The lords of the countries of Naruto's world arrived soon after. Hydra had built a temporary shelter in the island before, so after arriving everybody took their seats inside the shelter. There was an environment of joy inside, as Hydra and the lords had almost won the war. Hydra's agents had informed from the Naruto's world that there was a turmoil after the death of Kage, and there was a huge unrest and an air of uncertainty in the villages. "Cheers to our victory in taking over the world," Pierce said, holding a glass of wine. Standing behind him was a man with metal arm, Bucky Barnes, aka the Winter Soldier. "Cheers." Whitehall. Sunil Bakshi, who was the right-hand man of Whitehall, was present. They all cheered and everybody had wide smiles in their faces. "It's our collective victory," said the Lord of the Fire Country. "Now let's plan the second phase," Pierce said. Everybody who were in a jubilant mood got serious. "Let's discuss the Insight project. Zola is ready with the algorithm, and soon we will launch the satellite from the Lemurian star. We have made huge machines that can produce huge poison, and it will be administered in the villages, killing everyone in it." The lords who had some idea about the satellites and Insight project listened to the plan of Pierce. The idea of killing all the people in their villages kind of disgusted them, but it was necessary. But as they were listening, the lords of the countries felt their heads being dizzy. They felt as if the world was spinning rapidly. "You poisoned us. How?" "We had all administered with antidotes," the Lord of Fire Country said, as he realized what had happened and saw even the ninjas who he brought for personal safety was acting the same way as them. "We derived a less lethal poison from the main one. The previous antidotes don't work on them. Even though it won't kill the ninjas, it's enough to get you killed and get the ninjas unconscious for a few hours. In these 4 days we conducted an experiment on ninjas who went out, so we know the results. We have already spread it across the island, and the secret ninjas which you have sent to ambush us has all inhaled this poison," said Whitehall. "You all really played us. I thought we had the jump on you," said the Lord of Earth Country. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 102, Uno Reverse Card. The feudal lords died while the hidden ninjas who came for assassination lost consciousness when the lords were in the meeting. Whitehall looked at all of this with a huge grin. This was executed perfectly by him. Since the Kages and the lords were dead, their dimension would close off by itself. Since the key to entering and leaving the dimension rested on them, killing both of them have plugged the hole of their dimensions. Hydra won't even need to deal with the world of Naruto while they have these many unconscious ninjas on whom Hydra could experiment upon and even get to the bottom of so-called chakra. This would be a huge step in world domination and even step their foot into the universe later with this power. Alright. Wrap up everything. We need to take over the headquarters. I have already sent a bunch of agents to the Triskelion, Pierce said, as he had been recalling Hydra agents to the headquarters so that the takeover would be faster. The helicarriers were already a month away from launch. Thanks to the fear of Naruto's world, the World Council had approved of the Insight project at a much earlier time, and it became more easy for Pierce. As the agents were picking the unconscious ninjas to the Quinjets, all the Quinjets suddenly exploded. Everybody was surprised by this sudden explosions, and the high levels of Hydra knew that something was wrong. Before they could react, many of the high levels of Hydra got a bunch of notifications in the phone. Pierce opened his mobile only to see a notification that 2 missiles have been launched by S.H.I.E.L.D. One was heading towards the Lemurian star and other to the old training ground where Captain Rogers first trained, which was also the place where Arnim Zola's whole system was stored. Now all of them knew that this was a planned ambush, but they weren't sure who was behind this. As they were thinking of how to escape from the island, they saw 2 Quinjets approaching. It slowed down in an empty space and landed. From inside came out people whom Hydra never expected to be here. Nick Fury was the first person to come out, followed by the Avengers and a person whom Hydra thought to be dead already. What a bunch of snakes. Even after all these years, Hydra still lived on. Steve said in a furious tone. Pierce, do you have anything to say in your defense? Fury said calmly to his previous superior. From when did you know about the presence of Hydra? Pierce asked. From the very first day, Mr. Pierce. I was just too lazy to handle you all. But I didn't expect you to make such big flashy moves. Especially you, Whitehall. Living after so many years and feeding off on the body of another person, I thought you would be more knowledgeable. It turned out I overestimated you, the last person who came out from the Quinjet said. Yes. It was John. John always knew about the presence of Hydra's agents in the Naruto's world. He had deliberately let Hydra steal poison from the laboratory of Kankuro, as he was the master of poison. Hydra took the bait and experimented on the poison as the poison was secured in such a way that it showed everybody that it was very deadly poison. John even let Hydra take away notes of antidotes of the poison. Hydra did the experiment on the first test subject, that is the ninja. They were extremely sure that the poison was very effective against ninjas. Little did they know that all of this was a huge sham pulled by John. He let the ninja, with the use of genjutsu and some real elements, made Hydra believe that the experiment was a huge success. John couldn't let Hydra catch a body of any ninja, so he showed Hydra the most horrible way to die. After he knew that Hydra had experimented upon the ninja, John called over all the members of the Avengers and Nick Fury. Except for Diana and Bruce, who knew the presence of Hydra, everyone was taken aback. In fact, Fury didn't believe John at first, but when John showed him video of the meeting of Hydra and the feudal lords and the killing of ninja, he believed. Steve particularly was very angry. During the World War II, he had almost sacrificed his life to take down Hydra and Red Skull, but after so many years Hydra still remained and was more powerful than before. Disband S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve said. As he thought it would be better to disband S.H.I.E.L.D. and all the lurking agents of Hydra could be uprooted. Tony, Clint, and even Natasha thought it would be better to stop S.H.I.E.L.D. all the way. They have heard about how deep Hydra had invaded into S.H.I.E.L.D. and it would be very difficult to put all of them out. No. We can't disband S.H.I.E.L.D., said John suddenly. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 103, Hidden Moves. What do you mean no? I thought you will be the first to accept that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a rotten pot. And in this way we won't have any restrictions on us by this one-eyed guy. Tony said. He didn't even hesitate to mock Fury as finally Tony has the jump on him. Tony, you are naive if you think disbanding S.H.I.E.L.D. will restrict us. Do you think the governments will allow us to move freely? One day or other we will commit mistakes and these politicians won't even take a second to vilify us. At least with S.H.I.E.L.D. we have a better management. It's not perfect, but it keeps these self-centered people at bay. John said. Everybody was silent when they heard it. They knew what John said was right. Even though the hearing Senate had the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., but it was pretty apparent that even White House wanted to control Tony before. Another reason of not disbanding S.H.I.E.L.D. is that another world will merge soon in coming years. And this new world won't be in a separate dimension but totally adapting in broad daylight. Do you think Avengers would be able to handle such a huge thing? Huh. A new world. Which world? 7 Deadly Sins. I hope it's not that. Humanity will be in peril if that happens. Clint said as he loved watching that anime. Fury and others all looked for an answer, but John didn't reveal which world would merge. Fury, who was listening silently to all this, finally said, then how do you propose we clean S.H.I.E.L.D.? He had clear eye as he felt with John he might be able to salvage the situation. Cleaning S.H.I.E.L.D. is easy. We can ask Naruto and Sasuke to filter the Hydra agents with Naruto's Sage Mode and Sasuke's Sharingan. It might take some time, but it can be done. This will make S.H.I.E.L.D. weak. But you can ask the Kages for help in this regard. I am sure they will be more than happy to eradicate Hydra. Even though it was our joint plan, I don't think the Kages would take such an infringement of their territory lightly. Especially after the betrayal of Lords. This would lead to a better cooperation between S.H.I.E.L.D. and them. Add some ninjas into S.H.I.E.L.D. till you get enough manpower. Who knows, maybe you, Fury, would be able to convince some ninjas to work for you specifically. John had ideas of controlling S.H.I.E.L.D. in this way. If many ninjas get incorporated in S.H.I.E.L.D., he would be able to control many situations and have a proper knowledge of everything through S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury had a glint in his eye but didn't say anything. They finally planned to use the end meeting which Whitehall proposed involving all the major players of Hydra to banish Hydra to hell. We would need a foolproof plan. Nobody could know this plan except us. Bruce, who was listening to all of this, finally said, and they started planning accordingly. Steve, who was still not happy with it, finally accepted that S.H.I.E.L.D. won't be disbanded, but he had added a condition. I will accept your proposal, but only in one condition. Bruce Wayne will be the secretary of the World Council. Among us only Wayne is more paranoid than you, Fury. Him sitting at top will ensure that S.H.I.E.L.D. never goes in a wrong path again. John and Wayne was taken aback by this suggestion. He never expected that Captain America would suggest such a crazy condition. I will have to convince the World Council for this. Fury said with hesitation. Isn't Gideon Malik a member of World Council? Doesn't he belong to Hydra? We haven't even asked for proper compensation about the nuke they sent. They better put Wayne as the secretary, otherwise I won't mind inputting some sense into them. Tell them we have removed a tumor, and if they don't do it I will release all the dirty files of Hydra. I will see how governments deal with the aftermath. This time it was Tony who added. Bruce was his close friend and someone who saved him multiple times. Having him as the secretary would be a huge bonus. Fine, I will convince them. Fury said with a sigh. You haven't even asked me if I want to be the secretary. Bruce interjected. Bruce, you need a platform to show your face to people. Nobody will ever doubt you being Batman while serving as the secretary. You don't have Wayne Enterprises here anymore. With this you will have more access to many things. Tony said. Bruce thought for a minute and finally accepted this new management role. He could let Alfred take care of the most part while him continuing his own research. We will have to play all our roles accordingly. They will try to assassinate me. After my assassination you all better act well. Any doubts by Hydra will take us back to square one. John said. Will you be fine? Tony asked with a little worry in his face. I will be fine. I have already contacted Sasuke to help me in staging my death. I will make it look real. It was him who had been running around and spying on them. Okay people. We should go back to our places. Can't let Hydra know of this move of ours. Diana said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 104, Acting Cool. The plan was perfectly laid out and Hydra didn't even doubt a thing. John didn't even inform his father of this plan. He wanted everything to be real. This was the perfect time to uproot Hydra and stop more evil to bloom. The helicarriers didn't really bother John and others. What really bothered them was the hidden agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. which continued doing wrong to the world. The story planned by them went perfectly. Hydra and the feudal lords went to the secluded island as they had discussed before. It was this moment all the Avengers made their moves. Fury closed the Triskelion and Naruto went to headquarters to kill all the Hydra agents inside. Fury made sure that none of the information goes out, so he cut all the communication in the headquarters. Even though it won't kill all the agents, but this was a start. Sasuke has already started his journey to visit the S.H.I.E.L.D. bases all over the world to root out the agents. Present time. How did you survive our assassination? We had sent our best assassin. Pierce said. Do you think sending Bucky Barnes after me was enough? John replied. What? Bucky. My friend Bucky. What are you saying, John? Steve, who was listened, almost jumped. Yes, Captain. Your friend Bucky is alive. That guy behind Pierce with a metal arm is your friend Bucky. But Natasha here knows him with another name. The Winter Soldier. John said. This was an absolute new information for them as they never expected Bucky was live. John had never spoken of this before to the members. Natasha too was taken aback. Then she proceeded to tell the story where she was shot long ago in a mission by the Winter Soldier. My friend will never be a Hydra agent. Steve said as he couldn't process that Bucky was an agent of Hydra, and how was his friend alive after all these years? You are right, Captain. He was brainwashed. Take Bucky away. I will tell his story later. The others can rot in hell. John said. You all have inhaled our poison. Do you think you can survive? Pierce said, cutting off the conversation between Natasha and others while directing the agents to point their guns at Captain and the others with a smile. The poison was still lingering in the air when Fury and others landed. While Hydra had antidote, but he was sure that Fury wouldn't be able to conjure an antidote in a small time. How did you think Hydra were able to steal the poison from Kankuro's lab? We let you. You all had been under our plan from the beginning. Do you really think you can easily kill a Kage? Ha. You all really think that technology can solve everything? Some things can never be overcome by technology. And even if it was possible, you are not smart enough yet. That's a lie. If the poison was so ineffective, why did the ninjas around here fell unconscious? Whitehall screamed when he said that. Do you really think they are unconscious? John said, and the next moment all the unconscious ninjas lying around suddenly vanished from their spots. Before Whitehall could react, there was a kunai placed under his chin, touching the skin of the neck. Whitehall instantly knew that making a small move would just result to his death. Many of the agents around who were already pointing their guns at Fury and others saw kunais being placed in their necks. New ninjas emerged from the shadows. Some were sitting on the branches of trees while some were standing behind agents ready to make moves if the agents tried to do any funny thing. You see, Whitehall, how stupid you are. Your plan was flawless, but you forgot a basic thing. Only power reigns supreme. Having fake control over power doesn't really amount to anything. Okay guys, you can disarm all the agents here and leave. Trust me, you all don't want to be in this island after a few minutes. John said as the agents were disarmed. John and others were returning to their Quinjets. This was basically John showing how cool he was in front of his enemies. John had always wanted to stage a show where he shows his face at the end and act cool while making the enemies know that he has won the war. This was John fulfilling his vanity a little. Ha, Fury. When did you become such a man with soft spot? Said Pierce as he was being disarmed like all others. Only Bucky was caught by two ninjas and was led to the Quinjet after making him fall unconscious. Do you think we are going to just leave you all in this island? Your deaths should be meaningful to the world. Didn't you want a better world? Your death will serve a greater purpose and help us experiment on many things. Thank you, Steve said with an evil smile. He had too much hatred against Hydra, and John had already laid out plans involving their death. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 105, The Legendary Stone. Whitehall and others had a bad premonition when Roger said that. He was the last to enter the Quinjet. The ninjas walked away from the island and stood a distance away from the island as John had directed them to. There were other Quinjets hovering outside over the sea to take them away. John actually let the lords die. Even though he gave free will to all his summons, they could never act against John or his friends. So when Hydra first contacted them with the notion of making plans, it was doomed to fail. John later contacted Orochimaru to help him set up bodies and set the whole plot. The lords were led to death because their death didn't really matter to him and it would make the story more believable. Even in his previous life, John didn't like the lords. He will make Kages as the lords of the countries. It was better that way and everything would be in better control. The ninjas stood on the water looking out for agents and people who might try to swim away. Some even tried to swim, but the ninjas attacked and made them unable to take a single more step outside. Now everybody were desperate. Most of the members of Hydra present in the island were high-level members, like Gideon Malik, Whitehall, Pierce, Rumlow, Mitchell Carlson, and various others. Now they had no idea what was going to happen and they could do nothing to stop. After Fury and their Quinjets hovered few meters away from the island, Tony finally couldn't stand it and said, "Shall we start? I can't wait for these maggots to die." "Ha. Fine. Trigger the transmutation circle," John said. Tony clicked a remote button and the next moment everybody could see a red thin lightning all over the island. The red lightning was so bright that it was visible from many kilometers away. The red lightning didn't actually harm anybody in the island instantly and everybody were confused about what happened. Rumlow, who was watching this, finally remembered a story and he screamed, "You piece of S***T. You want to make Philosopher's Stone from our dead souls. This is inhumane even for you." Sadly, nobody in the Quinjet could hear Rumlow. After a couple of seconds, as the lightning galloped over the island, all the agents died without leaving anything. This was the transmutation circle for making Philosopher's Stone. A stone with which a person can perform alchemy while ignoring the rule of equivalent exchange. It means a person can create anything out of thin air if he knows alchemy. But the Philosopher's Stone that John had now created would be an incomplete one. In order to make a complete one, probably a country needed to be sacrificed. After a minute or so, when the lightning died, John and others returned to the island. Tony switched off the working of the circle and all went into the center of the island. John and Tony had drawn the circle long before Hydra arrived at the island. So Hydra never noticed the drawings on the ground, which was hidden by leaves and sand. At the center of the island there was a small red stone lying on the ground. John went and picked it up. He could feel the power of the stone already from the alchemic reactions on the tattoos. He snapped his fingers while directing his hands above. Instantly a huge burst of red fire blasted above. The heat of the fire was so high that everybody had to step behind. The fire reached a massive distance of almost a kilometer. So this is the power of Philosopher's Stone. When the stone in Harry Potter movie is a joke. This is what real power looks like. "What are you going to do with it, John?" Tony said as he didn't ask for the stone. The knowledge of alchemy wasn't his to belong with. "Keep it for rainy weather. This experimentation never happened and no records would be made for it," John said as he looked at Fury. "Yes. This thing never happened. This much power should not ever come in public," Steve said. As he too saw the power of a snap, though John could always create fire before with a snap, but this was too much. A kilometer-long fire trail sent chills in everybody's spine. Fury nodded to it as he too felt it was too strong. "Sure, on the condition that the stone will only be used in emergencies. What do you think of me? A world conqueror? Do you think I have so much free time to do that?" John retorted. "Okay, let's go back. We have work to do and you, John, have a lot of apologizing to do. What are you going to say to the public?" Tony said with a mocking smile. Even though they were friends, in business point of view they were rivals. "What are you smiling for? Did you forget the new company we just created?" John said. Fine. Fine. This little head can't even take a joke," Tony lamented. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 106, Apologizing. Everybody had tons of work to do after the demise of Hydra's top levels. Fury had to make a huge report to the World Council about Hydra and the hidden moves he just made without consulting the World Council. Of course, appointing Bruce as the new secretary would also count itself in the report. Tony and others were dispatched to kill the remaining Hydra agents. Since almost all the high levels were dead, they needed to root out smaller agents before there is unrest in S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury asked for help from the Kages and they happily dispatched many ninjas to deal with them. John assured Bucky's story would be dealt with after proper time. Bucky was taken to an isolated chamber and only Steve had access to meet Bucky. Only Steve could trigger his hidden memories. John knew that getting back to normal would take time, so he had just left it to others. John reached home the next day. He was little trembling inside as he knew that his actions had hurt his father. He knocked at the door of his old home early morning. He had to wait for almost 5 minutes before the door opened. What presented in front of him was a person who seemed that aged a lot and reeked of alcohol. Jameson looked disheveled and unkempt. John felt very guilty seeing his father in this situation. "Dad. I am back." Jameson, who didn't even open his eyes properly, trembled when he heard that voice. When he finally opened his eye fully and looked at his son, he was struck. The next moment he threw himself to John and hugged him tightly. Jameson didn't want to let go as he felt that he would lose his son again. After a minute he finally let go. "Son. You are back. You are really back. Back alive." "Yes, Dad. Sorry for all the pain. I was on a secret mission of S.H.I.E.L.D. I had to stage my death and make it as realistic as possible. I am sorry to hurt you." Jameson looked at his son and finally believed his son to be real and that he wasn't hallucinating. "Dad, let's go inside and talk. You need to go and shower. You reek of strong alcohol. Where is Val? Don't teach me what I need to do and what not." "Val is at home. I sent her away. She was in tears every day. It was hard for both of us. I will call her back now," Jameson said as he went to reach out for his phone. "You should go have a bath first. I will call Val. I will make some breakfast for us. Okay. Don't run away again, son. I don't want to lose you. Rest assured, Dad. I will not run away again." John informed Val to come back. Val was overjoyed to hear the voice of John again and rushed to their home. By the time she reached, breakfast was ready and Jameson came out of the shower looking fresh. John apologized profusely to both of them and explained why he pulled such a huge prank. The story of Hydra and its history and how the Avengers needed to stage such a huge net to catch it. Jameson and Val finally forgave John as it was involved in world security. But Jameson was surprised that John had such close connections with Avengers Group. The group of Avengers became famous after the New York War and Tony himself propagated the name of Avengers publicly. Though he didn't reveal all the people, but the people knew that from videos there were Thor, Diana, Bruce Wayne, Hulk and 3 other people. The most mysterious one was the man in Umbu mask. Most people didn't consider Green Lantern as an Avenger as he didn't belong to Earth and his playground was the galaxy. Many people thought like Batman and Wonder Woman this new guy was a ninja, but his powers weren't consistent with ninja powers and they were on the alchemy side. That's why the people were very confused. Though many people speculated that it might be John Jameson, but he was just one of the suspects and there were many suspects. "How will you deal with the press and public? They won't let you go after the huge prank you pulled on the world," Jameson said while eating. "I will deal with them as I had always dealt with things. Using half-truth," John said. They continued talking of how they managed to catch Hydra. Of course John didn't mention his powers. And conjured a half-truth about how Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. dealt with Hydra. Though he doubted that John had alchemic powers, but he never asked John as he felt it might be invasion of privacy. John was old enough to handle his private matters himself. In fact, Jameson felt proud of his son after what he had achieved of his age. He had achieved what few people could not even dream in their whole life. If his son was a superhero too, so be it. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 107, The Planned Movies. The next day a press conference was called by both Disney and Stark Industries together. It was said that Tony Stark will address about the death of John Jameson. The reporters came flocking by as the rumors itself was interesting enough. Soon the stage was set and the reporters took the seats. After few minutes Tony emerged from behind and came up. "So, the last few days had been traumatizing for you all, I presume. With all the running around after the death of John. Well, I am here to say that we have solved the puzzle of John's death. The truth is John Jameson is alive and well," Tony said as he pointed his finger to the stage behind. The reporters were shocked by this sudden revelation and turned their heads to look at the direction where Tony pointed. John emerged from behind the stage with a smile. He came up to the center and said, "Good morning all. I know this comes as a shock to you all about me staging my death. I will explain it in a very concise way possible. My life was in danger and I was being hunted by a certain individual. We didn't know when I would be attacked. So I let myself in the open so that I could be assassinated openly. Of course that was a huge drama staged by me. The Avengers helped me in this regard. In the past few days when I was hiding, the Avengers were able to catch the culprit and put him into jail. He would be seeing trial soon for an attempt to murder. This was all a joint operation of me and the Avengers. John said. The reporters immediately got up from their seats and flocked around John for questions. John answered the best he could. Answering the reporters was probably his toughest work. After half an hour of answering, John left. He needed to go back to Disney to continue his work and handle the management again. The people in Disney had already got the information that John faked his death. Bob and Kevin thanked the stars that John was back, as he was the best boss and a living money-making machine. They didn't want to lose such a great chairman. The people of the world came to know about the fake death of John. Most of them were relieved, as John had a huge and positive influence on people. His cartoons, movies, and animes were top-notch, and people really loved him as a character. Though many were angry with John as the market fluctuated a lot due to his fake death, but it didn't really affect many people at the end, as the term of his fake death was short. So did you miss me? John asked everyone who came to the meeting in Disney. Of course, sir. Kevin said. Good. Anyways, are the movies and series I asked to work on is on schedule? Yes, sir. One animated movie, one animated series, and a superhero movie is on the right track. All the works are in post-production sequence now. Everything will be out by the end of this year. Good. That's great. John had planned many animes that would be released next year. Those animes could help him more. Even though he didn't really lack powers and he was almost at the top of food chain, he still wanted to have a plan if any situation goes south. John discussed about the direction of the company and even said that he might be busy with a new company that would be launched soon with Tony. This new information made the others sad, as they thought he might be busy with the new company and wouldn't give time to Disney anymore. John saw their expressions but didn't say anything about it. He could never leave Disney, as this was his lifeblood and Disney was basically the fuel to his power. After discussing everything, John went home by evening. He was tired. The last week was a hectic one. With all the staged shows and being hidden from everyone was challenging for him. John inherently was lazy, so too much mental work made him exhausted. He returned to his bed but was sad to see that he was still alone. Emma still hasn't arrived from OA. He even thought of going to OA. The system powers didn't allow him to teleport to places where he could summon his characters. This was a huge drawback and almost cursed the system for it. Soon days went by and it was the month of October, 2012. As he came back home, he saw that the door was opened. He felt suspicious, but then he remembered something and immediately overjoyed. He almost ran inside only to see Emma standing wearing a sexy dress. Miss me, baby. John almost ran to her arms and kissed her. John really missed her a lot. He lifted her up and went to the bedroom. They both needed to feel each other up before making a proper conversation. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 108, The Usual Routine. Little bit of cringe. Late in the morning the next day, John finally opened his eyes to see Emma lying with her arms around him. She looked way too beautiful and peaceful for John to handle. He kissed her in the forehead. Emma opened her eyes slightly. She looked at John and said, "Seems like you really missed me a lot." Emma said with a sleepy tone. "Yes, of course I did. I can make you feel again of how much I missed you." John said with an evil smile. "Stop. Don't you want to know how I was all these months?" "Sure. What did you learn? What did the Guardians tell you?" John asked. "Many things. Most of the records were from the previous universe. That universe was scary. The Guardians are still accumulating knowledge of this universe. This will take years. But I saw some records of this universe. 2 words can be described for this universe. Utter chaos. Yes, it's chaotic out there. Wars are constant in this universe." John said. Emma wasn't surprised by John knowing about this universe, as he could dream many things. Yes, so now it will be the responsibility of the Lanterns to bring order. The Guardian said it will take a couple of years to make new sets of rings. I was the trial version of them. There had been some changes about the working of the green element. The Guardians decided that it won't be safe with me alone outside. So they will let me go for patrol only after the full Lantern Corps is created. Until then I am free. That's great. You can complete your studies too till then. They have been bugging me for you missing the classes the past few days. John said. Yes, I can also be with you without much worry. Emma said. Tell me about you. What did you do? Me. A lot has happened. Uprooted an old organization and killed a bunch of people. Huh. What the hell happened when I was gone? Emma asked. John then proceeded to tell her about Hydra and how they killed everyone in Hydra. Emma was surprised that such a commotion occurred when she was away, but was happy that they came out victorious. They talked for hours after that as they had so much to talk about. Emma talked about her life in OA. She had went for sightseeing in the universe with Hal and even confronted a team of space pirates. John was interested in this story and asked what did he see. Well, there were aliens and basically scums of the universe. They were trying to hijack a traveling ship. We just blew their ships. Emma said. How does it feel to travel in the universe without anything? John was always curious about how the Green Lanterns traveled. Even though he could do it himself now by changing him to Green Lantern but didn't have the chance to do it yet. It was refreshing in the beginning to see the distant stars clearly, but it turns boring real soon. It's fortunate that we travel very fast, otherwise I would just die of boredom. I must say traveling in such high speed feels weird. I can only imagine. Oh yes, I will teach you about alchemy. For close range fights it will be helpful for you. John said. Sure. I will take defense classes too. I need to be better at it. Hal could defeat me without even using the ring. John decided to take a day off today. He wanted to spend time with Emma. After having breakfast they got ready to go out and have fun. They went for shopping and even went to the Central Park and spent the rest of the day. We need a vacation. John said. Yes we do. We can all go together. Hal will come soon. With the Avengers we can have a good time. Emma said. Sure. After the movies come out we can all go together to a beautiful place. The next few days went as normal as could be and it was finally the month of November. In the mid of November, the first movie of John for this year would be out. It was an animated movie and people were surprised that John came for the premiere himself. Even Tony Stark showed up for the movie. Bruce too came for the premiere. He was now the Secretary of World Council. The World Council accepted the conditions of the Avengers for putting Bruce as the Secretary. Of course Nick Fury didn't mention them that he was Bruce Wayne. Fury had already made a whole history of Bruce before. Fury just said to the World Council that he trusted Bruce and he wanted only him to be Secretary. S.H.I.E.L.D. had a huge number of ninjas too as Fury asked for help from the Kages. They had been very busy recently with killing the hidden agents. John deliberately didn't let S.H.I.E.L.D. in the path of Von Strucker as Scarlet Witch was important for him. Chapter 109, a sci-fi animated movie. John and Emma came out of their iconic yellow Camaro as John never used any other car except for B. There were less reporters this time as nobody expected John to be here as he almost never comes for premieres of animated movies. Still 2 reporters came forward and interviewed John. Mr. John, you and Tony will start a new company. Can you tell us anything about? Actually Tony and Pepper will be handling the main situation. I can only tell you this that it will help our Earth and energy sector. Sir, no offense, you almost never come for premiere of animated movies. Is there any particular thing about this movie? No. Me and Emma were just bored at home. So thought of having a fun with this movie. John replied. From the corner of his eyes he saw Tony and Pepper stepping out of drift. Now the people knew that something was definitely up with the movie. John has a history of making movies out of real life and many wondered if this movie had any real elements. Many reporters asked Tony but he too like John didn't disclose anything about the movie. Truth to be said John actually didn't say anything about the futuristic things that was about to arrive. He too like others were curious. Pepper was happy to see Emma again. Nobody knew where Emma vanished for the past few months but everybody was happy to see her again. Pepper suddenly noticed a ring in Emma's ring finger. She was dumbfounded. Emma, did you get engaged to John? John never said that you two got engaged. Pepper said. Tony too suddenly noticed a green ring in Emma's finger. Huh. Engaged. Boy, are you really engaged? This green-colored ring looks weird. It feels like I have seen it somewhere. Tony said. Emma blushed a bit but finally said, No. We aren't engaged. This ring has another significance. She even peeped at John as Emma really wanted to be engaged and get married to John someday. Though it was too fast but she did wish to spend her lifetime with John. Tony, you are smart. I think you can figure it out. John replied this time. Tony thought for a second and then his eyes went big. He looked at the ring more closely and was sure if the ring was what he thought. Emma, you are a space policeman now. Tony said. Yes. I was in OA for the past few months. I am the first Green Lantern that belongs to this universe. Emma said with a hint of pride. Pepper was surprised that Emma was chosen to be a Green Lantern. She was genuinely happy that Emma has become a Green Lantern. It means that was another person in Avengers and she could help the team too. Tony got jealous a bit and said, fine. Pepper, I will make you a suit too so that you can be a superhero like Emma. Forget it, I am not a fighter. Avenging is your world. As Tony was asking about the planet OA to Emma, Banner and Wayne arrived at almost the same time. They too got to know about Emma being a Green Lantern and they were happy that a new person has joined their team. Alright people, let's go and watch the movie, said John as he led them inside. The movie started with a small kid reading a book. But the book looked different as it had holographic function and even had voice function. The book told the story of a great pirate who in the vast universe looted all that he could in his lifetime. His wealth became so huge that he had a planet just to keep his treasures hidden away. The boy was very much engrossed in the story till his mother barged him. His mother too joined the kid in reading the story. The story continued on with the kid becoming an adult. He turned out to be rebellious but a genius in machinery. Their world was futuristic where aliens were everywhere. The main difference between their universe and other universes was that there was no vacuum in space. People used spaceships that looked like boat ships while the sails used solar wind to travel across the vast universe. The story followed the young adult and his journey in the universe to find the lost planet of the pirate where he buried all his treasures. The movie's name was Treasure Planet. It was an old movie of Disney. John had almost forgotten of the movie. After much thinking he finally decided on this movie because this would allow John to have more influence on people if he used the technology of using solar wind to travel. This would allow humanity to travel in the solar system after modifications. Chapter 110, The New Technology. John didn't want to propagate a technology that would directly launch humanity into vast space because that would be dangerous. John just wanted something to influence the humanity and maybe launch them into a pre-space era. After extracting 1 or 2 ships from the movie, Tony would be able to easily copy ideas from the ships. Like artificial gravity and use of solar wind to travel. Use of such technology will only allow humanity to be in the boundaries of the solar system as there would be no solar wind after you reach the boundary. Tony and John through the company would have total control over the ships that can be created and this would greatly influence John's fan values. He would use these ships' platform to propagate more of his works and gather more fan values. Audience loved the movie and applauded such a vivid story. Tony on the other hand was lost in his thoughts. Pepper saw this and nudged Tony. What are you thinking? Well, thinking that Elon Musk is going to go bankrupt soon. Tony said with sarcastic sadness. Huh? Why? Pepper asked. Do you think his ideas of clean energy will be able to beat the ideas of use of solar wind for travel? We can use solar energy in cars and travel across more efficiently. It will basically launch humanity to a new era. John, isn't that your main plan? Yes. That's the plan. This era will be controlled by us. John said. Great plan. I am now envious of your dream power, John. Try to guide more worlds towards us. We can basically control everything through technology. This use of solar power will even give more power to my suit and conserve more energy. Tony said. Do you think it's that easy? By the way, we need a vacation. I can't guide the ships here in New York. We need to get out. John suggested as Emma and him were having this plan before. Yes. I too need a vacation. All this running around needs to stop for time being. Where will the ships land? Tony said. That's a surprise. In a week we will leave. Everybody is welcome to join. Bring Banner too. I will invite Diana. John said. Bruce, you are coming, right? John asked. New technology. I am interested too. Bruce said flatly. John and others left after the movie. The new animated and superhero series would be out soon, and in fact a new game would be out during the starting of next year. CD Projekt Red will be releasing the new game as John had a deal with them. He was really looking forward for his favorite game to be released. The week went by as everybody got ready for the vacation. Early morning everyone came to the private hangar. Banner and Diana too joined in as they were invited. Even Hal had come back from OA as he didn't have much work to do there. So everybody is here. Let's go. John said as they boarded the private airplane. John, your series would come to an end. Why don't you make it as a movie like always? That's a weird decision to make. Banner said as he was very much interested in John's works. Banner was basically a weeb after getting in touch with animes. Because a person from that series will arrive in a much later period. Let the people take time with it. John replied. Another person. Guess we will have to finish watching it then. Steve said as he too had joined. How is everything with Bucky? John asked. He is still not fully back. He recognizes me but can't remember everything else. We'll have to wait for him to fully heal. After 10 hours of long flight the plane finally landed in a small airport. So we are in India. I guess these islands are secluded. A good place to guide the ships here. Tony said. Yes. Welcome to Andaman and Nicobar Islands. John in his previous life visited the islands. There are a bunch of islands which aren't inhabited and he could easily sail to one such island and extract the ship while also enjoying the beautiful place once again. John had already booked everything and went to a luxurious hotel to rest. They would leave for a secluded island tomorrow. The hotel was a sea-facing one and everybody loved it. So do you like this place? John asked. Of course I love it. Emma said. The next day John and others left for a very secluded island from a private boat. John had already sent a huge private boat to the harbor before after transforming it with the help of Cube. John didn't want any third party to join this vacation and with the help of Cube they could travel without any problems. They all traveled to an island which was far away from the main islands. After landing on the beach they set up small tents as they wanted to spend the rest of the vacation in the island. Chapter 111, Show Off. When will the ships arrive? Tony asked as he was excited to get his hands on the new technology. The New York War was traumatizing for him. Even though they won it by a huge mile, but space had always been mysterious to him. This was their first step to space travel and he was looking forward to it. In time, Tony. Relax. Enjoy the vacation for now. John said. Tony got little disappointed but didn't try to force. They finally all set up their tents, sat down on the beach while eating snacks and enjoying the sea. John remembered something and finally said. Guys, I have another intention of coming to this secluded place. After the New York War I received a new power and truth to be said I never dared to try it. Finally here so far away I can use it. New power. Now dreams gives you powers too. Damn. I should sleep more. Tony lamented. Can we see? Steve asked with hesitation as having powers is a very private matter. Even Emma was surprised as John never mentioned of this new power. Watch me. John said and then suddenly his arms stretched and it transformed into very long and wide feathers. The feathers were burning in blue light with a bit of golden flames that sparked slightly everywhere. Soon the flames covered the body and John transformed into a huge bird of flames. The bird looked exquisite with golden flamed tails and blue fire all over the body. The bird flapped its wings as it hovered in air. Everybody was surprised after seeing this. They were in awe with such a huge bird that looked like it bathed in flames. Banner's eyes were shining differently as he knew what this power was. You ate the Tori no Mi? Banner asked. Yes, Banner, said the bird. Wait. You are saying that John ate the mystical Zoan fruit? Holy Mother of God. You are nigh invincible now. Tony said as he too follows anime but not as religiously as Banner. What is Tori no Mi? Steve asked as he wasn't still up to date with all the anime. In simple words, John is basically a phoenix. The bird of the legends. He can almost never be killed. No matter what physical damage he receives he can heal himself. And can even heal others. Diana said as they too watched the anime. Phoenix. Oh my god. That is a legendary creature. Pepper said while holding her hands before her mouth to stop her from screaming more loudly. John flapped his wings and went high up in the air. He wanted to fly a bit around the island and feel the fresh air. He never used this power before so he wanted to see how powerful he was. Even though he didn't know hockey his flames were strong enough. No wonder he never cared before about his own assassination. He can never be assassinated. No one on Earth has the power to kill him. Banner said. Steve and other sighed as they got to understand how powerful John was now. Emma was very happy as John has taken a major leap and he would be safe no matter what. John came back after a few minutes as he had flown enough and got a feel of fresh salty air. I thought after becoming a Green Lantern I might be able to defeat you. What a nice dream it was. Emma said. Oh come on, me being your boyfriend can't be weak. Can I? John said. Guys, the ship will come in a few days. Until then enjoy the vacation and you can watch the series too. You will see an interesting world. John said. John, can you heal Bucky? Steve suddenly asked. I am not sure if the fires of resurrection can heal his brain. His brain isn't actually damaged. It's just that his neuron wires are aligned a little differently. Banner answered it as he was an expert in this field. Don't worry Steve, he will be fine soon. John assured. Everybody else spent the rest of the day enjoying in the beach. The island was big and it had a great beach along the shores. The sunset was breathtaking to see from the island. The next day the scheduled series was released on Netflix and everybody started watching it together. They were curious about a new character that was going to arrive. The animated series started with a background voice of a girl saying, Water. Earth. Fire. Air. My grandmother used to tell me stories about the old days. Of the time of peace when the Avatar kept balance, that all changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Yes. John went to the series of Avatar, The Last Airbender as a new character to handle a special situation. He couldn't let too high profile of a character be out, and Aang would be the perfect candidate for his plans. Chapter 112, Two Ships. Everybody spent the whole day binge-watching the series. They loved the series. It was a journey of a young boy who could control all four elements but never learned the process. He joins up a waterbender and her brother to stop the Fire Nation conquering everything. The series ended with the defeat of the Fire Lord while him mastering the Avatar state. He maintained his vow of never killing anyone until the end and defeated the Fire Lord by taking away his fire bending. It took 3 days to binge-watch the whole series with everybody. It was a vivid story and all loved it. Who is coming from that series? Diana finally asked the question that was burning inside everyone. It's Aang with Appa, Momo, and Katara. John didn't want to rip the family much apart and wanted to keep Aang happy as much as possible. Although he could always erase memories with the help of system like always, John didn't want to alter his summon's memories too much. Memories are what makes human beings humane. That's a pity. He can never be an Avenger. Banner said as Aang had the vow of never killing. This alone excludes him from joining their team as they had to constantly kill when required. Where will you guide him? Bruce asked. I heard Coulson has formed a team which has a free reign and carry out mission which involves any kind of extraordinary events. S.H.I.E.L.D. can let him join with Appa and Coulson will be a perfect person to guide him to our new world. John replied. John wanted to handle the case of Inhumans with Aang. Since their trajectory has already changed with the death of Agent Grant Ward, Aang would be a perfect candidate to join in and see the new world. John would just share memories of Inhumans and some aspects of the story. He believed Aang would be capable enough to handle afterlife as the Inhumans lived away from society, and Aang will understand them better since he was himself a monk. There was enough time for Aang to grow as the story of Inhumans would take more than a year to start. John was looking forward to see what kind of butterfly effect would Aang create. He also remembered about the lost Inhuman, the Hive. It sure will be interesting. After another day of lazing around the island with the boat and visiting the nearby islands and beaches, it was finally time for John to extract 2 ships from the movie Treasure Planet. Ding. Total fan values, 2.3 billion. Value of extracting ship from Treasure Planet, 5 million. Value will depend on the size and firepower of the ship. Extract 2 ships. 1 large and 1 big small with no firepower. Ding. Command executed. Total fan value spent, 11 million. Urging the host to work hard. Everybody was looking at John, who was closing his eyes with expectations, as this was the first time John would guide something near them, as John had always guided people and things in solitary places. John opened his eyes and waved his hands. Suddenly a huge portal opened and 2 ships came out. One was a huge ship with triple masts, while the other was a smaller one with a single mast. Both the ships looked almost the size of normal old-fashioned ships of Earth. Only difference was that the sails were glistening in the sun. There were polygon-shaped golden lines on the sail of both the ships. And both the ships at the reed end and on the sides had propulsion cannons. Both ships landed on the beach as John wasn't sure if the ships were waterproof. Alright, who here is a very old person? Tony asked. Diana and Steve raised their hands. That was a trick question, Steve. Diana is more old than you. Your generation didn't have such old ships. Diana, do you know how to drive the old ships? Yes, I learnt in Amazon. Diana replied. Great. We will use this to go to Jurassic Park. I have an extra laboratory built exactly for this. Let's hop into it, people. Can't wait to try this baby myself. Tony said with an adventurous tone. Everybody hopped into the ship. Tony soon figured out a rough idea of the ship's mechanism and started the engine with the help of Diana. Even though there was no solar wind in the Earth's atmosphere, the winds and the solar energy were high enough for it to sail in air. Alright, buckle yourselves. It might be a bumpy ride. Emma, sorry to bother you, but only you save us all in a jiffy if there is any problem. Diana will ride the small one while I will ride the big one. Sure. Emma said. Diana, Bruce, and Banner went into the small ship, while others on the bigger ship. Tony taught her a rough idea for controlling the thrusters, while Diana taught Tony how to use wind energy to their advantage. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 113, New People. Both of the ships set sailed. The ship went high up in the air and flew away. Everybody was surprised by its high speed and stability, including John. He didn't expect the ships to sail in such high speeds. They proved to be much faster than John expected. John really didn't expect this as he had some serious doubts on the physics involved in it. Tony, how fast do you reckon these ships can really go? John asked. Well, their universe is very weird. Here, due to air resistance, the ships can't travel in supposed high speeds. In vacuum, I presume they will sail much faster. According to my calculation, it can travel much faster than our current technology of spaceships. But we can never go beyond our solar system with it. It's possible to travel to Mars and other nearby planets, and that's it. Of course, our spaceships equipped with these sails will be different, and we will try to achieve maximum efficiency. It will be easy for us to insert our hands in transport industry. Good. Do it. We can use this technology in cars, ships, and planes. Then within a year or two we will go for space. John said. Yes. Banner can also join the team and give his opinions in this huge project. Tony said. Sure. They reached the Jurassic Park after a day of boring journey. The laboratory was already built, and so Tony, Bruce, and Banner got to work after arriving in the island. Pepper too joined as she had to make necessary changes to the new company, and Tony would advise on it. At the end, only John and Emma came back to New York. Emma got busy with the classes while John was looking into the new superhero movie which would release at Christmas. In fact, the superhero series would finish in a few days' time too. John wanted to extract a cheap superhero from it and send it to S.H.I.E.L.D. It didn't really matter to John with the new superhero, but John needed the third season of this series as he had plans to use it for more influence in the world. John called up Nick Fury as he needed to talk with him. Fury arrived at evening to talk since John asked for a proper meeting. So the satellites picked up 2 new ships arriving at Jurassic Park. Are those what I think they are? Fury asked first. As John had asked S.H.I.E.L.D. beforehand to notify the Air Force of various countries not to disturb them while they traveled to Jurassic Park. If you are asking if those ships are from the Treasure Planet movie, then yes. Currently Tony and others are dismantling it and figuring out the technology. Humanity is going to take a leap. We will arrive in space era soon. John said. Fury got a headache because introduction such a technology to society would cause massive changes in the market. But then again, Earth needed a boost, especially after the New York War. And this was the correct time for introducing such a technology. I called you here for 2 things. I suppose you have watched Avatar. Aang is going to arrive with Appa, Momo, and Katara. He is still young like in the series and knows all bending, including the Avatar state. I want Coulson to be his mentor. Fury, who heard this, was shocked. Superpowered beings again. And such a huge animal too. It's going to be a headache to explain to World Council. I will let Wayne talk to the World Council about it. What is the second thing? Aang will be somewhere in the North Cascades National Park. Tell Coulson to start searching, and another thing is that your precious Hawkeye is going to get a new companion. Watch out for the new upcoming series. Companion. Hawkeye. You mean an archer? Alright, I am looking forward to it. You can try convincing him of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. I won't be guiding him anywhere. You take care of it. John said as he really didn't care about this new guy. It was just on a whim that he will extract this new superhero and his girlfriend. Fury left after discussing some things about the new series. John just gave a general idea of the new series. After a week the new series was finally finished. The 3rd season will finish and then he could extract all the required characters. The series was about a rich playboy which got stranded on an island for 5 years. When he returned back, he was a changed person. He became a vigilante and started killing the corrupt people in the city. He was basically an archer like Hawkeye. The 1st season was him finding out that his best friend's father was the main enemy. The 2nd season was about an old enemy from the island coming back to kill him, while the last season was about Ra's al Ghul. Yes, the series was the Green Arrow series from DC. John made sure that there were DC movie references all over the series, denoting that Oliver Queen belonged to the same world as Batman. This gimmick would help him earn more fan values. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donation by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 114, Another Archer. John basically needed the template of Ra's al Ghul and his League of Assassins. He wanted to influence the underground world like the Mandarin. Since the actual Mandarin has taken his office off, the League can fit in perfectly in the shadows. The people in the underground world would definitely notice this new League and follow his series. This would help him gain lots of fan value. John didn't want to tell anyone of it. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. would find it out later, John could just say that he didn't know from his dreams if they arrived or not. Another reason for bringing Ra's al Ghul was Lazarus Pit. The water that could provide long life to anyone and heal wounds. Even though John had the Philosopher's Stone, he wanted to have as many contingencies as possible. John spent a total of $500 million on Aang, Appa, Momo, Katara, and the League of Assassins. The League along with Roz was placed in a dimension that was located very deep in the Himalayas so that people would find it difficult to search for them. He shared his memories with Roz and ordered him to control the underground world slowly and influence as many people as possible, hiding the identity of the League. The last 20 million was spent on Oliver Queen and Felicity Smoke. Since John finished the series in 3rd season, so there was a romance between Oliver and Felicity. John just removed Oliver's memory of his child as that memory might influence him. John, who was sitting in the family room with Emma while operating the system from his mind, suddenly asked her, "Do you want to see Felicity and Oliver? How they will be coming too?" Emma said as they had just finished watching the whole series. "Yes," John said. "They will come soon." The next day morning the doorbell of their home rang. John went and opened the door. There stood a very handsome tall man with blonde hair and a beautiful woman. "Come in," John said. It was Oliver and Felicity, and he summoned them yesterday in a random place in New York. Emma looked at the couple with a smile and invited them inside. They all sat down and Oliver spoke. "I guess you know of us since you made almost a perfect replica of my life." "Yes, I know everything of you." John had to play this initial act in front of Emma. Even though he felt guilty of hiding his system from Emma, but there was no way around it. "Took me some time to find your home," Oliver said. "Do you all have any plans?" Emma asked them instead. "No. We have no idea what we should do. We just arrived yesterday. One moment we were sleeping in our bed, the other moment we were in a completely different apartment. This is crazy. Took time to understand that we had come to another universe. Saw that our life story was made in a series." Felicity said as in the series she loved talking constantly. "I am sorry for invading your privacy with the series. But that's the only way possible to contact people from different universes. Felicity, you can join our new company. My friend Pepper can appoint you. And Oliver, I am not sure where you will fit. There is S.H.I.E.L.D. where you can join. I am sure their director will come after you soon. It's fine." S.H.I.E.L.D., when I hacked into the internet to find more information I saw their presence," Felicity said. "Okay, I will think of it," Oliver said. "Why does it feel like you are accustomed to inviting people from other worlds?" "That's my superpower. I can basically see different worlds and direct them when they come here for their own good," John said as he played a whole drama with Oliver and Felicity. Felicity and Emma spoke a lot while Oliver wanted to know more about the world. John didn't give Oliver too many memories of this world and just gave a general idea, so Oliver was curious and wanted to know more. As they were talking there was another knock on the door. Emma went to open the door only to see Nick Fury was standing with Maria Hill behind. "Can we come in?" Fury asked. Emma nodded and let them in. "Your information travels way too fast, Fury," John said as he saw Fury. He was really surprised by the fast means of S.H.I.E.L.D., even after Hydra's downfall S.H.I.E.L.D. still maintained the same power as before. "Oliver, this is Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. I was talking about. He is a paranoid old man, so be on guard against him," John said. "Only the paranoid survive, John. Hello, Mr. Queen. I suppose you know my identity. I am here to offer you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, a proper assessment would have to be carried out before to see if you are really a person who believes in justice and a capable archer. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 115, Zephyr 1. "We need to understand this world before I can make any decision," Oliver said this time. "Sure. Take your own time. Contact us if you think you are ready," Fury said. "We are on the search of Aang. The national park has been closed off until we find him. Coulson is leading his team for this," Fury added as he looked at John. "Whatever. It's your headache. Not mine," John said, shrugging his shoulders. He didn't really care. He had already shared some memories with Aang and summoned him in the national park. Coulson, on the other hand, was having a hard time finding Aang. Even though Appa was huge, the park itself was immense. After almost 2 days of searching, Fitz was able to find out Appa via a small drone. From the drone camera too they saw Aang and Katara with Momo on her arms. "Chop chop, guys. We need to bring them to the team. Can't wait much. We need to plug this hole of Rising Tide organization and this new superpowered being in New York." After few minutes, Coulson and Agent May approached where Aang was located. As they came near him they saw Aang and Katara assuming a fighting pose. Katara had a small puddle of water floating near her while Aang just stood there lifting his arms. Appa let out a low growl at them. "Hello, Avatar Aang. We have come in peace. We just want to talk with you," Coulson said. "Who are you? What is that weird dress you both are wearing? Our men and women here wear the same dress," Aang said. Coulson sighed as he realized from his reply that Aang was still naive while Katara was still alert. We come from an organization named as S.H.I.E.L.D. We are basically responsible for people who come from outer worlds, like you. Few days ago we noticed that you and your family crossed to our universe. So we are here as a welcoming party. How can we trust you? Katara spoke this time. You don't. I don't know if you know or not, but in this universe the general people don't know bending. We are just ordinary guys, but we have weapons far more powerful than your world. Weapons powerful enough to destroy Fire Nation in a matter of seconds. May replied to Katara. That is impossible. Such powerful weapons doesn't exist. Aang said with a hint of anxiousness as he felt it was a lie. May took out her gun and shot at a nearby tree. The gun was custom made, so the damage on the tree was far higher than it should be. Aang and Katara were dumbfounded when they saw it. This is just a small weapon. We have larger weapons. This world is dangerous and only we can protect you from dangerous people. The person who informed us about you advised me to let you both join our team. He is my good friend and I really hope you can join us. You will be able to travel with us all around the globe and make your own assessment if we are good or bad. If you think we are bad, then you can leave. Coulson said. You mean John? When we got launched into this universe he kind of guided us by speaking with us in our dreams. Is John your friend? Whatever John said is real. Is this really a new universe? I thought he was joking when he said this is a different universe. Does he really have the power to speak to people with dreams? Aang said incoherently as he was excited. This supposed new world made his adventurous blood boil over. John Jameson. He is a consultant to our organization. Coulson said. What's a consultant? Katara asked. I will be happy to explain you once we get into the plane. Will you join us? Katara and Aang thought for a bit and finally accepted to go with Coulson. Since John had ordered them to be with Coulson and help him as much as possible, he didn't have any other choice. Plus, he himself was excited to try out this so-called new world. Aang and Katara hopped onto Appa. Come over. You can direct us where we need to go. Katara said. She smiled for the first time. Coulson and May got over Appa. Appa floated up and Coulson directed to fly towards a particular direction. This is beyond physics. May murmured under her breath as they saw Appa flying without any help. After a minute of flying they came to a clearing where a huge airplane was lying down. It was the Zephyr 1, which was more advanced than the original story as Tony gave some ideas on its design. The Zephyr 1 looked weird as it had open ranch-type railings above its body with a bunch of hay in one side. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 116, Sky. They landed near the Zephyr 1. Aang and Katara were surprised by this huge thing, so Aang was curious and asked. Is this your home? Looks beautiful. Home? No. This is our plane, a transport machine that can fly. We will travel around the world with this, and on the upper part you can keep Appa. Since John asked us to handle your situation, we installed that over Zephyr 1. Appa won't need to fly around and he can happily spend his time above while we fly around in the plane. Coulson said. Are you serious? You mean this thing can fly? OMG. This looks amazing. Can I go inside? Can I? Aang was excited way beyond his imagination. Coulson looked weirdly at Aang for a second and said, yes, you can go in. But before Aang could go in he saw two men and woman coming from the back of the plane. It was Fitz and Simmons and a ninja from Iwagakure, named Itten. Fury dispatched a ninja to their team as an added security. Gemma Simmons was a biochemist while Fitz was an engineer-scientist. They both had genius-level intellect. Gemma approached Aang with bright eyes and said, Avatar Aang, it's my honor to meet you. Your journey in defeating the Fire Lord was an inspiring one. Our world need people like you. Ha. Ha ha. It's nothing. Ha ha ha. Aang said embarrassingly. They all introduced each other. Aang and Katara came to know that like them Itten too belonged to another world. Aang was happy to know that there was an otherworldly being among them and was curious about Itten's world. Okay guys, we need to leave. Aang tell Appa that he can land himself above the Zephyr inside the railings. We need to go on a mission. You can be with us till you find a good place to settle down. Get to know this world till then. Coulson said. They soon boarded the plane and flew away. And like the original story, Coulson was able to find a hacker named Sky that belonged to Rising Tide organization. She was trying to get more information on the centipede before she was taken in. Sky was taken in where May interrogated her. Sky as usual didn't give up any information. Coulson was interested in Sky as she had no birth record nor much information from her childhood. Itten, it's up to you now. She is an asset. We can use her, Coulson said. Eden nodded and went in. Aang on the other hand was getting used to the new world and the world fascinated him and Katara equally. They never expected that humanity could reach such heights with just using technology and science. What do you think of superheroes? The one with the mask when he killed so many aliens with his fire. Eden asked Sky, who was in the interrogation room. Huh. He is powerful if that is what you are asking. Sky said. Do you think he needed to cover his face? No, he is powerful enough not to cover his face. He covered his face to protect his loved ones. Do you think exposing S.H.I.E.L.D. will lead to any good thing? S.H.I.E.L.D. is the divide between the world and the more weirder world. You think us as bad guys, but we are not. Eden said as he brought out a kunai. He threw it to the wall. The kunai traveled with such high speed and strength that it pierced 2 inches inside the wall. Sky was shocked and scared by it as she felt no normal human being could do that. You are a superpowered being too, like Mike Peterson? Sky asked. If you want to know more about me, you need to give up the information of Mike and tell us what is going on. You will understand how dangerous it is in exposing S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky finally buckled under the pressure and blurted out everything she knew of Centipede. Fitz and Simmons were able to know more after researching on the Centipede, and they were able to pinpoint the location of Mike. Eden, bring him in, Coulson said. Eden reached the home of Mike and knocked the door. Mr. Mike, I want you to come with me, said Eden as Mike opened the door. Of course Mike flipped out instantly as he was mentally unstable because of the Centipede. Eden had to constrain him using ninjutsu and made sure that Mike didn't blow himself up. After picking up his kid, Eden returned to the Zephyr 1. Sky on the other hand met Aang and Katara. She wasn't a fan of anime and cartoons, so she had no idea who they were. Though she found their behavior weird, she didn't point it out. As Sky saw the process of how quickly Eden overpowered Mike from a drone, she trembled in fear. What happened? Just felt scared of a normal Jonin ninja. Coulson asked Sky, seeing her trembling. I felt scared because I didn't know Mike was a walking bomb. Wait. Did you say ninja? Is Eden a ninja? Sky asked. It seems like you haven't watched John's works in animes and cartoons. No wonder you didn't recognize Aang. What do you mean John's works? Does John Jameson has anything to do with this? I can only tell you more after you join us. You will be assessed in the meantime. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 117, The Movie. Sky finally accepted the invitation of Coulson and joined as a consultant. She was very curious of what Coulson meant by John's works, and Coulson finally opened up about Eden and Aang belonging to the works of John. So you mean to say that even some cartoons and animes of John are real? This is crazy. I thought only his movies are real. Holy Mother of God. Sky said. Your first assignment will be to go through all the works of John. That's the most basic thing you need to do as a consultant. All agents here are directed to do the same thing. Oh yes, since you haven't gone out of this place, you haven't seen Appa. Go outside, there is Appa above the Zephyr 1 inch. Sky's eyes went wide as she ran outside. She saw the images of Appa when Coulson explained about Aang. She never saw Appa before because she was brought to Zephyr 1 blindfolded. When she saw Appa playing with Aang, her mouth went wide. At first she didn't believe Coulson, but after seeing this her world changed. Sky, come here. Appa wants to smell you, Aang said as they had met before. Sky hesitated for a bit but took up the courage to approach Appa. Appa smelled and nudged at her. Sky on the other hand loved the fluffy fur of Appa. Later Sky rode Appa and flew high up in the air with the help of Aang. Sky really felt she was living in dreams. After returning back she saw Coulson waiting for her. So you think I am deceiving you? This world is more dangerous than you think. Sky now fully believed Coulson and accepted the role of consultant wholeheartedly. The next day John checked the memories of Aang and Iten as he knew that Iten too joined Coulson's team, and from what he saw he was surprised. What the hell is wrong with this world? Centipede incident happens after extremis virus. Did Killian lose his mind by letting normal people use Centipede in the market? Damn, the butterfly effect is taking a shape now. I need to keep an eye on Killian. Tony is in Jurassic Park surrounded by ocean. It's really a boon that the new superhero is associated with water. According to the actual timeline, the incident of Centipede was supposed to happen in late 2013, but it happened 1 year early. This surprised John a bit. John didn't want any bad thing happen to Tony, like in What If. Tony was important in this world and he needed to keep the timeline intact as much as possible. Otherwise situations might go out of control and he wasn't ready to lose his prophetic vision of future. Especially Ultron. He was way too powerful in What If, and he wanted to make sure Ultron never gets the Mind Stone. That is why John never let any extra knowledge in computers connected with internet. After 2 weeks it was almost Christmas time, the whole city was in festive mood. On 24th of December, the premiere for the new superhero movie was held in New York. John as usual came with Emma. Tony, Bruce, Diana, and Banner specially took time off for the movie as a new member was going to join. Bruce had hinted before that the new superhero belonged to their team, so they were looking forward to it. Fury too came this time, but Coulson was missing as he had his own missions now. The movie started the same way the last post-credits scene ended. The men living in the lighthouse found a stranded woman wearing a white futuristic suit. She was wounded. The men took her to the lighthouse and nursed her back to health. "Who are you?" asked the men. "Atlanta, Queen of Atlantis," said the woman. "Oh wow. I am Tom, keeper of the lighthouse." The story rolled as they both fell in love with each other and bore a child together. They named the boy Arthur, after the legendary King Arthur. But the story didn't continue a happy story. The people of Atlantis soon found out about the location of Atlanta and attacked. Atlanta successfully defended and killed all the Atlanteans who came. That fight scene was vivid and looked futuristic. Atlanta herself looked powerful with the trident. She at the end left because she knew if she didn't leave, she will be hunted down again. What the hell is wrong with your world? Even an underwater kingdom is more futuristic than human world. As a human race we have failed to evolve sufficiently. Tony looked at Bruce and complained. Wayne just shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. The story continued as the boy grew up. The boy knew he was special from beginning. The camera moved and showed a submarine being hijacked by a group of pirates. As the pirates were securing the deck, there was a ping in the sonar. Before they could figure what it was, the submarine was suddenly hit by something. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 118, Namor. Yes. The movie was Aquaman. A man appeared in the water and he with his own power destroyed the propellers and lifted the submarine above water. His power level was amazing and it shocked the audience. Then there was a fight between the pirates and the men. Bullets, swords, and even a grenade launcher had no effect on him. "We have a male Diana among us," Steve said as he too had joined for the movie. He was interested to see a new person arriving in their universe. The movie went on as it showed a conspiracy by the son of Atlanta, ORM, who was Arthur's half-brother. He wanted to attack the surface dwellers, and Mera, daughter of Nereus, wanted Arthur to stop ORM. Arthur accepts the deal but was captured and even had to duel against ORM. Later Arthur was able to escape with the help of Mera. They went on a search for the trident of the first king of Atlantis and was able to find the location of the lost trident. As they were returning back, Arthur was attacked by Black Manta, the pirate who Arthur confronted in the start of the movie, but he had advanced technology. Thanks to ORM, Arthur managed to defeat him and went to the trench where he had to go through the portal. He and Mera had to fend off monsters along the way to reach the core of the earth. It was there where Arthur met his mother, who too was banished to the trench because of having a child with a human. Atlanta told that the trident of King Atlan was guarded by Carathen, a mythical monster, and he would die if he went to reclaim it. Arthur insisted on the path as they had no way out. Arthur went in to reclaim only to be stopped by Carathen. But Arthur, who had always been able to speak to water creatures, said, "Stop. You are right, I am a half-breed mongrel. But I didn't come here because I thought I was worthy. You understand me?" Carathen replied. "I do." Arthur replied. "No mortal has conversed with me since King Atlan." Carathen finally let him take the trident. The trident made him worthy to be a king as it allowed to command all the water creatures on the ocean. In the meantime ORM declared himself as Ocean Master and attacked the last tribe which was opposing his rule. Arthur came and stopped the war from damaging Atlantis any further. This time Arthur was finally able to defeat ORM. The fight was vivid and jaw-breaking. The audience loved the way Arthur fought. As most of the audience now understood that John's movies were basically rituals before a new superhero emerged. And since Arthur had the blood of humans and even took the side of humans, they really liked him. Especially his command over all sea creatures assured that the sea won't ever be a problem again. "So we have a fishman. That's interesting," Tony said. While John on the other hand looked at Fury and said, "Fury, tell all governments not to search for Atlantis." "Huh? Why?" Fury was curious and asked. "Because this world itself might have an Atlantis. If there is Atlantis in this world, then just pray that they aren't our enemy," John replied. Everybody was taken aback by this. After Diana became real, many governments went to search for Amazon but didn't find anything, but the search still continues to this day by several governments. S.H.I.E.L.D. never cared about it because Amazon didn't exist. But now there was a possibility of Atlantis in this world and governments might take it seriously as the kingdom showed was way too advanced. "What do you mean? There is really Atlantis in this world?" Diana asked. "I am not sure. If there is, then we have a problem. John said that because there was a rumor of Namor being present in the second part of Black Panther movie. In comics, Namor was almost an anti-hero. And even on 2 occasions there was a very subtle reference to Atlantis in Marvel movies. Who is he here? Bruce asked as he too was interested. He is Namor. In many versions of our universe he is an anti-hero and has powers like Aquaman. So Fury tell governments not to make any rash decisions. Our universe also has many versions. Man, I wonder if I am not a Hulk in another universe. That would be such a relief. Banner said. John looked at him with pity, as in most comics Hulk was more powerful than their world. You are more brutal in other universes, Banner. John replied. You are actually very weak here. What? I am weak. This is the first time someone said that of Hulk. Seems like I really will have to design Veronica. If Hulk becomes more powerful and out of control, I hope all of you will stop, Banner said as he still didn't trust his other personality. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. There would be no double upload as the Power Stones didn't reach the required number. Thank you. Chapter 119, The Mutant. The movie continued as it was time for post-credits scene like always. It showed a man standing. He had a scared look at his face as a war waged on in the background. The war looked futuristic with various flying ships shooting lasers at each other. The camera changed, it showed a newborn baby being held by the same man. Goodbye, my son. Our hopes and dreams travel with you. He will be an outcast. They will kill him, said the baby's mother. How? He will be a god to them. The post-credit scene ended with a small spaceship traveling towards Earth. A baby to Earth. Why did they do that? Isn't it cruel? Steve asked. They were forced to do so. John replied. They all didn't ask much, as John never spoiled the movie for anyone. Fury on the other hand had a lot of work as he had to stop governments to do any stupid things. He didn't want to take any risk before he fully knew the other side. There was a high chance of presence of Atlantis since John said so, he had to be careful. Aquaman wouldn't be able to save them if Atlantis decided on waging war against the humans. Everybody went back to their homes as they had work to do. John too left with Emma. The movie fared more than the previous movies, as by now people understood that a superhero movie meant a new hero emerging. John, unlike previous years, had 2 superhero movies scheduled in 2013. He needed to change something, so he decided on 2 movies. John spent the Christmas with his family and Emma, and even decided to visit London with Emma for New Year's Eve. The year of 2013 was an intense time too, as the Thor would have confrontation with the Dark Elves and the weird situation of Extremis virus. John had a plan for Malekith, but it was going to take time. John also wanted to influence the New York underground world, and he had a game character for that. At first John wanted to use the anime, Katekyo Hitman Reborn, for handling the crime. But he didn't have enough time to prepare it. All the recent high-level animes had taken his time, and now when he realized that he needed to influence the underworld in Hell's Kitchen, it was already too late. Whatever. A new game is going to be out. I will just use him. He won't fit in the whole setting, but who cares? Let the new character get a feel of the world, and later I will bring his whole family. John and Emma spent a lot of time together in London as they had a vacation and even visited around various touristic places in Britain. After 2 weeks of vacation they returned, as John's first game would be out in a few days' time. Like series, he had made a series of 3 games into a single long game. It was an RPG game about a human who was experimented upon to become a mutant. John didn't play the first part of the game, so he had to spend fan values for acquiring the old version of it. The story in the game revolved around the man named Geralt and his quest to hunt monsters while dealing with politics. The third part of the series was where the story bloomed. He was on his quest to find Ciri, his adopted daughter. She was the most powerful person in their universe. The game had 3 different endings, and according to people's choices the game had a sweet, sad, and a bittersweet endings. Yes, the game was Witcher series. John had played the trial version of the game and he was happy with the story, as that was the main concern for him. The technology of this Earth was good enough to handle such a huge franchise. He had mad hopes for the game as he was a huge fan of it and was sure it would be a huge success. In a week the game was out. People went to buy the game as John's name was pasted on it. Now many things in the world sells if there was John's name, but when people played the game they loved it. They didn't expect that the game would be so good that people played it for like hours and still didn't have enough of it. Since all the 3 parts of the game was in a single version. It was a long story, but everybody played the game till the end. They loved the character portrayal, storytelling and color of the game. It rose in game rankings within a week and topped the charts. John even noticed a jump in his fan values due to it. He was happy to see this. Ding. Total fan values, 2 billion. Extract Geralt of Rivia, the Butcher of Blaviken. Ding. Command accepted. Fan value spent, 80 million. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. There would be no double upload as the Power Stones didn't reach the required number. Thank you. Chapter 120, Matt Murdock. John was alone at home when he extracted Geralt. He summoned Geralt as he wanted to look at this legendary character. He had already shared the required memories for this world. He was from a world which was very much backward age, so Geralt needed a total rundown of everything. Hello Geralt. Now you know everything that you are to know and the mission which you have. Later I will establish a school for you to teach. It will be done in due time. John said as he wanted to bring the whole family, but it would cost a lot and he needed to save fan values for the new upcoming world he had planned to bring. The monsters aren't here, but people themselves are monsters from what I have seen from the memories. You want me to handle the whole bunch of people and ninjas? That will cost you. Sure. Here is a card containing $5 million. If you need more you can ask me. You already know how to use it. John said while handling him a credit card. He also needed to handle the identity, so he called Fixit for that. Fixit would be enough to handle his new identity. See you then. I will wait for Ciri and others. Geralt was on his way to leave when Emma returned. She was surprised to see a man with silver long hair while having two swords behind his back. Emma looked at John, who was behind standing, as she wanted to know who was this new man. Emma, haven't you played the game? Didn't you say Geralt is more hot than me? This is Geralt. Huh. You are Geralt. Emma said as she blushed. She didn't really expect that John created a game to propagate the story of a person. She thought the whole game was just for fun and joked with John, saying that Geralt was very hot, hotter than John. I am Geralt. It's nice to meet you. Excuse my clumsiness as I don't know the manners of the modern society. Geralt said. I came here in order to know more about this world. No. It's fine. Since you are new here, stay here for the time being. We will make lunch soon. Emma suggested. Geralt looked at John, who nodded. Sure. Geralt stayed over till evening while Emma was curious about him and he constantly barged him with questions. Geralt left at night as he had a mission now. So still think he is hotter? John asked with a fake jealous tone. Of course. But you are better, Emma said as she kissed him. Geralt, after going out, took a taxi. Emma ordered new sets of clothes for Geralt, as having swords might just attract unwanted attention. She ordered a guitar set to hide the swords when Geralt stayed over to their place. He soon reached Hell's Kitchen, as this was here where his long mission would start. He booked a hotel till he could find a proper place to stay. He soon found out information of Matt Murdock, the blind lawyer. John had sent Geralt to insert himself in the life of Matt and finishing the hand later, while taking care of Wilson Fisk along the way. After few days of searching, he bought himself a cozy home. Even though Hell's Kitchen wasn't exactly a safe neighborhood, for a person like Geralt it was a walk in the park. Without using any potions he could beat all of the scums in the underworld. John had summoned Geralt with all his magical signs maxed out, so it was very easy for him if he was attacked. After finding out the location of Matt Murdock, he kept away from him. From the memories of John he knew that Matt's hearing was on high level. He didn't want to expose himself yet. Soon there was a news of murder of Daniel Fisher's murder, an employee of Union Allied Construction. Geralt knew instantly that this was his cue to insert himself. After the case came out, Geralt kept a watch on Karen Page's home as he had already researched on her from before. After 2 nights of waiting, at night he finally saw Matt Murdock fighting someone in rain outside her home. He looked at the fighting style of Matt and shook his head. What a dumb way of fighting. No wonder he is always bloodied after every fight. Rance and Daredevil were fighting intensely when Matt suddenly heard someone walking towards them. He was scared, thinking that Rance would attack the guy approaching, but what the men said next stopped both Rance and Matt on their tracks. You guys are fighting like pigs fighting in a gutter. You both should take training lessons from me. Especially you, Daredevil. Before Lance could turn his head to see who was talking, he felt dizzy and became unconscious in a second. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 121, The Trio. Geralt had used the Axii sign of Lance to make him unconscious. Karen also came out from her home. Matt was sure that this new guy did something to Lance to make him fall unconscious, as he could hear his hands moving when Lance fell, but he just wasn't sure what it was. Who are you? Matt asked. An interested third party. Go home. Take this person to a news channel. You can't trust the police. Geralt replied concisely. Geralt vanished saying that. Matt wanted to stop him, but he was too exhausted and beaten up and from the fall off the window. Karen, who saw all this, was confused too of what just happened, but she knew what the man in silver hair said was right. The police couldn't be trusted. Who are you? Karen asked. Matt didn't reply to that as he didn't want to expose his identity to Karen by speaking. Matt left after taking the unconscious body of Lance to the local news channel. The next day the newspapers came out with the scandal of Union Allied. Wesley, the right-hand man of Fisk, moved fast to stop spreading any dirty mud on the company. 2 days later Karen joined Matt's lawyer firm as an assistant. They were happy to see that Karen was free from any accusation. Karen had made good food for them and they were talking happily, but suddenly Matt stiffened because he had familiar footsteps at the door. The person who made Lance unconscious at the wave of his hand. Matt wasn't sure why this man came, but he had to be on guard as he didn't know if this man was an enemy or an ally. Gerald knocked at the door. Karen went to the door thinking it was a new client but was surprised to see an acquaintance. Hello. Karen said. Can I come in? Gerald said in a raspy voice. Matt on the other hand was trembling as from the body of Gerald he heard strong but slower heartbeats and even the blood flowing through his veins sounded different. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Is he even human? Come in. Come in. Matt, Foggy, when I was attacked that night this man was there to save me and the guy in mask. I am sorry, I don't know your name. Karen. Gerald of Rivia, the butcher of Blaviken. Hello. Why does that name sound so familiar? Anyway, hello, I am Foggy Nelson. You have a weird way of introducing yourself though. Where is Rivia? In Washington. Foggy said. Those contact lens of his look so weird, he murmured under his breath. Hello. I am Matt Murdock. Thank you for saving Karen. Not in US, Mr. Nelson. Gerald replied. Sorry, we don't have any good food items to offer you for your help. Karen said. Even though she didn't know how Gerald had helped her before, she was happy to see him again and with real identity. I am not here for food. I am here to discuss something with Mr. Murdock, but at first we need a change of surroundings. Your office isn't going to attract any clients. Gerald said. We know, but we don't have the funds to remodel it. Foggy said. I understand, so I will invest some money in the firm to remodel it so that at least there will be clients. Gerald said. Invest? Really? Are you in some kind of trouble? Foggy asked. It's not me who are in trouble, it's you three who are in trouble. Gerald said while taking an apple from the basket of food. What do you mean? Matt asked as he wasn't sure what Gerald was talking about. He was still apprehensive of Gerald as he wasn't sure what he wanted. Do you think your little stint with Union Allied went unnoticed? Or did you think everything is fine after you exposed Union Allied? You mean we didn't catch the real culprit? I knew it. I always felt something was off from beginning. Karen said as he felt sad. They tried their best to expose, but the real culprits were still at large. What are we going to do about it? Matt said. No. Mr. Murdock, what are you going to do about it? How far the rabbit hole are you going to go to expose Union Allied? Gerald. Me. What do you mean? Matt said as he felt that Gerald might know his real identity. You know exactly what I mean. Gerald said. Matt was sure now that Gerald knew it was him that night, but he wasn't sure how he was exposed. He felt scared as now Gerald could easily threaten the lives of Foggy and Karen, but he didn't know if he could defeat him. That stunt of making a person unconscious was still very vivid in his head, but he still needed to be on guard. What do you mean, Mr. Gerald? Foggy said. Your friend here has a huge secret. Ask him. He can answer better than me. Gerald said. Karen and Foggy looked at Matt. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 122, Truth Out. What's he talking about, Matt? Foggy asked. How do you know me? Who are you? Matt asked Gerald instead. I know a lot of things, Mr. Murdock, your history with Stick, the enemy which you will be facing. You don't have to have guard up against me. I am here on a contract to save you and deal with your problem. Plus I am bored, I need a work to get this boredom wash away. Gerald said. Matt trembled when he heard the name of Stick. Now he was pretty sure that Gerald knew everything. Matt hesitated a bit now as he wasn't sure how to tell his secret to Foggy and he didn't trust Karen fully as of yet. Gerald saw his hesitation, so he said. It's fine, Karen can be trusted. Gerald said. Since the cat was out of the bag, he had to say something now as lies won't help him here. Matt finally opened up about his super high senses. His recent actions and even that he was there that night when Karen was attacked. You have been lying to me, Matt. All these years you have been lying to me on my face. Then what did you want me to tell? An accident that gave me superpowers and I could feel everything in the surrounding. I am sorry, Foggy, but I didn't even tell my father about it. It was Stick who trained me. Elektra knew about it. She figured it out herself. Your ex-girlfriend too. I have been a dumb best friend all these years. Foggy said. Karen on the other was surprised that it was Matt who saved her that day and was grateful to Matt. What is the contract you are speaking of? Who sent you? Matt asked now as now he had to get the bottom of Gerald. He is a friend of mine. If you do research about me you might find it out yourself. The person of interest here is Wilson Fisk. He is the head of Union Allied and the person behind all this. He wants to remodel Hell's Kitchen and make it as his own playground of criminal activities. He will kill anyone on the way, including you all if you try to stop him. I know, Matt, that you are a staunch believer of naive justice, so I will keep it straight. We need to find James Wesley, right-hand man of Fisk, and Leland Owlsley, a Wall Street financialist. Leland controls all the accounts of Fisk and Union Allied. If we can make them cough out secrets it will be very easy to bring Fisk down. Gerald said. How do you know all this? Are your information correct? Matt asked. Won't it be easy if we catch them? You can ask them yourselves. Oh yes, Matt, they are also going to lay a net to catch you. Probably kidnapping a child or making wrong moves on someone soon. The Russians aren't happy with what you did in the docks. Damn, he knows everything about me. So what do you want me to do if something happens? Leave an innocent person in mercy of others? Of course not. As I said, do a proper research on me, you will know who I am. I have been laying low all this time. It's time to move my muscles. Call me when you go for a round. Foggy and Karen were a little confused by their conversation but didn't intervene. Foggy just came to know that his best friend had been lying to him, so he was angry, but Gerald made him happy again when he said he would invest $300,000 to the firm. Foggy was too excited about it to think of something else. He wanted to move their office to a good one in Hell's Kitchen. Matt accepted it without much thought. Karen too started looking for a good place. Gerald left after leaving his contact information. After Gerald left, Foggy and others went to Google to research on Gerald, and what they found out almost scared them. What the hell is wrong with this world? Before it was characters from movies. Now it's from games. What is this John Jameson trying to play? I am willing to bet my $100 that it was John who gave Gerald the contract. Foggy said as he explained what kind of character Gerald was. Is he really a human who was experimented upon? Karen asked. Yes. His whole body doesn't even work like human. He has a weird smell in him, like a person living in acid, stronger bones, lower rate of heartbeat. There are other weird things in him which I am not sure about. Matt said, proving that the gaming character was real. So he fights monsters and humans both. I wonder if there are monsters around New York. Would love to see some. I am sure they are aliens since the game itself pointed that the monsters come from different dimensions. Foggy said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 123, Mutant vs. Humans. Since now people believed in aliens, so any kinds of monsters would be automatically labeled as aliens. Foggy and Karen spoke of Gerald's powers and his magic of signs. Now Matt finally understood how he made Lance unconscious that day. He believed in the story of Gerald more now. Matt, you should be careful of him too. He has a bad history with both humans and monsters. The nickname, Butcher of Blaviken, isn't for a show-off. Karen said. I understand, but at least he isn't in the side of evil. And he was contracted by someone to help me. So he will complete that. Matt said as by now he got a full rundown of the story of Gerald. 2 days went by after that. One night finally Matt heard the sound of a kid being kidnapped. Matt immediately remembered about what Gerald said and called him. Are you up for some action? Matt asked. On the way. Gerald met up with Matt outside a building controlled by the Russians. 30 men. They respect you, Matt. Congratulations. We need to get the kid out safely. Matt said. Gerald didn't bring his sword as it would be an overkill and it might disgust Matt. Gerald followed by Matt went inside the apartment. Gerald brought a mask too to cover his identity. 2 guys were standing in the doorway. Gerald used the Axii sign on both of them. Their heads started shining in dark and the 2 men started fighting each other. Matt was surprised by this but didn't stop it. Let the games begin. Gerald said. Gerald and Matt went in and were immediately confronted by a dozen people. These people came out after listening to the commotion outside only to see Gerald and Matt. They both started fighting instantly. But what the Russians saw next scared the S***T out of them. Gerald, after exchanging few punches and kicks, pressed his hand forward. There was a huge shock that traveled from his hand. It threw all of the Russians few feet away. Some even stuck the wall and were injured badly. The remaining Russians who saw this trembled. Matt took advantage of the shocked Russians and started beating them. The other Russians who were on patrol came out of their places and was surprised to see their fallen comrades. 2 people even had guns and shot at them. Geralt immediately used the Quen that produced a circular shield around him and Matt. The shield looked golden and the bullets made a metallic sound before bouncing off the shield. Hot weapons. What a bunch of waste. Geralt said. Now more people were really scared out of their wits. Even guns couldn't kill these 2. They now regretted laying a net for the masked guy. Even if they ran now, everybody wouldn't be able to escape. I will ask this once. Where is the kid? Any wrong answers will be rewarded with broken bones. Matt said. The Russians kept their mouth shut even after they were threatened. Thank you. Geralt said and again started raining punches and kicks on them. He looked exquisite in his fighting style. Even though he couldn't defend against all, his armor was enough to stop impact. In addition, he had used Quen on himself and covered himself with invisible armor. Matt too joined the fray. After 5 minutes of fighting, all the Russians were lying on the floor badly injured. Some had sharp cuts while others had many broken bones. Geralt lifted one conscious guy up and used Axii sign on him. Tell me, where is the kid? The men incoherently pointed out the location of the kid. He was too much injured to even talk straight. The kid was hidden in another building. Seems like we need to deal with more Russians. Matt said. Yes. These bunch of weak ones don't really amount much. Geralt said. Both left for another building and there too they were confronted by Russians, but lesser in number as they weren't expecting anyone to attack them. The Russians were easily beaten down. Matt took the kid and called the police to take him away. After leaving the kid near a police car, they both left silently. So now you trust me with Wesley and Leland? Geralt asked. Okay, but I will interrogate them and you can't interfere. Matt said. Geralt shrugged his shoulders to that. So where will we find these 2 people? Matt asked. Wesley will come to your office soon with a case. I will be there. Geralt said. A week passed by after that. The Russians were scared after getting to know that there were 2 masked men now and one had special powers. S.H.I.E.L.D. also got to know about a masked man with weird powers. After getting a detailed information, they were surprised by it as the agents who always goes through the works of John knew exactly who the masked man was. The agents submitted the report to their superiors and Fury soon got to know. Now even game characters are real. What else is left in this world? He called up John as he needed to know more. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 124, Wesley. Did you know of Geralt? Fury asked immediately as he contacted John. Yes, I do know. Even Emma knows of it. Can't expect me to tell the whole world about it. Do you? John retorted. You should thank me. I am trying to clean the underworld by making a contract with Geralt. He will bring the chaotic underworld to order. Tell New York police to remain away if 2 masked men are involved. You can't do this. There is law and order for that. Fury said. Did you really think I would spend money, make a Witcher contract with Geralt so as to deal with low-lying criminals? You really think S.H.I.E.L.D. knows everything? What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. There are special people in Underworld and only another special person can handle it. Just help him along the way. Maybe you can get his goodwill. Don't try to control him or else Ciri might come in future and send you to another dimension filled with monsters. John warned Fury. Why is this world becoming so weird? Fury murmured as he ended the call almost on the verge of tears. He called Maria to send some agents to keep problems away from Geralt. After a week or so Wesley did really come to the new office of Matt and Foggy with a case. They had been ready for him from quite a long time. Matt before interrogating asked questions normally and he could feel something was really shady of Wesley. As they were talking Geralt finally came out of the shadows and said. Are you done talking? Can we start? Who are you? What is going on? Wesley said as he turned his head to see the new person. You don't need to know who he is. Tell us about Wilson Fisk. It will be easier for you that way. Matt said. Wesley's heartbeat rose by quite a margin when he said Wilson Fisk. Matt now was almost sure that whatever Geralt said was right. Who Wilson Fisk? I don't know anyone of that name. I am calling the police. Wesley as his hands went to his pocket to call from his mobile but before he could reach there Geralt caught his hand and twisted it. Wesley screamed in pain. Answer his question, Wesley. It won't end well if you continue wasting the time. Geralt said. Ha. My men will immediately know if I don't return early. You can't kill me because if you do that police will be after you. Wesley said after wincing in pain. Do you really think we haven't taken precaution? Wesley, let me be clear, you will never see the light of day after this. No police will come for you and neither your men. Gerald said. That is impossible. The police and my men will surely come. As Wesley said, and there was a knock in the door. They are here. Matt said. Yes. Let them in. Gerald said. Wesley had a smile in his face as he thought his security detail had come after seeing his shout. Karen went and opened the door. Two men in a black suit were standing outside and Wesley's face turned gloomy as these were not his men. Hello, Mr. Gerald. We are from S.H.I.E.L.D. We have blocked the police and incapacitated the men outside. S.H.I.E.L.D.? You are from S.H.I.E.L.D. But how? We have laid low all this time. How did we get your attention? Wesley almost screamed as he said that before anybody could say anything to the new men of S.H.I.E.L.D. He knew there was no way out once S.H.I.E.L.D. was involved. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. was a very secretive organization, but men in real high level knew of their existence and most tried to avoid their radar. But today S.H.I.E.L.D. came to such a small place which was of no significance. They are here not for you, but for him. Foggy said, pointing at Gerald. Gerald had already told them that S.H.I.E.L.D., a very secretive organization, might come to help them. Him? Who is he? Wesley asked, now more apprehensive. Gerald of Rivia, the butcher of Blaviken. Well, you should have played games before to understand him better. Karen said. Wesley didn't understand what Karen meant by that. I owe your S.H.I.E.L.D. one for that. Though I don't really care for the people outside, it would still be a problem. Gerald said, as John had already told from memories that S.H.I.E.L.D. might come to visit, as they have already come to know about him. So Wesley. Still want to be stubborn. Spill it out fast. We need to go to Leland too to bring out evidence. Matt said. Wesley knew that the empire Wilson and him had made would crumble now no matter what. At the end, Wesley gave up all information he had about the criminal activities and about Wilson Fisk and his associates. There will be no extra chapter in the next 24 hours. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 125, Leland. Good, now we have one end of the puzzle. Let's go for the other end. Gerald said. The agents who listened to all the wrongdoings of Wilson Fisk were also surprised, even though they never cared about the underworld crimes, but the dealings that Wilson Fisk had done angered them too. It included everything. Drugs trade, human trafficking, prostitution, murders, every dirty deed that could be named. Foggy and Karen clenched their fist after hearing all this. Monsters and humans. No difference. Evil persists on everything known. Sir, you can use our car. S.H.I.E.L.D. has already sent some agents to his home so that he doesn't run away, an agent said with a little angered expression as he too was affected by the deeds of Fisk and his associates. Lead the way. Gerald said. One agent had taken away Wesley to be put into a prison in S.H.I.E.L.D. while another led Matt and Gerald to the car. They soon were on their way to Leland's home. As they were traveling, the radio of the agent sent the information that Leland was in a hurry suddenly. Gerald, who heard it, immediately said. Don't let him run away. Stop him at all cost. I will be there in a minute. The agent delivered the same order and rode the car faster this time. When they reached his home, they heard gunshots from far with people in the streets running away from the sound of the shots. S***T. Who sent people to shoot? I thought Leland didn't have security. Matt said. It's probably due to missing Wesley. Fisk became worried, so he sent a security detail to bring Leland out. Matt, stay here. This is not your fight. Let me handle this. Gerald said as he guessed it. Gerald got out of the car and ran towards the Leland's home only to hear a screeching sound of tires coming from the side. He turned only to see a car rushing towards him with high speed. As the car was few inches away, Gerald did a sideways roll to another side to avoid being hit. The car didn't stop as it continued to sped away. It was Leland's car which came out of the garage from the side. As the men of Fisk were exchanging gunshots against S.H.I.E.L.D., Leland knew he had to go out. If he stayed in his home, he would be caught. Leland, when he came out of the garage, saw a man in silver-colored hair, and from his running direction Leland knew it was the enemy, so he didn't even bother to change the direction. But surprisingly, the men survived as he avoided being hit. As he sped away, he looked at his rear-view mirror, but what Leland saw next he would remember his entire life until his death. He saw the silver-haired man stretched his arms towards his car's direction. This caused a wave of intense fire that was created out of thin air. The wave of fire reached his car fast and it hit it. This instantly caused the car to catch fire. Now Leland knew that if he didn't go out of the car, he might die, as the car would definitely explode when it catches the gas. This was Gerald's maxed out Igni. Gerald could have used Ard but chose Igni instead, as Ard might throw the car away and it might lead to the death of Leland. Igni would instill fear into Leland, as it would take a minute or so for a car catching fire to explode. Gerald came running to the stopped car to see Leland coming out of it. He came near and caught on his collar. The gunshots had already stopped as more agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived at the scene for backup by then. Gerald brought Leland to Matt and threw him down. "Are you all right?" Matt asked. "I survived the trial of grass. Do you think such maneuvers would do any harm?" The agents came to take away Leland. The police wouldn't have any say in this matter, as the person dealing with it was extraordinary. "Thank you for stopping Leland from running away." Matt thanked the agents, as S.H.I.E.L.D. had done a huge favor to them. Gerald didn't say anything, as he could guess why S.H.I.E.L.D. showed such high favor to him. "Let's go back. Your friends might be worried," Gerald said. They both left after that, as S.H.I.E.L.D. would handle Fisk for now, and it was only a matter of time before he would be caught. "Sir, we have made contact. He was grateful for our help and he said he owed us a favor. This mission was an absolute success," an agent said over his radio. Fury on the other side of the radio call had a smile in his face. "I am pretty sure Fisk would run away now. But since we caught Leland and Wesley, we have the chip. Let the hunt for Wilson Fisk begin," Gerald said to Matt on the way to the office. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 126, The Future is Here, Old Men. The next, all the major news channels were buzzing with the news of the philanthropist Wilson Fisk. His cruel deeds and double life were in the newspapers and major news channels. Unsurprisingly, Wilson Fisk himself vanished when the news came out. Police forces all over the world were notified about this, and there was an APB out for him. He was given the order to catch dead or alive. S.H.I.E.L.D. too had posted a lookout for him. The hand which had dealings with Fisk also got scared away and went underground and hid themselves. John, who saw all this in the morning news, was happy. The first phase of his plan was complete. Now it was time for the second phase, and that was occupying the underground world, and only person was capable for this. Ra's al Ghul. He ordered Ra's to start his infiltration into New York underground world and take over everything possible, and ultimately the whole of USA. He could create a legend of Ra's in the underworld. This would lead many to watch the Green Arrow and Batman, in turn fueling his fan values. Sheesh. That took long enough. Now it's time to accumulate more fan values this year, as only one character will come to life this year. I wonder when I will get enough fan values to get my new world. It was already February when the incident with Fisk ended. He ordered Gerald to pass his time, and he didn't need to touch the hand now. If he killed Madame Gao or Nobu, all the rest accomplices will hide and it would be hard to bring them out. Look out for the purple men. The rest don't bother. The defenders doesn't matter. John ordered Gerald. John had great prejudice against the series of Defenders from his last life. They ruined the story by a lot, and he didn't even care to watch the second seasons of both Jessica Jones and Iron Fist. The next month was an eventful one. Tony and John held a press conference on the 3rd of May. The news they released shook humanity to its core. Even after 100 years in the future, people always pointed out that this day was where humanity took a massive step to a more modern society. Hello everyone. As you all have known, me and John have built a new company called Umbrella Corporation. Last year was an eventful one. This Earth faced a crisis we never have expected. But this also opened our eyes and made us realize that we are not alone. The last few months, me and various other scientists worked hard and fast to deliver us a new technology. And here we are to show the first prototype that will change humanity forever. I present to you Tron. Tony pointed out to a wall. The wall moved itself and opened. Out came a futuristic car. The car looked beautiful, and a beautiful sleek design. But the most eye-catching part were the polygon-shaped golden lines all over its body. It shined from time to time and gave more character to the car. You must be wondering what is so different about the car. Well, let me tell you, this car with a single charge can drive up to 1,000 kilometers even in most disastrous conditions. This car can even go further if it gets enough solar power. The only thing you will have to care about now is the maintenance of it, which is also cheap and easily affordable. This statement alone shook all the reporters. They couldn't believe their ears by what Tony said. But then they remembered, since aliens were present in the world, then such technology might exist outside Earth, but they weren't sure if this technology belonged to aliens. I know what you are thinking. Thinking that it's an alien tech. But let me assure you that this technology is genuinely human. We had help along the way for sure, but it's made by me and a team of scientists. We already sent the car for a trial run of 700 kilometers without a second charge, and it ran perfectly. This is Umbrella Corporation's first model, and future models would also be more efficient. This is a new kind of solar harnessing technology, and this can be used in our houses, ships, airplanes, and in every other sector. It would be cheap and affordable and more highly efficient. We have just taken our first path to a cleaner and brighter future. Don't want to leave a shitty planet to our next generation now. Can we? The company will take orders after the car passes a rigorous test by the authorities and would be accepting booking after September. So don't think twice, as this will be a lifetime opportunity for you to be a part of something greater. The news reporters started flocking Tony after that with tons of questions. Tony for the first time was happy to answer questions, as he was proud of what they achieved in the last few months. Thanks to the Allspark and help of Wayne and Banner it was easier, but this new car had his sweat and tears too. Chapter 127, Water. The whole world shook when Tony gave the press conference. That day the market fluctuated wildly. Many companies' stock prices went down within hours. People always believed what Tony said, as his technology never failed. Recently he had started business on energy sector. That was already a highly efficient and cheap technology. But now a better, cheaper, and more efficient came out. The great part of this was that it could be used almost everywhere, at least that's what Tony claimed. And everybody believed him. The next days went smoothly for the company. The authorities came to check the working of the car and the safety with it, and they were more than satisfied and gave it a green light. The US president himself congratulated Tony of this awesome invention and hoped that this would lead humanity to a brighter future. But the good days didn't last long. One fine day, the month of April, all the TV channels changed itself and showed Mandarin threatening US of war and terrorism. He showed sightings of various bombings on US soil and said that he would kill Tony Stark himself. This surprised John, as an actual world no direct threat to Tony was made. So this is another butterfly effect. Well, whatever. Aquaman is here. Isn't fire his weapon? Arthur can pour water in his head. Actually, Tony in the last few months almost lived in Jurassic Park for the experiments. And he continued to live there. He even made a grand home for himself with the help of Transformers. Even though Tony did a lot of work for the new technology, he didn't forget to make new suits. And the latest he made was Mark 42. The biggest difference between the original world's Mark 42 and the new Mark 42 was that all the parts of Mark 42 were Transformers. This suit looked more efficient and better than the original version thanks to the new solar power harnessing technology. The difference in the story of Mandarin came because of the fact that Tony had introduced such a new technology that the old corporations such as Roxxon Corporation suffered the most. Their share prices dipped crazily, and now such corporations banded together and approached the Mandarin, fake, to deal with Tony on the garb of war and terrorism. After the threat was made, Tony responded saying that the Mandarin could come up to his home at the Jurassic Park and he would still beat Mandarin back. And as if the universe corrected itself, Tony did get hit, but the ending this time was different. Maya Hansen, the main person behind Extremis Virus, came to meet Tony after Tony's response to the press. "You need to get away. Mandarin, he is dangerous," Maya said. Pepper, who packed her luggage, was ready to take away Tony from Jurassic Park back to New York where it would be safer with John. As they were arguing about it, Cinch suddenly transformed himself, who was lying on the nearby table. "Tony. A missile is coming to our direction in 1 minute. You need to get out now." "What? What is this?" Maya got scared when he saw a mobile transforming. Tony didn't reply to Maya and said instead, "He really did come. Pepper and Maya, go away with Drift. I have 42 with me." As soon as he said that, various parts of Mark 42 came flying by while Pepper ran, taking the hand of Maya. Drift was already waiting outside. Pepper directed Drift to take them to Diana, who was the curator of Jurassic Park. The missile hit his home at Jurassic Park and Tony was able to equip himself on time but failed to escape the blast. His house was hit by 2 missiles, and since this home was at the edge of the island too, he fell down to the sea. And got stuck in debris, and this time the debris were heavier than the original world. Tony at that time thought that it was his end. He cursed his stubbornness to equip himself with 42 while he could have easily left with Drift. As he was contemplating this, he suddenly saw that water beside him moved away by itself and slowly created a small sphere where no water was present. Tony instantly knew who had come to help him. And as expected, a man with golden armor and trident appeared. It was Arthur Curry. Tony sighed in relief but said instead, "You are late, Fishman. My home got destroyed. Do you think I work for you, Tin Man?" Aquaman replied, "Whatever. Will you help me? Or continue mocking at me?" Tony said. Arthur removed the debris easily with his bare hands, and Tony finally was able to move. "Thank you," Tony said finally as he stood up. "Want to go and meet Diana?" "Yes, I just arrived. John guided me and gave the relevant information. You are lucky I found you on my way to meet her." Arthur lied as directed by John. "Did Mara come?" Tony suddenly asked. John said that she would arrive soon. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 128, Past. John didn't think of Mara at first but then remembered her after Arthur asked. He felt guilty. Even though they were all his summons, he wanted every one of them to be happy. This was his greatest drawback. He wanted everyone to be happy around him. He helped everyone or guided them to help always. The reason why John had almost forgotten about Mara was because he didn't like the character of the actress who played Mara in his previous life. The actress kind of had a bad reputation and she was known to have an abusive relationship with one of his favorite actor. As Tony and Arthur were talking, there was movement in the surrounding water. They both turned their head only to see a very beautiful woman with red hair entering the air sphere around them. The woman had a small crown and wore a green dress. Arthur saw her and instantly became happy. How was the journey? Well, nothing major. The water reeks the same filthiness as our world, the woman said. She was Mara, the next queen of Atlantis. John had to spend 140 million fan values for her. Arthur went ahead and kissed her. Okay people, we need to go back to Diana. I have a girlfriend too and she must be worried. Tony said to elevate himself from being the third wheel. Let's go. But we need to remain hidden. Let the world know that you are dead, only in that way you can bring Mandarin out from the shadows. Arthur said. John told you about Mandarin too? Tony asked. Yes. As I said, he had sent the relevant information through his dreams. Arthur said. Mara waved her hands and the water bubble on which they were standing started to move. Tony matched the speed of the moving water bubble with his thrusters and all three went to the other end of the island where Diana was living. They sneakily went up the island's cliff and came to the door of Diana. Drift was there near the door and Tony was relieved to see that. Even though Diana was present, he didn't want to take any chances as there might be assassination attempts. Arthur went and knocked on the door. The door was opened by Diana. Pepper too came from behind and ran to hug him. Are you okay? Is everything all right? Yes, everything is fine. Mermaid Man here saved me. Pepper looked at the two people behind. She immediately knew who they were as she too watched the movie. Thank you, Arthur. And thanks to you too, Mara. Nice to see both of you. Pepper said. Hello, Pepper. Nice to see you too. See, Tony, this is how to thank people. It's all right, Pepper. I believe he could have saved himself. Arthur said. Hello, Pepper. Must be exhausting having a giant baby to take care for. Mara said. Oh. You have no idea. Pepper replied. Okay, now Maya, tell me, why did you come to my home here traveling so far from mainland to warn me? Tony asked. I think my boss works for the Mandarin. Maya said. She was shaken inside. She really didn't expect that Aquaman would enter the scene now. Now almost the whole world believed that all superhero movies of John would come to life. And she was the first person to see Aquaman in real life. She saw Diana before and now there were Atlanteans. She wondered why did she even come to warn Tony while he has such high-powered bodyguards. Who is your boss? Pepper asked. Aldrich Killian. Maya said. And then proceeded to say about her research of the extremis virus and why she thought Killian worked for Mandarin. But what Mara said next scared her. She is lying. I can feel it. Diana, don't you have the lasso? Use it on her. Diana didn't waste a second and brought the lasso of truth and bounded Maya. Maya instantly blurted out all the facts about Killian being the actual Mandarin and that he was the one behind all the recent bombings. She even said that Killian was funded by many high-level corporations and it was on their help that he could launch such a long-range missile. Maya also spoke about the history of Tony with Killian and their meeting in Switzerland in 1999 and him being a total jerk to Killian. Why would these companies go through so much to kill me? Tony asked. Because your car is going to change how the world works, Tony. Maya said while still bound by lasso. Tony understood what she meant. His invention would really change the world forever. So Killian it is. I have ignored so many people in my life. Never thought one would come back to haunt me. Tony said. Seems like you pissed a lot of people. Well, whatever, where is the beer? I am famished. Arthur said. Pepper and Mara started talking like best friends while Diana led Arthur to the bar. Oi oi Matt. Can you all take this Killian seriously? He is a terrorist. Tony said as he saw everybody lost interest. You created this. Figure it out yourself. Mara said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 129, Killian. How did you know she was lying? Tony asked Mara. Being a princess and handling politics for such a long time, you end to pick up some things. Well, whatever. What is his next plan? Tony asked. He wants to kidnap and kill the president. The vice president is on the side of the old corporations and he will help them vilify your inventions later. In addition, his daughter is handicapped, so he has dealings with Killian too. Such politics. Much wow. Tony said. Where is Killian now? In a villa in Miami. This is where the actor Mandarin is kept. Most of the time Killian works from there and does his experiments on the veterans who willingly subject themselves to the experiments. We can go and beat the shit out of Killian. Tony said. And what will you do after that? What if he deletes all research while you both have a fight? He can accuse you easily as he has a political background. So no, you can't touch him. At least till he kidnaps the president. After he does that, you can go and kill him. The world now thinks that you are dead. Keep it that way. Killian won't come for Maya as she was here when the missile attacked. Mara said. Wouldn't that put the president at risk? Tony asked. We will have to take this risk. Since they involved politics, we too can involve our politics. Mara said. Tony contemplated on it and finally decided. Seems like I need to be John for few days. Tony said as he was reminiscing on the lie of John's death last year. Tony called up Rhodes and he told his whole plan and the main person behind Mandarin. Tony, you are asking me to let the president getting kidnapped. Are you sure about that? And I have to give away the armor if I get caught. Won't that be dangerous? Don't worry, buddy, I will look over all the processes and make sure nobody gets hurt. You come to Jurassic Park. I will make modifications in the armor. Fine, I will trust you on this one. The next day, the media had a field day as Tony was supposedly dead. Even though they didn't find the body, many believed that he was dead. Rhodes came to the island the next day with the armor on the pretext of searching for Tony. Rhodes was surprised to see Aquaman and Mara but was happy that they both saved Tony. What modifications are you going to do? Rhodes asked. I will make it a transformer. Normally I don't do it because it feels weird to be inside of another living being, but you will have to deal with it. Tony touched the armor with the Allspark and it immediately transformed. Rhodes named it Iron Patriot. Tony then directed what it needed to do and not raise any suspicions. The story followed the same way as Iron Man 3. Rhodes was caught by a man who was injected with extremis virus. Tony immediately knew of Rhodes from the Iron Patriot transmissions. Rhodes later was taken to the villa of Miami. Tony instantly flew over to save Rhodes. He knew he had to save Rhodes sneakily as he didn't want to raise suspicions of Killian. Until the president get kidnapped and vice president's shady deeds come to light. Tony had been collecting evidence on the vice president with the help of Jarvis and he would soon have more than enough. At night Tony finally came wearing the Mark 42 suit. The security wasn't so tight so he easily sneaked inside after making some guards unconscious. He found Rhodes tied to a bed. Took you long enough. They took away Iron Patriot and did some modifications on it. Rhodes said. They wish they could modify IP. That was the plan, wasn't it? Now let them kidnap the president. You should go for the vice president. We don't want the bigger fish to run away now. Do we? Rhodes was able to escape after that and went to his trusted military people to make sure the vice president wouldn't run away. Meanwhile, the next day, Killian's right-hand man was able to join the president in Air Force One while wearing Iron Patriot. After hijacking the plane, he let the president wear the suit and jumped right off Air Force One. The plane was in the air without pilots as they was killed by the men. But the only silver lining in the whole incident was that the plane was going to crash land in an ocean and Tony had exactly the right people to handle it. Arthur, Mara need help here. Let the plane come down. I will use water to slow down the plane in its descent. It will still be a bumpy ride though for them. Mara said. Doesn't matter. Just keep them alive. It will help you both to announce yourselves to this world too. The man who dived off the plane landed in the beach nearby only to see a man standing wearing a golden-colored armor and a trident. Before he could react, Arthur stabbed him with the trident and pinned him to the ground. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 130, Air Force One. The man didn't utter a single word and held the trident he was stabbed with his hand. His skin glowed red and it looked as if the inner part of his body was on fire. His hand started getting heated up as he touched the trident. After half a minute or so the trident still looked the same. Even the old gods couldn't put a scratch on the sacred trident. Do you think you can do so? As he said that, the water from the ocean came like a wave and doused on the man. The fire in his hands immediately went off. Meanwhile, Air Force One was approaching the ocean pretty fast. As it was approaching, the people in the nearby bridge saw a huge wave of 100 meters of water coming out of the ocean by itself and it formed like a funnel. The water funnel caught the Air Force and enveloped its whole body. This led to the Air Force One slowing down significantly. By the time it reached the ocean it slowed down more. But since the plane was heavy it still entered the ocean. The water in the ocean around the Air Force One formed a spherical hole while the funnel enveloping the plane still continued to slowing it down. After few more meters the plane finally stopped. The plane was brought on the surface of the ocean slowly. Tony, who was nearby in his suit, sighed in relief. This was a huge gamble he just played and it had paid off. Mara, who did the hard work, finally floated above. Thank you, Queen of Atlantis, I owe you one. You owe both of us. Mara said as she was looking at the beach. Then she went to rescue the people from inside the plane. All the officials and the staff were able to come out safely. Even though some were bruised, none were injured too much. Even Tony helped in the rescue process. All the staff members were grateful to Mara. They recognized who Mara was, as like S.H.I.E.L.D. they too had watched the movies of John, as it was the protocol nowadays. Next they both went to the beach to see the men still being pinned down by the sacred trident, while Arthur sitting next to the men drenched in water. Now, tell me, where's Killian? The people on the bridge who saw this started clicking pictures and videos. And some even live broadcasted it in YouTube and Facebook. Isn't that King and Queen of Atlantis? They are real. A man exclaimed. What's so surprising about that? Wasn't that already predicted and taken for granted by almost everybody? I gotta say, Queen Mara looks so hot. Arthur is a lucky man being a half-human, said another man in the sidewalk. Shoo, lower your voice. They don't look at us in a very good eye. Be careful if their army one day comes and kidnaps you back to Atlantis. The people were discussing among themselves when Tony was interrogating the men. The men refused to answer no matter what. Well, it doesn't matter. I was just playing with you. The suit that you sent the president with is already controlled. You have lost the war before it even started. Tony said with a victorious smile. The men who hadn't spoken a single word finally looked shaken. Now he understood that we're being played from the beginning. Now since the president is captured, we need to rescue him and show us our presentable face. Don't you think? Arthur said as he pulled the trident out and directly stabbed at the head of the men, killing him. Yes, it's time to work. They waited till evening when the tracker of Iron Patriot finally stopped flying. That's an old harbor of rocks and corporations. Figures. Let's go. Tony flew away while Mara and Arthur dived in the water and swam away fast. The people in the bridge who saw all this from distance cheered. They finally got to see the new superhero. As all the three reached the harbor, they saw the Iron Patriot suit tied by steel ropes high up in the air. This Killian guy has a thing for dramatics. I am sure he would have done great as a movie director. Arthur said. I second that. Tony said. They were able to see many guards all around the harbor. There were way too many for three of them to handle at the same time. Tony, we need backup. Mara said. Backup is 2 minutes out. We need to free the president first. IP can take him away. You go free the president. Until then we engage these people. Let's see how powerful are their mutations. Arthur said. Tony flew away to the president to free him. As the guards saw a man in suit flying towards the president, they immediately started shooting at it. But Arthur and Mara soon took action. Since it was an harbor filled with water around, it was basically a playground for them. Mara used water to attack the guards who were injected with extremis virus. Since water lowered the temperatures of their bodies, it proved more effective, while Arthur used both water and his trident to kill the guards. Mara looked majestic with water spears around and throwing it to whoever came near her. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 131, Phoenix. Tony in the meantime was able to reach Iron Patriot and released him from the bindings. You look great, Mr. President. IP, take him away. And go to Rhodes to help him. After being freed, IP flew away with the president inside. Now he could fight without any concern. All these months he had been living in anxiety. This anxiety led him to make tons of suits, and this was the backup Tony mentioned before. By the time the president flew away, all the suits came flying by. All were managed by Jarvis. Jarvis, light this place up. Kill every being that has higher body temperatures by any means possible. Oh yes, help Mara and Aquaman too when required. Tony joined the fight too, using his Mark 42 suit. As this was in harbor, there was metal everywhere, so he used this to his advantage of his iron alchemy. He killed dozens of them through it. It had to be mentioned that there were more soldiers with extremis virus, as Killian was supported by many rich corporations, so he had more people to experiment upon than the original world. Mara, Aquaman, and Tony both were fighting intensely while many of his suits were getting destroyed in the fight. This caused explosions everywhere. And one of that explosion hit where Killian was operating from high up in the tower. He fell to the ground and Tony noticed it. Tony flew to Killian and started fighting with him. For the first time Tony felt helpless, as the suits of Tony would get destroyed instantly while fighting him. Tony had to abandon Mark 42 while fighting as one of his part got burnt a little. Mark 42 was a living suit and he didn't want to hurt any living being. Tony had to use the other suits which he brought as backup to fight. Even his iron alchemy did almost no harm to Killian as metal melted away after a second touching his body. As the fight raged on between Tony and Killian due to the explosions around, a huge crane fell in their position and exploded. They both had to get away. Tony was able to fly away while Killian got buried under the huge crane. Mara and Arthur, who were little far, were relieved to see Tony being safe, and they continued killed the other people who had extremis virus. Tony finally came near the buried debris inside. This was really one of his toughest enemy. Killian almost bested him with his constant high temperature and faster physique. As he was reminiscing this, the debris moved by itself. Tony now had a look of gloominess in his face. Is this guy immortal or something? Even 1,000 kg of loads did nothing to him. Tony murmured. Seems like you do need help, said a voice from behind. Tony turned around only to see a very familiar face. He was relieved seeing him, as the guy who came was basically a nemesis of Killian. It was John. He came over to see if there was any wrong butterfly effect. Even though he had sent Mara and Arthur to help Tony, he still felt that he should go and watch the scene. What he saw really surprised him, as there was almost an army under Killian, and even the two superheroes John had summoned to help had been fighting for a long time now. I checked from Diana. She said you are here. Got bored at home. Emma went away for offline classes. Thought about giving you a hand, as Umbrella Corporation is also my baby. John said. As Tony and John were talking, Killian came out of the debris without any damage in his body. John Jameson. Did you come to die? Good. I won't have to come to your place to finish the work given by the companies. You really think you are only one with superpowers? Though I think it would be an overkill, but I guess I can show you before you die. As John said that as he transformed himself to Phoenix. Tony, who already knew what John was going to do, moved a few meters away from the beginning. It should be an honor for you to die by the Phoenix. Don't worry, all the companies would follow your path soon. What the hell is this? What the hell are you? Killian screamed in fear. He saw a huge bird burning in very hot flames. The flames were so hot even he who was injected by the virus could feel his skin burning. This is the power of mystical Zoan fruit. Now please say hello to Mephisto for me if he exists in hell. John said as waved his feathers towards Killian. This caused a fire wave enveloping Killian. He screamed in pain for half a minute before turning into ashes. Tony, who was looking at this, murmured. Never be the enemy of John. Never. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. There will be no double uploads today because of low Power Stones. Chapter 132, The League. John transformed himself back to his original body. He saw the destruction around and thought. Anime sometimes doesn't do justice to some powers. John approached Tony, who was few meters away sitting in exhaustion. Mara and Arthur too came after killing the last guard. They had long fight too, but they didn't look so tired. Did you get all the evidence? John asked. Yes. The president himself is the greatest evidence. But of course I caught everything in 4K. Tony said. Good. Send them to the required authorities and sue everyone involved. John said as he too was angry now. He didn't think such an invention would attract many jealous eyes. I have sent Cinch long ago to hack into his computers and take everything out. Tony assured. Send me a copy before you send to the officials. I don't want another case of Wilson Fisk here. John said. How you have other plans with them? Tony asked. Yes. Since they wanted to hit me, they should better be ready to get hit too. John said as he wanted to send the League after every one of them who was involved in this. If they don't run then it's fine, but if they did, John wanted to make sure that they would never see the light of the day. How do you plan to do that? Tony asked, being little curious. That's a secret. John said mysteriously. How many more secrets are you hiding? Tony asked, being more curious. John didn't reply to do that and just smiled. After discussing if everything was all right, they all left. Mara and Arthur wanted to roam the whole ocean and go for sightseeing, so they left via water. Tony flew away while John took his flight the next day, as they were in Miami for the fight. The next day Tony sent all the relevant information and he forwarded all this to the League. The League moved fast after getting the information and made sure nobody ran away. Surprisingly, nobody ran because almost all of them thought they would never get caught as they were never directly contacted, but the news in the next day broke this hallucination. The media channels who had been chirping about the supposed dead Tony Stark came to know that he was alive and even returned with the evidence who the Mandarin was. The whole conspiracy came into light with the president being kidnapped while the vice president cutting a deal with many corporations. This came as a shock to many people. The police had a field day as they had to arrest various high-level personas. Many corporations were involved in his and many of them were caught. Those who were not caught were handled by the League. The police found it weird as many people just vanished from the face of Earth. They were sure even if some escaped, there would be at least one being caught, but surprisingly they just vanished. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't find any information. John had brought the Army of League from animated version but kept Ra's al Ghul from the Green Arrow, so the army was more efficient from the series. Tony, who saw the news, knew that John had made them vanish. Though he didn't how John achieved that, but was happy nonetheless as nobody actually escaped. John had a smile too as League handled it perfectly. Now he didn't have any headache as the power shift towards the umbrella corporations would be more apparent. It was already the end of April when all this fiasco ended. And the next movie would come on the first week of June. And he was eagerly waiting for it. That movie would help him a lot in future plans. The days went by as normal. John and Emma even took a mini vacation to Canada for a few days to have a good time together. By the end of the year, Emma would have patrolled the galaxy, so they wanted to spend time together as much as possible. Even though she will have enough time to visit Earth and be with John, there might be her absence for a longer period of time. So they wanted to make the most of it. Finally, it was the month of June and was time for the next movie. Hal had returned from OA and was even contacted by Fury as he needed to have a proper file on Hal. Bruce, after being appointed as secretary, scrapped the assessment part but accepted that offline files would be made for any superpowered beings. Fury had to accept this arrangement as maintaining a file too was enough. Hal even joined S.H.I.E.L.D. as a pilot as he had a love for flying. Fury happily accepted this appointment as it meant having a superpowered being which can travel the universe under him. Even though Hal wouldn't be always around, it was still better than Captain Marvel. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Chapter 133, Bleak Future. Everybody came to the premiere of the new movie, including Hal, Bruce, Alfred, Fury, and others. John and Emma stepped out of the car and were flocked by reporters instantly. They were now the couple goals for many people as they had been together for quite some time and never a bad rumor came out of their love life. Little did they know John was too lazy to even talking to other people and start a rumor. He even faced flack from Emma for being so introverted with the people whom he doesn't know anything about from beginning. Sir, your umbrella corporation would soon launch. What are your hopes for it? I hope that humanity would take a better step into the future. Now that all snakes are out of the way, us as a race can advance together. John said as the trial of the people who were caught already went through and almost all of them were guilty. It was a high-profile case and White House wanted to end this whole incident. It had tarnished the image of the government by a lot as the ugly truth of politics came into light. They fast-forwarded the proceedings and the trial was ended in a month. The reporters asked other questions of the company and John happily replied. Soon they went to the movie for its screening. All went inside, the audience were excited as a new superhero movie meant another hero emerging. They have already seen the videos of Aquaman, so now they would be searching for a new one. The movie started with a baby being born to a couple, but the difference was that the surroundings were different from a typical human room. It looked colorless. The camera moved and it showed the father having a debate with few old men sitting like kings. They were the council. We have weeks left. I warned you harvesting the core was suicide, said the men. We were out of reserves. What did you expect us to do? Look to the stars like our ancestors did. We have outposts spread in the universe. We can easily find an inhabitable planet, said the men. As the debate went on, there was an explosion from behind. Few men led by a man in a suit which looked like a commander came and did a coup. It was General Zod. He wanted the men, who was Jor-El, to join him and save the planet, but he refused. Soon there was a battle between the soldiers and the people of the council. Through twists and turns, Jor-El was able to escape while the war raged on. Jor-El extracted the information of the codex into the baby's body while delivering him to a small spaceship. They had decided to send the baby to Earth. He will be an outcast. A freak. They will kill him, said the baby's mother. How? He will be a god to them. Soon Zod came to them as the codex was stolen by Jor-El but failed to stop the baby's spaceship feeling away. Zod killed Jor-El in rage but was captured by the council's guards. At the end, Zod was banished into the Phantom Zone. The camera moved and it showed the planet known as Krypton exploded by itself and ended all life on their planet. Even though the planet was destroyed, it showed how advanced their technology was. Spaceships, buildings, weapons were so high-tech that the audience were in awe. Tony, who looked at it, finally said with a serious face, "We have to look for other inhabitable planets. I don't want a Krypton-like situation in the distant future. Even with such high level of technology, they couldn't save their race. What chances do we have for survival? It's fine, Tony. Humanity is still young. We have thousands of years still left for us to approach that cycle." John replied. The movie continued as it showed a young man traveling. Along his travels, the people got a glimpse of this man's powers. The movie also showed the man's childhood. His struggles with his powers and how his parents brought him up. His father told him that he was sent here in a spaceship and that he didn't belong to Earth. Yes. This movie was Man of Steel of Zack Snyder. John loved that movie in his previous life and he thought it was the most apt Superman ever. The movie continued and the audience even got a bigger glimpse of his powers as he saved people in an oil rig which had caught fire. He single-handedly stopped a huge tower from falling on the escaping helicopter. How powerful is this guy? Flames doesn't affect him and now even such a huge weight doesn't even give him a scratch. Tony murmured. The universe once used to fear their race. I hope that gives you a context. Bruce said this time. He had been the right-hand man of Darkseid for quite a long time, so he had a general idea of the Kryptonians. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it'd be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 134, False God. The story went on as the man named as Clark finally reached his destination. An icy island in Canada. Lois Lane, a reporter from Daily Planet, reached there too. There was a military presence in the island as they had found something hidden deep inside the iceberg, and the thing was encapsulated by ice which was more than 15,000 years old. That night Clark went to find out more about the hidden thing. Lois Lane, who too went out a night, found Clark sneaking away from far and she followed him. Clark soon reached the depth using his heat vision and entered the scout ship that was sent by Krypton ages ago. This was where Clark came to know about his ancestry, and Lois Lane, who followed her, was attacked by ship's defenses. Clark came in time to stop the defense system, killing Lois, and had to use heat vision to cauterize the wound. The ship, accepting the commands of Clark, flew away to a more hidden location. The military was dumbfounded and Lois was found somewhere far from all of this. Clark learned to fly after his meeting with his dead father. This is impossible. Biologically this doesn't make sense. Banner shouted. Banner, there would be many things in the universe which won't make sense. Is it that weird? You have seen gods already. John said. Banner became silent after that. Lois, after returning to US, went on a hunt to find the man who was responsible for this and wanted to know more. She finally found his mystery man, and after talking with him she realized that bringing the truth out would be a huge mistake as humanity wasn't ready for it. The story continued and finally General Zod came out from Phantom Zone and found Clark in Earth. On the way to Earth he even found world engines which to terraform any planet according to the needs. Zod announced himself to the world and asked to hand over Clark. Clark surrendered himself after much contemplation. He was taken away but later understood what Zod wanted to do, and that was making Earth like Krypton. Clark knew he had to get out, and thanks to Lois, who too was brought over, they were able to escape. By the time Clark returned to Earth, the world engines started their work. Lois suggested they use Clark's previous ship and collide with the world engine, and the phantom drives would create a singularity. This will destroy the ships. At the end they were able to do, and this led to the last fight between Zod and Clark. And that was the highlight of the movie. The fight was so devastating that it destroyed almost half of the city of Metropolis. Everybody were surprised by such scenes, and the audience even wondered if it was good if Clark showed up. The destruction shown scared many, while many thought he could help fight humanity. The story ended with the death of Zod. No wonder you once said, some could destroy the Earth single-handedly. He belongs to that category. Tony said. Steve too had a solemn look on his face. John saw all this and said. What are you getting nervous about? It's not like he is going to come. How you mean Superman won't arrive? Hal said as he too knew of Clark. No. He is stuck somewhere, even if he comes it would be much further in the future. John said. He had enough fan values to bring Clark, but he didn't want to. Firstly, his arrival might be counterproductive as he was way too overpowered and he was sure many people won't like it. This might hamper his fan value collections. Secondly, he didn't really need Clark. He made the Man of Steel for future movies and another purpose which he had been planning for a long time. He would bring Superman when everything would be more settled and people would be more accepting of superheroes. It wouldn't cost that much to bring Superman, as this was the movie version, as opposed to comics where he was more powerful. He also wanted to show people that his movies didn't mean the people would come to life after the movies were made. He was sure people would find something wrong if all the characters in movies came to life after the movie itself. John wanted to misdirect the general public. Soon it was time for post-credits scene. The camera showed a dimly lit statue. The camera approached slowly to the statue as the statue was lit bit by bit. At the end it was revealed a statue of Superman, but on his chest was written, False God, in red paint. Then it showed the Batcave where there was Bruce Wayne and Alfred looking at the destruction caused by Superman during the battle against Zod. Alfred then said. This is how it starts. The fever, the rage, the feeling of powerlessness. It turns good men cruel. As soon as the movie ended, everyone looked at Bruce Wayne. Except for Diana, who knew what had happened later. "You went on a fight against Superman?" Steve asked, little curious. "You have guts, I have gotta say," Banner said. Emma too was interested and asked, "Who won?" "You will know," John replied this time. Bruce didn't say anything and he had a complicated look in his face. In both worlds Superman was a huge help, but that came at a huge cost too. Doomsday being one of them. "I know many of you feel cheated since the MC wouldn't bring Superman for now, but trust me, he will come, but just not now, and those who are thinking that the heroes are getting more powerful, I can assure you, the future enemies would be equally as powerful. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 135, War. The next day there was a huge buzz everywhere about the movie. Some supported Superman while some said he was dangerous and he could never represent humanity. They even pointed out that Batman considered Superman as an enemy from the post-credits scene. There was a huge debate in almost all online forums. John, who came to know of this, was surprised. Fury, on the other hand, was very happy, as John had said that Superman won't arrive. Having Diana and Naruto's world was a headache enough. "I am not even bringing Superman. What's up with these people?" At August, Umbrella Corporation had finally released the sale of solar panels made from the technology of the Treasure Planet ship to people. This panel was lightweight, stretchable, and even could be folded like a cloth. These panels could generate more electricity than the present technology, and it was highly efficient and durable. As it was already approved by the many laboratories over the world, people started buying them like hotcakes. The efficiency was so high that a typical house could sustain by itself for a few days easily, even if there was no sun. What really surprised John was that even Wakanda too gave an order to buy these panels. It wasn't produced at large amount for the first time. This brought a smile in his face, as even the magnificent Wakanda wanted to research on the panels. John by now had more wealth than he could even spend in hundreds of lifetime. Google, Facebook, Twitter, Netflix, and now he had entered his hands in energy supply. John was now probably the most influential person in the world. His movies, his companies, and now his technology were revolutionizing. It was surprising that he gave away much of the money to charity. As John was thinking all this, Emma said, "I need to go to the university. Want to go with me?" "Sure, I am bored anyways." "Let's go," John said. They flew to Rhode Island and directly went to the university. Of course they wore proper masks and hats so that nobody would recognize them. Emma had to meet with some of her friends to discuss a project they had been working on, and Emma thought it would be better if they meet face to face and have a proper talk. Soon Emma found her friends and introduced him to John. They were really excited to meet John, as he was kind of a legend. John had a good fun time together with her friends. They were eager to ask about his future projects. "What are your future projects?" "Well, for now a game and a movie at the end of the year. And of course if you watch animes, you will always see new ones being introduced every year." "What is the new game about?" asked one friend of Emma. "Well, it's based on mythology, but this time gods being at the receiving end of beating." They all chirped a lot, and finally Emma pulled her friends away as they had a project to discuss. They returned back the next day. John was happy to see her friends in his free time and spend time with Emma. Emma had been taking defense lessons regularly, and even John joined sometimes when he wasn't at office. Hal would sometimes come and teach her how to use the ring better. She was happy with all the training and care. Soon it was September and it was time for the launch of new game. This too was built by CD Projekt Red. People had high expectations from the game and were looking forward to it. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. kept an eye for the new game. Since Geralt was real, maybe the new game character was also real. The game was about a half mortal and half god. Here God being Zeus again. The story told of a warrior who rose from the commander of an army to killing every gods of Mount Olympus. Yes, the game was God of War. John specifically built this character to handle Malekith. He also had other plans with Kratos later. The story spoke of his journey of how from being a servant of Ares to killing everyone. The story ended with him being in another world where he had a son named Atreus and them living peacefully. John didn't add the full game of God of War 4. He just wanted the character Atreus for fun and giving a closure to Kratos so that at least in this world he would find peace. The people loved this game as it had a vivid story. Even though it wasn't an open-world game like Witcher, it still arose the excitement of the gaming nerds. His Blades of Chaos was what people loved the most. After Men of Steel there wasn't much of a sharp rise in fan values. John expected this as the character of Men of Steel was little controversial. But God of War took his fan values to high level again. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it'd be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 136, Asgard. Ding. Total fan values, 2.9 billion. Fan values required to extract Kratos, 230 million. Extract Kratos and Atreus, John commanded. Ding. Command accepted. Well then it's done. No more characters for this year if it's not absolutely required. John was now contemplating a lot. John always had a general idea of how he would handle some problems, but this time he wasn't sure if his desired plan would work out perfectly. So, any weird diversion in the story would make his future plans go out of control, and he needed to make contingencies for that. After the proper success with the game's launch, John said to Emma, "Want to go far for a vacation?" "Where do you want to go?" Emma said. "It will be fine. Might take a few days." John said. "All right, I will pack the things," Emma said as she went away to pack a small luggage. The next day early morning they took Bumblebee. John wanted to take Bee in this journey as well and came to an open clearing which didn't have anyone. "Heimdall. I want to meet Odin," John suddenly shouted. Heimdall. You want to go to Asgard?" Emma said as she knew the general knowledge of the universe now. Thanks to the books in OA and the Guardians. "Yes. Heimdall, can you hear me? I want to meet Allfather Odin," John shouted again after seeing no response. Suddenly the clouds above started to swirl around. He was relieved as John didn't know if Heimdall could even listen to him, and even if he did, John wasn't sure if he would be allowed to come to Asgard. "But you can transform yourself. We are going on a vacation. You won't have to hide from the people where we will be going. Don't touch anything while traveling. You might be thrown away to somewhere else." Bee transformed himself by the time Bifrost fell over them. John, Emma, and Bee were sucked into the Bifrost and started traveling in very high speed. John had to use a bit of Phoenix power to stop himself disorienting. Even Emma used the ring to transform herself. After quite a few seconds, all three stopped and they saw they were in a huge spherical chamber. At the side there was Heimdall standing with his sword wearing the armor. "Hello Heimdall. Hello warriors from Midgard. I have notified Odin already. He is expecting you." This was John's first time traveling somewhere outside Earth. He always had the power to travel the universe, but he never did as he didn't find any reason to and he had loads of work. But today was the first day he stepped his foot outside Earth. John was really grateful for all of this as he had never expected that his life would take such a turn. John looked at Heimdall while he looked at Bumblebee. It was the first time that Heimdall saw a creature that didn't belong to anywhere in the universe and had a strong curiosity for it. Emma too greeted Heimdall. Heimdall looked at her ring for a second and nodded. Then they started walking on the rainbow bridge towards the Golden Palace. The sheer size of the palace that they laid their eyes upon surprised them. John thought, "The movies never did justice to Asgard. It's more big than I had imagined." John, Emma, and Bee slowly walked on the bridge, taking in all the scenes around, the sea and the surrounding city. They were in awe. Even Bee had an appreciative look in his face. The people saw a very weird machine creature walking on the bridge and were discussing among themselves of what this weird creature was. As they were walking, two guards wearing armor approached them. "Hello warriors from Midgard. Please follow us. Allfather Odin is waiting for you." John and other followed the guards to the palace. The palace looked more majestic inside. They all went to the main hall only to see Odin sitting in his throne. John and Emma bowed down to him. Though they didn't have to, but just for the fact that Odin had protected Earth from frost giants was something worthy of praise. Odin deserved some respect in this regard. "Welcome powerful warriors of Midgard. I hope you like our hospitality." "Thank you Allfather. Asgard has been great. More majestic than I imagined." John replied. "Where is Queen Frigga?" "She was just notified that you all have arrived and on her way to here." Odin said. "Hello Guardian. It's an honor to meet such a noble warrior of the universe," he continued. "Huh. No Allfather, I am not a Guardian, I am just a recruit corp of them. I have still a long way to go to be a proper Green Lantern." Emma blushed and said. "Allfather, how do you know of the Guardians?" John asked in a surprised tone. "I paid a visit once to the Guardians. They are more knowledgeable than me. It's a blessing to the 9 realms that OA has merged with us. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 137, Conditions. John never checked on the Guardians and he left OA on its own devices. So when John came to know of this, he was surprised. He instantly checked the memories of the Guardians and he really did see Odin visiting. Odin then looked at Bumblebee. He just greeted Bee but didn't say anything much. Soon Frigga came. John and Emma greeted her and she was very enthusiastic of Emma. "Go. Enjoy the surroundings of Asgard. Thor isn't here as he went to quell the rebellion in the 9 realms. We can always talk later. Odin said. John too obliged as he had come here for vacation and wanted to have a good time. Then led by Frigga, John and the other two roamed around the palace and even saw the training grounds. Emma even suggested that she should also join the training soldiers. Emma joined in the arena and had a good exchange using her ring. The soldiers were surprised by this weird magic where she conjured weapons out of thin air. After a round of exchange she backed off. Emma actually wanted to try herself against the Asgardians. She had seen the records on them and knew how powerful they were, so as a lantern she had to try. She was happy that she could overpower them. Even though she didn't use all her strength, she already had the upper hand. She felt proud to be a lantern and was able to demonstrate her powers to the Asgardians. Later even Bee took arms against a dozen of soldiers together. Bee wasn't Southwest great in close fights. Being a transformer, he was more of a long-range fighting specialist. As a result, he suffered a bit. Come out, Bee. They use magic and technology together. Your body might not be able to handle it. Bee came out of the arena in a sullen face. He hadn't been out for such a long time, and now that he was out he suffered. It's all right, Bee, don't sulk. If you want a proper war, I will give you one soon. John assured. Bee's eyes lit up as soon as he said that. John and others spent the entire day roaming around the city. Emma didn't have any currency to buy, so she just went around and didn't buy anything. Some people recognized Bee from the bridge and wanted to say hello to him. Many were curious about them, so John had to explain them that they were from Midgard. At night Odin prepared a huge banquet. John, who didn't like alcohol or beer, had to chug in beer so as not to disrespect Odin, as it was the tradition of Asgard. He literally had to use phoenix power inside his body to burn away the drunken feeling. Emma and John went to the guest room, which was big and spacious. They loved the style, and Emma even suggested if they could build a home as spacious as this. John just smiled to it. The next day John went to the palace as he needed to talk. He had an important thing to discuss. So, warrior, why have you actually come to Asgard? Odin asked. Allfather, I want a total privacy with only you and Queen. John said. Huh. Sure. Guards, leave the main hall. Odin said. But your majesty. It won't be safe, a guard said, looking at John apprehensively. Don't worry, if he really wanted to harm us, it would have been a monumental task for us to stop him. He doesn't need to go a roundabout way to deal with us. Odin said. John raised his eyebrows when he heard that. Seems like Heimdall did peep on me quite a lot. John murmured. The guards were surprised by what Odin and took a deep look at John. John wasn't sure why Odin was so easygoing, knowing that John might be danger to himself. The guards left after being directed again by Odin. Seems like you know quite a lot. John said. Heimdall did tell me about your other form. Got to say, I am surprised that Midgard had produced such a powerful warrior as you. Had a talk with the Ancient One about you. She assured me that you are harmless. Odin said. John blushed at this, as he was anything but harmless. Soon the palace became empty, with only John, Frigga, and John present. Odin even put an enchantment around so that nobody could listen after being suggested by John. Though he didn't understand why, but he still did it. Now tell me, what are you here for? Allfather, I have a news for you. Queen Frigga is going to die. John said. Odin and Frigga were taken aback, and Odin suddenly put his guard up as he thought John might attack. Even though he trusted Ancient One quite a bit, but not high enough to overlook everything. But then he understood that's not what John meant. What do you mean I am going to die? Frigga asked in a tranquil face, as if she expected it. I can't say much, as me saying more of future would change many things. The only thing I can say is I am here to save you. John said. Save her? Why? I don't think you owe Asgard anything. Odin asked. I don't, and that's why I am here in a condition. John said. So you mean you can save me, but we have to fulfill your condition? Frigga asked. Yes. Tell me about your condition. I want my movies, games, and animes to be propagated in Asgard. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it'd be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 138, TVA. John came to Asgard for 2 reasons. One was because he wanted to propagate his works here to gain more fan values. Earth would be enough for John to gain more values, and secondly, he wanted to see if TVA, or the Time Variance Authority, responsible for maintaining the sacred timeline, comes if he saved Frigga. Though in many universes Frigga was alive and was never hunted by the TVA. John wanted to see if they really come. All his life he was in fear of being hunted down by them, but soon realized that TVA never came when he touched the lives of many people. Even though he made sure that the timeline didn't distort a lot, but after Hydra's demise the plot had already gone out of the window. All of Hydra died much earlier than they were supposed to. Now he wanted to see if TVA comes when he saves Frigga. Because they showed up when Loki escaped and lived, and would like to see what would happen if Frigga was saved. Are you sure of this condition alone? Is this some kind of a joke? Odin asked. It's not a joke. I love my works and I want all of Asgard to watch it. Many people have started coming from different universes. Some might even come to Asgard. The people needs a guidance to that, so my works would help them understanding the other party. Odin contemplated a bit. He was confused about why John had a weird condition. He expected treasures from his vault for the exchange of Frigga's life, but his condition really felt out of the world. Though I think you are hiding something with this condition, but I will accept it only after you are able to save Frigga. Odin said. I won't be saving her. I will be sending a friend of mine. He too, like you, comes from legends and gods. Oh yes, he is as grumpy old guy as you. John said. Frigga laughed loudly at the description of Odin. Now tell me, how is she going to die? I will take proper measures. Odin asked without minding the slight of John. I can't. The more I speak, more the future will distort. Don't act on anything and act as you are supposed to. It won't be long before everything is revealed. I must say that Queen Frigga compassion is enormous, as even after knowing she might die you didn't flinch. Death will come when it's supposed to come. Frigga said in a tranquil voice. Who's your friend that is going to help us? Odin asked. You will see him soon. Tell Heimdall to be on the lookout in Asgard, as he will arrive here. Never antagonize him. He has a very bad history when it comes to gods. He killed every last god in his previous world. John said. He will arrive here in Asgard. Won't it be dangerous for us? Odin asked this time. It's fine as long as you don't mind his business, he won't care. He has a son now. Do you think a person with a family will care about other matters now? All his life only thing he had seen was bloodshed and revenge. He is at peace now. It's almost the same life as yours. John assured him. Odin still felt skeptical and made a mind to remind Heimdall to keep a watch on the new guest. Then Odin lifted the enchantment, as he could feel the guards outside were getting restless with this long absence. Emma came too, as John had been missing for some time now. Odin didn't ask any more about this and kept his stance as usual. Frigga too wasn't bothered and continued talking with Emma. John went outside the palace to continue his vacation as he wanted. He would summon Kratos and his son at night in the nearby woods. He was sure Heimdall would notice his arrival and take necessary measures. As the night fell, John and Emma returned to their guest room. As John laid down, he said to the system, summon Kratos and Atreus in the woods nearby. As soon as Kratos and his son were summoned, both Heimdall and Odin felt it. Heimdall asked for direction from Odin. Leave them be for tonight. I will summon them tomorrow. Odin said after contemplating. Even though John said that he would be harmless, Odin still had to see if they were trustworthy. The night went by and Heimdall said that the father-son duo acted normal and even made a temporary home in a few hours in the woods. Summon them. Odin said. Call John too. Kratos and his son was soon approached by the guards. And since John had directed him to act accordingly, he obliged by the order and followed the guards with his son. Soon all three came to the main hall of the palace. Kratos appeared bald with a red tattoo covering his right eye. He had a beard exactly like Odin, but only difference was he had black beard. His son was very young and looked cute. Odin called Frigga too and ordered his guards to give them privacy, as he needed to speak with them in a secrecy. Like before, he used enchantment too. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 139, Godson. Kratos stood in front of Odin with his typical scowl. He looked stoic as he held the hand of his son. Odin too looked at Kratos. He wore a more ancient clothing and had battle scars all over his body, signifying he had gone through many battles. Welcome to Asgard. I hope the journey was pleasant. Odin finally broke the silence with that. It was different. Kratos replied. John had his hand in his forehead. These two are way too stubborn. He needed to remedy the situation. Kratos. I have already guided you with the dreams. This is Asgard. John said as he needed to play the role. Yes, I understand that I will have to keep her alive if I want to stay, Kratos said in a deeper voice. No. You can live here without any problems. Even if I die, it won't matter. You can live here peacefully without any hindrance. I understand that you have been flung here without consent, so it's not your fault. Asgard will be your home now and forever. Frigga replied this time. Kratos looked at Odin. He nodded his head. Then Frigga looked at his son and asked. What a lovely boy. What's your name, child? Atreus. Hello, madam. Atreus said. Hello. His mother was from Jotunheim. She named him Loki. Not the same Jotunheim of this universe. His universe too has Asgard and the 9 realms. So his mother was from Jotunheim. John added this time. Both Odin and Frigga shuddered when they heard this. Loki, a name which was very close to them. Is he really called Loki? Odin asked Kratos this time. Yes. That's the name his mother gave him. Kratos said. Kratos, will you mind if I adopt your son as God's son? Frigga suddenly asked. He will be a prince to Asgard. She continued. I don't think we want anything to do with your titles. Kratos said. I know, but the thing is I have another son named Loki who is in prison for his crime. I failed to educate him. I hope I can educate this child better. He lost his mother, didn't he? I will try to give him the best education possible. Of course he will be the prince only if you say so. Frigga said. Boy. Would you like to be a prince? Kratos asked Atreus. I will follow whatever you say, father. Atreus said, but he had a smile on his face when he heard that he would be a prince of such a huge place. Kratos looked at John, as at the end John is the real controller of everything. John nodded his head. Odin too accepted Atreus as the new godson. After removing the enchantment, he called the guards and asked for a banquet to announce the new prince of Asgard. Odin had his own calculations on it. He saw how Kratos looked at John, and John was probably like a guide to everyone who comes from another universe. If he tied down Atreus to Asgard, John might help Asgard in future. Above all, he would propagate his works in Asgard soon, so John was basically a helper of Asgard. Odin himself didn't mind another son. This would help Thor gain a brother's love again and teach him to be a kinder king. Asgard was in uproar as now there would be a new prince. They soon came to know that it was an adopted son by Frigga and Odin. The subjects soon started preparing for the banquet, as honoring a new prince was a must. Due to such arrangement, Thor and others would be brought back for the celebration and crowning of the new prince. John on the other hand made sure Atreus didn't have a cocky character in the future like he did in the God of War 4 game. Having to keep an eye on the duo, as an added bonus Frigga would be his mother, so that would teach humility. Ah. Whatever. Didn't expect that. Maybe one day he would be the king of Asgard, as both the current Loki and Thor won't sit on the throne. What a cunning king Odin. Giving the position of prince to Atreus so that Kratos could almost give his life, but of course there is a long time for that. I don't think Odin will ever hand over the throne to Atreus. So by the evening the palace was decorated majestically for the ceremony. Emma soon came to know the reason. After watching so many things, she already accepted that random characters would arrive from other universes. Only this time it was in Asgard. In the evening, Thor arrived along with Sif and others. He even brought some prisoners from 9 realms. John even went to see the prisoners if there was a dark elf among them, but didn't find any. I guess Kratos would have to wait for his opportunity. Let him be the hero. Knowing his history, he deserves to settle down too. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 140, Loki. The ceremony started with many warriors present in a row. Thor, Frigga, Volstagg, and others on the side too. Thor was taken aback when he came to know that he had gained a new brother named Loki. When the actual Loki came to know, he was also dumbfounded. After Frigga told him that he came from another universe, he understood. People cheered for the new prince. Atreus looked stunning with the Asgardian armor. He had a bow and arrows in his back instead of a sword or other melee weapons. It was his weapon of choice. As he walked, he felt shy, as he was basically a boy who grew up in the woods. It was the first time he had seen so many people at once, and that two cheered for him. He saw his father standing the front row and finally calmed himself and walked towards the throne where Odin was standing with his Gungnir. Odin too wore a majestic armor. Atreus finally reached near the throne. Atreus, son of Kratos. Do you accept the title of prince and take a pledge to forever defend the dignity of Asgard until your death? I pledge that from now and forever I will fight for the people of Asgard and defend their honor until I die. Atreus said with a loud tone. Very well. From now you are the third prince of Asgard, enjoying the same rights as Thor. Odin said. Thor and others cheered. Even Emma and John were happy. Thor was happy that he finally got a new brother and he could be his protector. He didn't treat Loki well in his childhood, he wanted to remedy that and look for salvation in Atreus. There was a large banquet after. Kratos actually had a drinking duel with Thor and Thor lost at the end, which surprised everyone. Frigga even took Atrus to show Loki his new brother. Loki looked at his other version of himself in another universe with curious eyes. Atrus, like him, had the bloodline from Jotunheim but understood that Jotunheim of Atrus' universe didn't have frost giants. The next day Thor had to go back to Nine Realms to quell the rebellion, but this time Kratos joined them. He wanted to have a proper feel of the Nine Realms. Kratos brought the Leviathan axe instead of Blades of Chaos, as those blades was his dark history. Thor too wanted to fight with someone who supposedly killed gods in his universe, and he wanted to see how he fights. And Kratos didn't disappoint them. His axe worked like Thor's hammer and used ice element. Since Kratos was brought with his character fully maxed out, he was basically an overkill for those who revolted. As Kratos went away, John too returned to Earth. John had informed Odin before leaving and said if he needed any help Odin can ask from him. He didn't want Ragnarok to come to pass, as that would mean loss of fan values. He had a very vague plan for Hela and he wasn't sure if that would be enough. Sigh. We'll think of it when Hela comes. What a headache this whole universe is. After John returned, he noticed that he had received many calls and messages. Even Emma received. Surprisingly, even Fury had called. Wow, even the Baldy misses me. I am honored. John said in a sarcastic tone. John returned all the missed calls and messages. He returned to his work the next day while Emma was busy with her classes. John went to the DC office to check how far the next movie was progressing. The next movie would open multiple characters which he would require in the future. He was looking forward to it. After a few days, John suddenly saw a news that piqued his interest. He saw a news that Dr. Erik Selvig was caught near the Stonehenge parading naked with his instruments. So it has started. Emma, I will be going to London for a few days. Tell your parents to take a vacation outside in the next few days. Huh? Is something going to happen? Emma asked as she knew John wouldn't give such a weird suggestion suddenly. Well, some old guy will wake up and he needs to be beaten back. Don't worry. Everything has been taken care of. Just inform your parents. Need any help? Emma asked as now she too could help. No, it's fine. In fact, I will just go to London for sightseeing and do damage control. John flew to London that day itself as he needed to see the whole phenomena himself. He had the phone number of Dr. Jane, so he called her after landing in London. Hello, Dr. Foster. Remember me? It's John. I am in London. I saw Dr. Selvig's in news. Is he all right? Huh. Mr. Jameson, yes. He is all right. We are going to the police station now to free him from custody. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 141, The Convergence. John reached the police station and saw Jane and Darcy signing some forms for the release of Dr. Selvig. He approached her as she was signing. Hi, Dr. Foster. Need any help in releasing Dr. Selvig? No, it's fine. We are already done. Jane replied. Hi. Remember me? Darcy also joined in. Yes, of course. Where is your intern? John said. How do you know there is an intern of mine? Darcy said. John just smiled to that. Are you spying on us via Google? Darcy asked as she believed in any controversial theory. Of course no. You don't think my only power is getting contact with superheroes, right? John said. Darcy was surprised by this answer. In the meantime, Eric was released. They wanted to bring Eric to a hospital, but somehow Jane was able to convince the police otherwise. All four took a taxi and went to Eric's place. His place was a mess with papers and various instruments spread across the room. Eric, what the hell happened? Why were you running naked in Stonehenge? Jane asked with some anger. Because Dr. Selvig discovered something extraordinary. Isn't it right, Dr. Selvig? John said. How you know about this? Eric asked with curiosity. Yes, I do. It's been few thousand years since the last alignment. This will be another one. What are you both talking about? Darcy asked. The convergence. Every 5,000 years all the 9 realms will be in an alignment for a few minutes. During this time the boundary lines between the 9 realms becomes blurred. In a few days' time there will be another convergence in Greenwich. Dr. Selvig, I guess you have necessary equipments for controlling the boundary lines. God. You know everything. Yes, I did. Good, you need to set them up. I will call S.H.I.E.L.D. to secure the location. It might get nasty. Great, another adventure. Can't wait for it to start. Darcy rejoiced when she heard it. Eric operated on his equipments as he wanted to make sure they worked properly, while Jane researched more on the gravitational anomaly around. She wanted to find out more about it. John on the other hand called Fury and said to ward off unnecessary problems that might cause when convergence occurs. Fury understood since John called him specifically, the matter was serious, so he immediately sent Coulson on it. The next 2 days went with Jane and Darcy going around searching for gravitational anomaly. John didn't join them as he didn't want to be the host of an Infinity Stone. It was the destiny of Jane, so it was better for her to follow her path. And the destiny didn't disappoint John. Soon Darcy called saying Jane was missing. She wanted to call the police but then remembered they would be arrested if police saw her in private property. "I am coming. No need to panic. It's all right," John said. He soon reached near the place where she vanished and saw around. Saw the effects of convergence which caused weird phenomena. "I don't know what happened. She just vanished," Darcy said almost in tears. "It's fine, Darcy. She is all right. She will come back soon. Send the children away," John said. After Darcy got assurance, she calmed down. After sending the children away, she waited with the intern and John. It took almost 4 hours for Jane to return. "Jane, did you see a red fluid floating before you lost consciousness?" John asked directly. "Huh? What do you mean?" Jane couldn't answer it as she didn't remember anything of what happened, but John saw a vague red stream of liquid flowing inside her arms. "It's fine, I got the answer. Thor will come soon to take you to Asgard." And as the story was supposed to happen, Thor did come for Jane as she vanished from the eyes of Heimdall. After talking with Jane and getting slaps from her, Thor saw John standing looking at him. The rain which was pouring due to the arrival of Thor also didn't touch the body as they were evaporating by the heat coming out from his body. "Seems like you came too," Thor said. "Jane is sick. Take her to Asgard. Tell Allfather to check on her. He knows the rest of the story. Go. There isn't much time," John said. "What do you mean?" Thor said as he didn't understand what John meant by sickness of Jane. "It's fine. Heimdall, take both of them away and inform Allfather." As soon as John said, the Bifrost came down and sucked both of them in. "All right, they are gone. Now it's our time. Ready the equipments. The battle is about to begin," John said. "What the hell just happened? What battle? How is Jane is sick? We could have brought her doctors if she was sick," Darcy said as she didn't understand why John just said weird things, and before they could process he sent them away. What surprised her more was that the Bifrost actually dropped down when John called Heimdall like Thor. It was King Odin's arrangements as he directed Heimdall to always pay attention to John, and if he had any simple request then he should follow it. Bringing Thor and Jane to Asgard was considered a mere small request. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 142, The Dark Elves. Thor took away Jane to Asgard and went to the healers for checking on her. He then proceeded to tell Odin what John had said. Odin was displeased that Jane came to Asgard, but when Thor said that it was John who guided it, he became serious. The moment Thor said that John asked him to check on Jane, he came to the room where Jane was kept. After checking on her, Odin immediately knew the matter was grave. Then Odin proceeded to tell the story of Aether and the Dark Elves. As Odin was speaking, he wondered if the murder of Frigga came from the Dark Elves, but he couldn't act on anything as John had warned him against distorting future. He could only be passive and react accordingly. Only after the matter of Frigga can he act as he wished and kill those who would try to murder her. As Malekith, who sensed that the Aether was in Asgard, mounted an attack after few days onto Asgard and even sent an accursed to the prison of Asgard to do a two-prong attack like in the original story. As the story should have progressed, there was a riot in prison and the accursed was able to break out of the prison, and even Loki directed him to the main hall. The accursed sacrificed his life to break down the shield around the palace while the Dark Elves attacked from front. It was a sudden attack as Odin didn't take any precautions before, thus the attack from Malekith was successful. After entering the palace, Malekith sensed the Aether and went to the place where Jane and Frigga were present. "Child, you have something which is mine," Malekith said. "Who are you?" Frigga asked. "I am Malekith, and I will have what is mine." Frigga stopped Malekith, and being a witch herself she was able to easily overpower Malekith. But he came prepared, and before Frigga could kill Malekith, a accursed came and stopped her. The accursed picked her up in the air easily and held a sword at her neck. Malekith approached Jane but soon realized that it was an illusion. "Where is she?" Malekith asked angrily. "You will never know," Frigga said with a smile. "I believe you," Malekith said as he directed the accursed to kill her, but before he could stab her with the sword, an axe came flying by. The axe flew to the accursed and easily cut off both of his hands. The accursed screamed in pain as his hands rolled off the ground. The axe traveled a few more meters before flying back from where it came, to the shadows. Out came Kratos from the shadows. But this time he brought blades of chaos on his back. Kratos had already known the whole story from the memories of John, and he knew what he needed to do. So he had waited for Malekith to come. She just became my son's godmother. Can't let her die so early now, can we? He took the blades in his hands and flung it to the accursed. The blades left a trail of fire as it flew to the accursed. He was already in pain and couldn't dodge the blades. The blades cut the body of accursed in two halves and thus ending the life of the accursed the next moment. At the same moment, Thor came flying by and struck lightning in his face. It destroyed half the face of Malekith. He was injured badly, and Malekith knew that he wouldn't succeed in his attempt to steal Aether. He had to flee as the few soldiers of Dark Elves weren't enough to overthrow Asgard or cause a massive damage. Malekith somehow ran to the balcony and dived down. A Dark Elf ship was already below to pick him up. Thor wanted to fly and kill Malekith, but Kratos stopped him. What did you stop me? Aether needs a new host. Malekith could be a good one, Kratos said. Thor's eye immediately shined as he understood what Kratos meant. They could transfer Aether to Malekith and kill him. Asgard didn't have the sufficient technology like the one in Avengers Endgame where Tony made for them. So they would have to go old school for extracting Aether from the body of Jane. After Malekith left, the attack by the Dark Elf stopped as many tried to flee, but Odin, who knew that Frigga was almost killed, was angry and he aggressively hunted the elves. Even though he was angry, he was grateful that Kratos was there as a personal bodyguard for Frigga. After killing all the Dark Elves, Odin came to the chambers of Jane and Frigga to see if they were perfectly fine. Even if Odin could almost sense whatever happens in Asgard, he still wanted to make sure. Are you all right? Is everything fine? Odin asked. Everything is fine, my king. Kratos protected me. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 143, Aether. I will kill every Dark Elf for trespassing and remind the Nine Realms why Asgard is still the king of Nine Realms. Odin said as he was still angry. Father, do you want another war? The soldiers will die in vain if we do that. Thor said, rejecting such notion of war. Then what you want me to do? There has been rebellion everywhere. And now this attack. Everybody will think that we are weak. Odin said angrily. We will kill Malekith and parade his head in the square, but we will do it sneakily. We need him to extract Aether, as he did the attack only for this. After he takes away Aether, we will kill him and Jane too will be free for Aether. Thor said. Odin became silent when he heard this. Thor was right, waging a war would be loss of lives, as he himself had waged too many wars and knew its horrors. Kratos in the meantime, who was listening to all this, said. We need to ambush Malekith after he takes away Aether. We need to make sure he dies. And for this we need a person who knows how to do this with a plan. Thor looked at Odin when Kratos said that. Because only one person would fit this criteria. Loki. Only he could use illusion and diversion to confuse Malekith, while Thor could launch a sneak attack and kill him. Odin thought for a moment and finally said. Fine, take him. Kratos, can you go with them? Since Frigga survived, I guess the future has already changed. Now we can act freely, while Frigga will stay with me till Malekith is killed. Malekith wants to bring darkness to this world using Aether. It would be noble deed to assist Thor in stopping Malekith. Thor went to the prison to free Loki and convince him to help him. Thor insinuated him by saying that Frigga had almost died by the attack. This angered Loki, as only his mother meant so much to him, and in addition this might his chance to freedom. As per the original timeline, Loki took Thor and Jane, but this time Kratos joined the party. Kratos looked different as he wore Asgardian armor with the Leviathan axe in his waist and blades of chaos on his back. Loki, you need to take Jane to Malekith and make sure she is safe. Only then we will attack. Sure, brother. Loki said as he looked at Kratos. Since the son of Kratos was Loki, he felt weird a bit but didn't say anything to him. Soon they reached Svartalfheim. Thor and Kratos hid behind the rocks while Jane and Loki were standing and waiting for Malekith. Since Malekith could sense Aether before, they were sure Malekith would arrive. And as expected, Malekith did arrive. I have a present for you, Loki said. A nearby Dark Elf passed the information about Loki, as he too was a prisoner. Malekith didn't think much, and all he cared was the Aether. He summoned Jane as she did perfunctory struggle to sell the story of being captured. Malekith was successful in extracting the Aether and took the Aether into his body. That was when Kratos and Thor attacked. Loki ran to Jane and took her away from the battlefield. Kratos took out the blades of chaos and started swinging it at the Dark Elves, while Thor started using his hammer. There were 3 accursed this time, as opposed to the only single accursed from the actual story. Since this time the accursed knew about the powers of Kratos, they were able to dodge and retaliate. Meanwhile, Malekith proceeded to his spaceship to go to Earth, as Greenwich was the node of convergence of all the 9 realms. As they were fighting, Thor was almost sneakily attacked by an accursed as he was dealing with the other dark elves. Loki, who just took away Jane, saw it and ran to Thor to save him. Before the accursed could stab Thor, Loki put his body between Thor and the accursed. And Loki was stabbed instead. No. Thor shouted. Kratos too noticed that, flung his axe to the accursed and beheaded his head. Thor held Loki's body as he was crying. No matter what had happened in New York, he still loved his brother, and Loki was going to die to save him. Kratos killed every dark elf and the two accursed and returned to where Thor was holding Loki. By the time Kratos was able to kill all, Malekith had already gone to his spaceship and vanished. You fool. You never listen. You never listen. Thor said to Loki. I am sorry. I am sorry. Loki said as his skin was darkening. I will tell father about what you did. Thor said. I didn't do it for him. Loki said as he had closed his eyes. Kratos looked at Loki and he had doubts but didn't say it out loud. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 144, London. As Thor mourned on the death of Loki, a huge storm approached. Kratos knew they had to leave. Let's find shelter. We need to go back and finish what we started. Kratos said. They had to leave the corpse of Loki as the wind was blowing very fast and they to find shelter soon. They found a small cave and entered it. We need to stop Malekith. He wants to destroy the 9 realms. Starting from Earth. Jane said as she saw the views of Malekith when ether was extracted from her. The convergence. We need to go back. Thor said after get a hold of himself. They needed to stop Malekith. John in the meantime had cordoned off the area around Greenwich. Coulson had come to lead the situation with his team. John finally saw Skye for the first time. The future Shockwave girl. In fact, in many comics she was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and in this universe she might even be after Coulson retires. Are the equipments ready? John asked Eric. Yes. S.H.I.E.L.D. helped in making a lot of these. Fitz even made their efficiency more high. Eric said as he was impressed by the work of Fitz. Coulson, are the areas cordoned off? John said. Yes. Should we call the Avengers? Even if it's not everyone. We can call the secretary. Coulson said. It's fine. Aang, Katara, Itten, me are enough. Plus there are few Jonin in the whole team that you brought. In addition, Thor and another super-powered person will arrive. We will be enough. John said as he was constantly checking the memories of Kratos so that nothing goes out of his hand. Another? Is it from the new game? Coulson said as by now he was essentially a die-hard fan of John's works. His stories, games, animes, and even the movies awed him. Seems like you follow my works pretty closely. Yes. He is here. Well, by here I mean Asgard. Not everybody lands in Earth after coming to this universe. Coulson wondered if the other works of John landed in another planets in the universe. If they did, he prayed for their lives, as the animes of John always gives a scare to Coulson. As they were talking in Eric's place, they heard a knock in the door. Eric went and opened the door only to see Jane, Thor, and bald huge-looking man standing. Jane, you are all right. Is the ether take away from your body? John had explained your situation. Eric said. I am all right. Just got here. Thanks to an anomaly in the cave we were in. Jane said. They all entered the house. Coulson saw Kratos for the first time, and by seeing him only one sentence came to his mind. The ghost of Sparta. Thor was little hurt by the fighting against the elves, so Jane tended to his wounds. He narrated all that had happened with Malekith and that he was going to come here soon. We have made arrangements about Malekith. The whole battlefield had already been controlled by us. Malekith would never succeed. Coulson said. All right guys, take rest. And keep on the lookout. It will take some time for his spaceship to arrive. John said as he yawned. It was already night and he wanted to sleep. He went to the nearby vacant hotel after talking to them. It was a different story for Thor, as the team of Coulson wanted to meet Thor up close. So Thor had to accompany Coulson to meeting his team. The whole team was enthusiastic about him. Even Melinda had a gleam in her eyes when she met him. Kratos found a nearby home where the residents had left after the intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D. and slept on their bed. The next day in the afternoon there was finally a huge hole in the sky showing an image of a different planet, and John knew that Malekith would arrive soon. He summoned everyone. All right guys, he would arrive soon. Do your best to kill Malekith. He won't be easy. Ether can't be destroyed. Well, we aren't powerful enough yet, but we can kill Malekith. John said. Coulson and others had now got accustomed to the prophetic nature of John. They had been seeing this for some time now, so they didn't bother to ask him about how he knew Malekith would arrive in Earth and even did such a detailed plan to deal with his arrival from before. As John was directing of how to handle the Malekith, they saw a wave of water suddenly formed from the river nearby. This was caused by the invisible spaceship of the Dark Elves. Soon the long spaceship showed itself and stopped near the Greenwich. Malekith and many Dark Elves got out of the spaceship. Thor and others were standing in front of them when they landed. Asgardian. I have the ether now. Do you think you can destroy the ether? No. Ether cannot be destroyed, but you can die easily. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 145, Easy Kill. Malekith got angry by his words and attacked Thor using ether. As dark liquid-like thing poured out from his body and attacked Thor, he retaliated using lightning from Mjolnir. Itten and others went to kill off the other Dark Elves as they didn't need any distraction. As the lightning was able to stop the advancement of the lightning, Kratos swung his blades on it and sent the attack back to Malekith. The others like Katara, Itten, and other few Jonins joined the fight and started killing the other Dark Elves. Since Aang wouldn't kill his opponents, Fitz helped in the fights by sending many Dark Elves in other realms or sending them close to other fighters. This seemed like a pretty easy job. The only thing they had to be careful was their bombs, which worked like black holes. The shinobis were easily able to achieve that while Katara had the river close by to use all the water she needed. Her blades made of ice was easily able to cut through the Dark Elves as she didn't have any hesitation in killing aliens who wanted to bring darkness to the Nine Realms. After few minutes of shuffle with the other Dark Elves, the others soon joined the fight against Malekith, which to be honest was finding it hard to stop both Kratos and Thor together. Even in original story he was pretty much beaten up by Thor, and now Kratos, who had the blades, was like a huge mountain to climb for. Suddenly there was a huge explosion in the spaceship that came by. Everybody turned their head to see John walking towards them while his hand looked like it was burning in blue fire. He didn't need to wear gloves anymore for doing fire alchemy. The Phoenix power provided the spark. The spaceship was destroyed within seconds. Aang. Go to Avatar mode. We can't let Malekith escape using the convergence and wait 5,000 years more. Katara said as like her everybody was updated with the story. Aang went to Avatar mode and his tattoos shined in bright blue light. Everybody started attacking Malekith and Ether wasn't completely able to stop the onslaught. Fitz, give me the devices that were meant for throwing and give me the container that I specially asked you to build. John said over communication as he watched everybody sending long-range attacks to Malekith, who was passively defending. Fitz ran to John and gave him 2 devices and a small-sized container. He was happy and excited to work for an Avenger who was like a legend in S.H.I.E.L.D. As they were attacking, John threw a device to Malekith. The device was shaped like a sword and it struck the shoulder of Malekith. Fitz turned on the device and his right hand got separated from his body. The hand was thrown away in another realm. Then he did the same thing with another device. Now Malekith didn't have any hands as both were cut away. Kratos, slice him up. John said. Kratos didn't waste a second and went into rage mode. His body seemed like it was on fire and blades looked like it was burning in extreme high temperature. He rotated his blades and swung on Malekith. The ether was able to stop the blades for less than a second before giving away. The blades went through Malekith's body as he screamed, no. Malekith couldn't be more dead after the last strike. Why do these villains scream, no, at the end? Can't they accept death like Thanos did like a champ? What a bunch of cowards. John murmured. He saw the body of Malekith crumble away in ether. John took the container he got from Fitz. He stuck the spikes on one side of the container in the floating ether. It sucked the whole of ether in a minute and finally John felt relieved. He didn't want to get hit by an Infinity Stone, even though he had much assurance in the recovery of his Phoenix power, but he still didn't want a blow of an Infinity Stone. John took the container and directly threw it to Itten. You know what you have to do. Kirigakure is nearby. John said, looking at Itten as he caught the container. He nodded at John and vanished. Coulson, who saw all this, came towards John, asked. Where did you send Itten? To Kirigakure. Ether shouldn't exist in this universe. It is too powerful of a weapon. The 5 Kages will seal it away, never to see the light of the day. John said. Do you really think it would be a good idea? Coulson asked as he too felt such a weapon which could bring darkness to realms would be dangerous, but he knew Fury won't be particularly happy with it. Scared of Fury? Tell him that he can talk to me if he has any objections. John said as he didn't care if Fury had any problems. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 146, New Fan Values. Great job, people. This was amazing. Fighting aliens. Can we travel outside Earth? Aang, who had just fought, was all pumped up. This was his first experience fighting an alien and he was in awe with this world. We need to deal with the aftermath, Coulson said. The agents and the ninjas immediately went into work after the battle ended. Many people were able to film the whole appearance of spaceship from afar and many panicked that London too would face the same assault like New York, but soon they saw the spaceship exploded in fire. The local police had already got the before information from S.H.I.E.L.D. so they were able to manage the public and there was no problem whatsoever. Now John has to go to Asgard to fulfill his condition of propagating his works there. He had already brought a laptop with full of his work saved as he wasn't sure if the technology of Asgard was compatible with Earth. He needed the people of Asgard to replicate the technology of motion pictures so that everybody could see and even play games on the works of John. Thor, Kratos. Let's go. I need to talk with Allfather, John said while taking the laptop on his hands. Heimdall, Thor shouted. As soon as he said that, the Bifrost opened on Thor, Kratos, and John. They got sucked up and vanished, leaving runic marks on the ground. Aang had stars in his eyes as he saw all this, even Katara had a gleam as it was the first time seeing the Bifrost, which supposedly allows them to travel in the universe. Soon John and others reached Asgard and went to the palace. Thor went and spoke about the death of Loki in a sad face. John wasn't sure if Odin was already replaced but felt it was too early for Odin to be replaced, and if he was Loki, then he wouldn't be able to speak about the deal they had made before. Thor went to Frigga to speak of Loki. Frigga had already known about the death of Loki from Heimdall and Thor wanted to console her while Kratos went to meet his son. Do you remember the condition? John asked. The thing of propagating your works. Yes. Though I am not sure why you want to do it. I will accept it, Odin said, and John was relieved after hearing that, as that meant he wasn't Loki. John didn't want to confront Loki again now as he was a headache. Good. I have brought what we call a laptop. Everything is saved here and you can tell your scientists or engineers to use this laptop to propagate my works all over Asgard. That would be greatly appreciated, John said. Odin called one of his guard and directed him to take away the laptop and follow what John had said. Thank you for helping save the life of Frigga, Odin finally said with emotion. Don't thank me yet. I am not sure if she is fully safe. Have you kept her under watch always? John asked. Huh? You mean Malekith is still alive? But Heimdall said you all killed him, Odin said with a confused and an anxious tone. Everything has consequences in this world, Allfather. Kratos saving her might have rubbed some people the wrong way. You ask all the people around her to leave. I will take care of her safety for the next few days. I want to check my own theory. Are you sure about that? I can ask Thor and even I can be there for her safety, Odin said. No, since nobody had come to take her yet, I want to see if anybody comes when me and Kratos are present near her. It will be fine, I am enough for them if they come, John assured. Though I am not sure why you are asking me to do this, but I will accept as you have saved her before, Odin said. Odin then asked a guard to call Frigga, who still had teary eyes, and ask her opinion. She soon arrived with 3 guards by her side. After greeting John, Odin told her about the arrangements for the next few days. I can accept the arrangement, but I want to know who are we facing this time. I want to be prepared this time as opposed to being blind, Frigga asked. I am not sure if they will come, but if they come then make sure you don't get hit by their light stick. They have power over time, so it will be extremely difficult for you to retaliate if you get hit by it, John said. Time powers. That is a forbidden magic, Frigga said as she was brought up by witch, so she knew about time magic. No, they use time powers via technology and maybe a little bit of magic elements. Well, it's fine. Kratos and I will be there. Even Atreus can be helpful in this, but I don't want any guards nearby. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 147, Mobius M. Mobius. Odin called Kratos and Atreus. Kratos had gone to the arena where Atreus was learning archery and melee fights with the other Asgardians. They returned to the palace after Odin called them. John mentioned his plan to Kratos and Atreus wanted to join as he too wanted to safeguard his godmother. Frigga felt happy as at least there was another Loki for her. Okay, we will go now. Don't come near us, John said. John wanted to be alone with Frigga for his own theory. He expected the arrival of TVA, but since they still haven't acted, it might be for another reason. In Loki series, the TVA made sure that nobody was around when they abducted anyone, or at least even if they showed their face to anyone, the people who saw them wouldn't be able to spread about their weird appearance to anyone out of nowhere. This happened when Sylvie was abducted by TVA from Asgard as nobody was near her. Loki was abducted in a very remote place in Mongolia. Even though some nomads were present at that time, it was highly unlikely that the nomads would spread about what had happened and nobody would believe them anyway. As for why he wanted them to be alone with Frigga was because he was pretty much sure TVA can't detect John and his summons, otherwise they would have knocked on the door long ago. Since they aren't in their radar, it might be possible that TVA wouldn't be able to see their presence hidden near Frigga. He remembered their equipment's not having a video play of the variants when they go to catch who has deviated from the timeline. John was thinking if even this failed, he would have to be far away from Frigga and check if TVA comes. If even that fails, it would mean TVA can't see anything touched by the butterfly effect of the system, which he highly doubted. Odin made all the arrangements and sent them to a big room where Kratos, John, and Atreus could easily hide. He directed that all the guards needed to be far away. He was anxious about an attack from an enemy which had powers over time, but he had no option but to believe John. Loki too was surprised by this sudden arrangement for his mother by Odin. Yes. Loki was alive according to the original plot, and he had come back after faking his death in the disguise of an Asgardian soldier. Though he wasn't sure why was there such an arrangement, he didn't want to do anything as he didn't want to blow away his hard-earned freedom. Loki didn't want to make any moves before John goes away. The New York War was a lesson for him, and such a nasty prophetic eyes gave him chills. So he wanted to wait for the right time. John and Kratos hid behind the big pillars, whereas Atreus went high up near the ceiling over a huge cupboard where there was darkness. He had a bow and a bunch of arrows ready in his hands. He was excited as this would be first mission after being a prince, as he wanted to make sure that he would save his godmother from any harm. John and other waited the entire day and still there was no sign of TVA. It was already night and John was doubting his own theory. Does TVA even exist in this universe? As he was half closing his eyes, the room suddenly shined with orange light. He immediately woke up from his half-asleep state. Frigga too, who was just sitting, became alert. An orange-colored rectangular door appeared and out came 4 people in black-colored armor from it. John, who saw their faces, were surprised as he saw 2 acquaintances among them. One was Mobius, and he wasn't an agent yet and rather wore a hunter's suit. Another was Hunter B, 15, who here was a Minuteman instead of being a hunter. Wow, didn't expect another wow to come, John thought. Mobius stood near Frigga, who was on alert mode, and said, "Frigga, Queen of Asgard. On behalf of the Time Variance Authority, you are hereby arrested for crimes against the sacred timeline. You will taken away and judged under the eyes of the Timekeepers." "Ha! What crimes? I have never hurt any innocent," Frigga said as she took out her knife. "Doesn't matter, you are coming with us," Mobius said after bringing a stick which had a blue-colored light on the tip, while the Minutemen around had orange color on the tip of their sticks. Those orange-colored ones were meant for pruning and sending them to Alioth, a creature created in all the tiers of reality that happened during the Multiverse War in the future. "Oh no, Mobius, she isn't going anywhere with you," suddenly a voice was heard by Mobius from the shadows. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you." Chapter 148, The Timekeepers. As soon as John said that, an arrow shot straight at the hand of Mobius, which was holding the glowing stick. It directly impacted the stick that he was holding, and it made Mobius lose hold of the stick. Before the other Minuteman could react, an axe came flying by in a circular motion and directly knocked out all their time sticks from their hands. They were surprised by this sudden attack, but what surprised Mobius more was that someone knew his name from outside the TVA. They all got serious, and as the Minuteman wanted to get the time sticks back, the axe which had just knocked the sticks out again came flying by and it threw sticks more far away. Mobius was ready with his tempad as he knew that they have failed this mission and needed to get back and try again. Though he wasn't sure how a person hid from the eyes of TVA, as they were supposed to be secretive, but this could be contemplated later. "Why in a hurry, Mobius? Don't you want to talk?" John said as he finally showed his face after coming out of the shadows. Atreus and Kratos also showed their faces. Atreus was pointing his bow with a new arrow lodged into it. Kratos was with his Leviathan axe. "Who are you? How do you know of me?" Mobius said while holding the tempad and was ready to use it at any sign of attack. "Queen Frigga, can you leave us alone? You should be fine now if you go to Odin or others," John said to her. Frigga hesitated for a second and finally said, "Okay. Give a shout if there is a problem. The guards aren't very far, they will be able to hear you." Saying that, she left. "Okay, now let's sit down, shall we? Try not to use those neck locks or whatever technology you use. It won't be really helpful because these two aren't very good-tempered," John said while sitting down in the chair nearby. Mobius thought for a second and finally sat down in the opposite chair. The Minutemen were still on guard, especially B-15. Her eyes were looking around to find a chance to retaliate. "Now can you tell me, how do you know of me?" "How do I know of you, the TVA and the Timekeepers? It doesn't matter. What matters is, are you going to stop hunting Frigga if I let you go? John asked. How do you know of the timekeepers? They have been hidden from everyone. Who the hell are you? Mobius said in an agitated tone. He could accept this person knowing his identity, but timekeepers were supposed to be above all and beyond. This person even knew of TVA. Relax, Mobius. Mobius. The timekeepers aren't gods. Trust me, when the gods arrive, even the actual timekeepers would have to give way to them. So tell me, Mobius, is there any hope for Frigga, or she would be hunted down even if I kill you now? John asked again. I don't know who are you, but I can assure you that TVA won't stop hunting down Frigga no matter what. Mobius said. B-15, who was listening to all this, also joined in and said. TVA will hunt you down too for interfering in the sacred timeline and crimes against it. Heh. Even after all these years, none of you showed up. Truth to be said, I don't really care about you and can just destroy you. But I don't want the timeline to be out of control. There is still time for the multiverse to open. Sigh. This is a huge headache. Okay, fine, I will make Queen Frigga vanish and you don't have to care about her. But this is the last time you are allowed to interfere. The next time it won't be pleasant. Mobius, tell the timekeepers this. I know who you are and what weapon you have. Be in your limits, or else even Alioth wouldn't be able to save your precious sacred timeline. Repeat what I just said. John said to Mobius. Huh. Do you think it's that easy to meet the timekeepers? Mobius said. Not my headache. Just repeat what I said now. The timekeepers will surely summon you. Fine. I know who. Mobius repeated. Good. You can go, Mobius. Tell the timekeepers what I just said. B-15, you can turn away your eyes, I am not your enemy. Queen Frigga won't be a problem for now. John said after getting up from the chair. See you soon, Mobius. I hope the next time we meet, you will be an agent. Good luck in finding Loki. John said. Mobius trembled when John said the last sentence. Loki being on the run had been a headache for TVA, but it was a topmost secret. How the hell does this guy know about Loki? Do we have a leak in TVA? But that's impossible, as the timekeepers look over everything. I need to speak with higher authorities for this. Mobius said as he operated the tempad. An orange door opened and they went in. They couldn't get the time sticks back, as Kratos and Atreus had already collected them after they were disarmed. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you.